In traversing the realms of the extraordinary, you astonishingly possess greater wealth than the very embodiment of destiny itself. Lost in the chaos of time, ensnared for eons. It coincides with the binding of an idol system, where one can acquire both experience and wealth simply by remaining inactive. After countless eons, I once again ascend to the position of head of the Esteemed Ye family, a lineage steeped in peril and legacy. Utilizing the system's rewards to guide the Ye family towards ascension into the realm of immortals. Establishing the immortal Ye family, a lineage that shakes the celestial realm for eternity. The night is as dark as ink, and the leaves awaken from chaos with the wind. My mind is shrouded in confusion. Have I finally succeeded? With a faint breath, he sensed the vital energy of the real world. In this moment, the leaves swayed in the wind, yearning to weep, as even his consciousness began to blur. It is uncertain how much time has passed before I finally inhaled the long-awaited fresh air. A life, distinct from my memories, is tumultuously surging within his soul, only to gradually find tranquility after a prolonged struggle. The leaves, dancing with the wind, have also come to understand his current predicament. He is the new head of the Ye family in Yunshao City. However, his position as the family leader is rather unfortunate, as he faces ridicule from the outside world due to his lack of strength. On the day of the ceremony, his arch-rival presented him with a large box of Qi blood pills as a gift. These pills are the most rudimentary of cultivation elixirs, suitable only for those in the initial stages of Qi refinement. This act was a blatant mockery of Ye Suifeng. Its predecessor was also someone who could not withstand the tempests of life. Under such provocation, it directly led to a surge of blood and energy, resulting in a tragic demise. Why should a useless person be appointed as the head of the family? Ye Suifeng felt a sense of perplexity. Subsequently, he delved into the memories of the past and discovered that the Ye family appeared to be somewhat distinct from traditional clans. This family exhibited an unprecedented unity, showing no signs of discrimination towards Ye Suifeng due to his inferior cultivation. Moreover, there would be no melodramatic incidents of servants disrespecting their superiors. On the contrary, because he is the inheritor of the main lineage, he has garnered support to ascend to the position of family head. Unfortunately, his psychological endurance is remarkably inadequate. A hint of intrigue lingers as Ye Suifeng organizes the tangled memories, awakening with eyes wide open. Before me stands a quaint and timeless abode. The soft bedding exudes a delicate fragrance, reminiscent of restorative herbs used for nurturing the body. A young girl is seated nearby, engrossed in her reading. The girl, sensing the commotion around her, turned her head. Her features bore a striking resemblance to those of Ye Suifeng, approximately 7 parts alike. "Father, you are awake!" she exclaimed. She is Ye Suifeng's only daughter, named Ye Huan, and she is 14 years old this year. Ye Suifeng smiled bitterly within. He had never been married yet found himself with a daughter of such considerable age. Moreover, the wife of this lifetime perished during a difficult labor while giving birth to Ye Huan. Am I destined to live a solitary life? Yet, Ye Suifeng smiled gently. It matters not as long as life is lived splendidly, that is sufficient. However, his smile nearly caused Ye Huan to drop her jaw in astonishment. "Father, you actually smiled." Ai, taken aback by the wind, soon regained his composure. Ever since the demise of his beloved wife, this man has perpetually worn a countenance steeped in profound sorrow and bitterness. The concept of a smile has long vanished from his lexicon. Leaves follow the wind in silent acceptance. Life presents challenges for everyone. Some endure tribulations that far exceed your own. To continue onward with a smile is the essence of survival. Ding! Today's idle task has been completed. Please collect your idle earnings promptly. Suddenly, a melodious sound resonated in Ye Suifeng's mind. The idle system was still in operation. The leaves dance with the wind, and this system is a manifestation of what he acquired before his traversal. The functions of the system are remarkably straightforward. There are only 2 projects for passive mining. Mining in the super vein yields substantial cultivation resources daily. By engaging in passive cultivation daily, one can reap the benefits of a full day's worth of spiritual advancement. During his journey through time, he initiated 2 projects. To his surprise, an unforeseen incident occurred during the traversal, plunging him into chaos. Within this chaos, time ceased to exist, and he lost all sense of how long he had been in a dormant state. Ye Suifeng opened the system panel, deciding to check the earnings from his idle time. Instantly, he exploded in place. "Xiao Huang, please step outside for a moment." Yi Huang was taken aback, wondering what was wrong with her father. The tone of the leaves swaying in the wind grew stern. Yi Huang, though perplexed, obediently departed from the room. After sending away his daughter, Ye Suifeng took a deep breath, his demeanor solemn and majestic, before re-entering the system interface. 13 digits. My mathematical skills are lacking. How much is this, I wonder? He gazed at that absurd array of numbers, unable to regain his composure for an extended period. After a considerable while, he finally managed to tally them all up. Low-grade spirit stones are mined at a rate of 100,000 pieces daily. Currently, there are 356 trillion pieces in possession. Spirit crystals are extracted at a daily rate of 100, while celestial stones are harvested at a rate of 10 each day. The aforementioned represents the entirety of the earnings from passive mining. In truth, none of these figures are whole numbers. Ye Suifeng has eliminated the fractional parts. Oh heavens, with so much money, my wallet can hardly contain it. Ye Suifeng is utterly elated, for henceforth, worries about financial matters shall be a thing of the past. Next, we shall discuss the rewards of passive cultivation. This is rather straightforward. A total of 1 trillion years of cultivation has been amassed, currently in a state awaiting extraction. Ye Suifeng pondered for a moment, then silently intoned the extraction of a year's worth of cultivation. Instantly, a tremendous surge of power coursed through his body. This force was extraordinarily pure, devoid of any impurities, as it rampaged within Ye Suifeng's being. He originally possessed merely the third level of qi refinement. However, under this tremendous impact, he shattered 5 levels in succession, directly ascending to the 8th level of qi refinement. It is merely a year of cultivation. Ye Suifeng, with unwavering determination, continuously extracts his essence from within. His strength ascends as if he were aboard the Shenzhou 13 spacecraft, soaring through the heavens, refining his qi and transforming it into a solid foundation for his being. In the brief span of a burnt incense stick, Ye Suifeng transcended to the pinnacle of the tribulation stage, achieving the realm of consummate perfection through the emergence of the golden elixir and the infant spirit, merging with the divine essence. As he prepared to extract his cultivation once more, a vast surge of spiritual energy instantaneously perceived the tumultuous changes in the skies. A terrifying force of lightning energy was gathering. He was about to face his tribulation. Experiencing tribulations within the confines of one's own home is hardly an ideal circumstance. Ye Suifeng hastily interrupted the extraction process. The tempest that had been brewing dissipated into thin air. Interestingly, he endeavored to extract his cultivation. The ominous clouds above once more gather. Faint echoes of thunder reverberate in the distance. As he interrupted, the calamity of thunder dissipated once more. Adversity does not exist in isolation, it is merely a game. After engaging with the thunderous tribulation for a while, Ye Suifeng ceased to provoke it further. Upon inspecting his own cultivation reserves, he realized that he had only expended approximately 5,000 years, not even reaching a fraction of that. After careful consideration, Ye Suifeng decided to remain at the stage of great perfection in the tribulation transcending period, as it seemed sufficiently adequate. After all, if memory serves, the most formidable talents in Yunshao City are merely at the golden core realm, rendering it a situation of overwhelming disparity. Upon completing these tasks, the leaves sway gently in the breeze, accompanied by a soft chuckle. The Yi family warmly welcomes you, the new master of the house. At this hour, it is already late into the night, deep in autumn. The nights in Cloud City have grown exceedingly frigid. Yi Huang crouched by the door, her face etched with profound melancholy. Her mother had perished in giving her life, leaving only her father as the sole companion in her upbringing. Her father was nominated by the family to be the next patriarch. She was genuinely overjoyed. Yet, who could have anticipated that this would become the final straw that broke her father's spirit? If time could be reversed, she would certainly persuade her father to relinquish the position of clan leader, for the burdens of such a role are far too great. Her father simply cannot bear it. It is all my fault. If I were just a bit more exceptional, I could surely alleviate my grandfather's worries, Yi Huang silently contemplated. Suddenly, the door creaked open behind her, and Ye's tall silhouette emerged, swaying with the breeze. Father Yi Huang hastily rose to his feet. Yi, perplexed by the sight, inquired, "Why do you remain here instead of retreating to rest?" "I'm merely a bit concerned about your health," Yi Huang murmured softly. However, upon glancing at Ye Suifeng, who radiated vitality and vigor, she could hardly discern any signs of physical discomfort. In fact, he appeared to be in far better condition than before, exhibiting an improvement that was nothing short of remarkable. What, then, could have transpired? Haha, Ye is filled with a refreshing laughter that dances with the wind, free from worry, for my father is now in excellent health. Faced with the sight of his father, Ye Huang was utterly astonished. Perceiving her confusion, Ye Suifeng remarked that this encounter had led his father to some realizations. Rest assured, such an incident shall never occur again. With a gentle smile, Ye Suifeng ruffled his daughter's hair. Ye Huang, momentarily taken aback, eventually nodded in agreement. You should retire for the night if my memory serves me correctly, you have an alchemy class tomorrow. Do not delay. However, Ye Huang's expression darkened as she said, Father, you are unaware that today the alchemists, blacksmiths, and array masters of our clan have all departed. Ye Suifeng was taken aback by the unexpected turn of events. The Ye family possesses considerable stature, with both direct and collateral branches collectively encompassing over 100 individuals in the younger generation alone. Thus, numerous masters from various industries were invited to serve as instructors. However, an unexpected phenomenon of collective resignation occurred. It is evident that they perceived Ye Suifeng's ascension to the position of patriarch as indicative of the Ye family's lack of future prospects, prompting their departure. Some individuals inevitably missed the swift train of historical progress. Father, what do you mean? Ye Feng wore a puzzled expression. Ye Suifeng smiled slightly, saying, Their departure is their own loss. You should return and rest. I will handle this matter tomorrow. The following day, in the family council hall, Ye stood with his hands behind his back, gazing at a scroll inscribed on the wall. It contained a passage of ancient edicts, the 3 iron laws of the Ye family. Those who betray the family without cause shall be executed. Those who disrupt the unity of the family shall be executed. Those who deliberately oppress their kin shall be executed. These 3 ironclad principles serve as the core tenets that enable the Ye family to maintain unity and cohesion in their external dealings. Such a family evokes a sense of admiration in Ye Suifeng. Suddenly, the grand doors of the assembly hall swung open, and 4 dignified middle-aged gentlemen entered in succession. After Ye Suifeng turned and took his seat with the breeze, they also settled down in succession. They were all the heads of their families, as well as the direct male descendants of the Ye family, being the cousins of Ye Suifeng. On the left, Ye Suiyun and Ye Suiyu, 2 prominent figures within the family, are primarily responsible for managing both the internal and external enterprises of the clan, overseeing the family's finances and the allocation of resources. On the right side are Ye Suihu and Ye Suibao, 2 prominent figures of the third uncle's family, primarily responsible for the family's martial prowess and the contestation and safeguarding of external resources. Ye Suifeng has a 4th uncle, yet the son of the 4th uncle is still quite young and lacks the qualifications to assume the responsibilities of the family leader. The 2nd uncle, 3rd uncle, and 4th uncle have retreated to the background, serving as the venerable elders of the family. They only make an appearance for decisions of utmost significance. Indeed, it is a large family. Ye cleared his throat and announced that today's meeting was about to commence. Beside him, Ye Suiyun expressed his concern, Elder brother, is your health all right? It is of no consequence, and I have seized certain opportunities. The leaves dance with the wind as I glance around at a few individuals. Our family shall not fear anyone or any challenge you present. Feel free to voice any concerns, and we shall address them collectively. Upon hearing these words, several individuals exchanged glances, momentarily rendered speechless. Ye turned his head to the wind and inquired of Suihu, I have heard that several esteemed instructors from our clan departed yesterday. Ye Suihu nodded and replied in a deep voice, Indeed, these wretches. We have never mistreated them, yet after they all fled, I shall strike each one I encounter. Beside her, Ye Suiyun sighed, remarking that behind this matter lay the machinations of the Li family. They lured away several masters with far more generous compensation. The Li family stands as the arch-nemesis of the Ye family, belonging to the 3 prominent clans of Yunxiao City. Among the Yi, Li, and Tang families, the Tang family possesses unparalleled strength, often transcending the mundane world. The ongoing conflicts between the Ye family and the Li family have escalated to a point of nearly mortal enmity. The recent act of poaching a master instructor is akin to adding insult to injury. What plans do you have? Ye Suifeng inquired. Ye Suibao spoke, expressing the urgency of finding other masters to replace them as soon as possible. Otherwise, it would adversely affect the growth of the younger generation within the family. A strong youth equates to a strong family, and the development of the younger generation must not be delayed. It is indeed challenging, as Ye Suiyu remarked, that in recent days, due to my elder brother's rise to power, numerous rumors have circulated within the city. I have endeavored to engage with several masters of equal standing, yet they all maintain a stance of cautious observation. Even our attempts to increase the hiring price have proven ineffective in altering their demeanor. For a moment, the council chamber was enveloped in silence, as several individuals furrowed their brows in deep contemplation. This matter is indeed rather challenging. If it proves too difficult, perhaps we should lower the standards for the master instructor. Ye Suifeng mentioned that someone will eventually come. This is a reluctant course of action, however. The leaves will naturally follow the wind and prevent such occurrences. If my memory serves me correctly, the 3 masters who departed were all of the 5th tier caliber, weren't they? The Dan master ranks are divided into 9 grades, with the 5th grade being that of a master. In the city of Yunshao, they are already considered among the elite. What is their commission? Ye Suifeng inquired. Approximately 10,000 low-grade spirit stones each month, Ye Suifeng replied. Although not explicitly stated, it is understood to refer specifically to low-grade spirit stones. Nonetheless, receiving 10,000 low-grade spirit stones constitutes a remarkably generous reward, sufficient to sustain his daily cultivation and afford him a life of comfort in Yunshao City. Ye Suifeng glanced at his wallet, which contained a total of 20 inferior spirit stones. Not too shabby, it could hold its own. Have any of you encountered those above the 5th grade? Ye Suifeng inquired. My dear brother, in our Yunshao City, there are but a few distinguished 6th-rank masters. They are transcendental beings, detached from worldly affairs, and would never entertain any offers of employment. Moreover, even if they were to agree to a lofty remuneration, it would be exceedingly difficult for us to bear the cost, Ye Suifeng lamented. Ye Suifeng smiled and said, as long as there is a price, I assure you I will present them with an offer they cannot refuse. Several individuals exchanged glances but ultimately chose to place their trust in their own lord. Aside from this matter, is there anything else? Ye Suifeng inquired. The speaker is Ye Suifeng, who primarily oversees the allocation of family resources. At this moment, he appears somewhat troubled. His elder brother's concerns regarding the cultivation of the clan's younger members may necessitate further reductions in resources. Ye Suifeng raised an eyebrow and inquired, what is the reason for this? Ye Suifeng sighed, lamenting that in recent years, the family business had been struggling significantly. Moreover, the Li family continually hindered their efforts, resulting in a financial predicament that could no longer sustain internal expenditures. The Ye family's enterprises consist of 2 facets, one being a resource site located outside the city, and the other, a collection of shops. In recent years, the yields from the resource site have been unsatisfactory, compounded by frequent disturbances and destruction inflicted by the Li family, resulting in a significant reduction in profits. Solely relying on the income from the shops is grossly inadequate. What is the distribution of resources among the younger generation, and how much do they spend each month? Ye Suifeng pondered for a moment and decided to begin with the Qi refinement stage. The direct descendants receive 50 spirit stones each month, along with 10 bottles of Qi refinement pills and 10 bottles of bone strengthening pills, as well as an additional 5 bottles of each type. Taking into account various rewards and bonuses, their monthly expenditures exceed 100,000 spirit stones. The resources required for alchemy, artifact forging, array formations, and talisman crafting are considerable. Additionally, the overall expenses for cultivating the younger generation, including techniques, spiritual artifacts, and training grounds, amount to approximately 1 million spirit stones each month. A terrifying figure, this is the large family. Their formidable strength is underpinned by the accumulation of countless resources. However, for Ye Suifeng, the issue of money is of least concern. In that case, let's proceed accordingly. The head of the household spoke, and the others promptly focused their attention, listening intently. The younger generation represents the future of our family. Only by nurturing their growth can we further elevate our lineage. Therefore, starting today, the fixed resources allocated to everyone will be doubled each month. Additionally, we shall invest more in the conditions for their cultivation, such as the medicinal herbs for alchemy and the materials for forging. Our aim is to achieve a standard that allows for an unlimited supply. How does that sound? Upon the conclusion of Ye Suifeng's words, the other 4 individuals. All were bewildered by what they had heard. Having prepared to reduce the family's expenditures, they found that you had directly increased the benefits several-fold. Is this an act of self-destruction, or merely digging one's own grave? Elder brother Ye Suifeng's expression was on the verge of tears. He felt that Ye Suifeng was merely jesting. If, indeed, the expenditures were to multiply by at least 5 times each month according to his standards, that would amount to 5 million spirit stones, a sum that even during the family's most prosperous times had never been spent. He wished to convey to his elder brother just how absurd this notion truly was. However, Ye Suifeng raised his hand and retrieved a storage pouch from his bosom, tossing it to Ye Suifeng beside him. "Do not worry, I have 1 million spirit stones here. Use them for now, and should you require more, simply ask me," Ye Suifeng said with a smile. However, Ye Suifeng still wore a troubled expression and said, "Elder brother, did you perhaps not hear clearly? Even with 1 million spirit stones, it would still fall short." Before he could finish his words, a powerful hand suddenly seized his arm, causing it to tremble uncontrollably. Beside him, Ye Suifeng observed as he, his face flushed and trembling, presented the storage bag before Ye Suifeng. Slowly, he opened it, and an instant brilliance emanated forth, illuminating both their faces with extraordinary clarity. It was not merely 1 million inferior spirit stones, rather, it was 1 million superior spirit stones. Converted, this amounted to a staggering 100 billion inferior spirit stones. The two individuals were rendered speechless. Even though they managed the family finances, they had never encountered such a vast quantity of spirit stones all at once. I have mentioned that I have encountered certain fortuitous opportunities. As the gentle breeze and the light clouds tapped lightly on the table. "Remember, from this day forth, the Ye family shall fear no one." As the meeting concluded, Ye Suifeng and a few others wandered out of the conference hall as if in a dream. They had anticipated that, following this assembly, the family resources would inevitably be curtailed, compelling everyone to tighten their belts and live frugally. Yet, to their astonishment, not only were the resources not diminished, but they were also increased several-fold. Ye Suifeng's generosity is truly remarkable, exuding an air of unparalleled magnificence. Is it not a bit insufficient, as the leaves dance in the wind? Standing by the window, I ponder within my heart. 1 million high-quality spirit stones truly does not even amount to a trifling fraction. Yet, after some contemplation, perhaps it is best to proceed as such for the time being. Every endeavor follows a process. The transition from frugality to opulence is no exception. To provide in abundance all at once may not necessarily yield favorable outcomes. It would be prudent to allow them to acclimate to more favorable conditions before augmenting the provisions. Zhang Ziming, Hu Chuang, Dong Tianji, and Ye Suifeng gazed at the information sheet in their hands. These three individuals are among the few renowned 6th-tier masters in Yunshao City. The three individuals possess extraordinary prowess and stand majestically aloof. Even towards the three prominent families, they exhibit an air of indifference, embodying a striking arrogance. I hope you will not fail to appreciate Ye Suifeng. He crumpled the information sheet into a ball and discarded it. Today, he planned to visit each one in turn. After a brief moment of respite, Ye Suifeng departed from the Ye residence. The location of the Ye family is in the heart of Yunshao City, just a short distance from the bustling commercial district. Yunshao City is also a grand metropolis, with a permanent population approaching 1 million. The streets are bustling with a constant flow of people, creating a vibrant and lively atmosphere. Ye Suifeng sat gracefully in an opulent carriage, gliding slowly along the street. Gazing through the window, he was enveloped by the rich aroma of street food, which transported him back to a past life. If time permitted, he wished to savor the exquisite culinary delights of this world. After approximately half an hour, the carriage came to a halt before a luxurious loft. Ye Suifeng gracefully descended from the carriage. The name Danfeng Pavilion strangely evokes the essence of a brothel. This is indeed the residence of the sixth great alchemist, Zhang Ziming. He has resided in Cloud City for a decade, remaining aloof and detached. Various factions aspire to cultivate a favorable relationship with this sixth-tier alchemist, hoping to procure some exquisite elixirs from him. No one dares to offend him lightly. The leaf followed the wind and ventured inside. The first floor of the attic is a bustling marketplace for the sale of ordinary elixirs, teeming with people and vibrant with activity. Ye Suifeng showed little interest in the elixirs and directly approached the person in charge on the first floor. He informed Zhang Ziming that Ye Suifeng, the head of the Ye family, has come to see him. He remained indifferent, thinking that a mere sixth-tier alchemist was hardly qualified to put on airs in his presence. However, this performance has evoked dissatisfaction from a certain responsible party. For many years at the Danfeng Pavilion, regardless of who comes to meet the pavilion master, they always present themselves with utmost respect. Even the head of the Tang family is exceedingly courteous. What of the head of the Ye family? The person in charge cast a sidelong glance at Ye Suifeng and remarked, "Our esteemed master is currently engaged in alchemical practices. It would be best for you to take your leave." Such an attitude from Ye Suifeng is hardly surprising. When an individual occupies a position of power for an extended period, they inevitably develop some inexplicable quirks. A colossal aura suddenly enveloped the entire attic. Ye Suifeng immediately discerned an elderly man with flowing hair, leisurely seated on the highest level of the attic, indulging in translucent grapes. "I shall grant you one more opportunity to take me to meet Zhang Ziming, otherwise, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy." Ye Suifeng observed the sudden change in the leader's expression, which turned icy in an instant, prompting a dismissive wave of the hand. A group of formidable warriors at the Golden Body realm surrounded us. "Humph, I have heard of your reputation carried by the wind. Without the title of the master of the house, you are nothing but a mere waste in the chi refinement stage. I shall see what you are capable of." He spoke with unyielding confidence, his tone exceedingly resolute. Ye Suifeng smiled at the corners of his mouth and said, "Just watch closely." With that, he directly reached out his large hand and firmly grasped the collar of the person in charge. The several formidable beings surrounding swiftly took action, intent on swiftly subduing Ye Suifeng. With a gentle reprimand, the leaves swirl and dance in the breeze, while an immense force erupts with resounding intensity. Several practitioners of the Golden Body realm felt as though they had been struck by a primordial wild bull, instantaneously propelled backwards and crashing into a multitude of tables and chairs. The individuals in the grand hall were instantly thrown into a state of chaos, their faces etched with panic as they gazed at Ye Suifeng. "Is it possible that someone dares to cause a ruckus at the Danfeng Pavilion? That individual possesses formidable strength, overwhelming even those at the Golden Body realm. I recall now. That is Ye Suifeng, the newly appointed head of the Ye family." The crowd was filled with astonishment and doubt. The person in charge was equally bewildered. Had it not been said that Ye Suifeng was merely a waste at the chi refining stage? How could he wield such immense power? Yet, Ye Suifeng maintained an air of calmness. "Now, do you see the truth? Let us depart together." With that, Ye Suifeng effortlessly lifted the person and ascended to the pavilion's upper floors. The Danfeng Pavilion boasts 5 levels, each offering different grades of elixirs. As Ye Suifeng made his ascent, numerous individuals attempted to obstruct his path. However, they stood no chance against him. Merely his emanating aura sent them hurtling backward, blood spilling from their mouths. Soon, he reached the top floor and pushed open the door. Zhang Ziming sensed the intrusion. Yet, he was not just a 6th-grade alchemist. He was a powerful practitioner at the late Golden Core stage. Within Yunshao City, he feared no one. "Your audacity is quite excessive." Zhang Ziming's expression darkened. Ye Suifeng casually discarded the person in charge and stepped inside. "Your subordinates are too arrogant, I'm merely here to educate them." "Presumptuous!" Zhang Ziming bellowed. "Do you truly believe I am easy to bully?" With that, he brought his fingers together, pointing them at Ye Suifeng. The sound of a sword resonated as a flying sword, gleaming with golden light, pierced the air, propelled by violent energy, arriving instantaneously before Ye Suifeng. This was Zhang Ziming's life treasure, intended to shatter Ye Suifeng in a single strike. Yet, he had chosen the wrong opponent. In response to the incoming sword, Ye Suifeng merely flicked his finger. An invisible wave emanated from his fingertip, rippling outward. When the formidable life treasure of the late Golden Core stage encountered this wave, it abruptly veered, swiftly redirecting toward Zhang Ziming, ultimately halting just before the skin on his brow, suspended in midair. In an instant, everything in the room, except for the furniture by the window, was reduced to dust, vanishing without a trace. Zhang Ziming's eyes widened, paralyzed with fear. The strength of the individual before him far exceeded his imagination. "Senior, let us speak amicably." His voice trembled. Ye Suifeng chuckled softly, stepping forward to take a seat opposite Zhang Ziming. The flying sword gradually descended, resting flat upon the table. To Ye Suifeng, a Golden Core artifact could be obliterated with but a thought. Yet, he refrained from such an action. His purpose for today was to coax Zhang Ziming into becoming a mentor for his family. Destroying the life treasure would only result in backlash against himself, necessitating a lengthy recovery. There was no need for that. Observing the perspiring and tense Zhang Ziming, Ye Suifeng remarked, "Will you now converse properly?" Zhang Ziming quickly nodded. Senior. Please speak, I shall do my utmost. He was genuinely frightened. The methods Ye Suifeng had just displayed were beyond anything he had ever encountered. Even his master during the out-of-body stage would likely be incapable of such feats. What on earth is this person? A sense of trepidation enveloped Zhang Ziming. Ye Suifeng plucked a grape, savoring its chill and fragrance. Indeed, the fruits of the cultivation realm possess a taste that is extraordinary. It is not a matter of great consequence. My family currently lacks an alchemist to instruct the younger generation. Hence I wish for you to assume the role of a tutor, Ye Suifeng remarked. Zhang Ziming was taken aback, followed by a rush of cold sweat. He had presumed a serious matter was at hand, but it turned out he was being invited to serve as a guest elder of the Ye family. Is it truly necessary to make such a grand gesture? He queried, wiping his brow discreetly. It would be my honor to work under your esteemed guidance. When shall I commence? Ye Suifeng, with a hint of amusement, replied, how remarkably agreeable. Should we not first discuss compensation? Zhang Ziming chuckled awkwardly. Esteemed elder. You flatter me. This opportunity bestowed by you is a fortune I dare not sully with discussions of monetary gain. Internally, he grumbled. You've already dealt me a crushing blow, how could I possibly ask for remuneration? Ye Suifeng waved his hand dismissively. I am no brigand. I shall not engage in acts of oppression. This time, I am hiring you as a guest elder of the Ye family. Name your price. Zhang Ziming hesitated, scrutinizing Ye Suifeng for an extended period, attempting to discern whether he was being lured into a trap. Unfortunately, Ye Suifeng maintained his calm demeanor, leaving no clues. Reluctantly, Zhang Ziming extended his trembling palm. Esteemed elder, though my strength is modest, I am still a 6th-grade alchemist. Under normal circumstances, my monthly fee would be no less than 500,000 spirit stones. However, in your presence, this price is negotiable. 500,000 spirit stones per month would pose a burden to the families of Yunqiao City, not due to an inability to pay, but rather a lack of necessity, as their expenses were numerous. Ye Suifeng nodded, stating, I shall offer you 1 million spirit stones each month. However, you must devote yourself fully to the instruction of the Ye family's youth. Zhang Ziming was taken aback. He had anticipated Ye Suifeng would lower the price. Yet he was astonished to find it doubled. Just how wealthy are you, esteemed elder? You jest, surely? Zhang Ziming expressed his disbelief. I do not jest. Ye Suifeng placed a storage bag on the table and stood. This is your compensation for 3 years. After 3 years, should you wish to leave the Ye family? You may do so at any time, I will not detain you. Remember, you must commit wholeheartedly, or else you understand. If there are no issues, report to the Ye family today and seek out Ye Suifeng. With that, Ye Suifeng tossed a note and turned to depart, leaving Zhang Ziming alone, gazing in astonishment at the vast quantity of spirit stones within the storage bag. After a while, Zhang Ziming's eldest disciple approached, inquiring about the situation. Upon learning that his master intended to serve as a guest elder, he was immediately astounded. Master, did you not refuse invitations from families? Zhang Ziming remained silent for a long while. He has given far too much. Chapter 4, All resolved. Ye Suifeng employed Zhang Ziming for 3 years. However, his intentions extended to 2 others as well. With their presence, the Ye family was destined to flourish within that span of time. Moreover, he would become well acquainted with the dynamics of this continent. In due course, even if the 3 chose not to remain, he would be able to identify even more exceptional candidates, the master weaponsmith Hu Chuang and the master arrayist Dong Tianji. Ye Suifeng glanced at their respective locations and decided to first seek out Dong Tianji, who resided at the periphery of Yunqiao City. After approximately a quarter of an hour by carriage, he arrived at his destination. This place stood in stark contrast to the opulence of Danfeng Pavilion, appearing more akin to the abode of an ordinary citizen, albeit on a larger scale. Ye Suifeng knocked on the door. The head of the Ye family is welcome. But I am unable to receive guests, a faint voice responded. I have come today to invite you to serve as a guest elder of the Ye family. Ye Suifeng replied. My price is beyond your means. Be gone, came the cold retort from within. What do you desire? We can negotiate, Ye Suifeng suggested. Leave. However, his courtesy was met with a brusque rejection. Sighing, Ye Suifeng did not wish to resort to force, but the arrogance of these individuals was simply intolerable. He pushed the door open and stepped inside. Suddenly, the scene before him transformed. Beyond the door lay a desolate expanse, thick with malevolent energy. Sinister apparitions emerged from the blood-soaked soil, roaring as they charged towards Ye Suifeng. This place resembled a hellish realm, utterly terrifying. An array? Ye Suifeng discerned it easily. It was a killing formation. Even a golden core cultivator would find little fortune if they carelessly entered. Had it been the former Ye Suifeng, he would have suffered permanent injuries in mere moments. A flicker of anger ignited within Ye Suifeng. Since you treat me thus, do not blame me. He stepped forward, unleashing an enigmatic aura that caused the blood-red world to tremble violently. In an instant, the ground cracked open, and the sky, resembling fragile glass, developed fine fissures. Subsequently, it shattered completely. As the world shifted, Ye Suifeng found himself back inside the dwelling. Before him lay a broad passageway extending into the ruins. At the end of the passage, a middle-aged man lay on the ground, his face etched with disbelief, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Ye Suifeng approached Dong Tianji. "You, how could this be possible?" Dong Tianji exclaimed, panic evident in his demeanor. For Ye Suifeng's might left him devoid of any inclination to resist. "I prefer to discuss matters rationally." Ye Suifeng casually pulled up a chair and sat before Dong Tianji. "Can we now have a proper discussion regarding your remuneration?" If it were not absolutely necessary, he truly did not wish to exploit the weak. "It is far more pleasant when we all coexist harmoniously, rather than putting on airs in front of me." At this moment, Dong Tianji's mind was a tumult of confusion. How could Ye Suifeng be so formidable? Did the Li family not proclaim him to be a good-for-nothing? He felt an urge to curse. Have you ever encountered a so-called waste who could shatter his own hellish formation with a single kick, subsequently breaching multiple defensive arrays and injuring himself? Damn the Li family for spreading such falsehoods. Senior, I must apologize for my earlier rudeness, and I hope. Dong's words were abruptly interrupted by Ye Suifeng, who had no desire to engage in pleasantries with someone of such caliber. As I mentioned, I am here to invite you to serve as a guest elder of the Ye family. Let us discuss your remuneration. Dong Tianji's lips twitched, and he stood in stunned silence for a while before tentatively replying, "Senior, my teaching methods are quite resource-intensive, consuming a significant amount of array materials, which can be rather costly. Therefore, I require at least 500,000 spirit stones each month." Without hesitation, Ye Suifeng tossed him a storage bag. "You need not worry about the materials, the family will provide everything. The 500,000 spirit stones represent 3 years of compensation. I expect you to dedicate yourself wholeheartedly to instructing the scions of the Ye family. Pack your belongings and report to the Ye family today, seek out Ye Suifeng." After speaking, Ye Suifeng threw down a note and turned to leave. He had no fear of Dong Tianji absconding. In Yusio City, no one could slip away from under his watchful gaze, not even a master of formations. Once Ye Suifeng departed, Dong Tianji remained in a daze for quite some time, gradually regaining his senses. His recent experience felt as surreal as a dream. Alas, 500,000 spirit stones a month, without the burden of supplying materials, surpassed even the remuneration offered by large families. Moreover, the strength of the Ye family head was utterly terrifying. Serving under such a figure would not tarnish his own reputation. He began to organize his belongings. Meanwhile, Ye Suifeng had arrived at his final destination. After disembarking from the carriage, he exhaled a sigh. These so-called masters were exceedingly arrogant. Without imparting a lesson, even if they were recruited, one could not guarantee their diligence. He pondered whether Hu Chuan would be similarly inclined. Ye Suifeng stepped inside a blacksmith's shop. Numerous young men, bare-chested, hammered away at the fiery coals, fervently forging iron, filling the air with the scent of charcoal and sweat. Ye Suifeng found it puzzling that this weapon craftsman appeared to resemble a blacksmith. "Greetings, how may I assist you?" A young man clad in attire approached him. "Oh, I am the head of the Ye family, seeking Hu Chuan," Ye Suifeng replied. The young man clasped his hands together. Please wait a moment, I will inform the master. Ye Suifeng nodded, relieved to encounter someone relatively reasonable. After a brief interval, the young man returned. Head of the Ye family, the master is in the back. This way. Please. Very well. Subsequently, Ye Suifeng followed the young man to the rear courtyard of the blacksmith's shop. Within the yard stood 3 colossal iron furnaces. And several older youths diligently added materials to them. Behind them stood a modestly dressed middle-aged man, hands clasped behind his back, occasionally offering guidance. Indeed. This felt like a place dedicated to the art of forging. Master, the head of the Ye family has arrived, the young man remarked to the elegantly attired figure. It appeared he was Hu Chuang. Hu Chuang bowed slightly to Ye Suifeng, saying, "This way, please." Subsequently, the two men made their way to the sitting room, where a servant had prepared a cup of fragrant tea for them. "So, you are Hu Chuang?" Ye Suifeng inquired. He appeared quite unassuming. Slender to the point of being frail, which made it hard to believe he was the only 6th-tier master of forging in Yunshao City. "Indeed, that is I." Hu Chuang replied, his voice possessing a refined quality. "You must be Ye Suifeng, the newly appointed head of the Ye family. What brings you here today?" Ye Suifeng nodded, stating, "I wish to invite you to serve as a guest elder for the Ye family, to impart your knowledge of forging to the younger generation. I wonder how you feel about this proposition." Being a reasonable man, Ye Suifeng naturally approached the matter with courtesy. However, upon hearing Ye Suifeng's words, Hu Chuang could not help but smile wryly. "Your kind intentions are appreciated, yet I find it difficult to part with these unruly youngsters." The rejection was anticipated. Ye Suifeng inquired, "What do you mean by that?" Hu Chuang gestured toward a group of young apprentices outside. "You must have seen them upon your arrival. My forge is bustling with a multitude of apprentices, and their sustenance relies entirely on me. If I were to leave, they would all be left to fend for themselves." "Ha ha." Ye Suifeng, puzzled, asked, "Why is that the case? Is their tuition insufficient to cover expenses?" In this world, pursuing education was a costly affair. Particularly for someone like Hu Chuang, a 6th-tier master, becoming his disciple was impossible without considerable financial means. Hu Chuang took a sip of tea and replied with a smile. "These youngsters were all impoverished children I took in during my travels. They possess determination and talent but lack opportunities to showcase their abilities on a grand stage. Hence, I provided them with this chance." Ye Suifeng understood, realizing why Hu Chuang felt so attached to them. Forging was indeed an expensive endeavor, and without Hu Chuang's guidance, these young talents would likely revert to a life of mediocrity despite their potential. Ye Suifeng clasped his hands together, expressing, "Your virtues command my deepest respect." Hu Chuang waved his hand dismissively, saying, "It is of no consequence. Therefore, I must decline your offer to serve as your guest elder," he added with a chuckle. Ye Suifeng, shaking his head with a smile, countered, "No, if that is the case, I believe you ought to accompany me instead." Hu Chuang was taken aback. "Why do you say that?" Ye Suifeng explained, "I must ask you, with such a large number of young apprentices to support, what are your monthly expenditures?" Well, Hu Chuang had not anticipated that Ye Suifeng would persist. After a moment of thought, he replied, "If we account for all the materials consumed in forging, this entire group requires at least 200,000 spirit stones each month." Indeed, forging was a profession that demanded substantial financial investment. Ye Suifeng extended his 5 fingers. "Should you become a guest elder of the Ye family, I can provide you with 5 million spirit stones monthly. Furthermore, if you desire, the entire blacksmith shop can be transferred to the Ye family, along with all the apprentices. Rest assured, the apprentices will remain under your guidance. And I shall grant you complete autonomy. All you need to do is occasionally mentor the young scions of the Ye family. Additionally, the Ye family will supply all necessary materials for refining. Simply inform me of your requirements." Ye Suifeng laid out his terms. Hu Chuang was utterly astonished, momentarily questioning whether he had misheard. 5 million spirit stones each month, along with the provision of all refining materials. Was this man intent on exhausting his resources? Even the prominent families of the southern region could scarcely endure such expenditure. Moreover, the most astonishing aspect was that he had been granted total autonomy. Such generosity was beyond words to describe. Why are you doing this? With such financial capability, you could easily employ a more proficient refiner, couldn't you? Hu Chuang inquired, his mind in turmoil. Ye Suifeng chuckled, there are many refiners, but one of your caliber is truly rare. I admire your vision and shall support your endeavors. Hu Chuang fell silent. Upon his arrival in Yunshao City, the three major families had approached him, seeking to invite him as a guest elder. However, when they learned of his commitment to care for numerous impoverished apprentices, they all retreated, for family interests always took precedence. Yet Ye Suifeng was the first to express his support and offered such extraordinary compensation. Do you truly mean this? Hu Chuang asked. Ye Suifeng nodded, affirming his words. Very well, Hu Chuang replied, then I shall relocate the blacksmith shop to the Ye family. However, rest assured, I will cover all expenses for those unruly youngsters. Moreover, 5 million is excessive, I only require enough for daily sustenance, 50,000 will suffice. Not a penny more. Ye Suifeng responded, you must also cultivate. And I hope you will take in more talented, impoverished youths. That is still far too much. How about 499,000? Hu Chuang proposed. Agreed. Ye Suifeng said. He then rose to his feet, stating, money, when spent wisely, can yield immense value. Please make the necessary arrangements. It would be preferable to head to the Ye family today. I shall inform the family's steward. With that, Ye Suifeng produced a piece of stationery, bowed, and took his leave. Left alone, Hu Chuang was engulfed by tumultuous emotions, unable to find tranquility. Chapter 5 Ye Suifeng. In the abundance of spirit stones. With a plethora of spirit stones at his disposal, Ye Suifeng sat in his study, gazing blankly at a storage pouch brimming with these precious gems. His elder brother had generously gifted him 1 million high-grade spirit stones, and subsequently, the treasurer Suiyun allocated 5,000 to him, equivalent to 50 million low-grade spirit stones, designated for this month's cultivation expenses. My heavens! Previously, he had only 1 million, now the amount had surged 50-fold, leaving him momentarily at a loss for how to allocate such wealth. First and foremost, there were the monthly allowances and cultivation resources for the clan's younger generation. As per his brother's instructions, he decided to double the spirit stone allocation, as well as the quantities of qi cultivation pills and blood-nourishing pills. Yet, even that would not deplete the funds. Perhaps he should procure mid-grade qi cultivation pills and mid-grade blood-nourishing pills instead. How fortunate these young rascals are! Additionally, there were other resources required for cultivation. His brother had mentioned that they would be supplied in unlimited quantities. Let me see. For alchemical materials. The supply of low-grade spiritual herbs had always been insufficient, thus, he would increase the purchase tenfold. The same should apply to materials for weapon forging, array formation, and talisman crafting. Our provisions ought to be enhanced as well, incorporating higher-grade ingredients to assist everyone in their cultivation progress. After extensive calculations, Ye Suifeng realized he had expended a total of 20 million spirit stones. Yet, there remained 30 million. What to do now? For the first time, he found himself troubled by having too much money to spend. Then it struck him, he would acquire higher-grade cultivation resources. With determination, he took up his brush once more, letting it dance across the paper. He jotted down items such as cleansing marrow pills, body refining liquids, yellow-grade martial techniques, and yellow-grade spiritual artifacts, along with qi-nourishing pills. After an extended period of writing, his mind felt overwhelmed, but he successfully spent the remaining 30 million spirit stones. Exhausted, Ye Suifeng slumped into his chair and let out a long sigh. At last, he had completed the expenditure plan for the month. As he gazed at the lengthy list of purchases, a sense of bewilderment washed over him. With such financial backing, how could the Ye family not thrive? What of the Li family and the Tang family? They would eventually be eclipsed by the Ye family. While he pondered this, a sudden knock echoed at the door of the study. Come in. A middle-aged man dressed in a butler's attire entered. Butler Wu, is there something you need? Ye Suifeng inquired. Third master, there is someone who wishes to see you, Butler Wu replied. Ye Suifeng, being the third eldest among his direct siblings, was affectionately referred to as third master within the clan. "Who is it?" he asked. Butler Wu paused for a moment before saying, "He claims to be Zhang Ziming, sent by the family head to take on the role of the family's alchemical instructor." "Who?" Ye Suifeng nearly toppled from his chair. At the entrance of the Ye family, Zhang Ziming, accompanied by 2 disciples, lingered. After receiving the funds, he had not dared to delay, swiftly packing his belongings. Leaving Danfeng Pavilion in the hands of his eldest disciple, and arriving at the Ye family with his 2 favored disciples to report for duty, he moved quickly, fearful of inciting Ye Suifeng's displeasure. "Zhang Ziming?" Suddenly, a familiar voice called out from behind. Zhang Ziming turned to see none other than Dong Tianji, a 6th-grade array master from Yunshao City. The 2 individuals belonged to the same social echelon, thus they were well acquainted with one another. "What brings you here?" they both inquired almost simultaneously. Zhang Ziming's eyes darted around as he chuckled. "I was invited by the head of the Yi family to be a guest, and you?" Dong Tianji snorted, retorting, "Don't feign ignorance. You are also here to serve as a guest scholar for the Yi family, aren't you?" Their mutual understanding allowed them to discern each other's circumstances immediately. "It seems, my brother, that you may have offended Elder Yi," Zhang Ziming remarked with a sly grin, noticing the flush of anger on Dong Tianji's face, indicative of a recent internal injury. Given his familiarity with Dong Tianji's temperament, it was evident that he had spoken disrespectfully in front of Ye Suifeng and had thus faced consequences. With this thought, Zhang Ziming privately felt fortunate that Ye Suifeng had spared him. Dong Tianji, his expression dark, coldly huffed, "That was merely Elder Yi assessing my prowess in formations. He even offered me a few pointers, something you cannot covet." He was not one to lose verbal ground to Zhang Ziming. The 2, each harboring their thoughts, stood in a subtle standoff. At that moment, Ye Suifeng stepped out from within. "Master Zhang, my apologies for not welcoming you properly." Ye Suifeng clasped his fists in greeting. And upon seeing Dong Tianji beside him, he momentarily froze before quickly exclaiming, "Master Dong, I didn't expect to see you here as well." Feeling somewhat weak-kneed at the sight of the 2 esteemed masters arriving together, he pondered if they had both been summoned by his elder brother. "Elder brother, you are truly remarkable." Zhang Ziming, wearing a smile, responded, "No need for concern, I am merely following the head of the Yi family's orders." "Indeed," Dong Tianji added. "The head of the Yi family is highly esteemed. To be invited as a guest scholar is a blessing that I, Dong, have earned through many lifetimes." Ye Suifeng observed the usually haughty masters and found himself momentarily at a loss. "What has come over you both, suddenly so courteous?" Though confused, he still warmly invited them back inside. Seated in the parlor, Zhang Ziming and Dong Tianji each produced a letter and handed it to Ye Suifeng. These were tokens left by Ye Suifeng, and both had the sense not to open them. Ye Suifeng extended his consciousness to read the contents. "Suifeng, I have brought an instructor, the remuneration has been settled, and the employment term is 3 years, please make the necessary arrangements. They are merely a bunch of hired hands, so no need for formality." Ye Suifeng was taken aback, glancing at the 2 formidable masters, wondering how the term hired hands could possibly apply to them. He was puzzled as to why his elder brother chose such a description. "Masters, I will promptly arrange accommodations for you, as well as provide you with information about the family's young disciples and the teaching schedule, which will be delivered to you shortly." Naturally, Ye Suifeng did not genuinely regard them as mere hired hands and spoke politely. "Well said," Zhang Ziming replied with a smile. "The descendants of the Yi family are clearly of noble caliber. Rest assured, I shall impart my knowledge generously. Indeed, I possess my own unique insights regarding instruction, which will undoubtedly surpass those of certain individuals." Dong Tianji also chimed in. "What do you mean by that?" "Just wait and see." Observing the sudden altercation between the 2 masters, Ye Suifeng scratched his head in bewilderment. How had the world become so incomprehensible all at once? After considerable effort, Ye Suifeng finally managed to arrange accommodations for the 2 masters. The alchemist and the formation master were settled, but he wondered if his elder brother had made arrangements for the craftsman. As he pondered this, Steward Wu hurried over. "Third master, a large group has arrived outside, claiming to come to the family as per the patriarch's agreement." "Who are they?" Hu Chuang. Before Ye Suifeng could even warm his seat, he sprang up once more. Another 6th grade master. Moreover, Hu Chuang's reputation in Yunshao City far surpassed that of the previous two. He rushed to the entrance, only to be taken aback. Indeed. There was a throng of people, at least 100. Have you brought the entire blacksmith shop with you? Greetings, Third Master Yi. Hu Chuang cupped his hands in greeting. You flatter me. Ye Suifeng promptly returned the gesture and invited everyone inside. In the living room, Hu Chuang produced a letter. Suifeng. This is the master craftsman I have invited. The remuneration for 3 years has already been settled. Please provide them with a dedicated space to serve as their new blacksmith shop, ensuring that no one interferes with its normal operations. Remember, Hu Chuang's requests must be met promptly. This letter was markedly different from the previous two. It was evident that his elder brother held this 6th grade craftsman in high esteem. Master Hu, I will arrange your residence shortly and present you with the teaching plan. If you have any additional requests, please feel free to voice them. Ye Suifeng said respectfully. Hu Chuang chuckled, Third Master Yi, you are too courteous. I have no other requests, just put that group of rascals together. I appreciate your assistance. Ye Suifeng quickly replied, not at all, it is my duty. Then please follow me. Before long, Hu Chuang and his apprentices were appropriately settled, with resources and facilities for cultivation being prepared with great urgency. The void left by the departure of the 3 masters from the Yi family had been completely filled. Chapter 6. I want it all. Upon exiting Hu Chuang's blacksmith shop, Ye Suifeng did not rush home. He sauntered through the bustling streets of Yunshao City, savoring the local customs and culture. Naturally, indulging in the local cuisine was a must. From tofu dragonfish to green bamboo phoenix fluff and the northern banquet. He relished every morsel, dining wherever he wandered, whether at street stalls or the city's finest tavern. His remarkable appetite left even the carriage drivers wide-eyed in astonishment. After some time, Ye Suifeng arrived at a towering establishment known as Wanbao Pavilion. As its name suggests, it was a venue for the sale of various treasures. Rumor had it that this was an immensely powerful force with branches scattered across the continent, boasting extraordinary strength and an impressive scale. He sought to acquire some cultivation techniques to better understand the realm's training system. Although Ye Suifeng had attained the pinnacle of the tribulation stage and possessed an astonishing spiritual power, he lacked a systematic comprehension of specific techniques. However, this was not a significant concern, for with his immeasurable divine sense, he could swiftly grasp the operational principles of any technique. After a moment's contemplation, Ye Suifeng stepped into Wanbao Pavilion. He wandered through the first floor, discovering a plethora of items, cultivation techniques, spiritual artifacts, elixirs, talismans, spirit herbs, and cultivation materials. All available in abundance. Yet, the majority were of the yellow grade or below, with the 4 levels of heaven, earth, Xian, and Huang. The yellow grade was the most inferior, and Ye Suifeng naturally looked down upon them. Approaching the counter, he located the first-floor supervisor and opened a storage pouch before him. Inform your pavilion master that a significant business opportunity has arrived, Ye Suifeng stated succinctly. The supervisor's eyes widened at the sight of the overflowing spirit stones. Goodness! There must be over 1 million top-grade spirit stones here. This truly is a significant business opportunity. Without delay, he ushered Ye Suifeng to an inner private room, offering fine water and exquisite tea, before hastily seeking out the pavilion master. After a short while, a stunning woman entered. She appeared youthful and voluptuous, her every smile and frown enchanting those who beheld her. It is my oversight not to have welcomed the esteemed head of the Yi family upon your arrival. I hope you will not take offense, she said, her melodious voice evoking a sense of warmth. Are you the master of Wanbao Pavilion? Ye Suifeng inquired. The woman seated herself opposite him and smiled. Indeed, I am the person in charge of Wanbao Pavilion in Yunshao City. You may call me Gu Wanxin. Master Gu. Ye Suifeng returned the gesture with a respectful bow. I have come today to procure some treasures and trust that Wanbao Pavilion's strength will not disappoint me. Without further ado, he delved directly into the matter at hand. The head of the Yi family is truly forthright, Gu Wanxin remarked, a blush gracing her cheeks as she retrieved a jade slip from her bosom and placed it upon the table. You would not be interested in yellow-grade treasures, would you? Here is a list of our Shen-grade treasures, please peruse it to see if anything catches your eye. Shen-grade treasures, even the least valuable spirit herb, were worth no less than 10,000 spirit stones. Gu Wanxin evidently regarded Ye Suifeng as a wealthy patron. However, she was correct, the individual before her was indeed affluent. Ye Suifeng picked up the jade slip and extended a sliver of his consciousness, instantly revealing a plethora of treasures and their descriptions before his eyes. It was akin to the first floor of the 10,000 treasures pavilion, encompassing a myriad of items of various kinds, truly worthy of its name. Ye Suifeng focused on browsing through the techniques, martial arts, and cultivation manuals available. Sword techniques, fist techniques, staff techniques, body techniques, spell techniques, body refining techniques, alchemy, artifact crafting. Array formations, aside from certain specialized disciplines, everything he needed was present, perfectly suited for his understanding of this world. However, after a thorough perusal, Ye Suifeng discovered that only techniques of medium grade within the profound level were available. Are there no higher grade options? Ye Suifeng inquired. Gu Wanxin was taken aback. Medium grade profound techniques were already considered high-end goods in Yunshao City, and he was still unsatisfied? Head of the Ye family, techniques above medium grade profound are rare treasures. I do not mean to offend, their value is exceedingly high. Money is not an issue, Ye Suifeng waved his hand dismissively. If there are any high-grade items, present them. Gu Wanxin's expression turned peculiar. Was it not said that the Ye family was struggling? How could this new patriarch be so extravagant? Nevertheless, since business had come knocking, she would not turn it away. She once again retrieved a glowing jade slip from her bosom and placed it before Ye Suifeng. This is our collection of high-grade profound treasures, please see if anything catches your interest, Gu Wanxin stated. Ye Suifeng nodded and extended his mental energy once more. This time, the list was noticeably sparse. After all, high-grade profound items were not commonplace. Ye Suifeng quickly scanned through it, and indeed, the items were extraordinary. Including a top-grade profound spiritual sword, strikingly beautiful and immensely powerful, quite suitable for his daughter, Yi Huang. Right, I should inquire what my daughter likes when I return. Due to my past obstinacy, this child has endured much hardship. Are there any even higher grade items? Ye Suifeng set down the jade slip. Higher grade still? Gu Wanxin was flustered. What was with this Ye Suifeng, whose appetite seemed insatiable? Was even a top-grade profound treasure insufficient? Beyond that lay earth-grade treasures, the crown jewels of the 10,000 treasures pavilion in Yunshao City. Did he truly possess such financial capability? Gu Wanxin could not help but doubt whether this head of the Ye family was merely jesting. Yet, observing his composed demeanor, he did not seem like the type to indulge in trivialities. Gu Wanxin silently shook her head. No one dared to offend the 10,000 treasures pavilion lightly. So showing him the goods was not a problem. Subsequently, Gu Wanxin produced a golden jade slip and handed it to Ye Suifeng. Head of the Ye family. This is indeed our treasured collection. Should you remain unsatisfied, I am at a loss. Gu Wanxin stated deliberately. Oh, very well. Is it true that only earth-grade treasures exist? Ye Suifeng's expression bore a hint of disappointment. Meanwhile, Gu Wanxin found herself even more bewildered. Her skill in reading others was evident as she clearly perceived Ye Suifeng's disappointment. Are you not even satisfied with the earth-level items? My goodness, what kind of wealthy individual have I encountered? At that moment, Ye Suifeng had already delved into the contents. The treasures of the collection hall were naturally not abundant. There were only 5 items in total, 2 manuals, 2 spiritual artifacts, and a blue stone. Kanglan Gong, earth-level inferior technique. Shushin Jiujian, earth-level medium martial skill. A jade talisman of inferior earth-level grade, capable of generating a robust defensive shield. A medium earth-level alchemy furnace, which could autonomously produce alchemical flames, allowing the alchemist to work more persistently. The most esteemed item was, surprisingly, that stone. Calming stone, an earth-level superior treasure, capable of soothing the soul, enhancing cultivation efficiency, and assisting in the comprehension of techniques. Ye Suifeng nodded inwardly. These were indeed remarkable items. Is there nothing of a higher grade? Ye Suifeng inquired. Gu Wanxin, blushing with embarrassment, replied, There truly are none, our branch is relatively small. So these 5 items are the treasures of the collection hall. Very well, Ye Suifeng said, no longer pressing the issue. Now, let us discuss the prices. Gu Wanxin's eyes lit up. Finally, they were discussing pricing. It appeared that this head of the Ye family was not the type to cause trouble. Which item catches your interest? Gu Wanxin asked. Ye Suifeng waved his hand. Please, go ahead and list them all. As you wish. Gu Wanxin pondered for a moment before stating, you see, items of Earth-level quality, even in Su City, are scarce. Kanglin Gong is priced at 2 billion spirit stones. Shirshan Jiujian, 100 billion. The Hongfu Jade Pendant, 10 billion. The Chenghua Alchemy Furnace, 50 billion. As for the Calming Stone, it demands 500 billion spirit stones. Such an exorbitant price. In the past, the expenditures of the Ye family, including the daily needs of its members, cultivation resources, investments in businesses, and maintenance of resource lands, amounted to around 10 billion spirit stones annually. Their income was roughly equivalent. They could not even afford the cheapest Hongfu Jade Pendant. In the entire Yunshao city, perhaps only the most powerful Tang family could purchase a treasure from the Wanbao Pavilion. However, if the Tang family were to truly buy one, their clan members would likely have to tighten their belts for several years. Which one would you like to purchase? Gu Wanxin's face brimmed with anticipation. These 5 treasures had been displayed since she arrived, yet they had attracted no interest. If she could sell even one, the commission would be a substantial income. More importantly, it would earn her significant prestige in the Su City main hall. Ye Suifeng stroked his chin. Bring them all to me, I shall take them all. Gu Wanxin was taken aback. She doubted her own ears. In her estimation, Ye Suifeng would most likely purchase the Kanglin Gong, as it was relatively affordable and immensely beneficial for the family. She never anticipated that he would desire them all. Is this, truly? Gu Wanxin had to confirm once more. Ye Suifeng smiled and said, of course it is true. However, you must provide me with several larger storage bags, otherwise I will not be able to accommodate so many spirit stones. This time, Ye Suifeng intended to spend some of the inferior spirit stones. After all, hoarding them was hardly practical and quite unsightly. Gu Wanxin, feeling somewhat dazed, realized that they had reached this point and no longer doubted that Ye Suifeng was jesting. Moments later, Gu Wanxin brought forth a stack of storage bags and presented Ye Suifeng with a beautiful ring. The 5 treasured artifacts are contained within this storage ring. Rest assured, this ring is a gift for you, and from now on, you shall be our most esteemed guest at the Wanbao Pavilion in Yunshao City. Gu Wanxin spoke with great reverence, for to her, Ye Suifeng was not merely a deity of wealth, but also the guiding bodhisattva to her ascent to greater heights. She envisioned the expressions of those back at the main pavilion upon learning of her successful sale of such a significant quantity of items, and felt a surge of exhilaration in her heart. Very well, Ye Suifeng replied, accepting the ring and inspecting its contents, confirming the presence of the 5 artifacts without any issue. He then took the storage bags and began to fill them with spirit stones. The storage bags provided by Gu Wanxin were quite capacious, each capable of holding 5 billion spirit stones. Once filled, Ye Suifeng frowned slightly. Still insufficient. Ha! Gu Wanxin responded, her face a canvas of confusion. Have you miscalculated? There are a total of 14 storage bags, which can hold 700 billion spirit stones. And those items only amount to 680 billion. A warm smile adorned Ye Suifeng's face. No, you are mistaken. When I said I wanted everything, I did not refer solely to the treasured artifacts. I also require the 2 jade slips detailing the profound level treasures. Gu Wanxin's eyes widened in shock. Ah, this. Chapter 7, The Thoughts of Yi Huang in the bustling city of Yunshao. No one was aware that the Wanbao Pavilion had suddenly fallen into dire straits, left with nothing but its wealth. All treasures of the Xian grade and above were swiftly acquired, reduced to 10 storage rings, which adorned Ye Suifeng's fingers. As he departed, Gu Wanxin, filled with concern, insisted on dispatching all 8 golden core cultivators from Wanbao Pavilion to safeguard his return to the family. Ye Suifeng graciously declined. No one could seize anything from his grasp. He meandered leisurely, even indulging in 2 delightful meals before returning to his family at a languid pace. Just as twilight was descending, first, he made a stop at Suiyun's place, depositing 9 storage rings with the instruction to allocate them wisely, leaving him alone in the study. the wind tousling his thoughts. Subsequently, Ye Suifeng returned to his courtyard. Just as he was about to enter, he heard a series of resounding thuds. Upon stepping inside, he discovered his daughter, Ye Huang, diligently practicing her punches. Her hands were wrapped in layers of cloth, and before her lay a black strength-testing stone. This stone possessed remarkable resilience, capable of recovering swiftly even after being struck, making it an excellent choice for training. Ye Huang struck the stone with unwavering focus. Each punch delivered with fervor. Sweat dampened her bangs, twisting them into strands that clung to her face. Truly, she was a diligent and ambitious young lady, filling Ye Suifeng with pride. He recalled how this daughter had always been exceptionally sensible, never causing him worry and even sharing in his burdens. Indeed, children of impoverished families often mature early. Xiao Huang, Ye Suifeng called gently. "Father, you're back." Ye Huang exclaimed, her fists never ceasing their rhythmic assault. "Have you had dinner?" Ye Suifeng inquired. "I've already eaten." "Just a moment, I need to complete 200 more punches to reach 1,000. "It's my post-dinner training regimen," she replied, shaking her head. What a stubborn girl she was. Ye Suifeng did not press the matter, instead standing by to watch his daughter fulfill her goal. Each punch she delivered was infused with her entire strength, striking the stone before her, evidently striving to surpass her own limits. Yet, in Ye Suifeng's eyes, her methods lacked finesse. With a slight adjustment, she could achieve far superior results. He resolved to offer her guidance in due time. Once she completed her 1,000 punches, Ye Huang let out a long breath and smiled at Ye Suifeng. "Come inside." The two entered the room. After settling down, Ye Suifeng intended to discuss Ye Huang's training but suddenly realized he was unaware of her current cultivation level. What a derelict father he had been. "Xiao Huang, to what stage have you progressed in your cultivation?" Ye Suifeng asked. "Ah?" Ye Huang's expression reflected astonishment. Throughout the years, her father had never inquired about her cultivation level, so this was quite unexpected. Just a few days ago, I broke through to the 7th layer of qi refinement," she admitted, a hint of shyness in her voice. "The practice of qi consists of 12 levels." Ye Huang, at the tender age of 14, has reached the 7th level, a mere passing mark in a place like Yunshao City. However, within the Ye family, this is hardly remarkable. If memory serves, several of her peers in the Ye family, of the same age, have exceptional talents and have already transcended the qi refining stage, reaching the realm of qi transformation. In comparison, Ye Huang's abilities appear pitifully inadequate, especially as she is the daughter of the family head. The pressure she faces daily must be immense. "Do not be disheartened, from today onward, I shall personally guide your cultivation, and you will soon catch up," Ye Suifeng assured her. "Thank you, father." Ye Huang beamed with joy. She held little expectation regarding the guidance. But what mattered most was that her father had finally taken an interest in her. This realization filled her with genuine happiness. "Well, today I have brought you some gifts. Now, tell me, what do you like, or what is your greatest wish?" Ye Suifeng inquired. He had brought back a plethora of items, and it was prudent to first hear her thoughts before presenting them all at once. Ye Huang pondered for a moment. "My wish is to diligently cultivate and become a powerful warrior, so that one day I can." As she spoke, she lowered her gaze. The desire to alleviate her father's burdens had long resided in her heart, a sentiment not easily articulated. "So that you can?" Ye Suifeng probed further. "So that I can participate in the upcoming Battle of Yunshao City," Ye Huang fabricated a small lie. "The Battle of Yunshao City?" Ye Suifeng paused, then recalled the event. In Yunshao City, the three prominent families inevitably clashed in various matters. To prevent large-scale bloodshed, they proposed the Battle of Yunshao City. This contest is held every 2 years, with each family sending 5 young members under the age of 18 to compete. The victors would gain the shops or resource lands of the defeated. The Ye family had suffered losses in recent contests, depleting much of their family assets, leading to financial strain. The next battle was scheduled for 6 months hence. He was surprised to learn that his daughter harbored such aspirations to bring glory to the family. Truly, she was a good child. Ye Suifeng nodded. Cultivation is an essential path, and even if she did not mention it, He would ensure she progressed further in her training. Besides cultivation, do you have any other interests? Ye Huang contemplated before replying, outside of cultivation, I enjoy alchemy. Why do you favor alchemy? Ye Suifeng inquired with curiosity. Because if one masters the art of alchemy, it can be the most lucrative pursuit. Ye Huang chuckled, scratching her head. Ye Suifeng suddenly understood, his daughter was indeed concerned about financial matters. Before he became the family head, while he enjoyed the family's allowances, they were meager due to his lack of contributions, merely sufficient to maintain a modest lifestyle. It was no wonder his daughter was so preoccupied with money. Very well. Father supports you, Ye Suifeng declared. It is indeed a rare and precious thing for the youth to harbor dreams, and naturally, he will provide unwavering support. Subsequently, Ye Suifeng retrieved the earthly-grade alchemy furnace he had purchased today from his storage ring. This newly acquired furnace surpasses yours, you may take it, Ye Suifeng remarked. His daughter's alchemy furnace was of inferior yellow grade, possessing little significance. Father, you are truly wonderful, Ye Huang exclaimed joyfully as she accepted the furnace. Unbeknownst to her, this item was the prized possession of the Wanbao Pavilion. Nonetheless, she was elated, for it was a gift from her father. By the way, our family has recently engaged a new instructor for alchemy, but you need not attend classes. From today onward, I shall personally guide you in the art of alchemy, Ye Suifeng stated. Oh, very well, Ye Huang replied, blinking her eyes in surprise. When had her father ever practiced alchemy? After a moment's contemplation, Ye Suifeng inquired. By the way, do you have an affinity for swords? Yes, I quite like them, however, our family excels in martial arts, so I chose to practice boxing, Ye Huang responded. Now you shall have swordsmanship, Ye Suifeng said, producing a supreme-grade sword from his storage ring and handing it to Ye Huang. Since you have an interest, let us begin your sword practice. The elegant blade emanated a faint violet glow, instantly filling Ye Huang's eyes with wonder. It is simply exquisite. I wonder what its grade is. I shall provide you with the techniques tomorrow, and, here is something else, Ye Suifeng continued, retrieving a calming stone. This superior-grade calming stone greatly aids in cultivation and is coveted by all practitioners. Ye Huang, momentarily stunned, accepted the stone, still unaware of its true significance. All right. You should return to your room and rest. Cultivation requires a balance of work and leisure, it is not merely a matter of relentless practice, Ye Suifeng advised. Ye Huang nodded, her heart brimming with excitement as she rose to leave. Ye Suifeng sighed, knowing that his daughter would likely cultivate late into the night. It was no great concern, after all, the youth should strive diligently. After completing his evening routine, Ye Suifeng lay down and examined the 2 earthly-grade cultivation manuals he had purchased that day. Each of these manuals would cause a stir in the city of Yunxiao if revealed, for their quality was exceedingly high. Yet, Ye Suifeng was not satisfied. He aimed to refine them further. There are evident flaws here, the flow of spiritual energy should be directed thus. The pathways are also incorrect. Perhaps substituting them with 2 superior ones would be better. Years of cultivation had fortified Ye Suifeng's spirit to an immeasurable degree, allowing him to perceive the essence of things. Such earthly-grade techniques were trivial for him to identify their shortcomings and enhance them. Naturally, he could not afford to be careless regarding his daughter's cultivation. It was until the early hours of the morning that Ye Suifeng completed the revisions on both manuals. Now, Kanglin technique had been elevated from an inferior earthly grade to a supreme earthly grade technique. Meanwhile, God-slaying 9 swords had ascended to a mid-tier heavenly grade, once mastered. It would enable the wielder to vanquish true deities. Never mind, let's proceed with this for now. Let us temporarily make do with these 2 books for the little phoenix. On another day, I shall explore some celestial arts or Taoist techniques for her to learn. Chapter 8. The family's tremor. Today marks the day for the members of the Ye family to receive their customary allowances. Young men and women, in pairs or solitary, make their way to the family's service hall. A dignified youth clad in white, bearing a golden spear upon his back, strides along the path. Long Ge. Wait for me. Suddenly, a bright, cheerful voice calls from behind, prompting the young man to turn around. Approaching him are 2 youths, a boy and a girl. Of similar height, dressed in azure garments. Yi Qian, Ye Long greets them. The girl, beaming with delight, sidles up to Ye Long and inquires. When did you emerge from your retreat? 3 days ago, Ye Long replies with a nod, and together they continue their journey. How fruitful was your time in seclusion? Yi Qian asks. Fairly well, Ye Long responds. I have successfully advanced to the 3rd level of Qi transformation. And I have also achieved a minor mastery of the Dragon Hunter Spear technique. Yi Qian's eyes instantly sparkle with admiration. Brother, you are truly remarkable. We must teach those detestable fellows from the Li family a lesson in the upcoming battle at Yunshao City in 6 months. She exclaims, shaking her little fists in indignation. Ye Long bites his lip. Among the younger generation of the Yi family, his strength stands unrivaled. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, he is assured a spot in the impending contest. However, he harbors little confidence in overcoming the Li family. According to credible sources, the Li family's eldest son, Li Qi, has already ascended to the 5th level of Qi transformation, mastering the art of concealed weaponry to an extraordinary degree. Should they face each other now, defeat would be highly probable. Ye Long clenches his fists in frustration. Rest assured, I will strive diligently. I believe in you. Yi Qian encourages from the side. You too must also exert yourselves. The Yi family must not falter in our generation. Ye Long emphasizes earnestly. The other two nod in agreement. Long Ge. I received word from father a few days ago that our allowances are set to diminish again. Yi Qian suddenly speaks, breaking the silence. The 3 are all children of Ye Suifeng, with Ye Long being the eldest at 15 years of age. Yi Qian and Yi Qian, the twin siblings, are 14. Slightly younger than Yi Huang. As Ye Suifeng oversees the family resources, they are privy to certain information in advance. I am aware, Ye Long sighs softly. The family is currently facing difficulties, hence we must intensify our training and unite to help the family through this challenging period. Yi Qian pouts, replying, while that may be true, a reduction in allowances only makes our training more arduous. Furthermore, with uncle now the head of the family, I fear our future will not be bright. As she speaks, Ye Long abruptly halts. Slap! A resounding smack lands heavily on Yi Qian's cheek, swiftly leaving a crimson mark. Who gave you the audacity to speak ill of the family head behind his back? Ye Long's expression darkens as he glares at Yi Qian. Then turns his piercing gaze upon Yi Qian. Yi Qian trembled in fear and quickly said, Brother, we were wrong. My sister speaks her mind. Speak her mind? Sooner or later, trouble will arise from her words. Ye Long snorted coldly. Regardless of how our uncle is, he is now the head of our family. The supreme authority of the Yi clan. Speaking ill of him is a challenge to the entire family's authority. Have you forgotten the 3 iron rules of our clan? The 2 reprimanded individuals lowered their heads, too afraid to speak. In this household, parents hold the utmost authority, followed by the eldest brother. Brother, I was wrong. Yi Qian said weakly, covering her face. Ye Long cast a glance at her and then said to Yi Qian, in my absence, you must take good care of her and not let her act recklessly every day. Yi Qian quickly agreed. After receiving a stern lecture, the 2 spoke much less. Moments later, the 3 of them arrived at the steward hall. Young masters, here are your monthly allowances and cultivation resources, take them and cultivate diligently. The steward said with a smile. The young masters found it somewhat strange. Wasn't there a reduction in the allowances? Why did he seem so pleased? However, they didn't dwell on it, took their storage bags, and turned to leave. You all have classes today, right? Ye Long asked. Yes, Yi Qian replied. The previous 3 instructors have left. I heard the family head brought in 3 new ones yesterday. This alone shows the family head's capability, Ye Long remarked. So, cast aside those inappropriate thoughts, diligent cultivation is the right path. As they walked, they suddenly noticed Yi Qian standing still, motionless. What's wrong? Ye Long inquired. Yi Qian raised her head, her face filled with confusion and doubt. She held her storage bag with both hands, which was now open. I think my allowance was given incorrectly. Ye Long frowned slightly. Didn't we say that this month's allowance would be reduced? What's so strange about that? No. It's not that, Yi Qian opened her storage bag wide. My allowance hasn't diminished, in fact, it seems to have increased significantly. What? Yi Long and Yi Qian hurried over to examine their sister's storage bag, their eyes widening in disbelief. As direct descendants, they were supposed to receive 50 spirit stones, 10 bottles of Qi training pills, and 10 bottles of bone strengthening pills each month for their daily cultivation. Yet, the quantities in their sister's storage bag were evidently unusual. Upon careful counting, they found a total of 100 spirit stones, and both the Qi training pills and bone strengthening pills had doubled. Moreover, there were 2 additional items inside. One was a bottle of red elixir, labeled body refining pill. The other was a round porcelain pellet, marked as a bone cleansing pill. Both of these, especially the bone cleansing pill, were high-grade elixirs. How could they end up in their sister's possession? It must be a mistake, Yi Qian stated. Such an abundance of resources clearly does not seem intended for us. Let us check our own, Yi Long suddenly suggested. Then, both opened their storage bags and were instantly left in shock. They are identical. What is going on? Were they all given incorrectly? The 3 individuals exchanged glances, each perceiving the expressions of confusion reflected on the other's faces. After a brief moment of silence, Yi Long closed the storage bag and spoke in a deep tone. There must be a mistake, these items are certainly intended for someone else. We cannot accept them. The other 2 nodded in agreement. They were resolute in their integrity and would not accept anything that did not rightfully belong to them. Subsequently, the trio returned to the steward's hall to return the storage bag to the steward. Steward Liao, it seems this is not meant for us, Yi Long stated. Oh? It was sent incorrectly? Steward Liao took the storage bag, examined it attentively, and then handed it back to them. Gentlemen, you certainly have a sense of humor. Everything inside is indeed correct and meant for you, he said with a smile. The 3 were momentarily taken aback. But the quantity. Steward Liao waved his hand dismissively, chuckling. Did you not see the family insignia within? Ah. Yi Long responded, his face a canvas of perplexity. He then opened the storage bag and discovered an unusual item within. It was a small insignia, and upon opening it, a bold proclamation unfolded before them: resources are plentiful. Cultivate diligently. Chapter 9, Guidance in Cultivation. The Yi family was abuzz with excitement. No one had anticipated that this month's allowance would increase so dramatically. To their astonishment, the Qi cultivation pills provided were of medium grade, as were the bone strengthening pills. After consuming the pills, some individuals were immediately overwhelmed by the immense spiritual energy contained within. The cultivation efficiency of medium grade pills surpassed that of inferior grade ones by more than 5-fold. Incredibly, the newly appointed alchemy instructor was none other than Master Zhang Ziming, a 6th grade alchemist. Some students recognized him during the alchemy class, their disbelief palpable. How could the family have secured his services as a teacher? Furthermore, in the courses on weapon forging and formation techniques, others also recognized 2 6th grade masters, leaving them profoundly astonished. The family had truly invested heavily this time. Considering the clan leader's message, focus on cultivation, resources are plentiful. The Yi family had officially entered an unprecedented era of collective cultivation. Such news swiftly spread, reaching the ears of the other 2 major families. Doubling of resources? 6th grade masters? It seemed the Yi family had staked everything on the upcoming battle in Yunshao City in 6 months. The Li family scoffed at Ye Suifeng's actions, mocking him for what they perceived as reckless depletion of the family's foundation, a path toward self-destruction. How could the Yi family possess such wealth? Had they drawn from their ancestral reserves? It seemed implausible. Some speculated that Ye Suifeng, lacking substantial ability, had made such an absurd decision in a moment of folly. Yet, one question lingered: those 6th grade masters were not easily summoned back to the family. It was uncertain what exorbitant price the Yi family had paid. Regardless, the Tang family resolved not to be overshadowed by the other 2 families in the forthcoming battle in Yunshao City. Members of the Tang family expressed their confusion, uncertain of what Ye Suifeng's actions truly signified. The entire Yunshao City trembled in response to the Yi family's sudden and substantial investment in cultivation resources. Meanwhile, As the architect of this upheaval, Ye Suifeng sat beneath a willow tree in his courtyard, engrossed in a thick, ancient tome, sipping tea with a tranquil demeanor. His daughter, Ye Huang, diligently practiced the fundamentals of swordsmanship nearby. Earlier that morning, Ye Suifeng had provided her with 2 revised cultivation manuals. However, due to her inadequate foundation, he insisted she first solidify her swordsmanship basics. Of course, Ye Suifeng had his unique approach. He had sifted through numerous sword techniques, discarding the dross and extracting the essence, ultimately summarizing a brand new swordsmanship style, basic sword technique, Phoenix. Despite the somewhat whimsical name, this technique far surpassed ordinary introductory sword manuals in profundity. It serves to maximally assist an individual entirely unfamiliar with swordsmanship in embarking upon their journey, while also effectively honing their swordplay posture and enhancing physical fitness and coordination. Most crucially, it has been meticulously tailored by Ye Suifeng to suit the constitution of Ye Huang. After merely 1 hour of practice, Ye Huang has already displayed a commendable proficiency, completely shedding the inexperienced demeanor she exhibited when first grasping the sword. Once his daughter's training was on the right track, Ye Suifeng settled himself nearby, delving into the ancient texts on martial arts he had acquired the previous day. The tome he currently held was titled Thunderous Body Refinement Technique, a superior grade method of body cultivation. Indeed, this technique appears promising. Ye Suifeng nodded approvingly, plucking a crystal-clear apple and savoring its sweetness. Having resolved to cultivate Ye Huang, he would not be negligent. The techniques, sword formulas, body refinement methods, and magical artifacts he selected must at the very least be satisfactory, if not the best. Solely relying on her own efforts would be sheer folly. Firstly, Ye Huang is not an extraordinary genius but merely a practitioner of mediocre aptitude. Without his intervention, her future accomplishments would be considerably limited. Secondly, to possess wealth yet fail to utilize it would be a grave error. Why are hidden aristocratic families, super sects, and disciples of sacred lands so formidable? Is it solely through their own efforts? Nonsense. Each of them has been bolstered by an abundance of resources. In comparison to their investments, Ye Suifeng's contributions toward Ye Huang are still quite lacking. However, he remains unhurried, believing in a gradual and steady approach. After perusing the thunderous body refinement technique, Ye Suifeng poured himself a cup of tea, sipping it leisurely. The technique is commendable. After modification, it becomes a heavenly grade method of body refinement. Yet, observing his daughter diligently practicing, he slightly shook his head. Simultaneously cultivating multiple top-tier techniques may not necessarily yield favorable results. Perhaps it would be wiser to develop a potent body-enhancing elixir based on this technique, as it appears to be a more direct approach. With this thought, Ye Suifeng's vast consciousness began to engage in calculations. And within the span of a short incense stick's burning, he devised a formulation for the elixir. While this elixir may not be the most potent, the materials currently available would suffice, sparing him the need to seek out those rare and precious treasures. However, one ingredient remained elusive. Ye Suifeng gazed skyward. The essence of the thunderous body refinement technique lies in thunderous roars, and thus, the elixir derived from it necessitates thunder as its primary ingredient. What could possibly surpass the formidable thunder of a perfected tribulation? Indeed, Ye Suifeng had set his sights on the heavenly Tao he had playfully teased a few days prior. It was merely a matter of borrowing a resource, and he presumed it would not take offense. Performing the tribulation here would be rather conspicuous. It would be prudent to seek a more secluded locale. After contemplating, Ye Suifeng rose to his feet. Xiao Huang, it is time to pause, he instructed, observing his daughter, drenched in sweat. No worries, father, I can still persevere, Ye Huang replied, breathless and flushed, yet resolutely wielding her sword as taught by her father. Ye Suifeng's expression grew solemn as he insisted, follow my instructions. This sword technique necessitates a gradual approach. When I instructed you to pause, it was to allow you to sit and practice the Kanglan technique, for this is the most opportune moment. Upon hearing her father's words, Ye Huang promptly adjusted her posture, calming her breath as she settled into a cross-legged position, ready to commence her cultivation of the Kanglan technique. Before beginning, she cast a discreet glance at Ye Suifeng. Her father had recently adopted an air of authority. In the past, he seldom commented on her training. Yet, This authoritative demeanor provided her with a greater sense of reassurance. With this thought in mind, she closed her eyes and earnestly began her practice. Ye Suifeng nodded slightly and advised, "Remember, after each hour of practicing the fundamental sword techniques, meditate for another hour, then reflect on your performance, identifying any issues and considering how to improve. Each 3-hour session constitutes a cycle. You should complete 2 cycles daily, without exceeding that limit. The remaining time can be arranged at your discretion." He instructed with great care. "Very well, proceed at your own pace. I shall step out for a while and return this evening." With that, Ye Suifeng's figure gradually faded from the courtyard. Chapter 10, The Tribulation. The Qinggu Jailing stands as an imposing chasm to the north of Yunshao City. Beyond it lies the northern snowfield, a realm said to be barren and inhospitable, where life is exceedingly arduous, and the inhabitants exist in a primitive tribal state, clad in animal skins and relying on rudimentary agriculture. In essence, it is a land devoid of culture. However, these notions are merely conjectures from the people of Lingnan. For few have ventured across the Qinggu Jailing to witness the northern snowfield splendor firsthand. The Qinggu Jailing effectively halts the progress of nearly all who approach. The mountains here are steep and dense, shrouded in ancient wilderness seldom trodden by human feet. Countless formidable beasts lurk deep within the highlands, and those who dare to intrude risk losing their lives in an instant. Yet, such peril attracts numerous cultivators seeking to hone their skills. The treasures hidden within the beasts are abundant. Should one strike fortuitously upon a spirit herb of earth grade or higher, it could lead to sudden wealth, ensuring a life free from worry. At this moment, several young cultivators tread cautiously along the periphery of the highlands. Suddenly, a resounding roar echoes from afar, causing them all to freeze in shock. Among them, a disheveled young man drops to the ground, straining to listen. His expression shifts dramatically. "Run! A horde of ferocious beasts is charging towards us!" He shouts in panic, only to find his companions standing frozen, mouths agape, gazing skyward. Following their gaze, the long-haired youth's eyes widen in disbelief. Above them, dark clouds envelop much of the sky, swirling into a vortex that glimmers with shades of azure and violet. The overwhelming pressure makes his chest constrict, as if his heart might leap from his chest. What is that? They tremble, feeling their legs weaken. This scene resembles an omen of apocalypse. The thunderous roar intensifies, and they witness a flock of birds erupting from the nearby forest in a frenzy. It's a beast tide. We must flee. The long-haired youth is the first to react, shouting hoarsely before turning to escape. The others snap back to reality, hastily following in his wake, racing towards the mountain's edge. On a peak deep within the highlands, Ye Suifeng gazes at the ominously expanding tribulation clouds above, his brow furrowing in concern. The commotion is unexpectedly loud. Had he known, he would have ventured deeper into the mountains. He had chosen this location to draw forth the tribulation lightning, intending to spare ordinary cultivators from its wrath, yet he never anticipated the vast expanse of these ominous clouds, now nearly spilling over the mountain's edge. "Come on, hurry up. Don't dawdle," Ye Suifeng remarked with irritation. His tribulation, the dreaded 99 heavenly tribulation, consists of a total of 81 bolts, each exponentially more potent than the last. Naturally, the quality of each subsequent strike also escalates. Ye Suifeng has been waiting for the final bolt of lightning, hence his prolonged pause. As if sensing Ye Suifeng's provocation, the swirling clouds above begin to accelerate. Boom! A bolt of azure-violet lightning descends from the heavens, bearing immeasurable celestial might, and instantly arrives above Ye Suifeng's head. However, Ye Suifeng merely waved his hand, and the seemingly invincible calamity thunder was instantly shattered into countless pieces, cascading like celestial flowers upon the surrounding peaks. In an instant, the earth trembled, and several small mountains crumbled under the assault. This was how it should be: move swiftly, move swiftly. Ye Suifeng appeared completely unscathed. The calamity thunder fell in waves. Yet before Ye Suifeng, it resembled nothing more than soft cotton candy, utterly incapable of withstanding a blow. Finally, the ultimate trial of the heavenly tribulation approached its last bolt. The ominous clouds in the sky began to shrink, yet the ferocious energy contained within surged to a whole new level. As the clouds contracted to a singular point, a resounding boom echoed. A magnificent purple lightning bolt descended with great force. "I have been waiting for you." Ye Suifeng soared into the air, charging directly at the annihilating thunder. His right hand transformed, various mystical energies coalescing within his grasp. Meanwhile, his left hand produced a white jade bottle made of mutton fat. In an instant, Ye Suifeng collided head-on with the calamity thunder. Yet, contrary to expectations, a tremendous explosion did not ensue. Instead, it abruptly ceased like the final chord of a pipa. The violent storm transformed into a clear, azure sky. Ye Suifeng's figure gently descended. In his hand, a sphere of purple energy emerged, surging restlessly. Behave yourself. With a delicate grip of his 5 fingers, the purple energy gradually diminished, ultimately condensing into a small droplet, suspended in the palm of his hand. Subsequently, this droplet was sealed within the jade bottle. Ah, finally accomplished. Ye Suifeng looked skyward, where a majestic celestial gate appeared. Ethereal and elusive. The gate slowly opened, a golden radiance enveloping Ye Suifeng, accompanied by countless celestial melodies emanating from within. He had successfully traversed the heavenly tribulation and was on the brink of ascension to immortality. He chuckled, "There's no need to rush. You should return for now." Ye Suifeng dissipated his celestial aura, firmly anchoring his cultivation at the peak of tribulation transcendence. This world could not accommodate immortals. To attain such a status, one must ascend to the higher realms. Ye Suifeng had no desire to ascend just yet. He had only been here for a few days and had yet to fully experience the culture and customs of this world. Moreover, he had a beloved daughter awaiting his return at home. After Ye Suifeng dispelled his immortal presence, the celestial gate in the void seemed to lose its target, pausing momentarily before gradually fading away. Task complete. Ye Suifeng stored the jade bottle in his spatial realm. The primary medicine was prepared, and when the time was right, he could concoct the body-tempering liquid for Ye Huang. The final bolt of the heavenly tribulation harbored both destructive and creative energies. And even Ye Suifeng himself was unaware of the immense effects that the body-tempering liquid he would create would yield. Standing atop the mountain, aside from the peak beneath his feet, the surrounding area lay in ruins, the landscape having been cleaved away by several dozen meters by the thunderous tribulation. The terror of the heavenly tribulation reveals itself in stark relief. He gazes towards the north, his formidable consciousness extending across thousands of miles to a vast expanse of icy plateau. There lies the legendary northern tundra, seemingly desolate in its essence. Ye Suifeng's awareness meanders aimlessly until, suddenly, an immense consciousness surges forth from the depths of the plateau, racing towards him. This presence appears to be intertwined with the entirety of the northern highlands, nearly rivaling the infinitesimal fraction of awareness that Ye Suifeng has projected. It is exceedingly powerful. Does this world truly harbor such formidable cultivators? As this consciousness approaches, Ye Suifeng swiftly retracts his own awareness. He is not yet prepared to engage with the pinnacle of worldly power. Perhaps another time. He shrugs, for the sun has begun its descent, and the arduous heavenly tribulation has consumed a significant portion of his time. It is time to return home. In the far north, a pair of icy eyes suddenly snap open. Peering into the realm of the divine, one wonders, are they foe or friend? Another strand of destiny lies shrouded in mist. How much longer can we endure? Chapter 11, Saving Lives. A figure flashed across the sky, while beneath it lay majestic mountains, stretching endlessly. As the landscape rapidly receded, Ye Suifeng could have instantly teleported back, yet he chose to savor the beauty of this world instead. As he journeyed, he keenly sensed the devastation wrought by beasts in many parts of the mountains, and some timid spirit creatures still appeared in a state of panic, clearly affected by the tribulations he had recently undergone. Suddenly, Ye Suifeng detected the unmistakable aura of combat not far away, suggesting the presence of humans. After a moment's contemplation, he altered his course and soared towards the source. Suspended in midair, he beheld 4 young individuals, 3 men and 1 woman, engaged in a fierce struggle against a one-horned azure bull, a second-tiered demon beast, equivalent to the late stage of human chi refinement. The disparity in their strengths was glaringly evident, as the 4 were merely practitioners at the late chi refinement stage. It was uncertain how long the battle had raged, but among the 4, 2 had already sustained injuries, their movements sluggish. Only a long-haired youth and the female remained resolutely engaged in the fray. Abruptly, the long-haired youth was hurled away by the bull's formidable charge. Yet he swiftly returned, resolutely blocking its path. Gritting his teeth, he felt the surge of blood within him, a clear indication of internal injury from the previous blow. Attack its lower body! The long-haired youth shouted vehemently. Promptly, the other three leaped into action, their blades slicing through the air towards the azure bull. However, the creature was not easily intimidated. As they drew near, it erupted into a furious rage, deflecting their assaults with a flurry of powerful kicks. One individual, already wounded, failed to evade in time and was struck by the bull's iron hooves, sent crashing into a thicket, blood spilling from his mouth, unable to rise again. Ma Fong! The long-haired youth bellowed, his eyes ablaze with fury. Grasping an iron rod, he swung it towards the bull's head with all his might. Yet, that was the bull's most impenetrable area, and the strike yielded little effect, instead unbalancing him, causing him to be sent flying once more. With a thunderous roar, the one-horned azure bull repelled all four assailants, its presence resembling that of an invincible ancient demon. The ground trembled beneath its iron hooves, resounding with a colossal echo. It then turned its gaze towards the fallen Ma Fong, a flash of crimson flickering in its eyes as it charged forward. It had already attained sentience. Understanding that eliminating a human opponent was paramount, the remaining ones could be dealt with subsequently. The bull's speed was astonishing, and its seemingly indestructible horn was about to collide with Ma Fong. No! The long-haired youth cried out in despair. Was his companion, with whom he had shared countless days, truly to perish before his eyes? Meanwhile, Ma Fong, lying on the ground, had closed his eyes, resigned to the approach of death. Suddenly, from the thicket before Ma Fong, a small sapling rose upright. While all had overlooked it, it waved its diminutive branches and leaves, striking the azure bull upon the head. Boom! A tremendous roar erupted. Amidst the swirling dust and debris, a colossal figure was propelled from the site of the explosion, showering the air with warm blood before crashing to the ground. The young man with long hair widened his eyes in shock as he recognized the fallen beast. It was none other than the formidable horned azure bull that had nearly claimed their lives. At that moment, the once invincible creature lay defeated, its strongest horn shattered, a significant portion of its skull caved in, blood gushing profusely. Indeed, it was beyond saving. What had transpired? At that juncture, a towering silhouette descended slowly from the heavens. Indeed, Ye Suifeng had intervened. As a human, he could not bear to witness the demise of his kin. Furthermore, it was evident that the horned azure bull had fled from the depths of the mountains in fright due to his own tribulation. Thus, he felt a semblance of responsibility for the ordeal that had befallen the young men, who were innocent victims. He could not stand idly by. What is your name? Ye Suifeng inquired of the long-haired youth. Feng. Feng Ji, the young man replied, still somewhat dazed. The presence before him was overwhelmingly powerful. He had witnessed the instantaneous defeat of a second-tier demon beast, the horned azure bull, without even seeing the man in full. Could he be a formidable cultivator in the foundation building stage? Quickly, check on your companions, Ye Suifeng urged. Feng Ji snapped back to reality. Hastily rising from the ground and striding towards Ma Fong, who was curiously inspecting a small sapling before him. Ma Fong, how are you? Feng Ji called out loudly. Ma Fong glanced up at him, then struggled to his feet, a wry smile crossing his face. This is quite the loss. I'll need at least half a month of recuperation upon returning. Seeing his friend's condition, Feng Ji breathed a sigh of relief. As long as you're alive. However, he soon furrowed his brow, asking, Ma Fong, what is wrong with that sapling? Why do you keep staring at it? Ma Fong's expression turned peculiar as he replied. Brother Feng, you may find this hard to believe. Just now, it suddenly stood up and slapped the azure bull, saving my life. This sapling could very well be an ancient divine tree. Brother Feng, we ve struck gold. Feng Ji looked at the excited Ma Fong with a bemused expression. Brother? Don't be foolish, it was that esteemed senior who intervened and saved us. He then carefully assisted Ma Fong to his feet. The other two companions also gathered around. And the four of them dusted off the dirt and debris from their clothes before approaching Ye Suifeng, bowing respectfully in gratitude. Thank you, esteemed senior, for your timely rescue. If you have any requests, we will do our utmost to fulfill them. Feng Ji said earnestly. Ye Suifeng, toying with the horn of the horned azure bull, waved his hand dismissively. It was a trivial matter, there is no need to dwell on it. This incident had arisen due to his actions, and he did not possess the audacity to demand any recompense. However, to Feng Ji and his companions, this esteemed senior was not only extraordinarily powerful and strikingly handsome but also possessed a remarkably gentle disposition. They felt they were truly fortunate that day. By the way, are you all from the vicinity? Ye Suifeng inquired. Feng Ji nodded, acknowledging, indeed, senior, the four of us hail from the outskirts of Qinggu Jieling. Specifically from the town of Yenyun. Yenyun town? Ye Suifeng inquired, to which Feng Ji clarified, yes, it is a small town within the jurisdiction of Yunshao City. Ye Suifeng suddenly understood. Yunshao City was not merely a simple fortress, it possessed its own sphere of influence. He recalled that Yunshao City governed an expanse of approximately 80,000 square kilometers, akin to the size of Chongqing municipality in his former life. The vast jurisdiction of such a modest city was indeed astonishing. However, based on Ye Suifeng's knowledge, this area was relatively small compared to other cities of similar standing in the vicinity. What a coincidence! Ye Suifeng chuckled. I am the head of the Ye family in Yunshao City. He spoke candidly, choosing not to conceal this fact as it seemed unnecessary. I have met the head of the Ye family. The others bowed their heads even lower, for to them, Yunshao City was akin to the imperial capital. The individual before them was evidently a high-ranking official within the imperial court. There is no need for formalities, Ye Suifeng said with a smile. It seems we are destined to cross paths. If you ever find yourselves in Yunshao City, do come to the Ye residence to seek me out. I shall provide you with a splendid platform. The others were immediately filled with excitement. The promise from a family head was indeed invaluable. Now, it is getting late. And there are still numerous other demon beasts in this area. You should hasten back to recuperate, Ye Suifeng advised, waving his hand as his figure vanished from sight, leaving Feng Ji and the others in awe of the day's surreal events. It is noteworthy that before departing, Ma Feng insisted on taking the small sapling with him, declaring it a miracle, the ancient divine tree that had saved his life. Chapter 12, Ye Suifeng's plans in the study of the family head. Ye Suifeng sat opposite Sui Yun, attentively listening to his report on the situation at the border of Yunshao City. Yes, elder brother, Sui Yun replied, his expression fraught with anxiety. Yesterday, numerous cultivators witnessed the ominous black clouds that nearly obscured the entire sky, accompanied by eerie rumbling sounds. Shortly after, a beast tide ensued. A multitude of monstrous beasts suddenly surged against the outskirts of Gaoling, inflicting varying degrees of harm upon many adventuring cultivators. They have now breached Gaoling and are heading towards several human settlements at the border. Ye Suifeng, feeling somewhat guilty, rubbed his nose and remarked, even so. Can this truly be regarded as an omen of world annihilation? Elder brother, you cannot fathom. Sui Yun replied solemnly. Those black clouds are malevolent, seemingly manifesting solely beyond the borders of our Yunshao City. Some have deduced that either a great demon has emerged or evil has descended. People are now preparing to flee to other cities, and the atmosphere is rife with panic. Ye Suifeng's expression grew peculiar, as he found himself at a loss for words. It was merely a heavenly tribulation, yet it had sparked such an immense chain reaction. Truly, the ancient adage holds, the lower one's cultivation, the more peculiarities one encounters in the world. The Li and Tang families have already begun to mobilize personnel toward the border. Sui Yun continued. They intend to offer support at the border? Ye Suifeng stroked his chin thoughtfully. Indeed, Sui Yun affirmed. If we remain indifferent, the territories managed by the Ye family, along with those resources, may very well face significant peril. The governance of Yunshao City is indeed peculiar. Its territories are collectively overseen by three prominent families. Each family manages its respective domains, the Tang family predominantly in the south, the Li family in the northeast, and the Ye family in the northwest. The three families intertwine, balancing and cooperating with one another. The majority of the Ye family's income, including resources, is derived from their designated sphere of influence. Should any issues arise, it would greatly impact the Ye family. How many personnel do they plan to send? Ye Suifeng inquired. Suiyun pondered for a moment before responding. It should not be too many. In previous instances of similar circumstances, we would dispatch a portion of the family's intermediary forces to oversee the situation, which typically sufficed. I see. Ye Suifeng mused for a moment and then declared, then let us also send personnel. However, this time, we shall not only dispatch intermediaries but also send that group of young rascals from our family. Suiyun was taken aback and questioned, why so? The beasts are ferocious. And they are still too young, there is bound to be some mishap. It is precisely because they are young that they must venture forth to hone their skills. Ye Suifeng asserted. A fledgling that has not weathered storms will never soar high. Moreover, you must instruct them well once they arrive. They are not to flaunt any heirs of a great family, it is best they forge good relations with the cultivators of those border cities. Additionally, take along ample resources. Should anyone sustain injuries, we shall provide free medical assistance. Ye Suifeng's series of actions left Suiyun utterly bewildered. What on earth is happening? While those matters are indeed significant to the family, it hardly warrants such a commotion. To create such an uproar, foster relationships, and provide free medical care? Brother! Although we are wealthy now, it is not to be squandered in such a manner. Observing Suiyun's perplexed expression, Ye Suifeng waved his hand and asked, Suiyun, tell me. What is the most crucial element for a powerful force? Money, Suiyun replied without hesitation. Yes, money is essential, but if one aims to expand their influence, talent is the most critical factor. Thus, in this reinforcement, we must not only put forth our utmost effort but also cultivate good relationships with them. This way, our future expansion will be more seamless. Do you understand? Ye Suifeng's actions were a strategic foresight for the future. While lacking funds is untenable, money alone is not omnipotent. Indeed, with Ye Suifeng's strength and wealth, he could easily annihilate the Li and Tang families and attract numerous talented individuals. Yet, what comes next? Excluding Ye Suifeng, the members of the Ye family would be significantly weakened, akin to infants in swaddling clothes, incapable of any action. The Ye family is a family. And a family is a complex collective. If Ye Suifeng were to single-handedly protect the entire family, it would spell doom for the Ye clan. He aspired to establish a genuine powerful force. I have encountered several young cultivators from the borders, whose potential is not inferior to that of some of our family's descendants. Therefore, do not regard them with contempt, they merely lack resources. They are untapped potential for the family, Ye Suifeng remarked. By the way, what is your current cultivation level alongside Hu and the others? Suiyun responded. We are all at the golden core stage, and have been for many years. Since assuming family responsibilities, we have had little time to advance our cultivation. And our talents are average at best. Ye Suifeng shook his head. I told you days ago that we must engage in collective cultivation. And that applies not only to the youth. From now on, you must also enhance your training. My aspirations extend far beyond the confines of a mere cloud-scraping city. Suiyun nodded earnestly. If there were an opportunity to progress in cultivation, who would wish to lead a life of mediocrity? The discourse in the study concluded there. Ye Suifeng's directives were swiftly issued and implemented. Within a day, nearly the entire Ye family mobilized, equipped with ample resources, setting forth to support the borders. This astonished the other two prominent families in Yunqiao City. Insanity, it truly is madness. Someone exclaimed. The new head of the Ye family's approach was indeed eye-opening. Ha! Failing to bestow upon him the Yunqiao City Sage Award would be a disservice to his efforts. Ha ha ha! What use is a rural barbarian? Is such a grand endeavor truly necessary? Some scoff at the actions of the Ye family, believing that Ye Suifeng has succumbed to a fit of altruism, leading to such foolish decisions. However, the myriad whispers and rumors cannot impede the resolute execution of the Ye family. They exhibit unwavering obedience to their patriarch. Meanwhile, Ye Suifeng has returned to the courtyard to prepare a body-tempering elixir for Ye Huang. The last bolt of heavenly thunder from the 9-9 heavenly tribulation possesses immense power, harboring the forces of destruction and rebirth. To apply it to Ye Huang, who is still in the qi refining stage, is not only a waste but, more critically, her body cannot withstand it. Even a mere touch would lead to instantaneous ruin. A neutralization is required. Ye Suifeng extracts a drop of thunder tribulation liquid and repeatedly casts incantations. The ferocious lightning, under his soothing influence, gradually calms, ultimately transforming into a sphere of pure energy. Producing an alchemical furnace from thin air, Ye Suifeng casts all the prepared materials into it. After a brief moment, all the ingredients have transmuted into a vial of golden liquid. Yes, the body tempering can commence, Ye Suifeng nods. Suddenly, his door is forcefully flung open from the outside. A figure bursts in with fervor. Father, why am I not on the list of those going out to train? Ye Huang demands indignantly. Chapter 13, Tempering the Body. All the brothers and sisters have set forth, why am I not allowed to join? I too wish to contribute to the family's development. I refuse to accept this. At that moment, Ye Huang resembled a furious little lion, venting her frustrations within the confines of her room. Ye Suifeng found amusement in her display, as it was the first time he had witnessed such determination from her. The young girl had finally mustered the courage to stand up for her rights. This was a positive development. However, there were times when a firm reprimand was necessary. With an impassive expression, Ye Suifeng regarded her and asked sternly, "Do you wish to go to the border?" "Indeed." Ye Huang responded with unwavering resolve. "Humph. Let me ask you, do you know the current cultivation level of Ye Long?" Ye Huang hesitated momentarily before replying. He is at the third level of the transformation stage. But now let me inquire about Yi Qian and Yi Qian's cultivation levels. They are at the pinnacle of the refinement stage. Good. And what of your two cousins from your third uncle's family? And the two sisters from your fifth uncle's family? Ye Huang fell silent. The direct siblings of her age within the family boasted a minimum cultivation level of the 10th level of refinement. With her cousin Ye Long and a cousin from her fifth uncle's family having already broken through to the transformation stage, she was, indeed, the least accomplished. You, at the 7th level of refinement, possess meager strength. What purpose would your presence at the border serve, other than to bring disgrace upon me and meet your demise? Ye Suifeng delivered his critique without mercy. Ye Huang lowered her gaze, her hands nervously twisting the fabric of her clothing, her lips pressed together in silence. Strength was her greatest source of anguish. As the daughter of the family head, she was overshadowed by even the more distant relatives. Though no one had voiced it directly, it had always weighed heavily on her heart. Observing his daughter, Ye Suifeng realized his words were harsh and hurtful. He had anticipated she would break into tears. Yet she bore the emotional blow with resilience. Therefore, it would be best for you to remain at home and diligently cultivate your skills. Once you are no longer inferior to them, then you may contemplate contributing to the family, he remarked with a huff. Ye Huang bit her lip, clearly affected by his words. Yet, she suddenly lifted her head and murmured, "But if I stay at home, wouldn't that also bring shame upon you?" Ye Suifeng was taken aback. The girl had considered this aspect as well. With all the family's children dispatched, leaving only his daughter behind, she must have been concerned about how others would perceive such favoritism. Her thoughts were indeed astute. After a moment of silence, Ye Suifeng let out a slight sigh and beckoned to Ye Huang. "My dear Huang, I understand your sentiments. However, no endeavor is accomplished overnight. If you truly wish to bring honor to our name and contribute to the family, it is imperative that you focus on your cultivation and enhance your abilities," he advised. Ye Huang nodded, though it was evident that a sense of defiance still lingered within her heart. Ye Suifeng shook his head and said, "I promise you. If you can cultivate the sword technique I bestow upon you to a minor success, I will allow you to venture to the borders and train alongside your siblings." Upon hearing this, Ye Huang's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Is that true? You cannot deceive me." Ye Suifeng chuckled softly, "Of course not. If Ye Huang can master the 9 styles of godslaying to a minor success, there will be no need for any obstacles. At that point, her combat prowess will surpass that of all the younger generation in the Yi family. With full effort, even Ye Long would be unable to withstand her. But what if they have already returned by the time I achieve that?" Ye Huang inquired with a hint of uncertainty. "No," Ye Suifeng replied. "This training will require at least 4 months. Do you lack confidence in mastering it within that time?" "I do not," Ye Huang exclaimed, her excitement palpable. Under Ye Suifeng's guidance, she had already grasped some of the techniques. Perhaps within 2 months, she would have perfected the sword technique. The thought of fighting alongside her siblings filled her with exhilaration. "I shall begin immediately," Ye Huang declared, her resolve unwavering as she prepared to train. "Wait. Ye Suifeng intervened, exasperated. "Do not be so hasty. First, you must undergo body tempering. Your current physique cannot withstand the power of the 9 styles of godslaying." Half an hour later, a large vat appeared in Ye Suifeng's room. If an astute observer were present, their jaw would drop in astonishment. For this unassuming vat was crafted from source stone, a material of intermediate quality within the mysterious grade, and a precious component for array formations, with a small piece fetching tens of thousands of spirit stones. The sheer size of this vat must have cost at least 100 million. It was an utter waste. "Step inside," Ye Suifeng instructed. Ye Huang obediently removed her garments and entered the vat. Gasp! The deep red liquid nearly overflowed. Ye Huang felt an intense burning sensation, accompanied by a tremendous energy surging from all directions. Her brows furrowed. She had some knowledge of the body tempering liquid. It was an exceptionally rare spiritual liquid, concocted from various spiritual herbs. Generally, the higher the grade of body tempering liquid, the more massive the energy it contained. She quickly closed her eyes, circulating her techniques to absorb the surrounding tempering energy. Such a precious substance must have cost her father a fortune. She could not afford to waste it. Smack! Ye Suifeng slapped her on the back of the head. "What are you doing?" Ye Huang asked, rubbing her head in confusion. "What are you trying to absorb? The body tempering liquid? Have I even released the body tempering liquid yet? Are you trying to absorb air?" Ye Huang was even more puzzled, pointing at the red liquid in the vat. "Isn't that the body tempering liquid?" Ye Suifeng shook his head, thinking how foolish his daughter had become. "That is merely an auxiliary medicine, meant to facilitate the absorption of the body tempering liquid. What are you thinking day in and day out?" He then retrieved a vial of golden liquid. "Listen, the energy of this body refining liquid may be overwhelming for you. Henceforth, you must steadfastly guard your heart. Operate the Kanglin technique and remain undistracted by any external upheavals. Do you comprehend?" Ye Huang nodded earnestly, though a hint of confusion lingered in her mind. Is the red liquid merely an auxiliary medicine? What, then, is the true potency of the body refining liquid? Enough, close your eyes and embrace unity, Ye Suifeng instructed, subsequently uncorking the vial of body refining liquid. Suddenly, a golden divine dragon erupted from the bottle, soaring and twisting through the air. "Go!" Ye Suifeng pointed. And after circling, the golden dragon dove into the water tank. In an instant, the spiritual liquid within the tank began to whirl rapidly, forming a vortex centered around Ye Huang, with golden light darting through it incessantly. "Cultivate!" Ye Suifeng commanded, prompting Ye Huang to promptly channel her Kanglin technique. Instantly, the golden dragon seemed to detect an extraordinary aura and abruptly burrowed into her body. Ye Huang let out a muffled groan, feeling a tempestuous energy explode within her, surging through her limbs and almost disrupting her cultivation. Nevertheless, she gritted her teeth and persevered. Ye Suifeng nodded, altering his hand seals, and the golden dragon emerged once more, albeit its luminous aura dimmed slightly. Well, the next part is straightforward. Once Ye Huang fully absorbs the earlier energy, the golden dragon will once again penetrate her body. This cycle shall continue. After a full hour had elapsed, the golden dragon had transformed into a mere shadow, and the spiritual liquid in the tank had nearly become transparent. When they finally vanished, Ye Huang abruptly opened her eyes, a flicker of flame extinguishing in her gaze. Chapter 14, Injustice. How do you feel? After the body refining process was completed, Ye Suifeng inquired. Ye Huang's eyes were hazy, as if she had yet to regain her senses from the ordeal. "I feel as if I am invincible," she exclaimed, delivering a powerful punch to the water tank, causing a tremendous splash that drenched Ye Suifeng. "Oh dear, my apologies." Ye Huang chuckled behind her hand. Ye Suifeng wiped the water from his face. "Come out. This daughter of mine is increasingly embodying the spirit of an exuberant young girl. After adjusting her attire, Ye Suifeng meticulously examined the results of Ye Huang's body refining, discovering that they exceeded his expectations. Both her strength and physical resilience had seen a remarkable increase, surpassing 3 times her previous capabilities. Moreover, the energy from the refining liquid had not yet been fully assimilated by Ye Huang. A significant portion remained hidden within her limbs, awaiting gradual nourishment through continued training. Once that energy was entirely expended, they would contemplate a second round of refining. Alas, due to Ye Huang's initially poor physical constitution, he dared not administer a strong remedy, opting instead for a gradual approach. Get accustomed to your newfound strength, Ye Suifeng advised. Ye Huang nodded enthusiastically and dashed outside. Soon, the courtyard was filled with the whooshing sound of swordplay. Ye Suifeng settled down at the desk by the window, appreciating his daughter's swordsmanship while retrieving a thick stack of books. These tomes contained various cultivation techniques, alchemy and artifact forging manuals, as well as some introductions to this continent. It was time to unravel the mysteries of this world. 1,000 miles away from Yunshao City lay a vast expanse of plain. At the heart of this plain, a colossal city rose majestically, standing between heaven and earth. Its scale was several times that of Yunshao City, adorned with towering pavilions and opulent architecture. The city walls soared dozens of meters high, their deep crimson hue indicating the use of special materials in their construction. At the city gates, people queued for hundreds of meters, entering the city in an orderly fashion. Above the gate, 2 bold and imposing characters struck awe into the heart: Su City. Gu Wanxin, seated within a carriage, leisurely entered through the city gates. She drew back the carriage curtain, gazing at the bustling scene outside, and couldn't help but feel a pang of nostalgia. Since being dispatched to Yunshao City, she had only returned once in the past 3 years. On that occasion, her poor performance had led to scathing ridicule from her colleagues. Ever since, she had refrained from returning to Su City for the annual guild leader meetings, sending her deputy in her stead, for the sting of humiliation was truly unbearable. However, this time was different. She turned her gaze to a pile of storage bags within the carriage. The shame of 4 years would be washed away today. At that moment, a middle-aged man dressed as a servant lifted the carriage curtain and inquired, "Guild leader, shall we take a moment to refresh ourselves before reporting to the main guild?" Gu Wanxin looked up. The man was none other than her deputy, Mo Chio, a cultivator at the peak of the Golden Core stage. In fact, all the servants of the carriage team, including the coachman, are skilled hands of the Wanbao Pavilion, all possessing the strength of the Golden Core stage. The reason for her meticulousness is simply that the wealth being transported this time is exceedingly vast, necessitating utmost caution. There's no need. Let us proceed directly to the main pavilion, Gu Wanxin declared. With trepidation, they finally arrived at Sucheng, as she was determined to avoid any unforeseen complications at the last moment. The Golden Core stage is a pinnacle in Yunshao City, yet in Sucheng, it merely signifies a high level of power. After approximately half an hour, the carriage halted before a towering pavilion, 9 stories high and permeated with the aura of formations. Standing at its base, the summit was scarcely visible. Gu Wanxin disembarked from the carriage, inhaling deeply. "Let us take our belongings and enter." Moments later, she entered a spacious room. Before her sat a dignified middle-aged man, engrossed in a ledger. At a side position, a young man with delicate features leisurely sipped tea. "Greetings, Master Luo," Gu Wanxin respectfully addressed. This middle-aged man was none other than Luo Qing, the master of the Wanbao Pavilion in Sucheng. Within the pavilion, he held a specific title, Master Executor. The Wanbao Pavilion is vast, sprawling across the continent, with clearly defined roles such as steward, master executor, deputy executor, and pavilion master. Strictly speaking, among the higher-ranking positions, the pavilion master's status is the lowest. Master Luo oversees more than a dozen cities, including Yunshao City. Luo Cheng set aside the ledger and looked up. "Ah, it is Pavilion Master Gu. It has been many years since I last saw you." Gu Wanxin clasped her hands in salute. "I have been occupied with duties, I hope Master Luo can understand." Suddenly, a burst of laughter emanated from the side. "Why not just say it plainly? What kind of pressing business could there possibly be in a backwater like Yunshao City?" The speaker was the young man, casually crossing his legs and brazenly scrutinizing Gu Wanxin. Her expression darkened instantly. This young man was none other than Song Shuang, who had once insulted her most cruelly. "This is none of your concern, Master Song," Gu Wanxin retorted. Song Shuang let out another flippant laugh. "Wanxin, I fear you shall soon be addressing me as Deputy Executor Song." Gu Wanxin remained silent, casting a glance at Luo Chang. Luo Chang chuckled and remarked, "Indeed. Song Shuang has brought considerable profit to the Wanbao Pavilion in recent years. I intend to promote him to Deputy Executor. He will take my place in managing Yunshao City." Gu Wanxin's eyes widened in disbelief. To have Song Shuang oversee Yunshao City? Given their enmity, this would surely spell trouble for her in the days to come. "Master Luo, this may not be appropriate," Gu Wanxin exclaimed in distress. Luo Chang played with a bead in his hand, his tone indifferent. "Are you questioning my judgment?" Gu Wanxin was momentarily taken aback and quickly replied, No. Wanbage has always spoken through achievements. How could I possibly question your choice? I merely believe that Yunshao City is entirely capable of self-sufficiency and does not require the appointment of a deputy envoy." "What a joke!" Song Shuang chuckled lightly. "You, Gu Wanxin, have not returned to the main hall for 3 years, and your annual profits have been scant, even inferior to those of second-tier cities. On what grounds do you claim self-sufficiency?" Gu Wanxin was about to retort when she was interrupted by Luo Chang. "Master Gu, although Yunshao City may not be prosperous, it is still a small main city. Your performance in recent years has been quite lamentable. In contrast, Ye City, where Master Song resides, earns nearly 10 billion spirit stones annually. Having him manage Yunshao City would also be an excellent opportunity for you to learn," Luo Cheng stated calmly. Gu Wanxin's heart began to sink. It was evident that these two had reached some form of agreement. Indeed, her accomplishments over the past few years had been underwhelming. Yet everyone understood that this was largely due to geographical constraints. Yunshao City was not affluent. Barring unforeseen circumstances, its annual income would remain modest, regardless of efforts made. Conversely, Ye City was a grand metropolis, second only to Sucheng, surrounded by countless noble families and sects engaged in frequent conflicts. Such strife naturally generated a significant demand for resources. To be frank, if she were to venture there, she could also achieve profits in the hundreds of billions annually. Now, with Luo Cheng comparing Yunshao City to Ye City, it was hard to believe that there was no ulterior motive at play. After all, if there were no hidden agendas between Luo Chang and Song Shuang, how could he have attained the position of master of Wanbage in Ye City? They had set their sights on her. However, Gu Wanxin was not one to easily concede. "Master Luo, if my disparity with Song Shuang were indeed as vast as suggested, I would have no objections to your arrangements. It's just that." Gu Wanxin gestured to Mo Chiu, who understood her intent and presented a storage bag and a jade slip. "Recently, I sold goods valued at 1,438 billion spirit stones, with a net profit of 192 billion spirit stones," Gu Wanxin declared, her voice resonating with conviction. The two across from her were momentarily stunned. Luo Cheng furrowed his brow, examining the jade slip and subsequently scrutinizing the contents of the storage bag filled with spirit stones. His expression grew increasingly serious. "This is impossible," Song Shuang exclaimed, abruptly standing. 1,400 billion? Unless you sold half of Wanbage, it is utterly inconceivable. With a hint of derision, Gu Wanxin retorted, "Not half, Master Song. I sold all treasures of the mysterious grade and above, including 5 of our prized possessions. Do not assume that other branches are as affluent as your Ye City. You." Song Shuang's face flushed with anger. "Enough." Luo Cheng intervened to prevent the escalation of conflict. His brow deeply furrowed. Even he found it hard to believe that Gu Wanxin could have sold such an immense volume of goods. However, with the spirit stones laid before him and the detailed accounts at hand, he was compelled to accept this reality. "Master Gu, could you enlighten me on how you achieved this?" Luo Cheng inquired kindly. Gu Wanxin, feeling a sense of caution, replied, "Master Luo, our Wanbao Pavilion does not operate under such rules. If it were to be revealed that a wealthy entity like Ye Suifeng exists in Yunshao City, It wouldn't be long before I found myself inexplicably supplanted by others. Yet, he still underestimated the greed of men. After a brief silence, a smile gradually appeared on Luo Qing's face. Indeed, Master Gu, you have made a significant contribution to Wanbao Pavilion this time. I shall report this truthfully to the higher-ups. However, the appointment of Song Shuang as the deputy is now settled, so you shall serve under him moving forward. Gu Wanxin's expression darkened considerably. She had not anticipated that despite presenting results, she would still be maneuvered by them. A surge of anger welled up within her. This is unjust, she exclaimed. Luo Qing, maintaining a calm demeanor, stated, abundant resources must be managed by someone with greater experience to maximize benefits. Master Gu, do not throw a childish tantrum. You are infringing upon my rights. Gu Wanxin retorted. Gu Wanxin. Luo Qing's voice turned stern. Considering your achievements, I have allowed you to remain thus far. Should you dare to question my authority again, you may as well choose another city to practice your skills. Faced with this blatant threat, Gu Wanxin gritted her teeth. Yet she truly had no better options. I will report this matter truthfully, she declared. Do as you wish, Luo Chang replied, unperturbed. Gu Wanxin chose not to say anything further and turned to leave. Once she departed, Song Shuang approached Luo Chang and whispered, Uncle, what if she really reports this? Perhaps we should. A ruthless glint flickered in his eyes. Luo Chang shot him a glance. How many times have I told you not to resort to violence for every problem? Gu Wanxin is, after all, a local pavilion master. If she encounters trouble, the upper management will certainly investigate, leading to greater complications. Song Shuang lowered his head in acknowledgement. You should focus on your role as deputy. As long as I am here, she won't stir up any significant trouble. Luo Cheng scoffed, to the higher-ups, over 100 billion is not a matter of great concern. A person with no background can merely be our plaything. When you accompany her to Yunshao City to oversee the branch there, ensure you uncover how she managed to sell so many items in such a short time. Then, take control into your own hands. Chapter 15, What use are you if you do not spend? A month has elapsed since Ye Suifeng arrived in this world. During this time, he has begun to grasp the intricacies of the continent's situation and the overall cultivation methods. This vast expanse of land stretches over countless miles. Even an ordinary cultivator could not traverse the entirety of the continent in a lifetime. The location of Yunshao City lies in the central northern region of the continent. This area is governed by a powerful organization known as the Nine City Alliance. Su City is one of the 9 cities, overseeing 5 major cities, including Yunshao City, along with numerous secondary towns. Every 3 years, Yunshao City must pay a substantial tribute of resources to Su City to secure protection, essentially a form of protection fee. Without these payments, other towns would unleash their aggression upon Yunshao City, and even Su City might intervene out of sheer boredom. In such circumstances, Yunshao City would face immediate annihilation. This is reasonable. To enjoy the conveniences bestowed by an organization, one must offer something in return. Ye Suifeng harbors no objections to this protection fee. In fact, he prefers order and regulations, as they render existence more intriguing. Otherwise, it would devolve into a brutal survival of the fittest, akin to the primitive era, devoid of civilization. Regarding the cultivation system of this world, it is not vastly different from what he had envisioned. The levels of qi refinement consist of 12 tiers, followed by foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, out-of-body, divine transformation, integration, and tribulation, all comprising 9 levels. The tribulation stage represents the pinnacle of power in this world. However, there are rumors of extraordinary beings who have evaded the tribulation, concealing their formidable strength beyond this realm and manipulating the world from the shadows. This is merely folklore, yet Ye Suifeng knows it to be true. He himself is one such anomaly. Furthermore, during his last tribulation, the overwhelming divine sense emanating from the northern snowfields clearly surpassed that of the tribulation stage. He knows he will encounter such a being one day. Ye Suifeng remains unhurried, as his current ambition is to elevate the entire Ye family into a premier force on the continent. Today marks the day of the family's regular meeting. Ye Suifeng, along with several family leaders, convenes in the conference hall to discuss the family's affairs over the past month. The situation at the northern border is dire due to a beast tide, severely impacting many of our resource territories. However, with the substantial investment of manpower and resources, the situation has eased considerably. Our shops have stabilized temporarily, allowing us to contemplate expansion. With the influx of resources, many among the younger generation of the family have advanced in their cultivation. Our achievements this month are nearly equivalent to those of the previous 3 months combined. Ye Suifeng and others animatedly discuss their progress. Thanks to Ye Suifeng's contribution of 100 billion spirit stones, they have enjoyed unprecedented comfort this month. In 4 words, it can be described as thriving splendidly. After their discussion, Suiyun hands the account books for the month to Ye Suifeng. Elder brother, due to our substantial resource investment, our expenditures this month have also skyrocketed. Please take a look, he says, somewhat sheepishly. It matters not, money is meant to be spent. Ye Suifeng took the ledger, perusing its contents with meticulous care. Suddenly, a surge of indignation welled up within him. He cast the ledger onto the table, fixing his gaze upon Suiyun. Last month, you expended 15 billion spirit stones? The room fell silent in an instant. Suiyun, beads of sweat forming on his brow, replied, Elder brother. This is the first time I have handled such a substantial amount of spirit stones, so there were some minor planning issues. However, rest assured, I will allocate the funds more judiciously moving forward. Next month's expenditures will certainly remain below 10 billion. Indeed, elder brother, Suihu chimed in. We acquired an excessive amount of resources this month. Even with enhanced benefits, we utilized only a fraction. Things will surely improve. The other 2 nodded in agreement, affirming that future expenses would not be so exorbitant. Ye Suifeng observed their demeanor and let out a deep sigh. He realized they had clearly misunderstood him. It was not excessive spending that vexed him, rather, it was the paltry sum they had expended. He had bestowed upon them 100 billion spirit stones, yet they had squandered merely 15 billion. Ye Suifeng glanced at his wallet, which held a staggering sum in low-grade spirit stones, over 80 trillion just in the fractions. How long would it take to deplete even the smallest portion? What a bunch of fools! Ye Suifeng rapped his fingers sharply on the table. Suiyun, I ask you, how long do you believe the 100 billion spirit stones I provided is intended to last? Suiyun blinked in confusion. Is it not for a year? Of course not. Ye Suifeng slammed his palm down on the table. I granted you 100 billion to be expended within a month, and yet you have only managed to spend 15 billion. What on earth are you doing? Confronted with the patriarch's fury, the key personnel were rendered utterly bewildered. Had they misheard? Was that truly intended as a monthly budget? Suiyun was particularly flummoxed. It was his first time being reprimanded for spending too little. Elder brother, are you serious? Ye Suifeng, his expression dark and stormy, replied. Do I appear to be jesting? The others exchanged glances, at a loss for words. Elder brother, this is rather extravagant of you. Only Suiyun, with a forlorn expression, murmured, Elder brother, spending such a hefty sum in a month is indeed quite a formidable task. What makes it so difficult? Ye Suifeng raised an eyebrow. Suiyun explained, the resources provided by the clan are limited, we are essentially at saturation. Beyond that, they serve little purpose. He felt utterly embarrassed, unable to fathom that he would one day fret over spending too much money. Ye Suifeng shook his head. You are constrained by your own limitations, trapped within the confines of outdated thinking. Tell me, does only the younger generation require resources within the clan? What about the clan's affairs? What of you all? The elders? Do they not need to cultivate? The higher one's cultivation, the greater the requirement for resources. Do not tell me that 100 billion cannot be spent. Even those instructors and guardians could be compensated to motivate them to exert greater effort in their duties. If all else fails, we could perhaps enlist the talents of those grassroots prodigies. They lack nothing but resources. Truly, it is exasperating that one cannot even spend money wisely. Why should I concern myself with the finances? In the face of Ye Suifeng's reprimand, Suiyun instinctively shrank back. Indeed, he had not considered such a matter. For it had never crossed his mind before. In the past, they had been so frugal that they would almost split a single spirit stone for use. Where could they have imagined such abundance as they currently possessed? Even if one were at a loss as to how to allocate funds, surely buying would suffice? The Wanbage is right there, filled with countless treasures, that 100 billion is hardly enough to fill the gaps. Ye Suifeng remarked. Suiyun scratched his head and replied, Brother, have you forgotten that Wanbage was already emptied out last time? Ye Suifeng frowned slightly. Have they not restocked? It has been a month, and the replenishment is exceedingly slow. No, Suiyun responded, perhaps they are encountering this situation for the first time and require time to prepare. Very well, Ye Suifeng said. Let us not dwell on this for now, I shall investigate the matter later. By the way, is the younger generation returning from the borders soon? Ye Suifeng inquired. Suihu nodded affirmatively. Yes, they return once a month to collect cultivation resources before setting off again until the beast tide is completely quelled. Excellent, Ye Suifeng said. You may adjust resources based on their accomplishments during this journey. Those who make notable contributions should be well rewarded. Furthermore, let us not be stingy with the myriad techniques and spirit artifacts I brought back from Wanbage, they should all be made available. What good is it to let excellent methods gather dust at home? Additionally, encourage them to actively engage with grassroots talents, ideally. They should be brought under our banner to bolster our family's strength. A series of commands were issued, and the responsible parties diligently took note. Finally, Ye Suifeng tossed down a storage bag brimming with spirit stones. This amounts to 100 billion, coupled with the leftover spirit stones from last month. If you still cannot exhaust it, I shall seek someone more adept in this domain to manage the family finances. With that, Ye Suifeng rose and departed, leaving Suiyun staring at the two large bags of glimmering spirit stones, feeling overwhelmed. Chapter 16. Reaching an agreement. Song Shuang had been in Yunshao City for over 10 days. In his quest to uncover the identity of the enigmatic affluent individual, he had visited many influential figures in the city, including the heads of the Tang and Li families. Both families possessed considerable economic strength, particularly the Tang family, which had firmly established itself in Yunshao City and amassed substantial wealth. However, based on his assessment, neither family was the mysterious benefactor he sought. The Li family's financial capabilities were somewhat lacking, rendering them unable to produce a significant amount of spirit stones for resource procurement. As for the Tang family, there was simply no justification for them to act in such a manner. His investigation had reached an impasse. Deputy Envoy. Perhaps we should pay a visit to the Ye family? A middle-aged man suggested to Song Shuang, furrowing his brow. Song Shuang pondered for a moment before ultimately shaking his head. No need. According to our intelligence, the Ye family has only recently risen to prominence within the last century. They achieved their current status through family unity and sheer determination, but their foundation remains remarkably shallow. It is utterly implausible for them to be involved. Moreover, from my discussions with the Li and Tang families, it is clear they hold the Ye family in contempt, dismissing their new head as a fool. We have no reason to waste our time there. The middle-aged man nodded, refraining from questioning Song Shuang's judgment. They understood that for any faction, a robust foundation was a crucial evaluation criterion. Throughout history, many illustrious families and sects had risen to fame. But only those that could endure the test of time were truly formidable. Then we will have to focus on Gu Wanxin, the middle-aged man said. Song Shuang nodded, grumbling. That wretched woman is exceedingly wary. Since her return from Sioux City, she has made no moves whatsoever. Even the replenished goods have been minimal. Clearly an attempt to conceal her sources from us. The middle-aged man frowned and remarked, Deputy Envoy, Gu Wanxin is merely a pavilion master, surely we can resort to force? After all, her actions are disrupting the normal operations of the Wanbao Pavilion. Casting a sidelong glance at him, Song Shuang replied, Of course we cannot. Although I serve as Deputy Envoy, the person responsible for this branch is still Gu Wanxin. Regardless of her actions, I cannot intervene directly. I can only report and await higher-ups' decisions. The Wanbao Pavilion adheres to strict regulations and does not tolerate provocation. This is also to protect those without power or influence. Very well, Song Shuang sighed, keep a close watch on Gu Wanxin. I refuse to believe she can remain hidden indefinitely. If new goods are not put on the shelves within a month, I shall devise a way to deal with her." At that moment, the door was suddenly pushed open. And a guard rushed in, urgency etched across his face. "Deputy Envoy, trouble. Gu Wanxin has suddenly vanished." Drunken Dream Tower. The most opulent restaurant in Yunshao City. In a private room on the top floor, Ye Suifeng sat across from Gu Wanxin. "Madam Pavilion Master, why must this transaction take place here?" Ye Suifeng inquired. After concluding the meeting yesterday, he arrived at Wanbao Pavilion today, intending to inquire with Gu Wanxin about the delay in restocking. However, before he could disembark from his carriage, Gu Wanxin's maid approached Ye Suifeng, informing him that Gu Wanxin was at Zuimanglu, and promptly led him there. With a smile adorning her face, Gu Wanxin welcomed him, saying, "As the most esteemed guest of Wanbao Pavilion, it is only natural for me to offer you a warm reception." With that, she clapped her hands. And a bevy of graceful maidens entered, bearing the finest delicacies and wines from Zuimanglu, setting an extravagant banquet before him. Ye Suifeng observed Gu Wanxin. Sensing that matters were not as straightforward as she portrayed, there must be some underlying issues. Yet, he was uninterested in delving into them, as his purpose was merely to procure goods. "Thank you for your efforts, but I am here solely to inquire whether there are any new treasures available at Wanbao Pavilion," he stated directly. Ye Suifeng remained as forthright as ever. Gu Wanxin smiled and produced a jade slip from her bosom, presenting it to Ye Suifeng. "I have already retrieved the new merchandise, please take a look." Ye Suifeng accepted the jade slip and skimmed through its contents. The items were largely comparable to those he had purchased previously, predominantly of mid-grade and lower, with only a scant 4 treasures of higher rank. This was even fewer than last time, which left Ye Suifeng feeling somewhat disheartened. "Is this all there is?" he inquired. Perceiving his dissatisfaction, Gu Wanxin replied, "I beg your understanding, Ye Family Master. The supply of goods at the branch is assessed comprehensively by the main pavilion. Although you were exceedingly generous in your last purchase, acquiring nearly all the available stock, the main pavilion is unaware of your subsequent purchasing capacity and thus refrains from releasing an abundance of items." Ye Suifeng was left speechless. Such caution seemed excessive. "Very well, please provide an estimate," he said. "You truly are forthright," Gu Wanxin exclaimed, her delight evident. "The total value of this batch of goods is approximately 1,200 billion spirit stones. However, as you are my most esteemed guest, I shall extend a 10% discount, bringing the total to 108 billion spirit stones. A 10% reduction amounted to a significant concession of 120 billion spirit stones." Ye Suifeng nodded in acknowledgement, not rejecting her goodwill. "Please bring forth the storage bag," he extended his hand. Gu Wanxin's smile broadened as she swiftly retrieved the storage bag she had prepared in advance. It was an exceptionally large bag, capable of containing up to 2,000 billion spirit stones. Soon, the two efficiently completed their transaction. "Ye Family Master, would you care to experience the unique offerings of Zuimanglu?" Gu Wanxin flashed him a knowing glance. "That will not be necessary," Ye Suifeng replied, unenthusiastic about such indulgences. "I have but one request." "Please, do say," Gu Wanxin straightened her posture attentively. Ye Suifeng declared, "In the future, expedite the procurement process as much as possible. Once you have acquired the goods, bring them directly to the Ye family, do not make me undertake another journey. Additionally, please ensure a greater proportion of heavenly materials and earthly treasures, I shall take as many as you can provide. Moreover, I require treasures of at least the earth rank. Inform the individuals at the main pavilion that I possess ample spirit stones, so there is no need to fear my inability to purchase." Gu Wanxin nodded repeatedly. "Rest assured, I shall return to the main pavilion today. Within a fortnight, I will bring back resources. As for heavenly materials and earthly treasures, they pose no issue. Yet for those of earth rank or above, I can only strive to acquire them on your behalf, as such esteemed items are beyond my authority." Ye Suifeng nodded. "Very well, I shall await your good news." With that, he rose to depart, casually taking a roasted duck with him, much to Gu Wanxin's astonishment. After a while, the door to the private chamber was abruptly pushed open from the outside. "Gu Wanxin, What are you doing here? Song Shuang entered with a scowl. Guanxin, reclining with her legs crossed, chuckled, Deputy Envoy Song, your oversight is a tad excessive, must I report even my basic needs to you? You! Song Shuang felt a surge of anger, yet he was powerless to act against Guanxin. I merely wish to remind you that as the pavilion master, one should be diligent and not idly waste time while neglecting duties such as stocking goods. If this continues, I shall certainly report to Envoy Luo. Guanxin took a sip of fine wine and rose. Then there is no need for the deputy envoy to concern himself with me. Coincidentally, I too must return to the main pavilion today, perhaps we could go together? Song Shuang immediately furrowed his brow. What business do you have at the main pavilion? Guanxin giggled, of course, to replenish the inventory. The items I brought previously have all been sold, yielding over 1 trillion spirit stones. In just a month, I have sold more than 2 trillion worth of goods. I believe the steward above Envoy Luo would find this quite intriguing. Leaning closer to Song Shuang, she smiled brightly. By the way, given the substantial amount of spirit stones involved and the considerable distance to Su City, I hope the deputy envoy will fulfill his duties and dispatch guards to accompany me. I would be immensely grateful. With that, Guanxin left the private chamber. Song Shuang stood there, his expression dark as thunder. How did this wretched girl manage to find such wealthy patrons? With frustration, he kicked the chair beneath him across the room. Chapter 17, The Return from Trials in the Ye family. A delicate figure danced through the air, accompanied by shimmering sword light. At times as graceful as a swallow, at others as formidable as an eagle, she twisted and turned with agility. With a soft exclamation, she struck the black measuring stone before her with a sword. Instantly, a tremendous wave of sword energy coalesced in the air, swiftly cleaving through the stone. Boom! The remarkably resilient measuring stone was instantly marred by intricate fissures, soon shattering into a cascade of debris. Very well, very well. Ye Suifeng remarked with a nod of satisfaction from the sidelines. Father! Ye Huang exclaimed, her cheeks flushed and her breath labored as she bounded toward him. Sweat dampened her hair, clinging to her face, yet her spirit radiated with an undeniable vigor. I have mastered the 9 techniques of god-slaying, she declared, tempering her excitement as she spoke. Ye Suifeng affectionately ruffled her hair, fully aware of his daughter's dedication and growth. Previously, he had promised that upon mastering the 9 techniques of god-slaying to a minor degree, she could accompany the clan's youths to the border for training. Since then, Ye Huang had thrown herself into relentless practice, devoting herself entirely to cultivation aside from the necessities of eating and sleeping. With the aid of the Tranquility Stone, she had succeeded in merely a month, achieving a minor mastery of the techniques. Moreover, she had advanced 2 levels in her cultivation, reaching the 9th level of Qi refinement, nearly catching up to the standards of the clan's elite youths. Her progress was nothing short of astonishing. Father, may I? Ye Huang gazed at Ye Suifeng with eager anticipation. Ye Long and the others are returning tomorrow, you may accompany him, Ye Suifeng replied, fully aware of her thoughts. I love you, father! Ye Huang exclaimed joyfully, leaping in delight. Her tireless efforts were all in wait for Ye Suifeng's approval, and now, everything felt worthwhile. Look at how happy you are, Ye Suifeng chuckled, shaking his head. Come here, let me check your body refinement progress. He placed his hand atop her head, his consciousness sweeping over her. During the last body refinement, most of the energy had lain dormant within her, nurturing her physique gradually as she cultivated. A month later, she had absorbed nearly all of that energy. Her strength and physical condition had improved almost tenfold compared to a month prior. To his astonishment, Ye Suifeng also noticed a slight enhancement in Ye Huang's cultivation aptitude. It seemed the transformative power of the tribulation lightning had played a role. Go rest for a while. Tonight, I will administer your second body refinement. And then you may unleash your exuberance as you wish, Ye Suifeng instructed. Thank you, father. Ye Huang replied, brimming with excitement. That evening, Ye Suifeng conducted her second body refinement. This time, the process was gentler than the last. Upon realizing the body refinement liquid had the effect of enhancing aptitude, he shifted his focus accordingly. The majority of the energy was concealed, to be gradually activated as Ye Huang continued to grow. This strategy was intended for the long term. Afterwards, Ye Suifeng gifted the talisman he had purchased for the first time to his daughter. The reason he had not given it before was simply because he had forgotten. The following day, the Ye family was suddenly filled with lively commotion. The younger members of the Ye family returned after a month of adventuring, each brimming with vitality from their experiences. They shared tales of their exploits and the peculiar sights they had encountered along their journey. Such opportunities had never been afforded to them before. "Brother, you are truly impressive. You took down that second-grade wolf demon with a single shot," exclaimed Yi Qian. The trio of siblings, Yi Long, Yi Qian, and Yi Qian, returned together to their family. "Did you know? Young Master Long's name has become quite renowned along the borders. Everyone speaks of him in glowing terms," Yi Qian said excitedly. Yi Long, however, remained composed and replied, "Such accolades are merely superficial. The true path lies in becoming more powerful." Yi Qian nodded in agreement and then added, "By the way, I heard that Ye Suifeng managed to break through to the Qi transformation realm just a few days ago." "Fifth uncle's little sister?" Yi Long raised an eyebrow. Their fifth uncle, Ye Suibao, had 2 daughters. The elder, Yi Qinyao, was only a few months younger than Yi Long and had also just entered the Qi transformation realm. Currently at the 3rd level, another prodigy of the Yi family. Ye Suifeng, however, was merely 13 years old, yet she had also achieved a breakthrough. "These 2 sisters from 5th uncle's family are exceptionally gifted," Yi Qian remarked. "Indeed," Yi Qian replied. "She is even younger than I am, yet so formidable. Moreover, Sister Qinyao performed exceptionally well during this expedition, earning the title of Yao Fairy." Yi Qian pouted. Yi Long was both her brother and idol. And the fact that Yi Qinyao was on par with him made her feel uneasy. "That is a good thing," Yi Long smiled and said. "Do not feel disheartened by the excellence of others. You have been at the peak of the Qi refinement stage for some time now. With a little more effort, I believe you will soon break through to the Qi transformation realm." Yi Qian nodded earnestly. Moments later, Yi Qian suddenly turned to Yi Qian beside her and asked, "De Qian, what is wrong with you today? You haven't said a word." Yi Long also glanced over. Yi Qian appeared somewhat peculiar, remaining silent for a moment before he sighed softly and said, "I just saw those impoverished children, and it struck me. Throughout this journey, he had finally come to understand the realities of life in remote areas. For those people, even mere survival was a challenge. Struggling on the brink of death to stay alive. For one accustomed to a life of comfort, it was difficult for him to fathom." "Oh dear. Your saintly heart is overflowing again," Yi Qian teased. "No," Yi Qian quickly retorted. "I was thinking that for our family, people can also be a form of wealth. If we have the means, perhaps we could take in some talented individuals and nurture them. Given time, those individuals could become great assets to the family." "But you just pity them, your heart is overflowing with compassion." Yi Qian rolled her eyes. "I truly am not," he insisted. "All right." Yi Long intervened to prevent the two from continuing their dispute. He turned to Yi Qian and inquired, "Is this truly how you feel?" Yi Qian replied, "Indeed. I believe that for any force, talent is an indispensable asset." Yi Long nodded in agreement, stating, "What you say holds merit. To expand one's influence, it is essential to possess ample talent. However, nurturing talent is an exceedingly resource-intensive endeavor, fraught with complexities. You might consider discussing your thoughts with our uncle and observing how he chooses to address the matter." Yi Qian nodded earnestly. "Wow, brother. You are truly remarkable to have considered this aspect, unlike certain individuals who are perpetually overwhelmed by their altruistic sentiments," Yi Qian remarked in admiration. Yi Qian immediately shot her a glare, exclaiming, "Hey, I am discussing the same issue with my elder brother, am I not?" "No, elder brother is contemplative, while you are merely sentimental." Chapter 18, The Patriarch's Golden Medal Adopting Orphans? Ye Suifeng sat in his study, gazing in mild astonishment at his refined nephew before him. No. This was not merely an act of adoption. Yi Qian, clearly a bit apprehensive, stated, "I wish to transform them into a force for the future of our family." Ye Suifeng stroked his chin, finding this nephew rather intriguing, as his thoughts aligned remarkably with his own. Well, that sounds agreeable, Ye Suifeng replied. Yi Qian was momentarily taken aback, his eyes wide with disbelief. Uncle, you agree? With a smile, Ye Suifeng affirmed, indeed, why would I not? This is a commendable endeavor. Yi Qian was stunned. He had come here fully prepared for a vehement reprimand. He understood all too well that such an idea, in a world governed by the survival of the fittest, was an anomaly. To squander the family's resources on nurturing a group of unrelated individuals would likely invite ridicule. Yet, unexpectedly, his uncle had readily acquiesced. So straightforwardly and calmly that it left him momentarily disoriented. Uncle, you truly do not oppose this? Yi Qian still struggled to comprehend. Of course not. Ye Suifeng reiterated with certainty. Taking a deep breath, Yi Qian expressed, your support invigorates me immensely. In a climate where all others disapprove, your endorsement has bestowed upon me tremendous confidence. Very well, Ye Suifeng chuckled, go ahead and pursue your vision. Should you encounter insurmountable challenges, do not hesitate to seek my counsel. The task of adopting orphans and cultivating influence is, in truth, an exceedingly intricate matter. While resources are secondary, the primary challenge lies in managing human sentiments, a true art form. Yi Qian was still quite young, yet Ye Suifeng was prepared to grant him ample space and time. Thank you, uncle. Yi Qian earnestly declared. I shall commence my efforts forthwith. That is acceptable, Ye Suifeng nodded. However, it would be prudent to devise a plan beforehand. Tell me, how many individuals do you intend to take in initially, and how do you plan to nurture them? Yi Qian furrowed his brow in contemplation before responding. During my recent endeavors, I encountered numerous individuals, many of whom possess significant potential. I intend to initially take in 3 of the most gifted and accomplished among them. We will then retreat into the Jailing Mountains, both for training and to yield substantial benefits. Once we have accumulated sufficient resources, we will gradually expand our scale. Uncle, what do you think? He awaited his uncle's response, which came swiftly. Ye Suifeng internally nodded. Generally speaking, this arrangement was indeed commendable, with a high margin for error. However, I find your ambitions rather limited, Ye Suifeng stated calmly. Eh? Yi Qian blinked in surprise, not anticipating such an assessment. Your vision is too constrained. Ye Suifeng shook his head. According to your plan, how long would it take to truly establish a scale that could benefit the family? 10 years? 20 years? I cannot wait that long. Upon hearing Ye Suifeng's words, Yi Qian's face immediately contorted with concern as he said, Uncle, if we broaden the recruitment scope, my limited resources simply cannot sustain it. This endeavor is exceedingly costly. Yi Qian had only dared to propose this idea after observing the recent increase in exceptional cases. The thought of expanding the scale was something he had never dared to contemplate. Yet, Ye Suifeng chuckled, saying, you truly are a naive boy. Do you believe my support is merely verbal? Yi Qian blinked in confusion. Of course not. Ye Suifeng shook his head, adding, there is something you are still unaware of. The family has already resolved to support you in integrating external forces into the clan while simultaneously enhancing your own strength. Moreover, resources will be provided as needed. Upon your return, formulate a plan outlining your requirements, specify the number of spirit stones and the types of resources needed, and present it directly. Since you have taken the initiative to propose this idea, feel free to report any future needs directly to me. I have but one request, proceed without restraint. Yi Qian staggered out of the family head's study, feeling dazed. Outside, Yi Long and Yi Qian were waiting for him. So, did Uncle agree? Yi Long inquired. Yi Qian turned back to him, appearing as though he were in a dream. Noticing his expression, Yi Qian rolled her eyes, saying, Humph. I knew Uncle would never agree to such an absurd request. It's not as if we have an excess of funds. Uncle agreed, Yi Qian interjected, pulling a lightweight golden token from his pocket. The token gleamed with a golden hue, prominently etched with the character for wind. The family head's golden token. Yi Long gasped in astonishment. As a direct descendant of the Yi family, they were well aware of its significance. The family head's golden token held but one purpose: it allowed for unconditional access to family resources, whether spirit stones or martial arts techniques, everything was at his disposal. Such a token was likely possessed by only a few senior direct members of the family. Now, it had been bestowed upon Yi Qian. Had the family head gone mad? Yi Lon's heart raced. Yi Qian, what exactly did you discuss with uncle? Nothing much, Yi Qian replied. I simply shared my thoughts with him. And he expressed his strong support. Then, he gave me this golden token. Yi Long and Yi Qian exchanged bewildered glances, rendered speechless. This was far too hasty. Were they not concerned that Yi Qian might squander the token recklessly? Does this mean we no longer need to worry about resources? Yi Qian gazed at the token, her eyes gleaming with excitement. For them, this symbolized boundless resources. However, Yi Qian tucked the token away. His expression turning solemn as he stated earnestly, for me, uncle's support is the most invaluable asset. I must ensure this endeavor succeeds. I cannot betray uncle's trust. I shall not utilize this gold medal for personal gain. With those words, he strode away with unwavering determination. I hope that lad is not so obstinate and can truly harness the potential of this medal to enhance himself. In the room, Ye Suifeng shook his head and murmured to himself. His conversation with Yi Qian today revealed a concerning issue. The young individuals in the household are indeed remarkable. Yet they possess one flaw: they are rather inflexible. Alas, it appears that these children have become accustomed to frugality. It seems that we must intensify our policy efforts. Chapter 19, Contribution Points. What is the aspiration of a cultivator? It is the possession of an appropriate cultivation method, a high-quality spirit weapon, and an ample supply of cultivation resources. Most conflicts and disputes arise from these desires, and many individuals are willing to sacrifice their lives for them. Thus, from a certain perspective, the majority of cultivators live in poverty. The Yi family, in its earlier days, was particularly destitute, lacking in cultivation resources. Possessing a singular and inferior method of practice, and daring not to covet spirit weapons of the mysterious grade or above. This poverty, to a great extent, constrained people's talents and limited their potential for power. Ye Suifeng harbored a simple idea: to eliminate these constraints and enable every member of the Yi family to fully realize their potential in an environment rich in resources. Sui Yun, he said, you are to design a contribution point system and establish the cultivation hall, spirit weapon hall, and treasure hall. Everything within these halls will be linked to contribution points, allowing family members to exchange their points for the items they desire. Ye Suifeng summoned Sui Yun to his study. Sui Yun took notes earnestly and replied, I understand. This is akin to the practices of those large sects, which can serve as a form of encouragement for our kin. Ye Suifeng nodded in agreement. Indeed, however, we are a family, and our methods must differ from those of the sections. The sects do this primarily to enhance their cohesion and sense of identity, and to leverage their numerous disciples for greater benefits. We do not require such measures. My intention is to relieve the family from the burden of resource scarcity, allowing them to focus more on their cultivation. Thus, the acquisition of contribution points must be given careful consideration. Achieving breakthroughs in cultivation levels should count as contributions, attaining accomplishments in certain areas should also be recognized. Aiding fellow clansmen must be included, and even marrying and having children should be counted as contributions. Sui Yun widened his eyes in surprise. Having children counts too? Why wouldn't it? Ye Suifeng retorted. A thriving population is a hallmark of a flourishing family. Not only should it count, but it should be given extra weight. In summary, all actions beneficial to the family must be incorporated into the contribution system. After you return, discuss the specific evaluation criteria with Sui Yun and the others. Ye Suifeng delegated the finer details to the family officials, taking charge only of policy formulation and providing financial support. Upon returning, Sui Yun and the others convened overnight and quickly established a preliminary set of contribution point guidelines. Subsequently, the cultivation hall, spirit weapon hall, and treasure hall were declared permanently open to the family. The Yi family members soon learned of the methods to acquire contribution points. I have 1,000 initial contribution points. Is that a lot or a little? I also have 1,000. It seems most people's initial contribution points are around that amount. Young individuals congregated to discuss the newly implemented policy, pondering how best to accumulate contribution points. Oh, every time one breaks through a level in the Qi refinement stage, one can earn 100 contribution points. Indeed, upon transcending to the gasification realm, one can directly obtain 3,000 contribution points. Astonishingly, becoming a first-grade alchemist also grants the same amount. However, aiding an elderly lady across the street only yields 10 contribution points? Recruiting a genius for the family rewards 500 points, while giving birth nets 5,000 points. As the onlookers absorbed this information, they noticed a sudden shift in tone. Some were aware of the sex contribution point standards, which typically accompanied a task system, where one could only earn points by completing specific tasks. Yet, the rules of the Ye family seemed to encompass everything. It was unheard of that childbirth could be counted as a contribution. They foresaw that, in the near future, the population of the Ye family would undoubtedly soar to unprecedented heights. But let us not rejoice too soon. We still do not know how many contribution points would be required to exchange for those precious resources. Someone doused the enthusiasm with cold water. Instantly, the crowd fell silent. Indeed, if the cost were too high, the points would hold little value. Let us take a look then. Sighing, one hoped that their 1,000 contribution points could be redeemed for a mid-grade yellow-level martial technique. The crowd began to surge toward the recently opened 3 great halls. Upon seeing the listed prices inside, everyone was left astounded. Goodness! A yellow-level low-grade technique only costs 10 contribution points. Furthermore, there were profound-level techniques available for just 1,000 contribution points, albeit limited to 2 exchanges per person. Be content, such opportunities were rare, and besides, one cannot overindulge. A yellow-level low-grade spirit sword also costs nearly 50 contribution points. Oh, at last, I too possess a spirit sword. Everyone was in a state of astonishment. The prices of those precious resources were exceptionally reasonable. It felt akin to being given away for free. Everyone began to sing praises for the family and their beloved head. Ye Suifeng. Sister, our uncle is simply too dashing. Outside the spirit tool hall, a girl with 2 long braids exclaimed excitedly, clutching a radiant long sword. She gently caressed it as if it were the most exquisite object in the world. Xiao, that is a profound-level spirit tool, be careful not to injure yourself. Another older girl advised with a hint of exasperation. Dear Yao Fairy, I would never. Ah! Before she could finish, Ye Xiao let out a yelp as a droplet of crimson blood appeared on her finger. She hastily placed her finger in her mouth. Ye Qinya shook her head in disbelief. We only have 1,000 contribution points, you spent it all in an instant, which is rather wasteful. With her finger still in her mouth, Ye Xiao whimpered, It's not wasteful, it is fated to be mine and will surely shine brightly in my hands. Regrettably, she had transcended too early. Had she delayed her breakthrough to the gasification realm by a few more days, she could have secured another 3,000 contribution points. Humph. But that matters little. I am Ye Xiao, and I shall make swift progress even in the gasification realm, with plenty of contribution points to spare. Ye Xiao chattered incessantly, her excitement spilling over. Ye Qinyao remained relatively quiet, merely listening to her ramble on. By the way, sister, Ye Xiao remarked, my finger has finally stopped bleeding. I've heard that Ye Long's reputation at the border is quite formidable, and many clansmen have gathered around him, forming a substantial force. Since it's just the 2 of us, perhaps we should seek some assistance, otherwise, we will surely be overshadowed by him. Ye Qinyao cast her a glance and shook her head, saying, We are all fighting for our family, there is no need to compete for superiority. It suffices to focus on our own endeavors. Upon hearing this, Ye Xiao pouted and replied, You are simply too indifferent to fame and fortune. Compared to the Ye family, a nunnery might be more suited to you. Forget it, if you want to seek help, I will. I think it would be wise to win over Sister Huang first. Although her skills are lacking, she is after all the daughter of the family head. With Uncle's current generosity, we might even be able to acquire a mystical grade spirit sword through her. Cousin Zihan from 4th Uncle's family is quite impressive as well. She has reached the 10th level of Qi refinement at only 13, nearly matching my own prowess. He. We could form a Yi family girls group to suppress that bunch led by Yi Long. But as for Yi Qian, let us not include her. She is simply infatuated with her brother and cannot bear to be apart from Ye alone. Chapter 20, The Primordial Art after a brief respite. The younger generation of the Ye family once again embarked on their journey towards the borders of the Jialing region. Ye Huang also departed alongside them. Just a few days prior, Ye Xiaoxiao from the Ye Suifeng family had taken the initiative to invite Ye Huang, vowing earnestly before Ye Suifeng that she would ensure Ye Huang's safety, urging him to rest assured. She even remarked on how increasingly handsome Ye Suifeng had become, lavishing him with extravagant praise. Ye Suifeng, fully cognizant of her intentions, refrained from exposing her motives and presented each of them with a high-grade mystical bracelet. Ye Xiaoxiao nearly soared with joy at the gift. Subsequently, Ye Suifeng pulled the two aside, advising them not to harbor any reservations due to Ye Huang's status, and to allow her to engage in whatever activities deemed necessary for her growth. Such an approach would yield optimal results in her training. Once they departed, Ye Suifeng returned to his study, perusing ancient texts. Having already engaged in 2 transactions with Gu Wanxin, he had acquired a plethora of martial arts techniques and insights into cultivation. He had developed a substantial understanding of the cultivation system within this world. In ancient times, mortals basked in the radiance of the sun, moon, and stars, absorbing the essence of the universe into their beings, thus becoming the first humans endowed with extraordinary powers. In that era, innate talent was paramount. Subsequently, as humanity's ancestors waged war against demonic beasts and malevolent entities, they gradually discovered a path to self-cultivation. They emulated the practices of these beasts, inhaling and exhaling the spiritual essence of the world to augment their own strength. It was from that point that the concept of spiritual energy began to permeate human consciousness. As development progressed, the path of cultivation underwent further refinement, with distinct and meticulous classifications of cultivation levels emerging. Moreover, various professions stemming from cultivation, such as alchemy, formations, and talismans, flourished remarkably, akin to a multitude of blossoms in full bloom, reminiscent of a star-studded sky. However, amidst this flourishing diversity, a grave issue arose. The multitude of types, excessive complexity, and intricate details rendered the absence of a universal standard for all to learn from. Ye Suifeng shook his head in dismay. Every individual in the world is unique, and as such, the practice of different techniques yields varying results. This necessitates that each person seeks out the cultivation method most compatible with their own nature. If one successfully identifies this path, they can unleash their fullest potential. Conversely, should they fail to find it or make erroneous judgments in their choices, they risk leading a life of mediocrity. Due to the uneven distribution of resources, such situations are prevalent. If a universally applicable cultivation method existed that everyone could practice, then every individual in the world would possess boundless potential. This world would undoubtedly be even more remarkable. Ye Suifeng pondered deeply, hailing from a different realm. He possessed a distinctive perspective and beliefs. In his era, a concept known as foundational education prevailed, wherein prior to high school, all individuals received equal knowledge across a spectrum of subjects. In high school, students are divided into 2 distinct academic paths, the liberal arts and the sciences. Upon entering university, this division becomes further refined, leading to the emergence of numerous specialized fields. After pursuing graduate studies, the differentiation intensifies even more. Much like a grand tree adorned with countless branches and leaves, each branch harbors infinite possibilities for the future. The most crucial aspect of this tree is its trunk. Ye Suifeng, aspiring to create such a trunk, decides to commence with the very essence of spiritual energy. With a graceful gesture, he conjures a gentle aura of white light in the palm of his hand, transforming it into various forms. At its core, spiritual energy is fundamentally a unique form of energy. This extraordinary energy can be absorbed by any object, and if the absorbing entity possesses consciousness, it will harness it, transforming it into its own power. The Qi refinement stage primarily involves absorbing spiritual energy, unblocking meridians, and initially tempering the body. The Qi transformation phase further refines spiritual energy, forming a cloud of energy in the Dantian, thereby mastering the forces of spiritual energy. Ye Suifeng intends to embark on his transformation from these 2 stages. All methods of cultivation essentially represent the operational dynamics of spiritual energy within the body. Through various meridian pathways, the energy circulates in a cyclical manner. Even the slightest deviation in these intricate details can result in vastly different outcomes. Some techniques are rigid and domineering, while others exhibit remarkable gentleness. And some possess unique attributes of their own. Moreover, the meridians within each individual exhibit subtle variations, collectively forming an exceedingly complex system. A faint smile graces Ye Suifeng's lips. Universality is most averse to complexity. Though the human meridian system resembles an intricate web, there are 9 primary meridians that every individual possesses. By utilizing these 9 principal meridians as a foundation, there exists a significant probability of creating a method applicable to all practitioners. Each of the 9 main meridians is exceptionally expansive, akin to a grand thoroughfare that accommodates myriad streams. However, the notion of encompassing myriad streams also implies that the absorbed energy may be significantly heterogeneous, necessitating the existence of a pure and refined system. As Ye Suifeng reflects, he gestures, conjuring a vast luminous screen before him, where the 9 principal meridians of the human body are vividly displayed. Above them lies the connection to the soul's center. And below, the link to the dantian. Behind them faintly connects a sphere of verdant energy, representing the essence of human life. Any misstep could jeopardize this essence. Which is why no one has dared to simultaneously manipulate all 9 principal meridians. Yet, Ye Suifeng is different. His immeasurable soul empowers him to effortlessly discern the most fundamental elements. The first stage, then, is to unblock these 9 principal meridians, perfectly aligning with the Qi refinement phase of traditional cultivation systems. Subsequently, he plans to utilize the primary meridians to nourish the physical body, refine the dantian, and extract and store energy, corresponding to the Qi transformation realm. Suddenly, Ye Suifeng's eyes radiate with a glimmering brilliance. Upon closer inspection, it appears as though a resplendent galaxy ebbs and flows within, constantly extinguishing and rebirthing. He has commenced his calculations. Time flows gently onward. Ye Suifeng had been ensconced in the study of the family lord for nearly 2 months. The last time he elevated the 9 swords of godslaying by an entire grade. It took merely the time for a cup of tea. This clearly indicated the monumental challenge he faced this time. During this period, Suiyun visited him several times. And Yi Huang returned once, wishing to see Ye Suifeng, but they were all thwarted by an invisible force that rendered entry into the study impossible. They speculated that Ye Suifeng had entered seclusion. 2 months later, the starlight in Ye Suifeng's eyes finally began to fade. And the luminous screen before him transformed into a radiant tome, slowly closing its final page. With a sigh of relief, he acknowledged the completion of his endeavor. Initially, he had not anticipated that the creation of this technique would demand such an extensive investment of time. It was time to bestow a name upon it. Ye Suifeng smiled as he gazed at the tome, akin to a parent admiring their child. This technique represented an entirely new cultivation system. The energy it harnessed transcended mere spiritual essence, it could absorb and utilize the quintessence of heaven and earth, the fundamental essence of all beings, as well as demonic and monstrous energies. After a moment of contemplation, Ye Suifeng extended his finger and inscribed 3 grand characters upon the tome, Primordial Technique. Chapter 21, Conducting Business in the Family Study. Suiyun was reporting the recent developments to Ye Suifeng. After 2 months of seclusion, there had been no significant events within the family. The beast tide in the border regions had largely subsided, and most of the core members had returned. Only the younger generation remained, diligently clearing out the demonic beasts and adhering to Ye Suifeng's directives to foster good relations with ordinary cultivators. As this was an unprecedented endeavor, the results were strikingly evident. In less than 3 months, the reputation of the cities under the Ye family's jurisdiction had risen several notches, with some even venerating the Ye family as a sacred entity. Sacred? I have no desire to transform the Ye family into a sanctuary. Ye Suifeng scoffed. His aim was to establish a sufficiently powerful faction, reputation was a secondary concern. Are there cultivators willing to pledge allegiance to the Ye family? What is their strength and talent? Ye Suifeng inquired. There are indeed a multitude. Suiyun replied with a smile. Currently, over 100 cultivators have made their way to Yunshao City, solely for the purpose of joining the family. Most of them are at the Qi refining stage, though their talents vary. Ye Suifeng waved his hand dismissively. Variance is acceptable. We are not a sect that must scrutinize talent. This world equally requires the less powerful to undertake ordinary tasks. Ensure that their responsibilities are well defined, and strive to place each individual in their rightful position. Suiyun frowned. Brother, are you suggesting we take them all? Indeed, we shall take them all, Ye Suifeng affirmed, provide them with a conducive environment for cultivation. And do not be stingy with resources. A strong foundation will facilitate smoother progress in the future. Suiyun nodded in understanding. Then remarked with a grin, I estimate that in the coming years, the family's population will multiply several times over. From what I know, certain young members have also performed admirably, gathering quite a number of followers. Certain young members? Ye Suifeng chuckled, are you referring to that lad from your household? Before the family announced this policy, Yi Qian had already approached me, expressing similar sentiments. I hold a favorable view of this nephew. Ha ha ha. Suiyun laughed heartily, adding, it's not just Yi Qian, Yi Long and Yi Qiniao, due to their remarkable strength, have also attracted many followers. Oh, and let us not forget Yi Huang. Yi Huang, Qiniao, Xiaoxiao, Zihan, and several other young women from the clan have formed an organization called the Tianluan Hall, which currently possesses considerable influence and is well regarded in the border areas. The leaders of Tianluan Hall are Qiniao and Yi Huang, however, as you know. The child Yi Qiniao is naturally disinterested in fame and fortune, so Yi Huang primarily manages the affairs. They have already gathered a substantial following of scattered cultivators due to their exceptional abilities. Ye Suifeng was mildly astonished. I did not anticipate that this group of young women in our family would possess such competitive spirits. It seems that a daughter has emerged as their leader. One can surmise that her status is one aspect, yet her own strength must have significantly progressed as well. My dear brother, I wish to inquire about the sudden enhancement of Xiao Huang's prowess. In just over 2 months, she has remarkably ascended to the 12th level of qi refinement, truly astonishing. Furthermore, her combat capabilities are not to be underestimated. It is rumored that even Yi Long lacks absolute confidence in defeating her. It appears that she must be considered for the impending battle in Yunxiao City in a few months. Suiyun bore an expression of incredulity. For Yi Huang's performance has been nothing short of exceptional. It is simply a case of late bloomers, replied Ye Suifeng. Is that so? Suiyun chuckled, playfully winking at Ye Suifeng. Perhaps other members of our clan also harbor the potential for late blooming. I believe you should keep an eye on them. Clearly, he did not fully trust Ye Suifeng's words. After all, the transformation in Yi Huang was far too pronounced to dismiss. It would be hard to believe it occurred without Ye Suifeng's influence. Look at you, acting like a monkey, Ye Suifeng said with a shake of his head. Let us wait until the training concludes. It will provide a perfect opportunity to discern who possesses the value for cultivation, and I shall treat them accordingly. Suiyun laughed heartily, satisfied with the agreement, for his eldest son, Yi Long, would undoubtedly secure a spot. By the way, I have been in seclusion for 2 months and have not provided you with this month's spirit stones. Has anything gone awry? Ye Suifeng inquired. No. Nothing at all, Suiyun responded. You entrusted me with a total of 18. 2 billion spirit stones, and fortunately, you were in seclusion, otherwise I would have truly struggled to exhaust such a vast sum within a month. Ye Suifeng had assigned him the task of spending those spirit stones within that time frame, which had caused Suiyun considerable distress. There is simply nowhere to spend it. Look at your lack of ambition. Ye Suifeng decided not to press him further, allowing things to unfold gradually. However, this situation did highlight a concern. Should he fall into another prolonged seclusion, the family's financial chain would undoubtedly falter. It would be impossible to develop in accordance with his vision. Contemplating this, Ye Suifeng handed Suiyun a storage bag. Here are 10 billion high-grade spirit stones. Take good care of them and manage them as you see fit. I have but one request: within reasonable limits, strive to provide our family with an excellent cultivation environment. Cultivation and expansion will be our themes for a considerable time. You must ensure proper oversight. Ye Suifeng spoke earnestly. Suiyun trembled as he accepted the storage bag. 10 billion high-grade spirit stones equate to a staggering 100 trillion spirit stones. In all his years, he had never witnessed such an immense fortune. Rest assured, dear brother, I shall maximize their potential, Suiyun declared solemnly. He understood that this storage bag of spirit stones represented not merely wealth, but also Ye Suifeng's trust in him and the heavy responsibility it entailed. Ye Suifeng nodded gently. By the way, has Gu Wanxin from Wanbao Pavilion contacted you recently? He asked. They had previously arranged to procure a batch of supplies every fortnight, but as fate would have it, he had entered seclusion just after their agreement. Yes, she has come by. As Suiyun produced 3 rings, he remarked, she left these behind, stating they are to be delivered to you. They bear a formation seal that I cannot unlock. Ye Suifeng took the rings, effortlessly dispelling the seals, revealing an abundance of treasures within, accompanied by corresponding prices. Congratulations on your emergence, Master Yi, echoed her playful consciousness within. Amused, Ye Suifeng's lips curled into a smile. They had previously struck a deal for Gu Wanxin to deliver resources every fortnight. Unexpectedly, he had been in seclusion for 2 months. Yet this woman adhered to their agreement and sent the items ahead of schedule. It was noteworthy that, as merely a pavilion master, managing such a vast quantity of resources without the ability to reclaim spirit stones must have placed immense pressure upon her. She indeed possessed a keen business acumen. Ye Suifeng glanced at the price list, which still reflected a 10% discount, totaling over 430 billion spirit stones. He emptied a storage ring and, utilizing the residual consciousness of Gu Wanxin, crafted a new formation, a seal that only she could unlock. Subsequently, he handed the rings back to Suiyun. These 2 contain resources. You may handle them as you see fit. Arrange for someone to visit Wanbage and deliver this ring to Gu Wanxin. Suiyun nodded, accepting the 3 rings. Upon witnessing the vast resources within, he was not taken aback. This was not his first encounter. His mindset had greatly improved. After discussing several mundane matters, Suiyun prepared to depart but soon returned. I almost forgot, over a month ago, 4 young individuals came seeking you, claiming you had crossed paths near the outskirts of Qinggu Jailing. Suiyun informed. Did I? Oh, indeed, Ye Suifeng recalled. Having saved a few young souls from being trampled by a bull on the day of his tribulation. Feeling a sense of affinity, he had made them a promise. Make the necessary arrangements, they seem quite capable. Suddenly, a spark ignited in his mind. Wait. Ye Suifeng stroked his chin and declared, have them come to see me. It is essential to have individuals test the efficacy of this newly forged path of cultivation. Chapter 22, Ambush by the Tiger in the Courtyard Beneath the Willow Tree. 4 young individuals, 3 men and 1 woman, stood before Ye Suifeng, their expressions betraying a sense of unease. Are you comfortable living here? Ye Suifeng inquired as he leisurely sipped his tea at the stone table. Comfortable, indeed, stammered Feng Ji, a youth with long hair. The Yi family has treated us exceptionally well, truly, providing us with accommodation and meals. Recently, while working within the family, they even granted us ample cultivation resources. Ye Suifeng smiled reassuringly. There's no need to be nervous. I realize I do not yet know your names. Feng Ji quickly replied, I am Feng Ji. This is Ma Feng, the one who nearly perished last time. He is Yupani, and she is Lu Hong. The 4 respectfully bowed. We have the honor of meeting you, Senior Yi. Ye Suifeng waved his hand dismissively. Our encounter here in Jailing signifies a bond, there is no need for excessive formality. I have summoned you today to request your assistance with a matter. Feng Ji clasped his hands together in a gesture of respect. The debt of gratitude for saving my life is immeasurable. Please, command us, we are prepared to face any peril. Their eyes gleamed with determination, embodying the spirit of the martial world. Well said. Ye Suifeng paused briefly before continuing. All of you are at the qi refining stage, correct? Feng Ji nodded. Indeed. I possess a unique cultivation method known as the primordial art, which diverges significantly from the current cultivation system. I hold great optimism for its potential. Yet as no one has practiced it before, the outcomes remain uncertain. In essence, I require individuals to serve as test subjects. Contemplate this, he urged. If you are willing, I shall personally guide your cultivation journey. However, should you choose to decline, there is no issue, you may continue your lives within the Yi family as you see fit. Ye Suifeng candidly expressed his intentions, revealing no desire to conceal anything from these young practitioners. Even if they opted out, he could easily find others from the family. There was no need for deception, honesty was paramount. Yet, in response to his forthrightness, Feng Ji and the others fell silent. The prospect of altering their cultivation method was a weighty decision, especially considering Ye Suifeng's clear indication that this path was entirely different. The risks were immense. Should anything go awry, their lives could be irrevocably altered. Ye Suifeng remained unhurried, sipping his tea as he awaited their decision. After a prolonged silence, unexpectedly, one stepped forward and knelt on one knee. It was the youth named Ma Feng. "Senior, you saved my life, yet my status is humble. And I am uncertain how to repay your kindness. Now that you are in need, I shall not hesitate. I am willing to attempt your new cultivation method." Ma Feng's expression was resolute, having made his decision. Following him, Feng Ji also stepped forward, smiling. A true man must honor his word. "I have just proclaimed my readiness to risk everything. How could I act contrary to my promise? Senior, I too am willing to try." After their conversation, Lu Hong and Yu Pingyi stepped forward to join them in solidarity. Their intentions were unmistakably clear. Ye Suifeng wore a smile, feeling a profound sense of camaraderie akin to the brotherhood found in the martial world, a quality seldom possessed by those of noble lineage. "But do not harbor regrets?" "Certainly not," Feng Ji replied with unwavering resolve. "Very well, let us commence at once." Rising to his feet, Ye Suifeng unleashed his vast spiritual awareness, enveloping the group, revealing every secret hidden within their beings. Feng Ji, 8th level of Qi refinement, with average talent. Ma Feng, 6th level of Qi refinement, with below average talent. Lu Hong, 6th level of Qi refinement, with below average talent. Yu Pingyi, 7th level of Qi refinement, with average talent. Feng Ji and Lu Hong displayed a solid foundation, while the other two appeared somewhat weaker. However, to Ye Suifeng, their skills seemed chaotic and disorganized, reflecting the typical state of loose practitioners. "Feng Ji and Ma Feng, you both need to dispel all your cultivation and start anew. Lu Hong and Yu Pingyi, maintain your current training methods while simultaneously practicing the Yuan Shi Gong." Ye Suifeng declared, "I shall impart the profound essence of Yuan Shi Gong to you, and you will explore its cultivation on your own. Fear not. I will personally oversee your progress, so pursue your endeavors without concern for any life-threatening dangers." Ye Suifeng swiftly organized the group into two factions. One would begin from scratch, while the other would integrate traditional practices. The initial stage of their cultivation would be left to their own exploration, allowing for more accurate experimental data. Subsequently, Ye Suifeng bestowed upon them the foundational principles of Yuan Shi Gong, instilling its essence deep within their souls, thus eliminating the need for the comprehension process. Soon, the four began their preliminary training in the courtyard, while Ye Suifeng stood guard, meticulously observing the flow of spiritual energy and the various transformations occurring within their bodies. Based on these changes, he further refined the intricate details of Yuan Shi Gong. This new path of cultivation became increasingly apparent. The training continued until nightfall, when they finally ceased their efforts. Return home, rest well, and reflect on any issues that arose during your training. Do not attempt anything rash to avoid complications. I will arrange a closer location for you soon, Ye Suifeng advised. Everything was proceeding smoothly. However, that evening, Sui Yin hurried in, his expression grave. "Elder brother, there's been an incident. You instructed me to send someone to Wanbao Pavilion for a transaction, so I sent Sui Hu. Yet, after completing the deal, they were ambushed on their return. All the supplies brought back from Wanbao Pavilion have vanished, and Sui Hu is gravely injured and unconscious." The sudden news caused Ye Suifeng to furrow his brow. It appeared that the transaction with the Wanbao Pavilion had indeed drawn the attention of certain individuals. The staggering resources amounting to trillions had ignited their covetous desires. "Where is Sui Hu now?" Ye Suifeng inquired. "At home," Sui Yun replied. "His dantian is shattered, and all his meridians are severed. Master Zhang Ziming has already visited and stated that his spirit is damaged, and recovery is nearly impossible. We must find the perpetrator." Sui Yun's expression was filled with fury. After all, he was the most crucial pillar of their family, their closest brother. "Let us not rush. We shall go and see," Ye Suifeng suggested. As long as there is a breath of life, he will find a way to rescue Suihu. And as for the culprit, since they dared to bare their fangs, they should be prepared for their own annihilation. Chapter 23, Awakening in the Ye family's Changsheng Hall. A multitude of key family members gathered, some bearing grave expressions, others seething with fury. Who did this? Damn it, I swear I will settle the score. Isn't it obvious? It must be that pack of hounds from the Li family. I can never forgive them. Hold on, let us not jump to conclusions. We cannot yet ascertain the identity of the assailant, nor do we understand their motives for attacking Fourth Master. Who else could it be but the Li family? Are you afraid? I merely seek clarity. Who claims I am afraid? The crowd erupted into a cacophony of voices. What are you all shouting about? Just then, Suiyun and Ye Suifeng entered, prompting an immediate hush among the assembly. Refrain from your reckless fervor, the family head will make the decisions. Suiyun shot them a stern look before she and Ye Suifeng proceeded into the inner chamber. Inside, Ye Suiyun and Sui Bao were present, while Suihu lay on the bed, pallid and weak. Beside him, Suihu's wife had reddened eyes, clearly having wept extensively. Upon seeing Ye Suifeng enter, Zhang Ziming promptly rose. Ye family head, he addressed respectfully. Ye Suifeng nodded, gesturing for Zhang Ziming to step outside. Elder brother. Family head, the others chimed in, their faces wrought with grief and indignation. The impulsive Sui Bao's eyes were bloodshot. What as with everyone? You all look as if someone has died. Ye Suifeng remarked, exasperated. Rest assured, I will bring him back. The others were momentarily taken aback. They had already prepared themselves for the possibility of Suihu's demise. Sui Bao blinked, saying, Elder brother, Master Zhang just mentioned. Just a sixth-grade alchemist, not particularly formidable, Ye Suifeng interrupted. Sui Bao was momentarily speechless. A sixth-grade alchemist was indeed the most powerful in Yunxiao City. Yet, in his brother's words, he seemed to lack any real capability. After speaking, Ye Suifeng ignored him and settled beside the bed. He extended his fingertip to press against Suihu's forehead, probing with his consciousness, swiftly discerning the dire condition he was in. It was catastrophic. Truly devastating. The dantian was shattered, meridians throughout his body were ruptured. And even his bones were broken into fragments. Most critically, his soul had suffered severe injury, more than half of it damaged, with the essence of life ebbing away. This was evidently the result of an encounter with an entity beyond the nascent soul stage. It was a miracle he still clung to life. Ye Suifeng shook his head and pressed his finger against Suihu's forehead once more, silently intoning, return to the soul. Instantly, a tremendous aura erupted from his fingertip, exploding outward in a vast wave, extending far beyond the immediate vicinity. Suddenly, ethereal sounds filled the air, and a bluish-white radiance flickered continuously. Suiyun and the others stood frozen in awe, witnessing wisps of azure smoke emerging from the void, swiftly dissipating into Suihu's forehead. Such a technique was utterly unprecedented. As the final wisp of azure smoke entered Suihu's forehead, he abruptly opened his eyes and gasped, awakening with a start. Husband. His wife was the first to react, collapsing onto Ye Suihu, tears streaming down her face. Meanwhile, Suiyun and the others were left in stunned disbelief, after Zhang Ziming had concluded that there was no hope left. Ye Suifeng astonishingly managed to rescue Ye Suihu in mere moments. What immense power this was! What remarkable strength Ye Suifeng possessed! After a long pause, Suiyun pulled Ye Suihu aside and whispered, Go outside and inform them that our third brother is safe now. Let them carry on with their affairs. Ye Suifeng's strength remained an enigma, a closely guarded secret he wished to keep hidden for as long as possible. Ye Suihu nodded and departed. At this juncture, Ye Suihu had fully regained consciousness. Suihu, do you remember what transpired? Ye Suifeng inquired. Ye Suihu took a sip of water, recalling the events that had unfolded. He had arrived at Wanbage with 3 rings, seeking Gu Wanxin. The two parties quickly engaged in a transaction, and Ye Suihu acquired the resources Gu Wanxin had brought. As he was about to leave, Gu Wanxin offered to send someone from Wanbage to escort him, but he declined, believing that a larger entourage would only reveal the secret of his precious treasures. Thus, he opted to journey alone. However, He did not anticipate that trouble would still find him. His assailants were 4 cultivators of the nascent soul stage, and as a mid-stage golden core practitioner, he stood no chance against them. In just a few breaths, he was utterly defeated and lost consciousness. "Brother, it was my mistake. I should have listened to the pavilion master and allowed her to send escorts," Ye Suifeng lamented, guilt etched across his face. After all, those were resources worth billions. "Enough of that, what matters is that you are alive," Ye Suifeng reassured him. "For nascent soul practitioners? Which family in Yunshao City possesses such formidable strength?" Suiyun furrowed his brow. The pinnacle of power in Yunshao City consisted of golden core cultivators. Perhaps a family harbored 1 or 2 ancient monsters who had broken through to the nascent soul stage. But such beings typically remained in seclusion and would not intervene unless absolutely necessary, let alone form a group of 4. Thus, it was unlikely that the assailants belonged to the Li or Tang families. Could it be Wanbage? Ye Suifeng suggested. Wanbage had always been an exceedingly mysterious force. And its true strength was indeterminate. It was indeed plausible that they could dispatch 4 nascent soul cultivators. "What should we do, brother? If it truly is Wanbage, we are in serious trouble," Suiyun fretted. Ye Suifeng rose to his feet. "Do you recall what I once told you? Our Yi family fears no one. Should anyone dare to reach out, we shall sever their grasp." He glanced at Ye Suifeng and continued, "Leave this matter to me. You should utilize the finest resources to nurture Suifeng back to health. When the time comes, I will assist him in mending his dantian and restoring his strength." With that, Ye Suifeng prepared to depart. "Brother, are you truly going alone?" Suiyun still felt a twinge of unease. Ye Suifeng nodded slightly, reassuringly stating that there was no need for concern, they should simply focus on their own responsibilities. Regardless of the adversary, he had already rendered them inconsequential. With a graceful wave of his sleeve, Ye Suifeng vanished from the room. The remaining individuals exchanged glances, uncertain of what to say. Second brother. Don't you think the change in eldest brother is rather drastic?" Ye Suifeng murmured. "First, there was an overwhelming fortune that could leave one faint, followed by the miraculous rescue of Ye Suifeng from the brink of death. Now, he exuded an imposing presence, disregarding even 4 Yuan-ing cultivators. Was this truly the same eldest brother they had known, who was always taciturn and merely at the qi refining stage? Regardless of the magnitude of the transformation, he remains our elder brother," Ye Suifeng pronounced with gravity. "These past months, we have witnessed significant changes within the family. If he were to disappear, everything would revert to its former state." Therefore, he turned to Ye Suifeng and solemnly declared, "Such remarks must not reach my ears again." Chapter 24, The Pursuer in the Vast Sky. Ye Suifeng traversed the clouds with his hands clasped behind his back. A gray thread marked his path. A manifestation of the causal laws he extracted from the aura surrounding Ye Suifeng. With this causal law as his guide, he could pinpoint the location of the skirmish. Soon, he arrived above a secluded path in Yunshao City. From his vantage point, the remnants of battle were unmistakable, accompanied by lingering traces of formations. The concealed formations suggested that the adversary had come prepared. Why is she here as well? On the path, several figures seemed to be searching for something. One of whom was Gu Wanxin, the head of Wanbao Pavilion. Ye Suifeng gracefully descended. "Who goes there?" A few golden core cultivators immediately assumed a defensive stance. However, upon recognizing Ye Suifeng, Gu Wanxin hastily intervened. "Head of the Yi family." Gu Wanxin approached, her expression a mixture of emotions. "I sincerely apologize. I did not anticipate that they would strike in Yunshao City and harm Third Master." She bowed in contrition. "They?" Ye Suifeng raised an eyebrow. "So you know who is responsible?" Gu Wanxin pressed her lips together, replying, "I am not entirely certain, but based on the situation at the scene, it appears that only 4 nascent soul cultivators could orchestrate such a formidable array." "Speak," Ye Suifeng commanded, standing with his hands clasped behind him. Clearly aware that Gu Wanxin had her own connections to this matter. With a sigh, Gu Wanxin confessed the recent events. After her last transaction with Ye Suifeng, She had established a certain rapport with the steward of Wanbao Pavilion, a figure positioned above the main operators. Upon meeting the steward, she reported the indiscretions between Song Shuang and Luo Cheng. Given the substantial profits Gu Wanxin had recently generated, the steward took this matter seriously. After conducting an investigation, the steward promptly stripped Song Shuang of her deputy position and warned Luo Cheng against engaging in similar antics. Thus, Gu Wanxin's crisis was averted, and Song Shuang and Luo Cheng received their due punishment. Yet, they would not easily accept their fate. Although Song Shuang was removed from her post, she remained active in Yunshao City. Gu Wanxin understood her intentions. Her aim was to locate the elusive major benefactor. What would transpire thereafter was beyond Gu Wanxin's knowledge, and she could not intervene, for it fell within the normal regulations of Wanbao Pavilion. Even if a client was snatched away, it merely indicated her inadequacy. However, Gu Wanxin never anticipated that Song Shuang would take such a reckless gamble, directly eliminating Ye Suifeng during a transaction and seizing his vast resources. Such audacity was utterly outrageous. With a client in distress on her territory, Gu Wanxin could not absolve herself of responsibility. In this manner, the cooperation they had just established was likely to shatter in an instant. Head of the Ye family, I take full responsibility for failing to safeguard Third Master. Rest assured, I shall employ all my means to provide you with an explanation. Gu Wanxin vowed. Ye Suifeng remained silent. He had not anticipated that the attack on Ye Suifeng was merely a consequence of the internal strife within the Wanbage. It was a classic case of celestial beings clashing while mere mortals suffered. The individual known as Song Shuang was exceedingly domineering and ruthless, showing utter disregard for the lives of others. Why did you not inform me earlier? Ye Suifeng inquired. Gu Wanxin's face reflected distress as she replied, Master Yi, you are unaware of the full circumstances. Behind Song Shuang stands Luo Cheng, the mastermind of the Wanbage section, who was accompanied by formidable guardians at the transformation stage. I was unable to disclose this information and could only navigate the situation to the best of my abilities. Ye Suifeng's expression bore a hint of derision. You merely wish to preserve this trading channel, do you not? Ultimately, Gu Wanxin is fundamentally a merchant, driven by profit. To safeguard her own interests, she concealed the conflict between herself and Song Shuang, resulting in Ye Suifeng's unwarranted calamity, nearly costing him his life. Had it not been for this, perhaps the party engaging in trade with the Ye family would have been Song Shuang instead. However, for Ye Suifeng, resources were all that mattered, regardless of who provided them. Thus, Gu Wanxin bore undeniable responsibility in this affair. While he comprehended her intentions, he would not extend forgiveness. I truly apologize, Master Yi. Given the current state of affairs, I have no desire to argue. I can only strive to provide you and the late Third Master with an explanation. Gu Wanxin asserted resolutely. Ye Suifeng fixed his gaze upon her eyes. Truth be told, this woman was remarkable. She had managed to maneuver through her superiors with her cunning, despite lacking any substantial background, and had even triumphed over them. Regrettably, she had underestimated the power of absolute strength. The Third Master is not dead, Ye Suifeng stated calmly. This matter is no longer your concern. I shall handle it myself. However, there must not be a next time. Whatever occurs that may threaten the Yi family, you must inform me at the earliest opportunity. Do you understand? He chose not to cast blame upon her. Firstly, Gu Wanxin's business acumen was indeed commendable, and her proactive approach was something he currently required. Secondly, should he replace her with another, he could not guarantee that further complications would not arise. Upon hearing Ye Suifeng's words, Gu Wanxin paused. Master Yi, I do not fully grasp your intent. There is nothing particularly cryptic about it, Ye Suifeng replied. Our agreement stands. As for Song Shuang, I shall deal with him personally. Gu Wanxin opened her mouth. Master Yi, I urge you to reconsider. Given the immense wealth Song Shuang has acquired, he is certain to have returned to seek Luo Cheng. There are numerous nascent soul cultivators providing protection, along with formidable beings at the transformation stage. How do you intend to confront them? She could hardly fathom how Ye Suifeng could dare to utter such words. The highest combat power in Yunxiaking was merely at the nascent soul stage. However, Ye Suifeng shook his head slightly and calmly remarked, Yuaning, Huashan, mere ants. He continued, "Very well, you shall accompany me, lest you find yourself hesitant to share any future encounters." With that, Ye Suifeng extended his hand and grasped at the void. Suddenly, the entire expanse of heaven and earth transformed in hue, as the sound of the great Tao resounded, and a resplendent river of stars materialized before the onlookers. Time reversed. The cosmos shifted. The surroundings began to whirl and spin around them. Amidst Gu Wanxin's astonished gaze, the scene crystallized upon a singular figure, Ye Suifeng. He was briskly traversing a narrow path when, all at once, four silhouettes descended from the sky, obstructing his every route. Among them, one figure stood out, gaunt yet striking. Adorned with a magnificent jeweled longsword at his waist, his sharp brows soaring upward, remarkably conspicuous. It was Song Shuang. Gu Wanxin gasped in astonishment. Chapter 25. Kneel before me. In the upper levels of Wanbao Pavilion, located in Shucheng, Luochang and Song Shuang sat facing each other. In Luochang's hand lay a delicate ring, which he toyed with. "Uncle, rest assured, the mental seal placed by that wretched Gu Wanxin has been lifted by me. Even if she suspects me, she will be powerless to act," Song Shuang declared with an air of triumph. After lying low in Yunshao City for several months, he finally had something to show for his efforts, a considerable windfall. The resources worth trillions would take him a century to amass through honest toil, yet here he was, suddenly wealthy beyond imagination. Moreover, this act would undoubtedly sever the ties between Gu Wanxin and the Ye family, perhaps even tarnishing her reputation with accusations of mismanagement, thrusting her back into her rightful place. A peasant-born wretch has no standing to contend with him. Luochang stored the ring away and inquired, "Are you certain that the Ye family is not a significant clan and lacks formidable capabilities?" "Absolutely." Song Shuang chuckled. "Having spent nearly 3 months in Yunshao City, I have thoroughly investigated the power dynamics there. The most formidable practitioners are merely at the nascent soul stage, and they are mostly in seclusion. The Ye family is the weakest among the 3 prominent families in Yunshao City, possibly lacking even a single nascent soul cultivator. Their patriarch is a newly appointed fool. We have nothing to fear from their retaliation." With unwavering confidence, Song Shuang recounted how he had discreetly gathered intelligence in Yunshao City, even locating the alchemists and artifact smiths of the Ye family. According to their accounts, they were merely lured by generous compensation to join the family. Thus, Song Shuang orchestrated this ambush to claim the vast resources for himself. "But if the Ye family is so feeble, how do they possess such wealth?" Luo Qing queried. Song Shuang shook his head with a smile. "The world is vast and full of wonders. It is not uncommon for people to stumble upon treasures while wandering. I suspect the Ye family is no different. They likely stumbled upon great riches but failed to exercise restraint, instead squandering their fortune. Even without my intervention, others would inevitably target the Ye family. Wouldn't you agree, uncle?" Luochang nodded slightly, sharing the same sentiment. The Ye family's actions, upon reflection, resembled those of nouveau riche individuals. He had seen many such characters, and their fates were seldom favorable. "Ha! You have done well this time. Fear not. Once the tumult subsides, I shall find a way to restore your position as deputy. So long as the Ye family does not track you down, all will be well," Luocheng assured with a smile. Song Shuang laughed heartily. "Naturally, I could never be found by the Ye family." However, his laughter abruptly halted as he noticed Luocheng's expression had frozen in shock. "They have found you," a ghostly voice echoed from behind him. Turning around, Song Shuang was nearly thrown from his chair in terror. Before him, a pitch-black portal loomed, slowly widening, revealing several figures emerging from the void. "Gu Wanxin." Song Shuang recognized the woman, and in a moment of terror, he let out a shrill scream, akin to that of a woman. You all. How is this possible?" His face was a mask of fear as he tore open a portal in the void. What extraordinary skill was this? What kind of powerful cultivator could achieve such a feat? His legs began to tremble. At that moment, Ye Suifeng, accompanied by Gu Wanxin, stepped through the void and stood before Luochang and Song Shuang. "Is this Song Shuang?" Ye Suifeng inquired. Gu Wanxin nodded, still looking utterly shaken. She could scarcely fathom that Ye Suifeng had grown to such an extent, effortlessly opening the river of time and tracing back to the origins. With merely a casual wave of his hand, he followed an inscrutable gray trajectory, breaking through the void and locating Song Shuang himself. It was simply terrifying. Song Shuang. Neither of us anticipated the dreadful entity you have entangled yourself with. Who are you? Song Shuang stammered, his legs quaking at the sight of this formidable individual who had clearly come for him. Head of the Ye family, Ye Suifeng. Ye Suifeng's expression remained impassive as he spoke with a detached tone, attacking my clan's core members and seizing resources. Who endowed you with such audacity? Upon hearing this, Song Shuang's eyes widened in disbelief. What? He is the head of the Ye family? The heads of the Li and Tang families had assured him with utmost conviction that the new head of the Ye family was merely a worthless qi refining stage cultivator. He felt an overwhelming urge to seize them by their collars and demand an explanation. Could a qi refining stage cultivator truly open a portal in the void? Let me explain. Song Shuang attempted to utter something, yet Ye Suifeng did not afford him the opportunity. With a swift motion, he delivered a resounding slap. A force akin to heavenly might descending upon him, striking his face with great ferocity. Instantly, Song Shuang collapsed to the ground, half of his face swelling grotesquely. Teeth mingled with blood, spewing onto the ground. Ye Suifeng's countenance remained cold. He had no desire for further discourse with Song Shuang. He was here to dispense judgment. He had come to take a life. Bang! Ye Suifeng's foot came crashing down upon Song Shuang once more. A torrent of violent spiritual energy surged into Song Shuang's body, wreaking havoc within. Meridians, dantian, bones, all were shattered in an instant. Ah! Song Shuang let out a cry of agony, blood spewing across his face. Luo Cheng, observing his pitiful state, trembled involuntarily. Hesitantly, he spoke, Mister, perhaps we could discuss this calmly. Ye Suifeng cast a glance at him, his eyes cold. Who are you to address me as Mr.? With that, he stepped forward. A terrifying aura enveloped Luo Cheng's head, followed by a cataclysmic eruption. Boom! Massive energy exploded outward from Ye Suifeng, and the protective layers of formations crumbled like mere paper in an instant. Debris flew, splinters scattered. The upper levels of the Wanbao Pavilion were reduced to dust, transforming into an open platform. Heavens! What is happening? Everyone, run! Downstairs. Numerous cultivators and customers seeking to purchase goods were startled by the sudden explosion, causing widespread panic as they fled from the Wanbao Pavilion. Shen Xingjiu stood in shock, gazing at the expansive flat roof above. On that very roof, Luo Cheng trembled uncontrollably, overwhelmed by fear. How terrifying! The energy just unleashed, if directed at him, would surely have evaporated him in an instant, reducing him to mere ashes. Song Shuang, what manner of existence have you provoked? Master Yi. He is our principal instigator and also Song Shuang's uncle, Gu Wanxin whispered. Ye Suifeng cast a glance in her direction. Oh, so you are implicated as well. Luo Cheng's eyes widened as he hastily interjected, No, I have nothing to do with Song Shuang. However, before he could finish, Ye Suifeng pressed down slightly with his hand, and Luo Cheng felt as though a divine mountain had crashed upon him, causing him to spew forth blood and collapse to his knees. Who dares to cause a ruckus in the Wanbao Pavilion? Suddenly, a formidable aura erupted from the lower level of the pavilion. An elderly man clad in a splendid robe ascended slowly, his expression stern and his demeanor extraordinary. That was the presence of a transformation stage cultivator. Yet, a mere glance from Ye Suifeng nearly caused him to soil himself in fright. It is I. What can you do to me? Ye Suifeng remarked indifferently. Senior, let us speak amicably. The transformation stage elder quickly clasped his fists in a gesture of respect. Ye Suifeng cast his gaze downward, kneel for now. Chapter 26, Summon your ancestors. The Wanbao Pavilion in Suching stands as one of the most iconic edifices in the city. Soaring 7 stories high, surrounded by an intricate formation. Particularly at night, the uppermost levels emit a hazy purple glow, exuding an aura of grandeur. Yet today, the pinnacle of this magnificent structure has been breached. Wooden beams and tiles exploded, scattering debris across the ground. A solitary figure stood with an air of indifference, while the prominent figures of Wanbao Pavilion appeared to have succumbed entirely to him, kneeling before his presence. Who could this individual be? Could he possibly be a figure of even greater significance within Wanbao Pavilion? Surely, one would not dismantle their own abode. This was evidently an act of enmity towards the establishment. My heavens, was he unaware of the profound depths of the power residing behind Wanbao Pavilion? That he would dare to act with such audacity? Whispers circulated among the onlookers, their curiosity piqued by the figure clad in white. What could possibly be the source of his confidence? Ye Suifeng's only reliance was himself. In this world, no one could rival him, not even the mightiest of deities. Senior. The elder of Wanbao Pavilion, in the realm of transformation, knelt in fear, gazing up at Ye Suifeng. I did not permit you to speak, silence yourself. Ye Suifeng replied coolly, then with a single hand gesture, 3 grey threads of causality emerged from his palm. 2 drifted downwards to the lower levels of the pavilion, while 1 ascended towards the distant horizon. They have fled far, but it is futile, Ye Suifeng sneered coldly, clenching his fist. Instantly, 2 cries of alarm resonated from below. With a crash, a large hole erupted in the lower wall, and 2 figures surged upwards. Accompanied by their screams, they crashed onto the floor, kneeling in terror alongside Song Shuang and the others. Upon recognizing their faces, Gu Wanxin's eyes widened in shock. The 2 individuals were precisely those who had attempted to assassinate Ye Suifeng. But why were there only 2? At that time, alongside Song Shuang, there had been 3 formidable Yuan cultivators. Just as her confusion deepened, a voice filled with dread echoed from afar. Gazing into the distance, she beheld a small black dot tumbling through the air, following the last grey thread that emanated from Ye Suifeng's hand. With a thud, the final Yuan cultivator landed at their feet. His expression was one of astonishment and panic. He was bare from the waist up, with only a meager piece of cloth for modesty. The aura emanating from him suggested he had been engaged in some unsavory activities when Ye Suifeng had seized him. Such a method was utterly terrifying. As Gu Wanxin beheld Ye Suifeng's silhouette, she found herself entranced. The man before her seemed to grow larger than life, towering beyond her comprehension. Enough, Ye Suifeng stated coldly, his gaze fixed upon them. You, consumed by greed, brazenly assaulted a key member of my clan, resulting in his meridians being shattered and him teetering on the brink of death. I, as the head of the Ye family, hereby sentence you to death. Upon concluding his words, Ye Suifeng slightly raised his hand. In the terrified gaze of those present, he wielded his palm like a blade and decisively swung it down. With a splatter, 4 heads, accompanied by a cascade of hot blood, were hurled high into the air, rolling down from the Wanbao Pavilion and landing amidst the crowd on the street. A gasp of horror erupted among the onlookers, who, upon recognizing the identities of the severed heads, were gripped by sheer terror and scattered like frightened birds, fearing they would be caught in the ensuing chaos. After eliminating the 4 instigators of Song Shuang, Ye Suifeng turned his attention to Luo Cheng. Unable to contain himself any longer, Luo Cheng exclaimed, Senior. I had no prior knowledge of their actions. I only learned of it later. Had I known beforehand, I would have certainly intervened. I implore you, spare me. His fear was palpable. The Ye family patriarch before him possessed unfathomable strength and acted with ruthless decisiveness. When he declared death, it was executed without hesitation. Luo Cheng was desperate to avoid losing his life due to Song Shuang's folly. Ye Suifeng remained silent, merely gesturing with his hand, causing a polished ring to slowly emerge from Luo Cheng's grasp. Upon seeing the ring, despair instantly overtook Luo Cheng's features. The incriminating evidence lay within his possession, and there was no way to cleanse himself of this guilt. Check to see if everything is intact, Ye Suifeng instructed as he handed the ring to Gu Wanxin. She nodded eagerly before taking the ring. They have erased my spiritual mark, she huffed, scrutinizing the contents before nodding slightly at Ye Suifeng. Patriarch Yi, everything is here. It seems they did not have the chance to utilize it. Ye Suifeng nodded in acknowledgement and then fixed his gaze back upon Luo Cheng. In this world, greed resides in every heart, and I can comprehend that. However, your mistake lies in provoking me. His eyes narrowed, 2 piercing beams of light instantly penetrating Luo Cheng's mind. Luo Cheng let out a muffled groan as blood began to stream from his eyes. In that fleeting moment, every meridian in his body shattered, his dantian reduced to dust, and even his soul was cleaved in half. He had been rendered utterly incapacitated. Luo Cheng's expression turned ashen. His eyes were devoid of life. And he parted his lips slightly, his voice hoarse. Ye Suifeng. Your tyrannical actions will surely invite retribution. You cannot fathom the terrifying power concealed behind the Wanbao Pavilion. You and your family will undoubtedly vanish from the annals of history in the near future. All of this is your doing. Blood spilled from his mouth as he spoke. Ye Suifeng regarded him coldly, a sudden smile breaking across his face. You strike down the young, and the elders shall come seeking retribution? How delightful, I relish such narratives. I grant you an opportunity, hasten to contact your ancestors. Or even your ancestors' ancestors. When the time comes, I shall have a most enlightening conversation with them. With that, Ye Suifeng released the pressure upon Luo Cheng. Eager to see what sort of individuals he would summon, viewing it as a perfect chance to suppress them all. To prevent future troubles. He certainly lacks the time to indulge such individuals. You shall come to regret this. Luo Cheng nearly screamed. Hurry and call for help, he urged. No need for that. I have already arrived. Suddenly, a gentle voice resonated. It belonged to a young man of remarkable demeanor, clad in a purple robe, holding a pristine jade fan. He gracefully descended beside Luo Cheng. Ye Suifeng cast his gaze towards the young man, who indeed exuded a certain elegance. Are you his ancestor? Or perhaps the ancestor of his ancestor? Ye Suifeng inquired. Head of the Ye family, this is the esteemed steward Shen Tianming of the Wanbao Pavilion I mentioned to you. Gu Wanqin elucidated, bowing respectfully to Shen Tianming. Steward Shen, this person is utterly arrogant. He came here and destroyed our Wanbao Pavilion, ruthlessly murdered Song Shuang and the others. And rendered my cultivation abilities useless. You must avenge me. Upon Shen Tianming's arrival, Luo Cheng grasped at the opportunity like a lifeline, exclaiming loudly. Shu, Shu. Shen Tianming placed a hand on Luo Cheng's shoulder and spoke softly, do not worry, I shall handle this matter with impartiality. With that, Shen Tianming turned his attention to Ye Suifeng. Crack! A streak of blood appeared along the edge of the white jade fan. Luo Cheng, his face awash with disbelief, collapsed to the ground. A powerless individual has no right to make such insolent demands. Shen Tianming wore a warm smile. Head of the Ye family, do you not agree? Ye Suifeng stood with his hands clasped behind his back. What does that have to do with me? Chapter 27 Intensifying efforts. Shen Tianming appeared remarkably youthful. Yet he had already attained the cultivation level of the transformation stage, a quintessential genius. In stark contrast to the other elder at the same stage. Shen Tianming maintained an air of composure when confronting Ye Suifeng, as if he possessed some form of assurance. Ye Suifeng's gaze drifted towards the distant void. He could distinctly sense a formidable presence lurking behind the desolate expanse, observing the unfolding events. Merely a late-stage integration cultivator, was that his source of confidence? Ye Suifeng felt a flicker of impatience and remarked, if you are here to stand up for Luo Cheng and the others, then do so without delay. Alternatively, you might summon additional allies. Shen Tianming casually pushed Luo Cheng's lifeless body aside and chuckled, Master Yi has misunderstood, I am not here to champion anyone. The Wanbao Pavilion has always upheld a principle of fairness, both internally and externally. Particularly concerning our guests, we would never engage in underhanded schemes. Moreover, Song Shuang's arrogance in targeting the guests of the Wanbao Pavilion constitutes a grave transgression, rendering him deserving of his fate. Although Luo Cheng did not participate directly, he is guilty of complicity, and coupled with his previous unscrupulous competitive practices, he has been expelled from the Wanbao Pavilion. Thus, Shen Tianming shrugged and continued. I must express my gratitude to Master Yi for assisting us in ridding ourselves of these nuisances. Ye Suifeng responded with a brief acknowledgement. Realizing that this individual possessed a modicum of discernment. In that case, proceed as you wish, he said, preparing to open a portal to the void. Wait. Shen Tianming quickly called out to Ye Suifeng. What is it? Ye Suifeng inquired. With a smile, Shen Tianming remarked. Your wealth has drawn the attention of the upper echelons of the Wanbao Pavilion. I previously heard from Pavilion Master Gu that you seek more rare and precious resources and treasures? Ye Suifeng nodded affirmatively, indeed. Very well, Shen Tianming replied. I have come today to discuss the specific categories of treasures you desire. Perhaps we could find a quieter place to deliberate in detail? Shen Tianming's perpetual smile, combined with his handsome countenance, easily endeared him to others. However, Ye Suifeng was disinclined to engage further. He had little affinity for those who appeared amicable yet harbored hidden malice, exemplified by the fallen Luo Qing. I reiterate, regardless of how many resources you wish to sell, feel free to bring them forth without concern for my capacity to pay in spirit stones. As for the particulars, consult with Gu Wanxin, I require only the items," he stated, dismissively turning away and vanishing without a trace. Shen Tianming opened his mouth, yet no words emerged, leaving him only with an awkward smile. What a person of character, he mused, then turned to Gu Wanxin, saying, "Pavilion Master Gu, it seems he considers you his spokesperson." "I am honored," Gu Wanxin replied with measured poise. As Ye Suifeng departed, his words served as a form of protection, imparting significant information to her. Shen Tianming nodded in agreement, stating, "If that is the case, you shall remain in Yunshao City as the liaison between Wanbage and Ye Suifeng. However, I must remind you that, according to Wanbage's regulations, this would confine you to the position of a branch leader indefinitely." Gu Wanxin pressed her lips together and replied earnestly, "That is of no consequence. Today's events have illuminated certain truths for me. To remain in Yunshao City, in a sense, is a blessing. What do titles such as deputy, principal, or steward signify? For individuals like Ye Suifeng and Shen Tianming, it is merely a matter of life and death. Only strength serves as the foundation for existence in this world." She had seen through the facade. "Very well, I respect your perspective," Shen Tianming responded. "Let us proceed as Ye Suifeng suggested. We will find a suitable location to discuss the resource allocation of Yunshao City." Thus, this incident came to a close. The deceased individuals were treated with the same indifference as dead dogs by Shen Tianming. The damaged Wanbage was swiftly restored to its former state within an hour, thanks to the collective efforts of numerous cultivators. Everything unfolded with remarkable tranquility. Moments later, Shen Tianming reappeared in the newly repaired top-floor chamber, accompanied by a diminutive elder. "Elder Mu, what is your opinion of Ye Suifeng?" Shen Tianming inquired softly. "I find him inscrutable," Elder Mu replied, his expression slightly grave, "though he appears unremarkable. Upon closer examination, he is profoundly elusive. His every word and action seems to resonate with the essence of the Tao. I have never observed such a phenomenon in any other elder. Young master, I advise maintaining composure and refraining from conflict with him for the time being." Shen Tianming nodded thoughtfully. It is astonishing that such a figure could emerge from a mere Yunshao City. No wonder the ancient beings speak of impending upheaval in this realm. I wonder if this so-called upheaval pertains to that individual. I hope not, for I do not wish to become the epicenter of a storm. A wretched pawn in the hands of those who scheme. After dealing with Song Shuang, Ye Suifeng returned to his family. Suiyun and Suiyu remained in Ye Suifeng's room, having dispersed the family officials waiting outside. "Elder brother, how did it go?" Suiyun inquired, her face etched with concern. "It has been resolved," Ye Suifeng replied, glancing at Ye Suihu, who lay on the bed. He produced a delicate porcelain vial from his pocket and handed it to Suiyun. "Inside are some medicinal pills. Administer one to him every 10 days, and after 100 days, his health will naturally recover." This vial of pills was concocted by Ye Suifeng during his journey back. In truth, he could have restored Ye Suihu's injuries in mere breaths, but such methods were far too unsettling. Moreover, he did not wish for others to perceive his existence as a license to recklessly disregard life and death. Allowing Ye Suihu to lie down for 100 days served as a minor reprimand for his careless approach to tasks. "Thank you, Patriarch." Ye Suihu's wife wept. Subsequently, Ye Suifeng summoned Suiyun to his study. "I ask you, what caliber of genius does one possess in their 20s at the transformation stage within this realm?" he inquired. During his encounter with Shen Tianming, Ye Suifeng discreetly assessed his bone age, discovering he was merely 27. This revelation led him to ponder the implications if the prominent powers of this world were filled with individuals as prodigious as Shen Tianming. In stark contrast, the youth of the Yi family appeared woefully inadequate. Faced with this notion, Suiyun's eyes widened in disbelief. How could such a genius possibly exist? It is absolutely inconceivable. His reaction spoke volumes. With Suifeng's limited perspective and experience, he had yet to encounter such a level of talent. Ye Suifeng shook his head and remarked, "Very well. I comprehend your stance. From this day forth, devise every conceivable method to expedite the cultivation progress of our clan's younger generation. Implement training rooms, spirit-gathering formations. Body-refining liquids, anything feasible, procure it. Increase the intensity, do you understand?" Chapter 28, Struggle in the forest. In the outskirts of Qinggu Jailing, within a secluded and profound jungle, lies a shimmering emerald lake. Beneath the large azure stones that border the lake, a colossal python coils languidly, basking in the dappled sunlight that filters through the foliage, casting a mosaic of light upon its scaled body. Though seemingly in a deep slumber, the python remains oblivious to the presence of several figures concealed within the dense underbrush, stealthily advancing towards it. These figures, 3 young cultivators, 2 women and 1 man, are enveloped in a translucent membrane. As one of them inadvertently dislodges a droplet of dew, it swiftly crystallizes into ice. The icy garb is designed to insulate against temperature fluctuations, possessing a certain freezing effect. Originally crafted for the sweltering summer months, the ingenious cultivators have discovered its unique capacity for concealing their presence from serpentine beasts. Even when in close proximity, the creatures find it difficult to detect them. It is evident that these 3 cultivators intend to hunt the gigantic python lurking beneath the azure stone. With utmost caution, they inch closer to the beast, nearly able to perceive its faint breaths. The foremost woman, her expression grave, nods subtly to her companions, and in an instant, she springs into action, her long sword slicing through the air, aimed at the python's head. Yet, her movement alerts the python, which opens its eyes and narrowly evades the lethal strike, retaliating with a swift bite. Clang! The python's razor-sharp fangs clash against the sword, and the force of the impact sends the woman hurtling backward. Nevertheless, her eyes shimmer with determination. "Now!" she shouts coldly, prompting the other 2 to leap from the underbrush, their swords aimed at the python's body. Thanks to the distraction caused by the first woman, the python's body is mostly exposed, particularly at its vulnerable 7-inch spot, which falls within the attack range of the other 2. It is a cunning stratagem. With a forceful swing, the swords strike the python's flesh, creating 2 gaping wounds from which blood gushes forth. "Wei Yuan, what are you doing?" the second woman exclaims, her brow furrowed in discontent. "My apologies, Hu Jie, I miscalculated." The young man replies, embarrassment etched on his face. Their plan was for the initial woman to draw the python's attention while the others would work in unison to sever its vital spot, delivering a fatal blow. However, nerves got the better of Wei Yuan, resulting in a misdirected strike. Although the python appears grievously injured, the wounds are not fatal, merely adding to its burden. Be careful, Hu Jie warns sharply, her expression shifting to one of alarm as she rushes to shield Wei Yuan. The python's massive tail strikes with ferocity. Boom! Hu Jie raises her sword to block but grossly underestimates the python's strength, causing her to spit blood midair and crash backward. Hu Jie! Wei Yuan cries out in alarm. Forget her for now, focus on evading. If the opportunity arises, strike down this beast. The first female cultivator commands hastily, as she twirls her sword into a dazzling flourish, charging directly at the python. Clang! Clang! In the briefest of moments, she struck the gigantic python numerous times, inflicting several shallow wounds upon its body. The serpent let out a deafening roar, redirecting its attention towards the woman before it. "Focus your mind, recall how we have trained you," she commanded while continuing her assault. Upon hearing her words, Wei Yuan inhaled deeply, momentarily setting aside thoughts of the injured woman named Hu, channeling all his energy towards the formidable python. Die! At last! He seized the rare opportunity, swiftly advancing, and with a surge of anger, he plunged his sword into the creature's vital point, aligning it with the earlier wounds. With a resounding crack, the python, as thick as a barrel, was severed in 2, blood splattering all over Wei Yuan. The serpent writhed in agony, thrashing violently on the ground, prompting both individuals to leap to safety, allowing it to thrash about in its fury. They understood that the python's demise was inevitable. Who won? In that moment, Wei Yuan recalled Hu Wen and quickly located her amidst the underbrush. She was coughing blood, one arm cradled across her chest, clearly broken. "It's all my fault, I'm so sorry." Wei Yuan's face was etched with guilt. Just then, another woman approached. Having engaged the python in direct combat, her energy was considerably depleted, her complexion pale and her forehead glistening with sweat. "I'm fine. Your inexperience is to be expected." Hu Wen managed a faint smile, stating, "It's merely a broken arm, with a month of rest, I shall recover." "It's all my fault." Wei Yuan continued to berate himself. "Enough!" The other woman interjected, helping Hu Wen to her feet as she turned to Wei Yuan. "Injuries sustained in battle are commonplace. Rather than wallowing in self-pity, it would be more beneficial to reflect on your own shortcomings, otherwise, you shall remain stagnant in your growth." Hu Wen cast a resigned glance at her, saying, "Zhang Fei, do not be too harsh, this is not Xiao Yuan's first battle." Zhang Fei, expressionless, let out a small huff and remarked, "I simply do not wish to lose any more companions from the Beggaress Temple." The group fell silent, taking a brief moment to recuperate before returning to the edge of the pond. At this point, the python had exhausted its fury, lying on the ground in a pool of blood, utterly lifeless. "Oh! There are some eggs here." Suddenly, Wei Yuan exclaimed in surprise. Zhang Fei and Hu Wen quickly gathered around. Beneath the grass by the large stone, they discovered a cluster of white eggs resting quietly. Counting them, they found 7 in total. Python eggs. We struck gold. Hu Wen cried out in delight. In the market, a single intact python egg can fetch at least 50 spirit stones. This is a tremendous fortune for us. Zhang Fei's face also brightened with joy. Quickly, gather them up and deal with the python's carcass, the scent of blood is likely to attract. Before she could finish her warning, a voice interrupted, "Ah! Python eggs, we are fortunate indeed." Moments later, 5 cultivators emerged from the woods, striding directly towards Zhang Fei and the others. Each was dressed resplendently, exuding an air of nobility that clearly distinguished them from mere wanderers. "Indeed, it is the azure python egg, fortuitously, this is the sole essential ingredient we require." The foremost woman displayed a smile, entirely disregarding the presence of Zhang Fei and her companions. Zhang Fei's expression darkened as she stepped forward, clasping her fists in a gesture of respect, and said, "Esteemed friend, the colossal python was slain by us, and we were the first to discover the python egg." Her tone was courteous, yet the woman showed no inclination to acknowledge her, striding onward with determination. Zhang Fei furrowed her brow, preparing to advance once more. But another cultivator obstructed her path, brandishing a crimson token. "Hey, what are you?" Wei Yuan began to speak but was halted by Zhang Fei's grip. The token bore a prominent character, Li. The Li family of Yinxiao City governed their region, and they were not to be trifled with. At that moment, the woman from the Li family had already taken the azure python egg. Approaching Zhang Fei, she spoke expressionlessly, "I am Li Qing'er, a direct descendant of the Li family. Rest assured, I shall not take advantage of you. Someone, give him 100 spirit stones." A small pouch was tossed at Zhang Fei's feet. Ordinary azure python eggs were valued at 50 spirit stones each, let alone this one, which was of even greater worth. Yet, in the end, they were left with a mere 100 spirit stones, and the woman presented it with an air of condescension. Zhang Fei and her companions could only swallow their indignation in silence. They dared not offend a prominent family like the Li clan, resigning themselves to their fate. Li Qing'er, evidently well versed in this manner, prepared to leave with an air of superiority. Suddenly, a voice interrupted, "Li Qing'er, as a distinguished member of the Li family, how can you engage in such despicable acts of oppression against wandering cultivators?" 4 figures leaped from the forest, the leader adorned in a purple cloak, exuding an aura of valor, with a cerulean longsword at their waist. Tianluan Palace, Ye family, Ye Huang? Li Qing'er raised an eyebrow in surprise. Chapter 29, The Fury of Ye Huang. Ye Huang, you have crossed the line. Facing Ye Huang, Li Qing'er displayed not an ounce of fear. Standing opposite her, she spoke languidly, "Regardless of your esteemed reputation in the Tianluan Palace, this mountain range falls under the jurisdiction of the Li family." Ye Huang crossed her arms defiantly. "And what of it? What will you do?" Li Qing'er furrowed her brow, Your reach is too extended, do you understand? Intruding upon another family's territory and flaunting your power, this is the hallmark of your Ye family, is it not? Ye Huang chuckled lightly. The hallmark of my family is to intervene when we see something intolerable. What can you do about it? Li Qing'er sought to elevate the conversation to a matter of familial honor, yet it was evident that Ye Huang was not swayed by her tactics. The Ye family had always been known for their prudence and caution. When had they become so domineering? She found herself utterly perplexed. Ye Huang, are you not concerned that your recklessness may ignite a conflict between our two families? Li Qing'er demanded, her countenance darkening. She still wished to leverage her family's influence to suppress Ye Huang. Yet Ye Huang merely smiled again. Are you foolish or am I? Do you think conflicts between families are so easily provoked? Indeed, it is possible, perhaps if I were to slay you today, or you were to slay me. Then there might be grounds for war. Would you care to test that? Confronted by Ye Huang's provocation, Li Qing'er's face turned ashen. This individual was not adhering to the expected norms. Moreover, she was pressing forward relentlessly, a demeanor Li Qing'er had never encountered from a member of the Ye family before. Do not presume that I fear you. Li Qing'er glared at the individuals surrounding Ye Huang and retorted coldly, do not think for a moment that I am unaware. The reputation of your Tianluan palace was crafted by Ye Qingyao. Now that she is absent, and so is Ye Xiaoxiao, you, a mere qi refinement cultivator, dare to boast before me. Having recently broken through to the transformation realm, Li Qing'er felt she could not best Ye Qingyao, nor was she assured of victory against the prodigious Ye Xiaoxiao. However, Ye Huang was merely at the qi refinement stage, and it was said she was on par with her ineffectual father, hovering around the 7th or 8th level of qi refinement. Why would Li Qing'er fear such an individual? Observing Li Qing'er's contorted expression of rage, Ye Huang shook her head. So, you are one who bullies the weak and fears the strong? Only in the absence of Qingyao and Xiaoxiao do you dare to challenge me, how pitiable. Allow me to demonstrate how a member of the Ye family handles such situations. With that, she boldly stepped forward toward Li Qing'er. Li Qing'er was momentarily taken aback. What was this person doing? What were her intentions? Caught in hesitation, she unconsciously took a step back. This retreat ignited a surge of indignation within her, and she shouted. What do you intend to do? Ye Huang revealed a mischievous little fang and grinned, nothing much, just find you displeasing and wish to teach you a lesson. Saying this, she propelled her fist forward with tremendous force, a fearsome gust of wind trailing behind it as it hurtled toward Li Qing'er. Li Qing'er was utterly unprepared for such a direct assault. She hastily raised her defenses, the aura of her transformation realm surging around her. Boom! A resounding clash reverberated through the air, unleashing a formidable energy between the two individuals, causing the qi refinement stage cultivators, including Zhang Fei, to nearly lose their footing. As they regained their composure, they were left utterly astonished. Ye Huang, at the qi refinement stage, remained steadfast and unmoving, while Li Qing'er, at the transformation stage, was forced to retreat several steps, leaving deep impressions of her feet in the ground. How could this be possible? Li Qing'er gasped in disbelief. After the recent impact, her arms felt numb. Just how could Ye Huang possess such immense strength? The transformation stage appeared to be nothing in comparison. Ye Huang surged forward once more, launching a flurry of strikes. The wind from her fists howled, leaving behind a series of ethereal shadows in the air. Clearly, her martial arts had ascended to an extraordinary level. In a state of panic, Li Qing'er found herself on the defensive, continuously retreating, almost as if she were being overwhelmed. The onlookers around them were spellbound. They had never witnessed a qi refinement practitioner overpowering a transformation stage cultivator so effortlessly. When had the Ye family produced such a prodigy? Bang! In a moment of carelessness, Li Qing'er was struck in the chest by Ye Huang's kick, collapsing to the ground, leaving a muddy shoe print at the center of the area. Stop! How dare you! The companions Li Qing'er had brought immediately surrounded Ye Huang. Standing defiantly in front of her, their voices sharp and commanding. Meanwhile, Ye Huang's allies stepped forward with equal determination, confronting them directly, exuding an air of authority. Ye Huang raised her hand, signaling them to step back, as she positioned herself at the forefront. I shall not say much more. Return what you have taken from others, and I shall refrain from causing you trouble. Otherwise I would be more than willing to engage with all of you. She clenched her fist, causing the members of the Li family to retreat in trepidation. They had witnessed the ferocity of the previous battle. If even Li Qinger of the transformation stage was no match for Yi Huang, how could they possibly contend with this prodigy? Yi Huang. Suddenly, a voice filled with rage erupted from behind the Li family. Li Qinger, her voice hoarse and gritted through her teeth, called out Yi Huang's name. "You have forced my hand!" she screamed. In an instant, a potent aura exploded forth, prompting the Li family to hastily evade. A grey whip, emanating a hazy glow, shot towards Yi Huang at lightning speed. Yi Huang's gaze sharpened, and her longsword was unsheathed with a resounding ring. In a crisp clash, the sword met the whip head-on. Boom! Another surge of powerful energy erupted, more intense than the last. The towering tree above was instantly stripped of countless small branches and leaves, which cascaded downwards. On the ground, deep sword marks radiated from Yi Huang, spiraling outward in all directions. One such mark sliced through the side of a large stone, leaving a smooth, mirror-like break. The azure longsword hummed in the air, while the whip lay shattered in several pieces on the ground. An eerie silence enveloped the surroundings. All stood frozen in place, terror-stricken by the looming violet shadow, their bodies trembling involuntarily. Li Qinger, half reclining on the ground, clutched the severed whip in one hand, her expression dazed, disbelief flooding her eyes. How could this be possible? My thorn of poison is a spirit artifact of the Shen level. Why, she murmured to herself. Yi Huang slowly sheathed her longsword. After more than 2 months of training, she had engaged in numerous battles and was acutely aware that the spirit sword gifted by her father was far from an ordinary object. Present the green python eggs, and I shall grant you a chance at survival, Yi Huang stated calmly. After a brief silence, Li Qinger rose from the ground, though she bore no significant injuries. The pressure and humiliation inflicted by Yi Huang were far more painful than any physical wounds. Li Qinger produced 7 green python eggs and tossed them onto the ground. Casting a glance at Yi Huang before huffing, "If you possess the capability, participate in this year's battle at Yunshao City. At that time, my brother Li Qi will certainly avenge me." With that, she dared not linger and swiftly departed. Observing her retreating figure, Yi Huang murmured softly, "Li Qi, the eldest scion of the Li family? We shall meet." Chapter 30, The Pact Between Li and Tang. Gratitude to Fairy Yi for her assistance. Zheng Fei and Hu Wen, along with a few others, approached Yi Huang and bowed deeply in reverence. She had never anticipated that, amidst the oppression from the scions of the Li family, someone would emerge to champion their cause for justice. Such individuals are indeed a rarity in this era. To speak candidly, people of such caliber often do not enjoy long lives. Naturally, she would not voice her innermost thoughts. "It is of no consequence," Yi Huang remarked. "I merely did what I felt compelled to do." Zhang Fei was taken aback. While her words seemed simple, they encapsulated the essence of what everyone has been striving for. To desire is to act. What emboldened her to speak and act so freely? "Here is a green python egg for you, cherish it well, for it can fetch up to 200 spirit stones." Yi Huang extended the green python egg to Zhang Fei. A common giant python egg is valued at 50 spirit stones. However, the colossal python they had vanquished was, in fact, a green mang, imbued with a hint of wilderness, thus rendering its egg considerably more valuable. "We only need to keep 3, Zhang Fei quickly interjected. Yi Huang smiled and replied, "Take it. I have no need for such trivialities. The Yi family is quite affluent now, and a few hundred spirit stones are but a drop in the bucket. It is not a bad idea to foster goodwill. By the way, from where do you hail?" Yi Huang inquired. Zhang Fei clasped her hands in respect, stating, "We are all from Daka Town. Daka Town lies quite a distance from here and has long been under the jurisdiction of the Li family. I noticed some of you are injured. Why not accompany me to Wutong Town? There, you will find a dedicated physician, and the fees are quite reasonable," Yi Huang suggested. Glancing at Hu Wen, Zhang Fei hesitated, "But we are under the Li family's jurisdiction. And Wutong Town is within the Yi family's domain. The struggles between the upper echelons often ripple down to the lower levels. The long-standing conflicts between the Li and Yi families have fostered a certain degree of animosity within their respective territories. Generally, Cultivators from the Li family's domain would not venture into the Ye family's territory lightly. Yi Huang shook her head. What does it matter, Li family, Ye family? Fundamentally, we are all cultivators of Yunshao City. You may not be fully aware, given the distance. Presently, many towns between the jurisdictions of the Yi and Li families are beginning to merge, striving together toward their respective goals. Almost half of the cultivators in Wutong Town hail from the Li family's domain. Zhang Fei was momentarily stunned. What was this development? When did cultivators become so harmonious? Come, and you shall see for yourself, Yi Huang said, revealing her charming little tiger tooth. At the Yi family's patriarch's study, Ye Suifeng held a letter, a faint smile adorning his face. Moments later, he set the letter down and remarked, splendid. It exudes a certain majesty, reflective of my style. Seated opposite him, Xia Yun wore a broad smile. Elder brother, little Huang has been making quite a name for herself lately. The reputation of Tianluan Palace has nearly eclipsed that of Yi Long. The children are merely engaging in playful antics. Ye Suifeng leisurely savored a sip of fragrant tea. From the contents of the letter, it was evident that his daughter was no longer the pensive girl she once was. This transformation was anticipated, for he understood that within Yi Huang resided a phoenix, patiently awaiting its rebirth through fire. He had merely ignited that flame. Recently, the situation at the borders had been exceptionally favorable, thanks to the family's vigorous activities and policies that attracted numerous wandering cultivators from distant lands. Many exceptionally talented individuals were contemplating joining their ranks, as Sui Yun remarked. Ye Suifeng nodded, recognizing that this was one of his objectives. Only by accumulating sufficient talent could the family evolve into a formidable force, rather than merely existing as a secluded clan, which held little appeal for him. However, after expressing his joy, Sui Yun's expression turned troubled. Elder brother, I must mention that our recent surge in activity has drawn a considerable influx of cultivators, including many from the territories governed by the Li and Tang families. Particularly the Li family, as several minor sects have entirely relocated to our side. Is this not somewhat concerning? Sui Yun inquired. Ye Suifeng raised an eyebrow. What is there to be concerned about? The mass exodus of cultivators could provoke thoughts from the Li and Tang families, Sui Yun replied. Ye Suifeng set down his teacup and beckoned him closer. Come. Let me ask you this, are you pleased with the current state of our family? Sui Yun hesitated before responding, of course. The younger generation is vibrant, and the family's reputation is flourishing. I have dreamt of this countless times. Then that settles it, Ye Suifeng smiled, just as Yi Huang said. If you wish to achieve something, pursue it. As long as we do not stray from the right path, there is no need to worry about trivial matters. The Li and Tang families, having been born in Yunshao City, already have their fates sealed. If they behave, we shall offer them a gentler outcome. If they dare to provoke us, well, I shall ensure they understand that the Yi family is no longer what it once was. Sui Yun nodded, his confidence bolstered by Ye Suifeng's actions over the past few months. Even if Ye Suifeng were to declare himself emperor and establish a dynasty, he would harbor no doubts. Let us broaden our horizons, Ye Suifeng said with a smile. Do you remember the 27-year-old genius at the transformation stage I mentioned? Let us set a modest goal for our young ones to aspire to reach that level. Moreover, we shall strive to transform the Yi family into a force capable of nurturing such talents. Do you understand? As he listened to Ye Suifeng's aspirations, Sui Yun's eyes sparkled with hope. The vision he beheld was one he had never even dreamed of. Could this truly become a reality? He glanced at the relaxed Ye Suifeng and nodded to himself in quiet affirmation. Under the leadership of the elder brother, the Yi family is destined to become a superfamily that will leave an indelible mark in the annals of history. Your current task is to lavishly spend resources and meticulously allocate them, ensuring that family members are provided with a fertile environment for cultivation. Of course, do not neglect your own progress. I hope that within a year, you, alongside Hu and the others, will break through to the golden core stage and formally step into the nascent soul realm, Ye Suifeng stated. Sui Yun nodded earnestly. Following this, they conversed about various family matters before Sui Yun took his leave. Ye Suifeng sat by the window, gazing into the distance. seemingly catching a glimpse of that adorable figure blossoming at the high ridge's border. I simply wish to challenge you, what can you do about it? Ha ha. This little girl is indeed becoming increasingly intriguing. As for the Li family and the Tang family, I hope you can discern the situation. Ye Suifeng had no desire to engage with those two families at the moment. There was truly no need, both the Li and Tang families appeared feeble to him. So weak that he could hardly be bothered to glance their way. Engaging in conflict with them would be nothing but a waste of time. However, as the saying goes, while the tree wishes for calm, the wind does not cease, such is the marvelous nature of worldly affairs. A few days later, Sui Yun returned to the study. Elder brother. The heads of the Li and Tang families have sent invitations, requesting your presence at the Dreaming Drunk Pavilion for a gathering. Chapter 31, The impetuous Ye Suifeng at the Drunken Dream Pavilion. In the elegant chamber of the pavilion, there were only two individuals, Ye Suifeng and Ye Suibao. Initially, Ye Suifeng intended to come alone, however, Sui Yun and the others insisted on bringing a few more people, claiming it would enhance the atmosphere. Ultimately, they dispatched the most powerful among them, Ye Suibao, to serve as his bodyguard. It was rather questionable to have someone in the later stages of the Golden Core realm act as a protector for someone who had already survived the tribulation. I thought the Li and Tang families invited us, how did it become us waiting for them? Ye Suifeng remarked. All the guests have arrived. Yet the host has yet to make an appearance. This is utterly disrespectful. Brother, that's simply how those two families operate, they look down upon us. Ye Suibao exclaimed, his voice brimming with indignation, seemingly more agitated than Ye Suifeng. As he appeared on the verge of smashing the table, Ye Suifeng hastily intervened, hold your temper, fifth brother. It's better to wait until they arrive to express your displeasure. At that moment, the door finally creaked open, revealing two figures at the forefront, one plump and the other slender, each accompanied by a graceful young woman, exuding elegance. Ye Suifeng observed that both men were at the Golden Core stage, while the four women behind them were also at the same level, albeit their auras were somewhat feeble, indicative of a forceful concoction of elixirs. Look at their grandeur. And then look at us, a scruffy, burly man. The disparity is glaring. Apologies for keeping you waiting, Ye Xiaodi. The stout middle-aged man chuckled amiably. Ye Suifeng glanced at him. And you are? The plump man momentarily faltered, realizing Ye Suifeng was not jesting. His eyes twitched slightly as he replied, Ye Xiaodi truly has a sense of humor. Brother, he is the head of the Li family, Li Liusu, Ye Suibao interjected. Ye Suifeng acknowledged with a simple, oh. He had not intended to be confrontational, in truth, he was unfamiliar with the heads of the Li and Tang families. Although his home possessed portraits and information about them, he had been too disinterested to review it. And you must be Tang Zhang? Ye Suifeng inquired, turning his attention to the other individual. Tang Zhang merely grunted dismissively, choosing silence as he sat down. This reaction prompted Ye Suibao to glare and shout, hey! My brother is speaking to you. Tang Zhang's expression darkened as he regarded Ye Suibao, seemingly offended. Ah, Fifth Master's temperament remains refreshingly straightforward, Li Liusu remarked, attempting to ease the tension. Tang family head, please do not take offense, Fifth Master has always been impulsive, huh? Tang Zheng huffed again, opting not to pursue the matter further. Meanwhile, Ye Suifeng sat quietly, observing their theatrical display with an air of detachment. In just a few minutes, he grasped several underlying dynamics. In the city of Yunshao, the Tang family possessed the greatest strength and influence. And it was clear that Li Liusu sought to curry favor with them while covertly suppressing the Yi family. This social stratum was rife with intricate relationships and cunning schemes. And Li Liusu was evidently adept in such matters. Yet, Ye Suifeng felt no interest in engaging with their machinations. You summoned me here today. What is it that you desire? Ye Suifeng inquired directly. Li Liusu chuckled softly, no need to rush, let us first serve the dishes. I must tell you, the cuisine at Zui Menglu is truly exceptional. That's unnecessary. Ye Suifeng interjected, stifling his feigned enthusiasm with a calm demeanor. If there is something to discuss, please do so now, I am rather busy and do not have the luxury of time. Li Liusu found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Is it not a fundamental courtesy and decorum to engage in discussions over a meal? How could the head of the Ye family behave so naively? Ye Suifeng, indeed. At that moment, Tang Zheng finally spoke, casting a condescending glance towards Ye Suifeng. You, the fourth-generation head of the Ye family, are the most intriguing individual I have encountered. Tang Zheng's opening remark was laden with implications, dragging in the previous 3 generations of the Ye family as if to assert his own superiority. I find little of interest here, Ye Suifeng replied. If you have matters to discuss, I suggest you do so promptly, without wasting anyone's time. He felt no obligation to extend courtesy to the two before him. After a brief silence, Li Liusu chuckled. In that case, I shall speak plainly. Brother Yi, your family has been rather excessively active at the borders lately, has it not? Ye Suifeng raised an eyebrow, confirming the suspicion. Indeed, we are quite active. Li Liusu paused, then stated, since you do not deny it, might you provide me and Brother Tang with an explanation? Ye Suifeng scratched his head, feigning confusion. What has the Yi family's activity at the borders to do with you? Why should I owe you an explanation? Li Liusu opened his mouth but was momentarily struck dumb by the response. Of course it is related. Are you unaware that your family has extended its reach into the territories of the Li and Tang families? I am aware. Ye Suifeng replied nonchalantly. Then why claim otherwise? Li Liusu's voice rose in exasperation. The demeanor of Ye Suifeng was infuriating, and he felt his temper rising. Yet, Ye Suifeng remained unfazed, leisurely sipping his tea and responding. And what of it? Li Liusu's expression darkened, resembling a pot's bottom, as he said sternly, Ye Suifeng, are you jesting with me and Brother Tang? The wrath of our two families is something you might find hard to bear. As Li Liusu finally shed his facade, revealing his sharp fangs, Ye Suifeng raised a hand and said, First, let me inquire what precisely our Ye family has done at the borders. Li Liusu was taken aback. Are you feigning ignorance? Your family has taken advantage of the current surge of beasts to recruit wandering cultivators, causing chaos in our territories as they flock to your side. What are your intentions? To amass an army? To challenge the Li and Tang families? Seeing Li Liusu's accusatory stance, Ye Suifeng shook his head and asked, Let me ask you again. What means have we employed? Very well, allow me to enlighten you. As soon as the beast tide erupted, we dispatched a considerable number of personnel to assist the border cultivators in fending off the rampaging beasts. Subsequently, we invested considerable resources to provide free medical care to those cultivators injured during the beast tide. Following that, we offered generous compensation to the rogue cultivators, rallying together to endure this ferocious onslaught. I must ask you, which of these so-called methods violates the Cloud Sky Protocol? The 3 prominent families of Cloud Sky City established a code known as the Cloud Sky Protocol to ensure their coexistence. The agreements within this code were designed to prevent severe conflicts among the 3 families. The actions of the Yi family have not, in fact, transgressed the Cloud Sky Protocol. Perhaps no one anticipated that someone would so recklessly turn their gaze upon the vast number of rogue cultivators. I am a person who values rules above all. Therefore, since I have not breached any regulations, why should I provide you with an explanation? Ye Suifeng inquired. Li Liusu and Tang Zhang both wore grim expressions. This Ye Suifeng appeared utterly impervious to reason. The dynamics between great families are not akin to those of children. A mere agreement cannot dictate every circumstance. Ye Suifeng, if you insist on this line of thought, then we can no longer continue our discussion, Li Liusu said in a low voice. Ye Suifeng rose to his feet. Difficult to converse? Then let us cease our discussions. He suppressed the urge to overturn the table and stated, This is how the Yi family conducts its affairs. If you possess the means, invest resources to encourage those rogue cultivators to return voluntarily. If funds are lacking, I can offer you a loan. In short, I am adhering to the rules. Should anyone break them or resort to underhanded tactics, they need not blame me for being ruthless. Very well, enjoy your meal. With that, Ye Suifeng beckoned to Sui Bao and departed from the private chamber. Li Liusu appeared troubled, casting a glance at Tang Zhang, a glint of determination flashing in her eyes. However, Tang Zhang merely shook his head slightly. Alas, we are well aware of the Yi family's capabilities. They are unlikely to stir up significant trouble. I refuse to believe that the Yi family possesses enough spirit stones to satiate that insatiable horde of rogue cultivators, Tang Zhang remarked. Li Liusu sighed, I understand. Yet, his persistent actions are quite repugnant. Tang Zhang took a sip of tea and replied, a small lapse in patience can disrupt grand strategies. Look at Ye Suifeng. He is merely a reckless youth. The Ye family's decision to appoint him as the family head is tantamount to courting disaster. Soon, the battle for Cloud Sky City will commence, and at that juncture the Ye family will either replace their head or meet their end here. Li Liusu paused. Then said, but the Cloud Sky Protocol agreements are lifeless. Tang Zhang, with an expression as tranquil as a still pond, remarked, to the strong. The notion of breaking an agreement has never existed. It is merely a matter of modifying the rules. Chapter 32, Preparation and Progress. Brother, you are truly formidable. On the way home, Sui Bao flashed a wide grin, revealing his yellowed teeth, as he exuberantly expressed his excitement beside Ye Suifeng. These two families are utterly insufferable. One is always hypocritical to the core, while the other maintains an air of superiority that is infuriating to behold. Today has been exceptionally gratifying. Sui Bao was unusually animated. Fifth brother, it's just a minor affair, remain composed, Ye Suifeng replied with a hint of exasperation. Composed? Not a chance. Sui Bao blushed deeply. You have no idea. When I was under the old patriarch, every encounter with those two families was a source of frustration. As Sui Bao spoke, he realized that his words had taken an inappropriate turn, and he hastily fell silent. The old patriarch referred to Ye Suifeng's father, Ye Guang. Earlier this year, he had ventured deep into the Qinggu Gaoling and tragically fell victim to a beast. With several of Ye Guang's brothers having retreated from the forefront, Ye Suifeng ascended to the position of head of the Ye family in accordance with ancestral traditions. I apologize, brother, my tongue often gets the better of me, Sui Bao said, his face flushed with embarrassment. There is no need for concern. Ye Suifeng waved his hand dismissively. He held little memory of his father, Ye Guang, and consequently, no profound emotional ties. Yet, he acknowledged that this man was indeed a close relative of the body he inhabited. What progress has been made regarding that incident? Ye Suifeng inquired. Since Ye Guang's demise, the Ye family had been diligently investigating the circumstances. But their efforts were hampered by the treacherous terrain and the abundance of formidable beasts in Qinggu Gaoling. Useful information has been scarce, Sui Bao lamented. Based on the remnants at the scene, it appears the old patriarch encountered a blood slaughter tiger unexpectedly, which led to his. The blood slaughter tiger, a superior 6th grade beast, possessed strength comparable to that of a transcendent being beyond the nascent soul stage. Naturally, Ye Guang, at the golden core level, was no match for such a creature. Moreover, it was unlikely that the Li or Tang families were involved, as they lacked the capability to command a blood slaughter tiger. Thus, this incident seemed to be a mere accident. The only peculiarity was that the location Ye Guang visited was typically devoid of blood slaughter tigers, prompting the Ye family to continue their investigation for further details. Enough, what is done is done, Ye Suifeng remarked. I shall visit personally one day to ascertain the truth. Brother, please reconsider. We have finally made some progress, you cannot afford to take any risks. Sui Bao exclaimed. Ye Suifeng sighed in resignation. Do not worry, it is merely a blood slaughter tiger. To prevent Sui Bao from pursuing the topic further, Ye Suifeng swiftly changed the subject. By the way, Sui Hu is currently bedridden, so you must keep a close eye on the training of the youngsters at home. Oh, certainly. Sui Bao replied. A few days ago, second brother sent us a considerable amount of training resources. We plan to construct a body tempering pool. 10 cultivation chambers inscribed with spirit-gathering formations, along with numerous practical puppets, shadow training stakes for agility practice, a myriad sword-killing array, and a heart-refining illusion array. Goodness! At this rate, I feel as though the Ye family is on the brink of becoming a sacred ground. Ye Suifeng curled his lips, noting that the Holy Land was far from being so shabby. Let's proceed for now. In just over a month, the border situation should stabilize. We cannot allow them to remain idle, make sure to train them rigorously. Ye Bao's lips curled into a smirk. Rest assured, I will not go easy on them. The two key figures overseeing the martial might of the Ye family, Ye Suihu and Ye Suibao, essentially played the roles of the tough and the lenient. With the one playing the lenient role now resting in bed, the returning youngsters would likely face a merciless ordeal. how amusing this scene would be. As time passed, Yunshao City grew increasingly vibrant. A multitude of cultivators flocked to the streets, creating a cacophony of voices. The taverns and inns were filled to capacity, businesses flourished. And even the brothels and underground casinos were teeming with patrons. Wealth circulated profusely within Yunshao City. Many were puzzled, it was not a special occasion. So why had so many cultivators suddenly arrived? Some privy to the underlying circumstances pointed their gazes towards the Ye family. It turned out that the Ye family's movements had prompted these cultivators to gather, eager to seize opportunities. Critics deemed the Ye family's actions unwise, expressing skepticism regarding their approach. Indeed, a single ill-conceived move could lead to wasteful expenditure of spiritual stones, and once their financial resources dwindled, those who had initially flocked to them might swiftly turn into adversaries. Yes, the young head of the Ye family had underestimated the treachery of human nature. While some voiced significant doubts regarding the Ye family's strategy, others maintained a contrasting perspective. Pa, what do you understand? The ambitions of the Ye family are beyond your narrow vision. This sentiment echoed that of the Ye family's fervent supporters. Cough, dear friend, let us not exaggerate. The greatest advantage of the Ye family's actions is the resounding reputation they have garnered, winning hearts. Even if they cannot embrace all, they can still select a group of exceptionally talented individuals, ultimately yielding more benefits than drawbacks. This was the perspective of a rational observer. Regardless, I am quite grateful to the Ye family. My family deals in spiritual herbs, and last month our sales nearly doubled. This viewpoint belonged to a speculator. In summary, opinions varied widely, yet the names Ye Suifeng and the Ye family had become synonymous with fervor in Yunshao City. Additionally, two other names were gaining notoriety, Tianwan Hall and Jinlong Pavilion. Ye Huang, Ye Qinyao, and Ye Long were frequently mentioned as the triumvirate of leadership. The purple phoenix soars, its divine might resplendent. The fairy Qinyao, playing ethereal melodies. The true dragon descends, graceful and poised. These three were hailed as the shining stars of the new generation of the Ye family. After undergoing the third body refinement by Ye Suifeng, Ye Huang successfully broke through to the Qi transformation realm. The transformative power within the thunder calamity liquid surged forth from her dantian, igniting a divine flame. Once unleashed, it could scorch the heavens and obliterate the earth. In terms of true combat prowess, Ye Huang could be regarded as the strongest among her youthful peers. Certainly. Regarding his two nephews, Qinyao and Ye Long, Ye Suifeng did not withhold his guidance, providing each of them with a body tempering session to further solidify their foundations. Additionally, there were Ye Xiaoxiao, Ye Qian, and the siblings Ye Zihan and Ye Haoren from the Suiyu family, as well as the brothers Ye Wei and Ye Ba from the Suihu family. Ye Suifeng extended particular care to this group of direct descendants, significantly enhancing their strength. They represent the future of the Ye family. During the course of more than a month, Wanbage finally delivered the first batch of resources of celestial grade and above. There were 3 items: a low-grade celestial ruler, possessing several wondrous effects, which Ye Suifeng entrusted to Sui Bao for the purpose of disciplining the younger generation of the Ye family, 10 pieces of lapis lazuli, reputed to be a premier building resource, and a small vial of Qilin blood, a top-tier material for body tempering, which Ye Suifeng allocated to the construction of the body tempering pool. The mere value of these items amounted to a staggering 20 trillion. Ye Suifeng's reserve of low-grade spirit stones diminished by a mere 0.00005, yet he scarcely noticed any change in the figures. Aside from these developments, Ye Suifeng's experiments finally yielded results in the first stage. Fengji, Mafeng, Luhong, and Yupingyi all made varying degrees of progress in their cultivation of the Yuan Shigong. Chapter 33, The 4 Guardians in the Courtyard. 4 figures, representing the 4 cardinal directions, sat cross-legged in mutual contemplation. Their eyes were firmly closed, exuding an air of solemnity. Surrounding them was a bowl-shaped, translucent luminescence, inverted above, enveloping them entirely. Outside this radiant barrier stood 2 individuals side by side, intently observing them. It was Ye Suifeng and Ye Huang, who had just returned from her trials. Father, are these the children you found in the mountains? I heard you planned to adopt them as your sons? Ye Huang inquired, pointing at the figures. What? Who told you that? Ye Suifeng responded, looking bewildered. Everyone is saying so, Ye Huang replied. They claim you are a reincarnation of a sage, benevolent at heart. Thus treating the wandering cultivators with such kindness and even adopting 4 impoverished orphans. Ye Huang spoke earnestly, but Ye Suifeng wore a look of exasperation. Who are these people? Their imagination is far too vivid. He merely acted on a whim that day, and his benevolence towards wandering cultivators was a strategic move for future expansion of influence. How did it transform into the notion of him being a sage reincarnated? Absurd. Your father is no sage, and this world does not accommodate such a benevolent heart. Ye Suifeng stated. Little Huang, remember this, you can be kind, but do not be foolish. You may engage in slaughter, but never lose your true self. However, everything is founded upon strength, do you understand? Ye Huang nodded, though her comprehension was still nascent, lacking the experience of the complexities of right and wrong. Ye Suifeng chose not to elaborate further, her future was hers to navigate. Father, what is this? Ye Huang asked, pointing at the transparent dome. The spirit-seizing illumination array. Ye Suifeng explained. It is an ancient formation that can effectively accelerate the cultivation process. Ye Huang looked up eagerly, can I use it? The array sounded remarkably potent. However, Ye Suifeng shook his head, saying, there is no need, this formation has its flaws. It is best to proceed steadily. The spirit-seizing illumination array was, in reality, a pseudospatial formation with subtle loopholes in the laws of heavenly principles. Such vulnerabilities might manifest as issues during the attainment of great success or ascension. He had no intention of subjecting his daughter to such risks. Upon hearing this, Ye Huang nodded, yet a smile involuntarily graced her lips. Father still loves me, by the way, how have your trials fared? I have heard your reputation is quite illustrious. Not at all, Ye Huang replied modestly. I merely do not wish to tarnish your name, father. Ye Suifeng smiled, although he was at home, he remained informed of all significant matters concerning the borders. His daughter's endeavors could indeed be described as those of a valiant warrior, consistently at the forefront of every challenge. The reputation of the Tianluan Palace was, in essence, forged by Ye Huang's own fists. It was for this reason that Ye Xiaoxiao and Ye Qiniao had nominated Ye Huang, who was still in the qi refinement stage at the time, to a position of leadership. The reason why Ye Huang exerted herself so fervently was merely to preserve her father's honor. What a charming little creature she is. The two engaged in casual conversation for a while, when suddenly, Ye Suifeng raised an eyebrow, they have emerged. As the words left his lips, the transparent barrier gradually dimmed, and the 4 seated figures slowly opened their eyes. A peculiar aura emanated from them. Master, Miss. They greeted respectfully upon noticing Ye Suifeng beside them. During this time, they had grown accustomed to the identity of Ye Suifeng's attendants and had met their young master, Ye Huang, on several occasions. Ye Suifeng raised his hand, signaling them to remain seated. He then extended his vast spiritual consciousness, unveiling all the secrets of their bodies. Fengji had opened 9 main meridians, his muscles firm and radiating a star-like brilliance, concealing immense power. Ma Feng had also opened 8 main meridians, his aura profound. Lu Hong and Yu Pingyi had fully transformed their spiritual energy, each having opened 9 main meridians. However, in Ye Suifeng's sight, Yu Pingyi's overall condition appeared significantly superior to that of Lu Hong. Over the course of a month of cultivation, Ye Suifeng gained a deeper understanding of the efficacy of the Yuan Shigong. Compared to traditional cultivation methods, Yuan Shigong displayed a more comprehensive and formidable effect. It could directly absorb and convert various resources, elixirs, spiritual fruits, spiritual stones, even the essence of beast cores, beast blood, and even malevolent or demonic energies into usable elemental power. This greatly liberated the constraints of resources present in traditional methodologies, making it more accessible for the general populace. Moreover, the enhancement in physical capabilities through Yuan Shigong was unparalleled by conventional practices. Its comprehensive effects met Ye Suifeng's expectations. Additionally, both Lu Hong and Yu Pingyi transitioned smoothly into the new cultivation method without any backlash, making future promotions considerably easier. Ye Suifeng was exceedingly satisfied with this outcome. It seemed that 2 months of seclusion had not been in vain. Yuan Shigong could now be confidently promoted as a foundational technique, though the time for such an endeavor was not yet ripe. Yi Huang, engage them in sparring, Ye Suifeng suddenly instructed. Ah! Yi Huang was astonished. Although the four individuals exuded an unusual aura, their specific cultivation levels were obscured. Yet, based on her experience, they appeared to be at most in the late stage of qi refinement. Now that she had attained the transformation of qi realm, battling them would be akin to a father sparring with his child. Limit your cultivation to the qi refinement stage, Ye Suifeng advised. Yi Huang acknowledged this but still doubted that these four could match her prowess. Soon, the battle commenced. Having undergone 3 rounds of body tempering, Yi Huang had undergone a qualitative transformation. Even when restricted to the qi refinement stage, she possessed the strength to combat those of higher realms. Furthermore, her practical experience had become exceedingly rich after her training. Logically, for ordinary cultivators at the peak of qi refinement should not pose any challenge to her. However, Feng Ji and his companions were evidently different. Their auras were deep and their spiritual energy abundant. Though her strength paled in comparison to Yi Huang, it far exceeded that of ordinary cultivators of the same rank. Under the siege of 4 adversaries, Yi Huang struggled to defend herself, finding herself continuously pressed into a defensive stance. After a fierce exchange of blows, Feng Ji seized an opportunity, rolling on the ground to grasp Yi Huang's calf and restrict her movements. Although she swiftly kicked him away, the attacks from the other 3 had already arrived, with a long sword poised threateningly at Yi Huang's throat. The outcome was clear. "My apologies, miss," Feng Ji said as Lu Hong sheathed his sword. Yi Huang stood momentarily stunned. After months of rigorous training, she had faced countless battles, even triumphing over cultivators of the transformation realm without a single defeat. Though she did not outwardly display it, a flicker of pride lingered within her. She had not anticipated that in this confrontation against Feng Ji and his companions, she would not only lose but do so swiftly. "It's nothing," Yi Huang responded, her expression a complex blend of emotions. Ye Suifeng observed from the sidelines, a faint smile gracing his lips. Youngsters ought to face setbacks now and then, otherwise, they might truly believe themselves invincible. "Enough," Ye Suifeng continued, addressing Feng Ji and his companions. "Continue your training in the Yuan Shigong, and strive to break through to the Tongmai realm and enter the Danfu realm as soon as possible. Furthermore, starting today, you will follow Yi Huang as her guardians." Any objections? In unison, Feng Ji and the others affirmed, understood. Ye Suifeng then turned to Yi Huang and presented her with a challenge. "I have a task for you as well. Defeat these 4 within the same realm. Can you do it?" Yi Huang pursed her lips, determination radiating from her small face. "I will certainly do so." Chapter 34, Integration of the Family. The tumult of the Beast Tide lasted approximately 5 months. With its conclusion, the younger generation of the Yi family returned to their ancestral home. Prior to their departure, they were but sheltered fledglings, untouched by the tempests of life. However, upon their return, they had transformed into formidable beasts. The entire Yi family was imbued with an invigorating spirit. In the study, Sui Yun, radiating with vitality, reported the recent developments within the family to Ye Suifeng. The young men had undergone a remarkable transformation, once trembling at the mere mention of the 5th brother. They now charged forward with fervor. Some even mocked the 5th brother's training methods as suitable only for the weak, inciting his ire as he contemplated more rigorous approaches. The exuberance of youth was a sight most cherished by the family's leaders, symbolizing a vibrant future. "Let them settle for a while. Prolonged combat invariably leaves a lingering edge," Ye Suifeng remarked. Sui Yun nodded in agreement, fully aware of the principle that excess can be detrimental. And they had already prepared appropriate measures. "What of the training facilities?" Ye Suifeng inquired. "They are largely operational now: spiritual gathering arrays, meditation chambers, training halls, puppet spaces, and heart-refining arrays. I find myself somewhat envious of their resources," Sui Yun mused. In his youth, he had to meticulously consider the most economical use of a single inferior spirit stone. The luxury of such training resources was beyond his wildest dreams. Only the body refinement pool remains unopened, as the refining liquid is exceedingly precious. We are still deliberating on the criteria for its use. Moreover, brother, are you truly prepared to utilize that vial of Qilin blood? Suiyun expressed a twinge of regret, for Qilin blood is a treasure of celestial caliber, worthy of being passed down through generations. Of course it shall be used, it is merely ordinary blood. Should we preserve it as a relic? That would be absurd. Ye Suifeng replied. However, Qilin blood is to be reserved for the direct descendants of the Ye family. Any surplus shall be awarded as a reward to those who have made significant contributions to our clan. I must remind you, he continued, the more affluent the family, the more essential it is to delineate social strata clearly, lest chaos ensue. The direct line is the foundation of the family and must be prioritized in resource allocation. Resources signify strength, and strength signifies status. The position of the direct line must remain unassailable. Furthermore, those who contribute to the family should be promoted without hesitation. A clear system of rewards and penalties serves as an excellent motivator. Lastly, we must impose a degree of pressure on the collateral branches. With numerous independent cultivators now entering the family, we should identify those with potential and integrate them into the core, thereby invigorating the lethargic elements within the collateral branches. As a family expands, so too does its complexity, tangled and intertwined. Thus, the differentiation of status becomes paramount. It is a grave taboo to defy authority. Should servants dare to bully their masters, the family would indeed be at its end. The direct line is the foundation, it must maintain a position of superiority. The Ye family excels in maintaining a stringent adherence to ancestral teachings, ensuring remarkable stability within the clan. However, due to the substantial presence of collateral branches, certain issues inevitably arise. Some individuals, driven by ambition, aspire to penetrate the innermost sanctum of the family, even seeking to usurp direct lineage. Others, feeling bolstered by their connections, brazenly suppress outsiders, flaunting their supposed prowess despite their lack of true capability. Ye Suifeng will not tolerate such behavior. I realize that some individuals indeed require a firm reprimand, remarked Suiyun. He was well aware of the internal dynamics, though previously hesitant to intervene. By the way, elder brother, there have been unsettling rumors circulating in Yunjiao City, Suiyun stated with a serious expression. Some claim that the Ye family has depleted its resources and will soon reveal its true nature. Others assert that our strength is insufficient. Yet we act ostentatiously, our downfall is inevitable. There are even whispers suggesting that our extensive recruitment of rogue cultivators is part of a nefarious scheme, with these rogues intended as sacrifices. Such rumors have rapidly permeated the city, dissuading many potential recruits from joining the Ye family. Should we investigate or issue a clarification? Suiyun expressed his concerns, aware that this gossip could adversely affect the Ye family's current plans. Ye Suifeng, however, merely chuckled and shook his head. No need for an investigation. This is undoubtedly the work of those two families. I never expected them to resort to a campaign of public opinion to undermine us. Suiyun furrowed his brow. Are you suggesting that the Li and Tang families are deliberately slandering us? Ye Suifeng nodded. Who else could be so petty? Yet, fortuitously, we can leverage this to discern those genuinely inclined to ally with us, which is ultimately beneficial. Suiyun nodded in agreement. Speaking of which, in a month's time, the Battle of Yunjiao City will commence. I suspect their despicable tactics aim to sway the outcome of this confrontation. The Battle of Yunjiao City is pivotal, concerning the distribution of resources and territories among the three major families. Each family selects 5 young members under the age of 18 to compete in a ranking battle, with benefits allocated according to overall scores. This approach is ingenious, it resolves familial conflicts through relatively peaceful means while igniting the competitive spirit among the younger generation, resulting in a win-win scenario. Have we finalized our candidates? Ye Suifeng inquired. Discussions are ongoing, Suiyun replied. Yi Huang, Yi Long, and Qin Yao are likely to participate, while the other 2 candidates are still being evaluated based on their performance. Ye Suifeng nodded. Let us expedite the process. Once selected, have them come to me for special training. It is time to alter the Yi family's underwhelming standing. Suiyun beamed, well aware of his elder brother's formidable abilities. The Battle of Yunjiao City is destined to be the turning point for the Yi family. Very well. You may return to your tasks and ensure the new members of the Ye family are settled. It has been 5 days since Jiang Fei and her companions arrived at the Ye family. After their encounter with Ye Huang at the jailing, they journeyed together to Wutong Town. The circumstances in Wutong Town surpassed all her expectations. She had never witnessed cultivators from different regions standing united, working hand in hand. She had never seen a scion of a prominent family receiving such support from numerous wandering cultivators. Ye Huang's actions captivated her heart and mind. Consequently, after deliberation, Jiang Fei resolutely joined Ye Huang's ranks and accompanied her to the Ye family in Yunxiao City. The initial days were indeed pleasant. The bountiful resources invigorated everyone, creating an almost dreamlike sanctuary for cultivation. However, just yesterday, the troubling incident she had feared unfolded. The younger Wei Yuan, while exchanging a green python egg for contribution points, clashed with a young man from the Yi family named Dou Hua, who was rumored to be a relative of the Yi family's second elder. By the time Jiang Fei and Huan arrived, Wei Yuan had already been seized by Dou Hua, who accused him of disrespecting the Yi family and intended to send him to the enforcement team. Dou Hua was not someone they could contend with, considering their status as wandering cultivators. The thought of Wei Yuan facing grave danger filled Jiang Fei with regret. They should not have waded into the murky waters of a prominent family. Today was the day of Wei Yuan's trial, and with heavy hearts, Jiang Fei and Huan arrived at the enforcement hall of the Yi family, awaiting the final verdict. They could only hope that Dou Hua would show leniency and spare Wei Yuan's life, or that any alternative would be preferable. Sister Fei, perhaps we should seek out Fairy Huang, Huan suggested. Let it be, Jiang Fei replied, shaking her head. He is a member of the second elder's family. It would not be wise to trouble Fairy Huang unnecessarily. Huan fell silent, realizing the depths of the family's intricacies. Even a minor issue could impose significant consequences on Yi Huang. They could not afford to act. They could only blame themselves for being overly protective of Wei Yuan, who remained oblivious to the perilous nature of the outside world. The two anxiously awaited outside the enforcement hall for over half an hour. At that moment, a plump figure emerged from the hall, Dou Hua. Upon seeing him, Jiang Fei hurriedly stepped forward and implored, "Young Master Dou, we were in the wrong. I beseech you to show mercy and spare Wei Yuan. If you find us displeasing, we shall leave the Yi family at once and never set foot in Yunxiao City again. I truly beg of you." As Jiang Fei spoke, she suddenly felt someone tugging at her sleeve. Turning around, she saw Huan staring at Dou Hua with an odd expression. Jiang Fei furrowed her brow and looked back, only to be rendered speechless. Dou Hua's face, already round, had swollen to resemble a ball. His eyes were red, clearly having cried, and a trace of snot lingered at his lips. On one side of her face, a distinct handprint was clearly visible. Jiang Fei stood in a daze. What had transpired? While they were momentarily stunned, Dou Hua opened his mouth, uttering a brief apology before rubbing his eyes and turning to flee. The two were left utterly bewildered. What on earth was happening? At that moment, two figures emerged from the enforcement hall. One was Wei Yuan, and behind him stood a formidable middle-aged man. Jiang Fei hurriedly approached, grasping Wei Yuan's arm, anxiously inquiring, "Are you all right?" "Of course I am. As I mentioned, I was in the right all along," Wei Yuan chuckled. Jiang Fei gazed at him with a complex expression before suddenly delivering a slap to his face. "Do you have any idea the trouble you've caused? Do you understand how worried we were? If you dare act impulsively again, you shall go alone." Wei Yuan covered his face, looking at the furious Jiang Fei, and murmured, "Sister Fei, I realize my mistake. I have been too indulgent towards you." Jiang Fei remained infuriated. Young people, with their innocent hearts, can be quite endearing. Suddenly, the middle-aged man behind Wei Yuan spoke. Jiang Fei glanced at him and sighed, "An innocent heart is often the key to demise. If he continues on this path, he will inevitably lose his life." The middle-aged man remained silent, stroking his beard with a faint smile. "May I inquire who you are?" Jiang Fei clasped her hands respectfully. "I am the adjudicator presiding over Wei Yuan's case," the middle-aged man replied. Jiang Fei was taken aback, quickly expressing her gratitude. "Thank you immensely for your attention. However, Dou Hua holds a significant status. I have heard he is closely connected to the second elder of his family. You must exercise caution. The middle-aged man paused briefly before bursting into hearty laughter. I am merely executing my duties impartially, there is no question of special treatment. Furthermore, I am indeed the second elder of the Ye family you just mentioned. Jiang Fei. Chapter 35, Above the Nine Heavens in recent days. The Ye family has witnessed two monumental events. The first was instigated by Wei Yuan. Following his confrontation with Dou Hua, most of the wandering cultivators silently mourned for him. As such incidents were all too familiar. A rogue cultivator, having just entered a prestigious family, offending an influential figure, truly an invitation to disaster. Yet, against all odds, Wei Yuan emerged unscathed, while Dou Hua, who had relied on his connections to act tyrannically, faced severe repercussions. Rumor has it that even his half-yearly allowance was confiscated. This shattered their preconceived notions. The Ye family, it seemed, prioritized justice over kinship, an unprecedented occurrence. Moreover, in the aftermath of Wei Yuan's ordeal, several collateral branches of the Ye family faced stringent punishments for their indiscretions. Conversely, certain outstanding external cultivators were prominently promoted within the family, ascending to high positions. In a matter of days, many wandering cultivators began to identify themselves as members of the Ye family, taking immense pride in it. The second significant event is the impending battle in Yunshao City, set to take place in a month. The Ye family will select 5 of the most exceptional young individuals under the age of 20 to represent them in this upcoming conflict. Ye Huang, Ye Long, and Ye Qinyo were unequivocally chosen. The remaining 2 slots ignited fierce competition within the family, as no one was willing to relinquish this honor lightly. Among the young cultivators under 20, those in the Qi refinement stage were not considered, leaving 19 at the transformation stage. Most of them had achieved breakthroughs during this recent training, including Ye Xiaoxiao and the 2 sons of Ye Suifeng, Ye Wei and Ye Ba. After intense battles, 2 candidates were ultimately determined. The first was Ye Xiaoxiao, who had made her breakthrough during the initial training. With exceptional talent and strong comprehension, she had advanced to the 3rd layer of transformation, decisively defeating all other challengers. The second candidate, however, surprised many, Yi Qian. His talent and strength had never been particularly remarkable, he had only just managed to break through to the transformation stage last month. His only claim to fame was his character, which had attracted a significant number of wandering cultivators beneath his banner, nearly rivaling the scale of Tianluan Hall and Jinlong Pavilion, making him the 3rd major force among the younger generation of the Yi family. In general, he shunned the limelight, yet during this selection, Yi Qian inexplicably fought with fervor, gradually overcoming his opponents until he narrowly defeated Ye Wei, who was at the 2nd layer of transformation, securing the final spot. Thus, the 5 representatives of the Ye family were finalized. At this moment, the 5 stood in the courtyard of Ye Suifeng. Ah, the young lads. Ye Suifeng regarded the 5 before him, they would be the first cohort of soaring dragons from the Ye family. Their cultivation levels were, in Ye Suifeng's eyes, plain to see. Ye Huang, at the 3rd tier of Qi transformation, her strength has made remarkable progress. It is indeed suspicious that this girl spends all her time dining at Ye Suifeng's abode yet advances so slowly. Ye Long, at the 5th tier of Qi transformation. His foundation is solid. Ye Qinyo, at the 5th tier of Qi transformation, she possesses an ethereal demeanor. Ye Xiaoxiao, at the 3rd tier of Qi transformation. Her eyes darting about, she appears quirky and spirited. Ye Qian, at the 1st tier of Qi transformation, with bruises on his lips and face. He seems to have sustained internal injuries as well. Why are you striving so hard for merely a selection? Ye Suifeng inquired. Ye Qian, with a calm gaze, responded. Father informed me that for this competition, uncle, you will personally provide guidance. Therefore, I cannot let this opportunity slip by, as I do not wish to be referred to as the director for a lifetime. Director? Ye Suifeng asked, perplexed. Father, Ye Huang interjected, during this training, most of the orphans accepted by cousin Ye Qian have led others to nickname him the director of the orphanage. Ye Suifeng understood, several months prior. This nephew had approached him regarding the matter, and he remembered having supported him at that time. Indeed, he continues to do so. Then strive diligently. For reputation is earned through one's own efforts, Ye Suifeng encouraged. He then turned his attention to the 5 individuals. From today onward, I will conduct specialized training tailored to each of your circumstances. I must emphasize one point: regardless of what you encounter, remain composed, refrain from excessive inquiries, and focus on self-improvement. Ye Suifeng proceeded directly to the crux of the matter. Uncle, will you not offer me a word of encouragement or pressure? Perhaps insisting on victory and forbidding defeat? Ye Xiaoxiao jested. Ye Suifeng chuckled. Why should I utter such words? My father employed this method during our training, urging me to defeat cousin Ye Wei and my sister to surpass brother Ye Long. Ye Qingyao and Ye Long exchanged awkward glances. The girl had an uncanny knack for choosing her moments. Ye Suifeng laughed heartily, recognizing that with such a spirited personality, it was no wonder his 2 daughters were so exceptional. I will not say such things, for after this specialized training, you shall surely triumph over the formidable Li and Tang families, Ye Suifeng asserted. The group stifled their laughter, seemingly intrigued by the term formidable. What a peculiar way to describe others. I only ask that you do not forget, regardless of what lies ahead, your roots remain here. Ye Suifeng indicated the ground beneath them. Now, let us commence. Ye Suifeng first looked to Yi Huang, for he was well aware of his daughter's circumstances. Yi Huang had already taken a small step in the path of swordsmanship. She had harmonized the fundamental sword techniques and achieved minor success with the 9 swords of Godslayer. What she now lacked was intent, sword intent. Only through honing her sword intent can she truly embark on the first step of the sword path. There are numerous methods to hone one's swordsmanship, such as engaging in combat with masters well versed in the art of the sword or training within formidable sword formations, a practice adopted by many powerful factions to cultivate their core disciples. However, Ye Suifeng would never resort to such trivial means. Yi Huang, follow me. You all wait here for a moment, he commanded, waving his sleeve, and in an instant, the 2 vanished from the courtyard. Unbeknownst to anyone, they reappeared thousands of miles above the ground. From the perspective of a previous life, one might say they were within the atmosphere. At such heights, fierce winds howled like blades, and even a golden core practitioner would likely be reduced to dust in an instant. A transparent shield enveloped the 2. Steadfast against the raging winds, unwavering. This is the first heaven, Ye Suifeng declared. Yi Huang's eyes sparkled with curiosity. She had never reached such heights before. Father, am I to cultivate here? She inquired, exhilarated by the notion of training at such an elevation. Certainly not, this is merely the beginning, Ye Suifeng replied, lifting his gaze and slightly raising his hand as they ascended further. Along their journey, they traversed vast seas of clouds, dense mists, golden realms, and terrifying storm-laden zones. Ultimately, they arrived in a resplendent world of 7 colors. It resembled a fairy tale realm, with ever-changing hues of celestial light, akin to a scene from a dream. Father, where are we? Yi Huang asked in awe. Ye Suifeng smiled gently. This is the 9th heaven, also known as the edge of the world. Beyond lies boundless chaos. Yi Huang's mouth fell agape. Was this truly the world's edge? Ancient texts described it as an infinite expanse devoid of anything but endless destruction and turmoil. Yet, it appeared to be quite the opposite, resembling a celestial realm. The splendor before you may not be as enchanting as it seems, Ye Suifeng remarked with a smile, extending his hand to capture a streak of purple light within his palm. The purple glow floated serenely, seemingly harmless. He then produced a black staff from his storage ring, a weapon of exquisite quality, forged from core black gold, reputed to be indestructible and eternally unblemished. Observe, he instructed, as he let the black staff fall into the space of his palm, gently touching the purple celestial light. Upon contact, the staff paused momentarily before, to Yi Huang's horror, it disintegrated into countless fine particles, vanishing entirely. This is the power of annihilation, Ye Suifeng explained. Yi Huang swallowed hard, her expression a mixture of fear and disbelief. Father, I am not expected to use such a thing for cultivation, am I? That is far too terrifying. Ye Suifeng beamed. You are. But fear not. I will reduce its power to 1/1000th according to your abilities. As you grow, it shall gradually strengthen. I eagerly anticipate the day when you conquer and master it. Yi Huang, her emotion swirling, stood in stunned silence for a while before eventually nodding in agreement. I shall undoubtedly not let you down. Chapter 36, The Eternal Arena. After ensuring Yi Huang was settled, Ye Suifeng returned to his courtyard. A mere quarter of an hour had passed. The three remained standing, awaiting his return, while only Ye Xiaoxiao was secretly indulging in the grapes Ye Suifeng had placed beneath the willow tree. Upon seeing him return, she hurried back to her spot, obediently bowing her head. Ye Suifeng couldn't help but chuckle. This girl was indeed lively. However, he thought little of it. Everyone possesses their own character. If everyone were as taciturn and methodical as Yi Qian, life would lack flavor. Do not be too restrained, we are family. So let us be a bit more casual, Ye Suifeng remarked. Hearing this, Ye Xiaoxiao instantly lifted her head and gleefully patted Ye Qiniao beside her, exclaiming, I told you. Uncle is very easygoing. Ye Qiniao wore a resigned expression. Alright, Ye Suifeng surveyed the surroundings, ultimately fixing his gaze on Yi Long. For a long time, Yi Long had been the most outstanding junior in the family. With a tenacious character, diligent cultivation, a steady demeanor, and handsome looks, he was the brightest new star of the Yi family and its sole representative. It was only recently that Yi Huang and Yi Qiniao's reputations began to surge, challenging Yi Long's top position, which now faced severe scrutiny. However, from Ye Suifeng's observations, this junior did not display any jealousy or negative sentiments but rather appeared much more cheerful. Perhaps the title of future family leader represented not just honor but also a considerable burden. Now that someone could share the pressure with him. Yi Long's mindset had undergone a distinct transformation, which contributed significantly to his successful breakthrough to the 5th level of Qi transformation. Yi Long, your foundation is solid. And you have embarked on the right path in your cultivation. Thus, I do not wish to interfere excessively with your journey. Speak up. What kind of training method do you desire? Think big, Ye Suifeng said. Yi Long possessed his own understanding of cultivation. Excessive external involvement could be detrimental. Hence, Ye Suifeng decided to grant him the autonomy of choice. Yi Long was evidently taken aback by this unexpected response, momentarily at a loss for words. Ye Xiaoxiao, observing his hesitation, grew anxious and continuously signaled him. Finally, she dashed to his side, playfully nudging him and urging, Don't be foolish, quickly ask for a technique. Your low-grade Xian-level spear technique is outdated. Ye Suifeng, overhearing, chuckled, You are currently practicing a low-grade Xian-level spear technique? Indeed, Yi Long nodded. The Dragon Hunter spear technique was obtained from my father a year ago, and I have since mastered it. Why didn't you mention it sooner? Ye Suifeng replied. I recall that our family treasury holds a high-grade earth-level spear technique. Go fetch it later and simply mention that I sent you. Your father is truly old-fashioned. He knew about this yet failed to inform you. That particular technique was likely the one gifted by Gu Wanxin, Ye Suifeng vaguely remembered. Thank you, uncle. Yi Long's expression was one of fervent excitement. Who wouldn't desire to possess a high-level martial art? A top-grade earth-level technique was something he had never even dared to dream of. After expressing his thoughts, Yi Long made his way towards the door. Hey! Where are you going? You haven't yet articulated what you wish for, called out Ye Suifeng, stopping him in his tracks. Yi Long paused for a moment. That martial art, doesn't it count? Of course, it does not, Ye Suifeng replied with a shake of his head. I told you, think bigger. The others fell silent, astonished that a top-grade earth-level technique could be deemed unworthy. What, then, was truly valuable? Yi Long found himself at a loss for words, while Ye Xiaoxiao curiously peered at the spear in his hand. It was a premium yellow-level spear, which had previously been regarded as a treasure in the Yi family. Spirit weapons aren't valuable either, Ye Suifeng interjected, averting her thoughts. I will procure something far more formidable for you another day. Just reflect on what is most lacking in your current cultivation. You all should ponder this carefully, he advised. The group fell into contemplation, each considering their own paths. After a brief moment, Yi Long finally spoke. Uncle, I have harbored a dream for quite some time. He continued, a glimmer of nostalgia in his eyes. When I was very young, I came across a book titled Biographies of Extraordinary Talents. It chronicled numerous top geniuses who had emerged on this continent over the millennia. Their formidable powers shook the very foundations of history, igniting my imagination. I often wondered what it would be like to battle alongside them in the same era. Could I possibly triumph over them? Ye Long tightened his grip on the spear and continued, "The dreams of childhood often seem so ludicrous. As I grew older, I realized that the chasm between us was as vast as the heavens and the earth. Despite my relentless pursuit, I could scarcely glimpse their shadows. Yet, I refused to surrender. Even if I cannot catch up, I must discover where my limits lie. I shall fight. To the death." With determination gleaming in his eyes, Ye Long declared, "Uncle, if it is possible, I wish for a puppet of the same rank as me, but with power far surpassing my own. When I conquer it, perhaps I will draw closer to those timeless paragons." Upon hearing this, the others were rendered speechless, astonished that this seemingly perfect elder brother bore such an obsession. But could such a puppet truly be created? "Yes, I promise you," Ye Suifeng promptly assured him. Ye Long was taken aback. "Really? Uncle? Does such a puppet truly exist?" Ye Suifeng smiled and shook his head. "It does exist, but a puppet is ultimately an inanimate object. Even if you defeat it, there is no guarantee you can overcome a practitioner of equal strength." Ye Long's expression turned complex. "Then you say you promise me?" "I have indeed promised you." Ye Suifeng remarked, "However, this is not about finding you a puppet, but rather helping you realize your first wish. To battle with the legendary figures of antiquity, what audacity that entails." Naturally, Ye Suifeng was more than willing to assist. Yet, the others were left in a state of shock. Such a wish appeared utterly unattainable. "Well then, let us depart," he proclaimed, and with a grand gesture, he and Ye Long vanished without a trace. Once they had left, Ye Xiaoxiao approached Ye Qiniao and murmured, "Sister, uncle was joking, wasn't he?" Ye Qiniao pressed her lips together and shook her head. "I do not know. I cannot fathom how such a thing could be accomplished. Perhaps, when our turn comes, we shall understand." A silver river flowed endlessly from the void to the void, unchanging throughout the ages. Suddenly, two small black dots emerged above it, Ye Suifeng and Ye Long gazing down at the boundless river and the vast, empty space surrounding them. Ye Long felt a tumult of emotions and yearned to inquire about their location. However, recalling Ye Suifeng's earlier admonition to refrain from asking too many questions, he suppressed his curiosity. "Here we meet again," Ye Suifeng spoke softly. "I sensed something peculiar about you last time. It seems you belong solely to this world. Nevertheless, that is adequate, the talents of this realm are sufficient." With that, Ye Suifeng flicked his fingers, and the surrounding landscape transformed instantaneously. Beneath them appeared a colossal arena, adorned with countless intricate runes that nearly overwhelmed Ye Long to the point of unconsciousness. Fortunately, Ye Suifeng swiftly performed a hand gesture, causing the erased runes to shimmer and vanish, leaving only the expansive blue stone platform. "From this day forth, you shall fight and cultivate here," Ye Suifeng declared. Ye Long frowned slightly. "And what of my opponent?" "Right here," Ye Suifeng replied with a subtle smile, extending his fingers and making a gentle grasping motion. Instantly, a multitude of gray lines erupted, surging towards the shimmering silver river. Soon, one of the gray lines began to quiver. Almost immediately, a white figure emerged at the other end of the line, as if hooked like a fish, landing upon the arena. It was a young man radiating an aura of coldness, his brow furrowed as if bewildered by the situation. Upon turning, he caught sight of Ye Suifeng and Ye Long, who in turn beheld his visage. Ye Long staggered back 2 steps, collapsing onto the ground. His eyes wide in disbelief as he pointed at the young man, trembling as he uttered, By Yi Changshen, Bu Fei Shui." His voice quivered. For Bu Fei Shui was the peerless prodigy of a millennium ago, who single-handedly vanquished all challengers with just a spear. Once, he had stormed into a millennia-old sect, leaving a trail of blood in his wake, forever etching that night into history. Later, Bu Fei Shui faced the strongest heavenly tribulation in history, enduring until the very end. However, the will of heaven is inviolable. The final thunder tribulation was exceedingly formidable, and Bu Fei Shui ultimately perished, leaving nothing behind. Yet, why did he appear here? Ye Long's mind buzzed with thoughts. What on earth had his uncle done? Who are you? Why am I here? Bu Fei Shui's gaze turned icy. a tempestuous intent of battle erupting forth. Nevertheless, Ye Suifeng merely waved his hand, and a thin veil of luminous mist enveloped Bufechua's form. Subsequently, he closed his eyes and fell into a deep slumber. It is not your turn to speak. Ye Suifeng turned to Ye Long, smiling as he remarked. Did you not express a desire to challenge them? How is it that you are so frightened upon first encounter? Hearing these words, Ye Long was momentarily stunned. Then took a deep breath, suppressing the tumult within, and struggled to rise. That's more like it. Ye Suifeng danced his fingers, summoning figures from the Silver River, each landing upon the arena. To prevent a repeat of the earlier incident, they were forcibly shut down as soon as they descended. Among them were the prodigious Xia Yuan, the Night Killer Tong Mia, the unrivaled Fu Rohai, the son of Heaven Jin Lin, and the legendary Long Outyan. Ye Long gazed at each familiar visage, murmuring, his mind rendered blank. His uncle had truly summoned all the paragons chronicled in the legendary accounts. There were even many he did not recognize. It was not until hundreds of figures materialized that Ye Suifeng finally ceased. Make do with them for now. In this ancient arena, their cultivation levels are equivalent to your own. Simply think of whom you wish to battle, and it shall be so. Should you break through, their levels will rise correspondingly. Hone your battle intent well, I shall return for you in a month. With that, Ye Suifeng's form gradually faded away. Chapter 37, The Old Turtle. This lad possesses a peculiar inclination towards masochism. In the void, Ye Suifeng glided leisurely along the expanse of the Milky Way. To his surprise, Ye Long's desire was to engage in battle. However, with Ye Long's current abilities, confronting those ancient luminaries would merely be an exercise in self-inflicted torment, resulting in a most grievous outcome. One can only hope that this young man does not emerge from such an ordeal with lasting psychological scars. The River of Time seems somewhat peculiar at this moment, as if it is lacking in vitality. This Milky Way represents the temporal river of this realm. The last time Ye Suifeng traversed the causal threads to pursue the assailant of Ye Suihu, he momentarily harnessed the power of the River of Time. Yet, that instance was merely a fleeting glimpse. This time, he has come to experience it firsthand. Logically, the River of Time is an inert entity, flowing eternally through the void, immutable and constant. Yet, Ye Suifeng harbored a nagging sense that it was devoid of certain life forces, imparting an atmosphere of desolation. Suddenly, he detected an unusual aura, causing him to furrow his brow before vanishing from sight. When he reappeared, a colossal black peak loomed before him. The mountain was terrifyingly immense, stretching beyond sight both above and below, resembling the very wall of the void itself, obscuring all vision. How could such a phenomenon exist here? Ye Suifeng found himself bewildered. The location of the River of Time is a realm of pure emptiness, devoid of anything but the flow of time itself. How could a mountain be situated in such a space? This defies the principles of the Great Tao. No, that is not correct. Ye Suifeng's brow furrowed deeper. The object before him did not seem to be a mountain. He could distinctly sense a faint pulse of life emanating from the black mass. But what kind of life could be so colossal? After a moment of contemplation, Ye Suifeng extended his index finger and gently tapped his forehead. Instantly, his soul power, far surpassing the limits of the world, erupted forth. His soul solidified, transforming into an ethereal projection, rapidly expanding around Ye Suifeng's physical form. One-fold, tenfold soon. The ethereal projection of his soul had grown to millions of times the size of his corporeal body. Through the perspective of this projection, Ye Suifeng finally discerned the true nature of the black peak before him. Good heavens, that is a toe! Ye Suifeng exclaimed in shock, utterly astonished by the sight. The immense object was not a mountain at all, but rather an extraordinary toe. Beside it were 4 other toes, and above them lay an immeasurable expanse of the footstop. At this moment, Ye Suifeng's ethereal projection was nearly level with the toe. My word! What on earth is this? It is nearly the size of the world itself. I must see what your true form is. Ye Suifeng steadied his composure, and his soul projection surged once more. After an indeterminate expansion, he finally beheld its true visage. An old turtle? He widened his eyes, scrutinizing its form with rapt attention. Ultimately confirmed, he was not mistaken, it was indeed a grotesque black old turtle. The turtle's neck retracted, with only its smooth head exposed. Its limbs naturally dangled into the void, and beneath its abdomen lay the river of time, which, from this perspective, appeared as a barely discernible white line. Most striking was its tail, short yet bifurcated at the tip, resembling a wound as if forcibly torn apart. Ye Suifeng's heart brimmed with questions. Such a terrifying creature. Who could inflict harm upon it? An existence so aberrant should not inhabit this world except for himself, of course. Ah, it seems this world harbors many secrets, awaiting exploration. Ye Suifeng stroked his chin, such intrigue was delightful. Otherwise, over time, he would find himself bored to the point of ascending to the celestial realm to slay the celestial emperor for amusement. This old turtle was indeed extraordinary. Ye Suifeng's spirit had already scanned the entirety of the turtle's body, discovering that every corner of it was imbued with the laws of the universe. Each breath resonated with the vibrations of these rules, truly fearsome. With such strength, why did it still choose to seal itself? Initially, upon sighting the old turtle, Ye Suifeng believed it merely slumbered. However, upon closer inspection, he realized it had locked all of its soul within this vast shell, revealing only the slightest flicker of life, preventing it from being perceived as a lifeless entity. He decided to scrutinize further. Extending his hand, Ye Suifeng placed it atop the turtle's head, intending to delve into its depths with his spirit to uncover the truth. Suddenly, his brow arched slightly as his spiritual projection gradually faded away. In quick succession, several formidable consciousnesses traversed the void, probing in. They lingered before the turtle's head, seemingly perplexed by the recent events. Ye Suifeng counted 5 consciousnesses, each one undeniably surpassing the limits of this world. Among them was one he had encountered before. After his tribulation, driven by curiosity, he had projected his consciousness into the northern snowy plains. Just as he arrived, a powerful awareness that spanned the entire plateau surged forth from the extreme north, heading straight for him. That individual had now arrived here as well. The 5 consciousnesses transformed into 5 luminous orbs, quietly suspended in opposition. Do you wish to break the rules? Inquired the consciousness from the northern snowy plains, surprisingly the first to voice its thoughts. As the exchange transpired on a spiritual level, it was impossible to discern gender or even ascertain if it was human. Shouldn't you be the one eager to disrupt the rules? After all, you are on the verge of defeat, another remarked. If you seek battle, then let it be. I abhor this tedious game, declared another, evidently irritable. Calm yourselves. The shattering of worlds benefits no one, advised a more composed voice. Ladies and gentlemen, the pressing question at hand is what transpired moments ago. Someone has tampered with it. The last individual managed to steer the conversation back on track. After a brief exchange, they all asserted their innocence. Yet, this is indeed perplexing. If not the 5 of them, who else possesses the capacity to infiltrate this realm? A silence enveloped the group. Ye Suifeng, merging seamlessly with the void, yawned and inquired, "What are you all doing? Why the sudden silence?" "Perhaps it is the entity in question," suggested the denizen of the northern snowfields. "How strange it is. Just recently, I ventured into the realm of fate and stumbled upon a fleeting fragment, which abruptly vanished into the mists. Indeed, I too have observed that a star, which does not belong to this world, has risen. I was asleep, utterly oblivious," grumbled the irritable one, who always seemed to be in a foul mood. 3 of them remarked that they had noticed some minor anomalies. However, the fellow from the northern snowfields claimed to have detected nothing unusual. At that moment, Ye Suifeng had boldly traversed the snowfields without an ounce of concealment. He must have sensed something amiss. Yet, he chose to remain hidden, his intentions unclear. After some time had elapsed, the group still uncovered no anomalies, prompting them to alter their course and depart from the realm of nothingness. Once they left, Ye Suifeng dissipated his ethereal presence, revealing his true self above the river of time. An injured ancient turtle. 5 individuals, each with their own thoughts. Is this a game or merely a game of chess? Ah, congratulations to all participants, it seems someone has come equipped with a cheat. Chapter 38, The Celestial Slaying Sect. Ye Suifeng departed from the realm of nothingness. His recent encounters inadvertently unveiled a secret of this world, however. He resolved to set this matter aside for the time being. Presently, he was still enjoying his time in Yunshao City. And he would discuss the intricacies of purchasing talismans when he truly engaged with those individuals. After all, 3 adorable companions awaited his return at home. After a while, Ye Suifeng returned to his courtyard. Having wandered through the realm of nothingness for an extended period, Ye Qinyao and the others were seated beneath the willow tree. Upon seeing Ye Suifeng return, they quickly stood up. "How was it? Have you decided what you wish for?" Ye Suifeng inquired. All right. I want a plethora of spirit stones, a mountain of spirit stones. I want to buy whatever my heart desires," Ye Xiaoxiao exclaimed, her eyes practically shimmering with the desire for wealth. "It's not your turn yet, let Qinyao speak first," Ye Suifeng interjected, bypassing her enthusiasm. "You're being mischievous." Ye Xiaoxiao pouted, returning to her place in line. Qinyao chuckled softly and said, "Uncle, I have also made my decision. Forgive my folly. But I do not possess grand aspirations like cousin Ye Long. Even in terms of cultivation, I lack significant motivation, were it not for my father's stern demands. I might not even be standing here today." Ye Qinyao candidly expressed her innermost thoughts, unafraid of provoking Ye Suifeng or jeopardizing her eligibility for the Yunshao City competition. After all, this represented the family, and without fighting spirit, how could one achieve victory? However, such a concern was unlikely to materialize. Indeed, each individual possesses a unique worldview. "Your serene disposition and such thoughts are hardly surprising," Ye Suifeng acknowledged. "Human beings are creatures of rich emotion and vibrant diversity. If everyone were identical, what would distinguish them from mass-produced tools?" "Now, do share what you desire," Ye Suifeng prompted. Ye Qinyao hesitated for a moment before speaking. "Uncle, my request may seem somewhat ethereal. If you find it unsatisfactory, I can readily change it. Go ahead." Ye Qinyao took a deep breath and said, I seek a direction." At these words, the other two were momentarily taken aback. What did that even mean? Ye Long had at least articulated his childhood dreams, while hers was merely a concept. Ye Xiaoxiao felt dizzy, thinking, "My dear sister, are you certain you're not intentionally trying to perplex uncle?" She struggled to comprehend. Nonetheless, Ye Suifeng found himself understanding Ye Qinyao. Her character was tranquil and distant. Yet she was born into a prominent family with a father who regarded cultivation as vital and maintained strict expectations. From a young age, she had to relentlessly pursue strength, striving to surpass Ye Long and defeat all adversaries. For someone averse to conflict, this was an immense psychological burden. Thus, it was inevitable for her to feel lost. Fortunately, Ye Qinyao is still youthful. If this continues for several more years, she may well encounter the insidious backlash of her own inner demons. Such occurrences are not unheard of. However, the direction of one's life is something that must be sought personally. Qinyao, I ask you, do you truly believe I can provide you with a direction that would satisfy you? Ye Suifeng retorted. Ye Qinyao fell silent. For she was inherently astute and fully comprehended the simplicity of her desires, which in reality, are exceedingly challenging to attain. Your future can only be determined by you, Ye Suifeng stated. I can offer you an opportunity for choice, albeit, it may come at a considerable cost. After much contemplation, Ye Qinyao finally nodded. I am willing to give it a try. If I continue in this state of confusion, I fear I will truly disappoint my father. Ye Suifeng nodded in agreement. To some, Ye Qinyao's thoughts may seem rather naive. Yet, who among us has not experienced naivety? Especially when ensnared in a labyrinth of uncertainty? Then follow me, he instructed. With that, Ye Suifeng led Ye Qinyao, and they vanished into the courtyard. When they reappeared, they stood at the pinnacle of a mountain. The peak was lush and verdant, but curiously, the adjacent mountain appeared as though struck by lightning, riddled with deep ravines and scorched earth. Ye Qinyao looked on in astonishment. What transpired here? Uncle, is this not the burial ground of great demons? She recalled a scene from a strange tale. Ye Suifeng cleared his throat, bemused by the child's words. This is merely the place where I underwent tribulation. Have you forgotten my words? Do not inquire, he said with a stern countenance. Ye Qingyao promptly ceased her inquiries, though her eyes still brimmed with curiosity. Ye Suifeng ignored her and gazed skyward. Soon, an enigmatic energy began to emanate from him. Moments later, a grand portal manifested in the heavens. And a golden radiance descended from within, cascading upon Ye Suifeng's shoulders. Behind that door, a magnificent celestial sound resonated, shaking the very soul. Ah, we meet again. Indeed. The celestial portal in the sky is the manifestation of a cultivator's tribulation. The light is the bridge of ascension. After Ye Suifeng's last tribulation, he had no desire to ascend, thus dissipating the aura of transcendence that surrounded him, causing the celestial gate to vanish without a target. This time, however, he actively drew the celestial gate near, seeking something within. The celestial sound. The celestial sound is vast. It is not merely a melody but the murmurs of all beings. It possesses not only the essence of ascension and the power of creation but also a remarkably unique force, the essence of the mortal realm. After enduring the ninefold tribulation, the power of the celestial gate is at its most formidable. Ye Suifeng requires this essence as a material. Therefore, I apologize, but I am not quite ready to ascend just yet. With that, Ye Suifeng smiled slightly, brandishing his finger like a sword, and resolutely struck towards the celestial gate above. The entire world seemed to pause for a fleeting moment. Suddenly, with a resounding roar, the very fabric of the heavens and earth trembled violently. The colossal celestial gate in the sky quivered incessantly, emitting a deep, rumbling sound, as if lamenting its fate. Moments later, the golden radiance upon Ye Suifeng's shoulder abruptly contracted. In the midst of this tumult, the celestial gate, after a fierce shake, astonishingly plummeted from the sky. A vast shadow enveloped Ye Suifeng's head. Gazing into the distance, the area obscured by the celestial gate was as expansive as dozens of mountain peaks. Ye Suifeng, astonished, had not anticipated the sheer magnitude of this object. Meanwhile, Ye Qingyao stood utterly dumbfounded. What is this? How could there be a door in the sky? How could it emanate light? How could such an absurd thing be brought down with a mere flick of a finger? Who am I? Where am I? She was completely bewildered. Come. Ye Suifeng extended his palm, and the enormous celestial gate swiftly shrank, transforming into a petite golden door, suspended delicately in his palm. He then waved his fingers, whimsically kneading the shape of the celestial gate, which instantly lost its distant resemblance. Ultimately, it morphed into an exquisite mirror. Let us call you the mirror of mundane life. This mirror, crafted primarily from celestial sound, with the celestial gate as an auxiliary material, was fused with the principles of the Tao. Its foremost purpose was to refine the heart. Once one entered the mirror, it was akin to stepping into another world, experiencing a life entirely different from one's own. Ye Suifeng glanced at the still-dazed Ye Qingyao and gently tapped her to restore her clarity. Are you prepared? Once you enter, everything will depend solely on you. Ye Qingyao, gazing at the mirror before her, earnestly nodded. Then embark on your journey. Remember, no matter what transpires, do not forget who you are. After Ye Suifeng spoke, the surface of the mirror of mundane life suddenly rippled like water. Subsequently, Ye Qinyao's figure gradually faded from view. Your path is yours to tread. Ye Suifeng sighed, then turned his gaze skyward. The universe had returned to tranquility. Where the celestial gate had appeared, only faint golden traces remained, soon to vanish entirely. I seem to have overstepped my bounds. First, I toyed with the heavenly tribulation, then seized the 9-9 thunder tribulation, next I teased the celestial gate. And now I have outright severed it. It appears I have no enmity with it. Ye Suifeng blinked, then chuckled, ah well. Such celestial matters are meant to be defied, otherwise, they seem out of touch with the times. At worst, I shall offer compensation once I ascend to the celestial realm. As he spoke, Ye Suifeng suddenly froze, his expression darkening ominously. Oh no, I've severed my own celestial gate. How shall I ascend to the celestial realm in the future? Chapter 39, The aggrieved Ye Xiaoxiao with the red dust realm crafted by his own sect in tow. Ye Suifeng returned home with a somber expression. This time, he truly acted in haste, inadvertently severing his path to immortality. What should ye do now? Was he to seek out someone who had successfully transcended their tribulations and, at the moment of their ascension, usurped their celestial gate for his own use? It seemed feasible, albeit somewhat lacking in martial ethics. Never mind, such matters could be deliberated upon later. Ye Suifeng composed himself and reappeared in the courtyard. At present, only Ye Xiaoxiao and Yi Qian remained. It had taken nearly an entire morning to settle Yi Huang and the others. Reflecting on his efforts, he realized he had indeed toiled greatly for their sake. Well, now it was your turn. Ye Suifeng extended a finger, resting it upon Ye Xiaoxiao. In an instant, her face lit up with joy, ready to speak. However, that finger began to move, veering off and ultimately pointing towards Yi Qian. Yi Qian. You may speak. Ha? Oh. Yi Qian clearly did not anticipate being called upon first. Among them, he was the weakest. Nevertheless, he did not shy away from the moment and stepped forward, declaring, "Uncle, my choice is to fully adhere to your guidance." Ye Suifeng raised an eyebrow, noting the distinctiveness of these young individuals. Each had made a different choice. Why? He inquired. Yi Qian promptly replied, "I simply wish to grow stronger. Yet my knowledge and experience are far too limited. Thus, entrusting the decision to you is, in my view, the wisest course of action." Ye Suifeng nodded. His decision was not without merit. It may not be the most correct answer, but it was undoubtedly the safest and most astute choice. "Very well," Ye Suifeng said. "However, if I am not mistaken, you desire not only to strengthen yourself but also to empower those who follow you." Yi Qian chuckled, scratching his head, and did not deny it. "Educating the masses is no easy task," Ye Suifeng remarked. "I am willing to put forth the effort," Yi Qian declared resolutely. "Excellent," Ye Suifeng mused. "You must enjoy reading in your spare time, yes?" "Indeed. What is your favorite book?" Perhaps the Tao Te Ching," Yi Qian replied. He was lying. At that moment, Ye Xiaoxiao interjected, "I heard from cousin Yi Qian that he actually prefers tales of the supernatural. Especially those involving romantic escapades between fox spirits and scholars." How embarrassing. With his secret exposed, Yi Qian's face instantly flushed, and he muttered, "I do enjoy the Tao Te Ching as well, and that book contains more than just fox spirits." Such a feeble defense fell flat. Ye Suifeng extended his hand with a smile. "Let me see, what novel is it?" Yi Qian hesitated for a moment but ultimately complied, retrieving a thick tome from his storage bag. "The Classic of Mountains and Seas." Ye Suifeng casually flipped through the pages, discovering numerous tales featuring fox spirits, flower sprites, and enchanting demons, though none were overly outrageous. The content can easily pass any scrutiny. Moreover, such stories constitute only a small fraction. The majority are tales from the records of mountains and seas, recounting extraordinary events and deriving moral lessons from them. They are indeed serious matters. After a moment, Ye Suifeng took a seat at the stone table under the willow tree with a book in hand. He then conjured a brush and an empty tome, beginning to write with remarkable swiftness. In the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, he produced a brand new illustrated records of mountains and seas. Ye Suifeng rose and handed both books to Yi Qian. "Since you have an affinity for it, delve into it. I trust you shall learn much. Though the extent of your improvement ultimately rests upon you," he said with a smile. Yi Qian, puzzled, accepted the tomes. He understood that reading could impart knowledge. But how could it enhance one's strength? Did it conceal some unparalleled technique within its pages? He placed the two volumes side by side, noting that their covers were identical, unchanged in the slightest. The sole distinction lay in Ye Suifeng's calligraphy, which appeared far more vigorous than the original. As Yi Qian gazed intently, he suddenly perceived the characters for mountains and seas on the new book beginning to distort. Soon, a tempestuous wind seemed to howl in his ears, carrying a faint, briny scent that invaded his nostrils. Yi Qian was momentarily frozen, bewildered by the phenomenon. Abruptly, the gale subsided, and the taste of the sea vanished. His vision gradually regained clarity, revealing that Ye Suifeng had merely obstructed the cover's characters with his finger. "You may ponder it further once you return," Ye Suifeng remarked with a smile. The tome he had painstakingly transcribed was no ordinary artifact. it was a product of the confluence of paths. Each character, each phrase, each narrative within it represented a distinct world, a unique journey of cultivation. In essence, this book was an exceptional guide to enlightenment. If one were to categorize it by the level of cultivation techniques, it would be regarded as a supreme celestial method, infinitely close to the Tao. Alas! Time was of the essence, and thus only this level of achievement could be attained. For now, make use of it. I am grateful for your guidance, uncle. After experiencing all that had transpired, Yi Qian recognized the book's extraordinary nature and respectfully bowed before departing the courtyard. Now, only Yi Suifeng remained, evidently unable to contain her impatience. Uncle, I truly desire spirit stones and abundance of them. Can you grant me this wish? Ye Suifeng's large eyes blinked innocently, attempting to charm Ye Suifeng's heart. What do you need so many spirit stones for? Ye Suifeng inquired. They can accomplish anything. Ye Suifeng replied. Is there anything in this world that spirit stones cannot achieve? If there is, it must be due to an insufficiency of spirit stones. Ye Suifeng could not help but extend his thumb in approval. I wholeheartedly concur with your reasoning. Then you agree? Ye Suifeng exclaimed with delight. No, I must decline. However, the answer took her by surprise. Why not? You clearly acquiesced to their requests. Ye Suifeng's face was etched with grievance. She felt as though Ye Suifeng was deliberately targeting her. You are different. They all possess a clear understanding of their paths. What about you? All you do is play. Ye Suifeng remarked. If you manage to succeed in this trial, I may consider rewarding you with some spirit stones. Ye Suifeng pouted. What trial? This. Ye Suifeng snapped his fingers, and instantly, the surroundings transformed completely. A shroud of gray enveloped them. Countless gray insects scuttled about, and occasionally, a black shadow darted past with great speed. Where are we? Ye Suifeng inquired in astonishment. The dream void realm, a world that exists between reality and illusion. Here. You can play to your heart's content. Ye Suifeng had actually contemplated this on the way. She loved to play, so why not let her indulge? Sometimes, the ability to play is a skill in itself. But what is there to enjoy here? Ye Suifeng asked. Good question. Unfortunately, I shall not provide you with an answer. Ye Suifeng chuckled. Your trial is to learn how to play here. Well then, good luck. With that, Ye Suifeng vanished, leaving Ye Suifeng alone, staring blankly at the distant gray insects. Uncle, you are biased. Chapter 40, The Visitors. After expending considerable effort, I have finally settled these 5 new stars within my household. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, their future accomplishments will undoubtedly rival those of the prodigies chronicled in legendary biographies. However, the extent of their eventual success will ultimately depend on their individual fortunes. Upon emerging from the dream void, Ye Suifeng indulged in a delightful meal at a roadside stall, then returned to his study. Throughout his time in this world, he had predominantly spent his days within the confines of this very room. His studies encompassed various texts on martial arts, biographies of notable figures, scenic observations, and ancient legends. He had begun to form a general outline of the composition of this continent. The continent is known by many names, with various regions bearing distinct titles. Yet one appellation has persisted through the ages: the cosmic realm. This world stretches infinitely, with no individual ever having traversed from one end of the continent to the other. Even the legends of distant lands are merely fragments of whispers. Through extensive reading, Ye Suifeng discerned that the location of Yunshao City should be in the northern expanse of the continent, a region abundant with sects and illustrious families. Most locales are centered around a prominent city, supplemented by numerous smaller towns. The Zhouchang Alliance is the preeminent power governing this area, with Su City, which manages Yunshao City, being one of its members. To the north of the alliance lies a vast chasm spanning millions of miles, known as the Qingdu Highlands. Beyond that is the northern snowfield. To the east of the alliance exists a cluster of smaller nations embroiled in perpetual conflict, continuously at war. Yet, whenever external forces invade, they unite to fend off their common foes. Literature suggests that the languages and cultures there starkly contrast with those of the Zhouchang Alliance. Ye Suifeng resolved to explore that region during his leisure time. To the west of the alliance lies a desolate arid expanse, sparsely populated yet steeped in mystery. It is said that the inhabitants there wrap themselves tightly in yellow cloth, leaving only their eyes visible. Quite intriguing indeed. In stark contrast, the southern region of the Zhou-Chang alliance presents a different scenario. While the culture bears similarities to the alliance, the organizational structure is entirely inverted. In the alliance, cities serve as the nucleus, with powerful families wielding authority over them, while sects hold minimal presence. For instance, although Yunshao City is surrounded by several sects, the most prominent among them boasts a leader whose cultivation is merely at the foundational stage. Conversely, in the southern territories, the balance of power shifts entirely in favor of the sections. The core of this region is comprised of super sects nestled within the towering spiritual mountains. Here, families and nations subordinate themselves to the sections. When a disciple from a sect ventures forth, it resembles the arrival of a prince from a grand empire, their prestige formidable. Ye Suifeng privately resolved to visit these diverse locales when time permits. Having arrived in the vast cosmos, it would be a travesty not to explore every corner. Through literature, he gained a fundamental understanding of the organizational structure of this realm. Moreover, by perusing various treatises on martial arts, Ye Suifeng deepened his comprehension of the cultivation system within this world. It can be asserted that he has fully grasped the essence of these techniques. With but a single reading of any method, he could achieve instantaneous mastery, and even modify it to create more formidable forms of practice. Indeed, he possessed such exceptional prowess. Calm. Ye Suifeng subdued his pride, preparing to refine the primordial technique further. Through experiments conducted on 4 subjects, he identified some minor intricacies that required adjustment. However, this time, the process didn't necessitate 2 months, nor did it require seclusion. In just 3 days, Ye Suifeng completed the new technique and imparted it to the 4 individuals through a process of enlightenment. They did not disappoint his expectations. Shortly thereafter, they all broke through to the second major realm within the primordial technique, the Danfu realm, akin to the traditional transformation stage. This realm focuses primarily on the Dantian. Yet the primordial technique is more domineering and versatile. To commend their efforts, Ye Suifeng, in a moment of joy, bestowed upon them a set of sword techniques, the heavenly grade inferior skill, the extermination of immortals sword array. Exterminate the immortals, slay the immortals, ensnare the immortals. Obliterate the immortals. Upon achieving mastery, one could even slay immortals. Of course, this was merely a counterfeit version. The true extermination of immortal sword array could not possibly be wielded in this realm. Nevertheless, even as a replica, it was a formidable art. The bestowal of such a skill was not merely a reward but also served Yi Huang's interests. After all, the 4 individuals now acted as Yi Huang's guardians and sparring partners. The stronger they became, the more effective their training would be for her. My daughter, do not blame me, this is all for your benefit, Ye Suifeng declared with a mischievous grin. A few days after the breakthroughs of Feng Ji and his companions, the family finally received long-awaited good news. Ye Suiyun and Ye Suibao, 2 principal members of the family, had successfully reached the nascent soul stage. A few months prior, Ye Suifeng had urged them to diligently cultivate and not to neglect their progress, even setting a 1-month deadline for their breakthrough. However, reality often diverges from expectation. Due to the family's recent activities, the important members were inundated with tasks from dawn until dusk, leaving little time for focused cultivation. Thankfully, they kept this matter close to their hearts. The breakthroughs of Suiyun and Suibao undoubtedly provided reassurance to the other family members. After all, Ye Suifeng's strength was often imperceptible, while these 2 were individuals they interacted with daily. It could be said that, aside from Ye Suifeng himself, the presence of these 2 nascent soul cultivators alone rendered the Yi family unafraid of the Li and Tang families. However, after careful deliberation, they ultimately decided to remain discreet for the time being, choosing to speak only when the moment was ripe. Ye Suifeng held no objections, content as long as they were pleased. Time flowed steadily, and soon, the 10 days leading up to the Battle of Yunshao City arrived. It was then that the Yi family unexpectedly welcomed a familiar guest, Gu Wanxin. Chapter 41, A gesture of goodwill. The head of the Ye family has indeed become increasingly handsome. Haha, I truly appreciate your straightforward flattery. Please, take a seat. In the family's reception room, Ye Suifeng and Gu Wanxin sat side by side, as several maidservants presented fragrant tea. I speak from the heart, Gu Wanxin remarked with a smile. I feel as though each time we meet, you appear to become a touch younger. Could it be merely my illusion? Or perhaps you have recently experienced some joyous occasion? Ye Suifeng smirked and shook his head, saying, What joyous occasion could there be? I have an abundance of spirit stones that I cannot spend, and I am constantly troubled by this matter. Gu Wanxin chuckled, You truly insult my profession with such words. After speaking, she produced a storage ring and placed it on the table. Ye Suifeng picked up the ring and surveyed its contents. It contained a wealth of cultivation resources, and the quality surpassed that of the last time, with no fewer than 8 items of heavenly grade or above. Techniques, materials, sacred medicines, and spiritual artifacts were all present. A price list had already been prepared, but Ye Suifeng merely glanced at the total. A staggering 32 trillion low-grade spirit stones. This sum could unequivocally purchase several cities akin to Yunshao City. Bring me a storage bag, Ye Suifeng requested without hesitation. Asking Gu Wanxin for an exceptionally large storage bag to accommodate the 32 trillion spirit stones all at once. Even after witnessing such scenes multiple times, Gu Wanxin couldn't help but marvel. Just how many spirit stones does he possess? Has he secretly unearthed a bountiful vein of spirit stones? In truth, the upper echelons of Wanbage had conducted extensive analyses regarding Ye Suifeng, the superlative client, yet they remained unable to ascertain the source of his immense wealth. The most plausible theory suggested that he had fortuitously stumbled upon a secret realm housing a high-grade spirit stone vein. However, this notion seemed far too absurd. Ultimately, Wanbage abandoned the investigation. Valuable clients are rare, and they certainly did not wish to provoke Ye Suifeng out of mere curiosity, jeopardizing their collaboration. Suddenly, Gu Wanxin recalled something. By the way, Ye family head, she began, given the astronomical sums involved in our transactions, the upper management of Wanbage would like me to inquire if you might consider trading with medium or high-grade spirit stones. Of course, if that is not feasible, it is entirely acceptable. This is merely for convenience's sake. Each transaction involves hundreds of trillions, and merely counting them necessitates the presence of individuals at the transcendent stage or above. If we were to use high-grade spirit stones for trade, the quantity per transaction could be reduced by a factor of 10,000, making it manageable for someone at the golden core stage. Let me exhaust my low-grade spirit stones first, Ye Suifeng replied. That would be splendid. Gu Wanxin nodded in delight. Each transaction between them had utilized low-grade spirit stones, and she was confident that Ye Suifeng's savings could not be boundless. A few more transactions should suffice. Ye Suifeng sipped his tea, observing Gu Wanxin, bemused by her inexplicable amusement. By the way, may I pose a question? Ye Suifeng inquired. Gu Wanxin nodded in affirmation. Indeed, Wanbage is a relatively pure commercial entity. The first tenet of Wanbage is to maintain absolute neutrality and never to involve itself in the conflicts of other factions. Our sole interest lies in spirit stones. Ye Suifeng, intrigued, responded, If you refrain from participating in these conflicts, what then is the purpose of your extensive collection of spirit stones? This question indeed perplexed Ye Suifeng. Wanbage is an immense organization, its presence felt in nearly every corner. The sheer volume of spirit stones circulating daily is undoubtedly staggering. Thus arises the query, where do the spirit stones they accumulate ultimately go, and for what purpose are they utilized? This was a matter of great concern for Ye Suifeng, as he currently faced a similar dilemma. Money, if left stagnant in one's purse, remains merely a figure. It is the expenditure of funds that breathes life into true wealth. Gu Wanxin seemed momentarily at a loss in response to Ye Suifeng's inquiry. Well, the head of the Ye family, I truly had not contemplated that. However, regardless of the means we employ to acquire spirit stones, are we not ultimately doing so to spend them? Ye Suifeng subtly shook his head. Indeed, the question of how to spend money may appear ludicrous. Yet, once the numerical value of wealth surpasses a certain threshold, one may find oneself beset by the very quandary of expenditure. He felt the weight of such a dilemma. Utilizing all resources for mere acquisitions felt trivial. Perhaps I could inquire further upon my return. I recall there are indeed some extraordinary items that demand a considerable amount of spirit stones, Gu Wanxin suggested. Very well, I entrust this task to you. It is my utmost honor. Gu Wanxin accepted the responsibility. After a brief pause, she continued, aside from the transaction today, I also bring you some news. Oh? Ye Suifeng raised an eyebrow, extending his hand for the storage bag. Gu Wanxin, taken aback, quickly waved her hands, no need, this is complimentary. She felt a cold sweat, it seemed he had an abundance of wealth to spare. This pertains to the Li and Tang families, Gu Wanxin informed. Ye Suifeng nodded. Proceed with your revelations. Well, Gu Wanxin leaned closer to Ye Suifeng, stating, in 10 days, the biannual grand event of Yunxiao City will unfold, the Yunxiao City Battle. The list of participants from the 3 prominent families has recently been announced. You are aware of the representatives from the Li and Tang families, correct? Ye Suifeng's expression grew solemn, for he was indeed unaware. A few days prior, Sui Yun had brought the list, resting upon the desk in his study. Yet he had lacked the motivation to peruse it. However, as the head of the Yi family, not knowing who the adversaries were seemed rather foolish. Why did you suddenly bring this up, Gu Wanxin? Ye Suifeng's demeanor shifted, uncertain of how to respond. Yet, in Gu Wanxin's eyes, the situation appeared quite different. It seems that the head of the Yi family has heard the news. The eldest son of the Li family, Li Qi, has experienced a remarkable surge in his cultivation, having broken through to the 8th layer of Qi transformation. Meanwhile, Tang Xiaoqing, the prodigal son of the Tang family, has managed to ascend 4 layers in a mere 3 months, now reaching the 10th layer of Qi transformation. Ye Suifeng nodded gravely, acknowledging that he was indeed unaware of this until now. What do you wish to convey? He was unclear about Gu Wanxin's main point. Gu Wanxin moved closer to Ye Suifeng and whispered, head of the Yi family, their cultivation levels are, in fact, not merely as rumored. The Li and Tang families have suddenly gone to great lengths, investing vast resources into their combatants. The extent of this investment is nearly equivalent to nurturing a golden core stage cultivator. I have reason to suspect that this time, either the battle in Yunxiao City holds exceptional significance, or they are entirely targeting your Yi family. Consequently, Gu Wanxin produced a small jade slip and placed it on the table. Due to my position, I have managed to gather some information on those 10 individuals. She looked at Ye Suifeng with a knowing smile. Ye Suifeng smiled faintly and picked up the jade slip, realizing the implications of her gesture. Gu Wanxin was indeed extending goodwill toward him. Were you not saying that the Wanbao Pavilion never intervenes in the conflicts of other factions? Ye Suifeng remarked with a hint of amusement. Ah, how you jest. Gu Wanxin replied playfully. Between friends, what is there to intervene or not intervene in, wouldn't you agree? Ye Suifeng nodded gently, accepting Gu Wanxin's goodwill. After completing their exchange, she took her leave, satisfied. Ye Suifeng toyed with the jade slip in his hand, turning it over a few times before discarding it into the nearby wastebasket. The current Yi family had no need for such traditional methods of conflict any longer. Chapter 42, Departure from the Retreat. As the days draw closer to the Battle of Yunxiao City, the atmosphere within the city becomes increasingly vibrant. Many young talents from various other cities gather to witness this biennial grand event, eager to compare their strengths with one another. Indeed, young Master Li Qi is extraordinary. Having just turned 18, he has already attained the 8th level of the Qi transformation stage. In our Haiyan city, he would surely rank among the elite. A dark-skinned youth from Haiyan City expressed such sentiments. Truly a product of a remote village. Although the 8th level of Qi transformation is commendable, in our Huanye City, he would hardly stand at the forefront. A noble young lady from Huanye City scoffed, regarding him with disdain, as if he were a mere country bumpkin. Nevertheless, Huanye City, under the jurisdiction of Sucheng, is indeed the most prosperous and powerful among the cities, possessing the audacity to look down upon others. What about young Master Tang Xiaoqing, who reached the 10th level of Qi transformation at the age of 17? Someone from Yunxiao City inquired, hoping to regain some pride through the more accomplished Tang. However, the young lady merely chuckled twice, stating, let me clarify, in Huanye City, There are at least a handful of individuals who broke through to the foundation establishment stage by the age of 16. Silence fell upon the crowd. 16 years old. At the foundation establishment stage. What a genius! It is no wonder Ye City is hailed as the closest rival to Suchong. Yunshao City and Haishi City still have much ground to cover. At that moment, the noble young lady spoke again. Aren't there the three prominent families? Why have I only heard of the Li and Tang families? What of the other families' prodigies? She had come to enjoy herself. Passing through Yunshao City upon learning of the biennial festivities, eager to witness the excitement. Yet, in the recent days, all the news seemed to revolve around the young talents of the Li and Tang families, while the other family appeared to be conspicuously absent. That would be the Ye family, the weakest among the three prominent families. If the Li and Tang families cannot measure up to the families of Ye City, then the Ye family stands even less chance. You're talking nonsense. Our Phoenix Fairy, our Rumor Fairy, and the Dragon Hallmaster are still in seclusion. If they were to emerge, they would surely make short work of Ye City. A newly inducted cultivator from the Ye family retorted loudly. Ha ha! With only 3 days remaining until the Battle of Yunshao City, they have yet to emerge? Are they waiting until the event concludes to show themselves? Indeed. Tomorrow is the Drunken Dream Gathering. If the Ye family members do not arrive, I suspect they are preparing to concede. The Drunken Dream Gathering is a grand assembly for young talents held prior to the Battle of Yunshao City, organized by the host of the Drunken Dream Pavilion, allowing the youth of the three prominent families to meet in advance and build anticipation for the upcoming conflict. They will surely return. The Ye family cultivator made a bold claim before slipping away, provoking laughter from others. However, the noble young lady from Ye City displayed a glimmer of interest. The Phoenix Fairy and the Rumor Fairy. It seems the Ye family's female cultivators may indeed be more remarkable. In the future, let us observe the quality of our discussions. Perhaps we may even discover a suitable candidate for a maidservant. Humph, consider yourselves fortunate. The discourse surrounding the combatants of the Ye family in Yunshao City has grown increasingly fervent. Suiyun has personally visited Ye Suifeng several times to inquire about the current status and cultivation levels of several individuals, much to Ye Suifeng's annoyance. Well then. It seems the initial phase of cultivation has come to a satisfactory conclusion. It is time to assess their gains. Having made this decision, Ye Suifeng's figure vanished from the study. He arrived first at the Nine Heavens, where he beheld Yi Huang, still immersed in her cultivation within a shimmering bubble. Surrounding the bubble were ever-changing rays of multicolored light, each beam harboring unfathomable power and rules. These radiant streams gradually permeated the bubble, transforming into wisps of mist that swirled around Yi Huang's form. At this moment, Yi Huang appeared solemn, her eyes tightly shut, as she carefully inhaled the purple mist into her being. It seems she still possesses an affinity for the color purple. The 7 hues of celestial light each contain distinct energies. The purple signifies destruction. As Yi Huang continuously absorbed the purple mist, a slender, petal-like purple mark flickered at her brow, pulsating with light. Indeed, she has established a connection with the path of destruction. It appears I must nurture her temperament, lest her wrath inadvertently obliterate Yunshao City. Ye Suifeng smiled. The path of destruction is truly formidable. Its might eclipses all other forms of attack, rendering even the most supreme celestial techniques trivial in comparison. The advancement to the 7th level of Qi transformation has progressed more slowly than anticipated. It seems this month's cultivation has predominantly focused on the path of destruction. Within the span of a month, Yi Huang has leaped from the 3rd to the 7th level of Qi transformation. However, this is merely the effect of the purple mist's essence. Had she concentrated solely on enhancing her cultivation, she might have already reached the foundational stage. This is sufficient, she can easily eliminate opponents of her level. Ye Suifeng flashed before Yi Huang and gently awakened her. Yi Huang opened her eyes, the purple petals at her brow gradually fading, leaving only the faintest trace. Father! Yi Huang exclaimed, rising with joy to face her father. Having witnessed the highest levels of power in this world, she appeared far more composed and restrained than she had a month prior. Time's up, Ye Suifeng announced. Is this the end of my cultivation here? Yi Huang's expression reflected a sense of reluctance. She understood well the magnitude of growth she experienced in this environment. "What are you thinking?" Ye Suifeng chuckled. Then produced a colorful flower cord and presented it to her. "Since you cherish this place, it shall serve as your exclusive training chamber. This cord is a key. Simply recite it in your heart, and you shall be able to return." Having invested such effort, it was naturally not a one-time opportunity. He had prepared the key well in advance. "Thank you, Father." Yi Huang felt a surge of joy and instinctively yearned to leap into Ye Suifeng's embrace. Yet she ultimately hesitated. The past 6 months of experience had indeed fostered her growth. She understood that to attain true independence, she must refrain from clinging to the warmth of her father's arms. Ye Suifeng let out a soft sigh, stepping forward to envelop Yi Huang in his embrace. "Little Huang, your future is destined to be extraordinary. Walk boldly ahead, I shall always watch over you." Yi Huang buried her head against Ye Suifeng's chest, giving a slight nod. After a moment, they parted ways. Ye Suifeng then presented her with a light purple velvet robe adorned with an embroidered golden red phoenix, gently draping it over her shoulders. "Now, go forth and carve out your own remarkable destiny." Chapter 43, Aspirations in the Void. The vast and boundless river of time flows from the ancient past into an endless future. Suspended in the air above this river is a colossal arena constructed entirely of dark blue-black stone. Within this arena, 2 figures clad in white engage in a fierce battle. Both wield long spears, their strikes resonating with tremendous force with each clash. With a resounding bang, one of them is struck hard and sent flying. He crouches, struggling to steady himself, crimson blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. "I have told you, you are simply not my match, surrender," Bufeishu states indifferently, standing resolutely with his spear. Ever since he inexplicably arrived in this place a month ago, he has been locked in combat with this young man. The lad possesses a commendable aptitude and has shown remarkable growth amidst the fight. Unfortunately, their strengths remain on entirely different levels. "I have already declared that I will never give up." Yi Long wipes the blood from his mouth, rising to his feet with unwavering determination and a fierce spirit. "Let us continue the battle," he shouts, ready to charge forward once more. However, a radiant light halts his advance. Ye Suifeng descends slowly before him. "Uncle?" Yi Long queries, puzzled, then realizes that time must be up. It appears you have made significant progress," Ye Suifeng observes, noting the drastic transformation in Yi Long over the past month, even surpassing that of Yi Huang. First, his cultivation has advanced from the 5th to the 8th level of Qi transformation. More importantly, he now resembles a divine spear, exuding an aura of unparalleled martial desire. It seems that his previous concerns were unwarranted. "Uncle, can you grant me a bit more time? I am on the verge of success," Yi Long implores, fearful that he might not return if he leaves now. Ye Suifeng smiles and produces a small token, handing it to Yi Long. "Do not be so anxious, progress steadily. This is the key to the ancient arena, allowing you to train here whenever you wish." Yi Long trembles as he accepts the token, excitement coursing through him at the thought of battling against countless historical figures. "Thank you, uncle." Ye Suifeng nods, saying, "Let us depart." He glances at Bufeishu beside him, raising his hand to seal in once more. "Senior!" Bufeishu exclaims urgently. Ye Suifeng raises an eyebrow, pausing. Bufeishu exhales with relief and continues, "If I am not mistaken, this place is where you cultivate your successors, correct?" Noting Ye Suifeng's silence, he presses on. "Your abilities are truly extraordinary, leaving a profound impression on this junior." Ye Suifeng replies coolly, "Let us dispense with the pleasantries and address the matter at hand." Bufeishu clears his throat, "Senior, I merely wish to inquire when you might allow me to return?" He inexplicably found himself here, training alongside a foolish little brat. Given his pride, it would be disingenuous to claim he was not irked. Yet, for an entire month, upon awakening each day, he sought a means of escape, only to ultimately realize he had discovered nothing at all. Gradually, Bufeishu came to understand that the creator of this arena possessed powers far beyond his imagination. The only way to leave was through his own efforts. "You can never return." However, Ye Suifeng offered a response that he found utterly unacceptable. Bu Feishue's expression darkened immediately. Senior, is this treatment not a bit excessive? Are you not concerned about the consequences of imprisoning others at your whim? Ye Suifeng chuckled in response, oh. So you are aware of consequences? Of course, Bu Feishue retorted with a cold snort. I once perused an ancient tome that stated, those of great fortune are tangled in immense causal webs. To forcibly interfere is to invite disaster, even for the mighty. Moreover, let me inform you. I too have support behind me. His voice was laced with a chilling threat. Yet, he was not entirely mistaken. The higher one's cultivation, the greater the entanglement of causality. Between these causal connections lies great terror. Thus, those powerful enough to govern the universe often remain in the shadows, maneuvering pawns to shape the world. Bu Feishue indeed possessed considerable knowledge, but this time he was mistaken. Ye Suifeng spoke slowly, I care not for who stands behind you. My refusal to let you leave does not invoke causality, it is the act of releasing you that would. Since you comprehend the path of causality, you should grasp the meaning of my words. Bu Feishue furrowed his brow in contemplation, while Ye Long stood nearby, equally perplexed. Suddenly, Bu Feishue's expression shifted dramatically. He stumbled back, nearly losing his balance. He pointed at Ye Suifeng, his voice trembling uncontrollably, impossible. Absolutely impossible. Ye Suifeng nodded gently. Indeed, you have perished. I merely extracted your memories in essence, reshaping another version of you within this ancient arena. If you were to leave this arena, chaos would ensue, do you understand? The individual behind you has already abandoned you. Panic seized Bu Feishue's features, he simply could not accept the truth of his demise. Ye Suifeng observed him quietly. In truth, these words should not have been spoken to Bu Feishue, they held little significance. Ultimately, he was but a tool. However, uttering them bore no consequence. Erasing this segment of memory would suffice. Ye Suifeng slowly raised his hand. Senior. A hoarse voice broke the silence. Could you grant me a favor? If possible. In the days to come, I shall exert every effort to aid your disciple in becoming a true paragon of the world. Bu Feishue's gaze remained fixed. And after a moment of silence, Ye Suifeng nodded. Speak. He wished to see what a deceased individual yearns for most. Bu Feishue lifted his head. His eyes filled with nostalgia as he murmured, I wish to taste the soil of my homeland, may I? Ye Suifeng and Ye Long were momentarily taken aback. Not expecting such a request from Bu Feishue. I presumed your desire would pertain to Shui Yenner, Ye Suifeng remarked. Shui Yenner was once Bu Feishue's beloved. She is merely a woman, unworthy of such lingering affection, Bu Feishue retorted. Yet, in a fit of rage, you annihilated an ancient sect for her. Ye Long exclaimed incredulously. The Chongshao sect? Bu Feishue chuckled softly, should they expect mercy after slaying my beloved? Ye Long's face was a picture of disbelief, could it truly be so? There was no chivalrous spirit nor poignant romance, the downfall of the Chongshao sect was merely the consequence of provoking the wrong individual. Very well, I shall grant your request. Ye Suifeng replied. This matter is a trifling task. Primarily, he found Bu Feishue to be quite intriguing. Thank you, esteemed elder. Bu Feishue expressed his profound gratitude. Subsequently, a beam of light enveloped him, casting him into a deep slumber. Ye Suifeng waved his hand, and together with Ye Long, they vanished from sight. On their return journey, Ye Suifeng, noticing Ye Long's taciturn demeanor, inquired with a smile, is the collapse of your idol's image difficult for you to bear? Ye Long scratched his head. It is somewhat unexpected. However, it is not insufferable, I care only for his strength, and whether I can surpass him. Ye Suifeng nodded, in truth. Individuals like Bu Feishue possess unwavering resolve and a life of brilliance. Should he remain by your side, it would greatly aid your future endeavors. Ye Long acknowledged with a hum. Suddenly, he raised his head, astonished as he gazed at Ye Suifeng. Uncle, do you mean? Ye Suifeng offered a faint smile. Remaining silent. Was it not merely the resurrection of the departed? Was it not the work of a hidden hand? Was it not the path of causality? As long as he wished it, no one could stand in his way. Chapter 44. The five of the Ye family, Ye Huang and Ye Long, were personally welcomed back by Ye Suifeng.
Ye Suifeng remained within the confines of the red dust mirror, not needing to venture out.
In the courtyard, Ye Suifeng retrieved the red dust mirror and gently tapped its surface. A beam of light flashed, and Ye Suifeng's figure gradually materialized in the courtyard. Her gaze appeared somewhat dazed, as if she had yet to return from her trials. It took her a considerable time to gradually regain clarity. "Uncle,"
Ye Suifeng spoke softly.
"How did it go? Have you found your direction?" Ye Suifeng inquired.
Ye Suifeng said nothing, merely nodding gently. She stood there,
serene as an immortal.
Her bright eyes were extraordinarily clear yet unfathomably deep, like a tranquil ancient well. It was evident that she had undergone a complete transformation.
"Uncle,
I may need to return to that place for further cultivation," Ye Suifeng stated. She was the first to proactively express a desire to continue her training.
Is your direction still unclear?"
Ye Suifeng asked with keen interest.
"No," Ye Suifeng replied.
"In the first layer of time, I already comprehended my future path. I wish to enter the second layer of time once more."
"Oh?" Ye Suifeng was taken aback.
The red dust realm consists of 3 layers of time.
In the first layer, a day equates to a year.
Ye Suifeng's initial plan was for her to cultivate in the first layer for a month,
which would amount to 30 years, sufficient time to discover her direction.
However, he did not anticipate that Ye Suifeng sought something beyond that.
In the second layer of time, a day equals 10 years. Ye Suifeng declared. "Uncle, I wish to enter and complete my red dust melody."
As she spoke, she extended her delicate fingers, and an ethereal ancient zither slowly materialized before her. She gently plucked its strings, and an extraordinary melody instantly filled the entire courtyard. The willow trees above them began to sway gently, moving in rhythm with the music, as a single willow leaf fluttered down to rest upon Ye Suifeng's shoulder.
What was once yellow began to transform under the influence of her melody, gradually turning green, eventually teeming with vitality.
Suddenly, a powerful aura erupted from Ye Suifeng. Her cultivation surged dramatically, swiftly breaking through to the 6th layer of Qi transformation. This momentum did not cease, it continued to rise: 7th layer, 8th layer, 9th layer. It only began to stabilize upon reaching the 12th layer of Qi transformation, at which point it receded inward. Witnessing this spectacle, Ye Suifeng smiled and nodded in approval. He refrained from probing into what direction Ye Suifeng had discovered.
Such matters were inherently illusory. Finding one's true heart was of utmost importance.
The red dust mirror possesses many functions. Contemplate it thoroughly when you return, Ye Suifeng advised as he presented the mirror to Ye Suifeng, which had originally been intended for her. I must remind you, do not hastily enter the 3rd layer of time unless you are fully prepared. A moment's carelessness could lead to losing oneself within. Ye Suifeng nodded. Rest assured, uncle, I am aware.
Very well, Ye Suifeng waved his hand. Return to reflect and prepare for the battle in 3 days.
Having driven her away, Ye Suifeng pondered for a moment before turning and vanishing from sight.
Subsequently,
he found himself in a realm of gray, the dream void. He wondered how the little girl, Ye Suifeng, was faring in this surreal place. Ye Suifeng let out a soft exclamation as he scanned his surroundings, only to discover that Ye Suifeng was nowhere to be seen, with endless gray wiggling insects slithering about. Suddenly, a blue circle of light appeared behind him. A slender hand brandishing a colorful dagger emerged from the portal, lunging towards his back.
Clang!
A crisp sound resonated as the colorful dagger shattered upon making contact with Ye Suifeng's body.
The little hand seemed startled and quickly retracted, causing the blue circle to shrink and vanish in an instant.
However, at the same moment, another portal manifested above Ye Suifeng's head.
A brick emblazoned with a pig's head hurtled toward his face.
Ye Suifeng shook his head, grasped the little hand, and discarded the brick, saying, "Enough of this playful nonsense." Humph! With a petulant voice echoing, the blue circle above expanded, gradually enveloping Ye Suifeng entirely. The environment around him transformed entirely.
Here lay a wondrous world.
The flowers and grasses beneath his feet were made of candy. The nearby stream flowed with fragrant juice. Before him stood a small room constructed of pastries. Beneath a gigantic gardenia, Ye Suifeng swayed gently on a swing, surrounded by plump little white rabbits that bounced and frolicked adorably. In Ye Suifeng's grasp was an exceedingly comical-looking monkey.
Squeak!
Ye Suifeng casually tossed the monkey aside and approached Ye Xiaoxiao, smiling, quite impressive. It seems you've learned how to play. The dream void, a realm suspended between illusion and reality, where one could conjure anything they desired. Clearly, Ye Xiaoxiao had made significant progress. Oof, big liar. Yet, in response to Ye Suifeng's praise, Ye Xiaoxiao turned her head sulkily to the side. Ye Suifeng chuckled at her. After spending a month here, Ye Xiaoxiao had undergone some changes. Her twin ponytails had transformed into a lush cascade of bluish-purple hair, nearly as long as her body,
curling slightly and swaying with the swing's motion.
Her lips glimmered with a hint of gemstone blue, exuding an air of mischief.
All right, once we leave,
I shall grant you 100 million spirit stones as pocket money, Ye Suifeng declared with a smile. This little girl was undoubtedly still thinking about spirit stones.
However,
having made a promise, he would not go back on his word. Ye Xiaoxiao tumbled off the swing, gazing up at Ye Suifeng.
How much? 100 million.
With a sudden burst of energy, Ye Xiaoxiao leaped up and embraced Ye Suifeng. Uncle, you're so handsome, I love you so much. Ye Suifeng emotionlessly pushed her away.
Not so fast, you just tried to hit me with a brick.
Hee hee, I was just teasing you, it's all made of sugar, Ye Xiaoxiao chuckled.
All right.
Ye Suifeng remarked with a slight grimace, the Battle of Yunqiao City is about to commence. Gather your strength, there are rewards awaiting.
Easy peasy.
I'll just sneak into the Li family storeroom and see what they can fight with, she declared boldly. And that insufferable Tang Yingying from the Tang family if I encounter her. I'll strip her of her trousers and see how she dares to be so arrogant. Ye Xiaoxiao continued to rattle off her grandiose schemes.
Ye Suifeng,
resting his forehead on his hand, suddenly regretted allowing her to enter the dream void realm. It seemed he had unwittingly nurtured a little troublemaker.
Upon returning home, Ye Suifeng visited Yi Qian once more.
After a month of diligent study, Yi Qian had transformed into quite the scholar.
Moreover,
Ye Suifeng's personally pension Hai Tu Lu had significantly enhanced Yi Qian's prowess, enabling him to break through to the 6th layer of Qi transformation. As for the other four, Yi Huang had reached the 7th layer of Qi transformation, Yi Long had achieved the 8th, Yi Qiniao had attained the 12th layer. Completing the cycle, and Ye Xiaoxiao stood at the 7th layer. Thus, the 5 combatants of the Yi family had officially emerged from their seclusion. A storm was on the horizon.
Chapter 45, The Drunken Dream Gathering. The Drunken Dream Garden, a grand amusement park constructed by the Drunken Dream Pavilion, is situated at the very heart of Cloud City. On ordinary days, the individuals who enter and exit the garden are invariably distinguished figures of great renown and formidable cultivation. However, on certain significant occasions, the garden opens its gates to a broader audience. One such event is the biennial Cloud City Battle. 3 days prior to the combat, countless young prodigies are granted permission to explore the Drunken Dream Garden, and over time, this has evolved into a cherished tradition, aptly named the Drunken Dream Gathering. Today marks the inaugural day of the Drunken Dream Gathering. A throng of youthful cultivators surged into the venue, eager to catch a glimpse of the core descendants from the illustrious 3 families, a rare spectacle in ordinary circumstances. Naturally, establishing connections with them would be the pinnacle of opportunity. Yet, the organizers had anticipated such a scenario. To ensure that their esteemed guests remain undisturbed, the garden has been divided into 2 distinct areas. The outer layer accommodates ordinary cultivators, while the inner sanctum is reserved for those of noble lineage or notable reputation, alongside exceptional talents from other regions. Among them are a dark-skinned youth from Blackstone City and a haughty young lady from Huangye City, each accompanied by friends and attendants, occupying their respective pavilions in a leisurely manner. Suddenly, a voice pierced the air with excitement. The Li family has arrived. Everyone turned to see several young cultivators strolling in. The leader, a figure of striking presence, was unmistakably not an ordinary individual, he was Li Qi. Alongside him were Li Ran, Li Ming, and Li Shueping, with the 4 Li family combatants, excluding Li Xinga, all present. Recognition dawned upon the crowd. Just days prior, the 3 families had announced their respective rosters for the battle. This was customary, a means to generate anticipation and showcase familial influence. The 15 contestants had already become well-known figures among the masses.
As the Li family sauntered towards the pavilion that had been prepared for them, a voice exclaimed, "Good heavens, Li Qi's aura is overwhelming.
He must have received some extraordinary fortune."
The youth from Blackstone City nodded gravely, indeed feeling a considerable pressure emanating from Li Qi.
In contrast, the young lady from Ye City merely cast a fleeting glance before disdainfully turning away. "Far from impressive," she remarked bluntly. Some cultivators from Cloud City felt a surge of indignation but were left speechless. After all, Ye City was undeniably superior to Cloud City. "Look! The Tang family has arrived."
"That must be Tang Xiaoqing."
Moments later, another voice rang out, seemingly aimed at the young lady from Ye City.
However, it indeed captured her attention.
The Tang family was present in full force, with all 5 combatants in attendance.
Leading the group was a slightly rotund youth, not particularly tall,
wielding a folding fan and wearing a warm smile.
The other 4 were Tang Nian, Tang Mengxian, Tang Luhua, and Tang Yingying, a total of 3 males and 2 females. "Our Tang Xiaoqing is a genius of the 10th level of Qi transformation." Someone deliberately addressed the young girl from Ye City, scoffing dismissively. Yet, such demeanor failed to stir her emotions. No one anticipated that after the Tang family settled in, Tang Xiaoqing would stride directly toward the girl.
Several young male cultivators beside her immediately stepped forward to interpose themselves between the two.
"Do not misinterpret my intentions, I merely wish to extend a greeting,"
Tang Xiaoqing replied with nonchalance, a light smile gracing his lips.
"If I am not mistaken, you are the little princess of the Ye family from Ye City, Ye Xiaoying."
"Correct? Do you know me?" Ye Xiaoying raised an eyebrow.
"Only by hearsay," Tang Xiaoqing responded with a smile.
"Half a year ago,
I had the fortune of encountering your sister, Ye Fangfei, and have been yearning for another chance to meet her."
Upon hearing this, Ye Xiaoying's eyes narrowed. "Are you trying to pursue my sister?"
"No, I simply do not harbor such dreams," Ye Xiaoying retorted with a derisive smile.
"Do you know how many people in Ye City are queuing up to court her?"
"Among them are prodigies who have broken through to the foundation establishment stage before turning 18.
"What do you amount to?" Faced with Ye Xiaoying's blatant mockery,
Tang Xiaoqing opened his mouth but ultimately just shook his head, smiling softly.
"We are merely friends."
"You can remind her that she still owes me a drink when you return." With that, he clasped his hands and took his leave. Ye Xiaoying huffed twice, pride radiating from her demeanor. This scene only fueled the discontent of the cultivators from Yunqiao City.
Could it be that even Tang Xiaoqing could not earn the respect of this girl from Ye City? Who else could? Where were the Yi family members? What good would they do? If Li Tang could not prevail, how could they reclaim their dignity?
Perhaps the previous rumors were true. The Yi family intended to forfeit this battle in Yunqiao City. The crowd engaged in heated debate. At that moment, a group entered slowly.
They have arrived. Yet, why were there only 2 individuals?
Yi Huang and Yi Long walked at the forefront, followed by a retinue of their own.
The group casually selected a pavilion and took their seats.
The others murmured amongst themselves.
This is the drunken dream gathering, a stage for families to showcase their influence. Why has the Yi family only sent 2 representatives? What about the fairy?
I came here today specifically for her.
Alas!
Many had hoped to rely on the Yi family to regain their standing, but now all seemed lost. Ye Xiaoying, too, wore a face of disappointment. She had come to see the 3 women of the Yi family, to assess their worthiness to become her attendants. Yet only one had appeared, and aside from her beauty, she possessed nothing particularly remarkable.
This was truly disheartening.
The reactions of those around them did not escape the notice of Yi Huang and Yi Long. Yi Huang shook her head and remarked, "Sister Qiniao is wise, she wisely avoided this spectacle."
Doesn't it feel like we have become rare and exotic beasts on display? Yi Long chuckled.
One grows accustomed to it, individuals like us frequently encounter such scenarios.
The name young prodigy is both a source of honor and a form of shackles.
Yi Huang nodded, acknowledging that as the Tianluan Hall gained prominence, she too began to experience this sensation, albeit with a certain unfamiliarity. Sister Qiniao's transformation was particularly striking. As if she had suddenly assumed the role of an elder sister. Similarly, when she encountered Xiao Xiao yesterday, she was taken aback, as Xiao Xiao resembled a mischievous sprite.
Is she planning to steal your sword?
Ye Long chuckled, sharing his own experience of having nearly lost the lance gifted to him by his uncle, only to have it thwarted by his own vigilance.
After a month of intensive training, everyone's transformations were remarkable.
Just like you, I find you increasingly inscrutable,
Yi Huang remarked with a smile. Likewise, they exchanged a knowing glance and clinked their cups together.
Suddenly, Yi Long was astonished to discover that Yi Huang's cup contained wine. Within the Yi family, particularly among the core disciples, alcoholic beverages were strictly regulated to prevent indulgence and excess among the family's elite.
Cousin, this, he began.
It was a gift from my father, Yi Huang replied, savoring a sip that left a lingering sweetness on her palate.
He said I have grown up.
I truly envy you, Yi Long mused, glancing at his own cup of tea, which suddenly seemed far less appealing. Yet, a beautifully crafted wine flask was pushed toward him. Father said we have all grown up, Yi Huang smiled. With a knowing grin, Yi Long emptied his cup of tea and filled it with wine.
Clinking glasses with Yi Huang once more. The exquisite spirit coursed down his throat, refreshing and invigorating.
This is superb spirit wine. Yi Long's heart raced at the realization, quickly followed by a sense of clarity. After all, gifts from his uncle could hardly be mundane. By the way, Brother Long, Yi Huang inquired after finishing her drink.
What exactly is the purpose of the drunken dream gathering? Are we merely to sit idly?
Yi Long burped softly, reluctantly setting down his cup.
Certainly not.
Each drunken dream gathering is essentially a display of influence among the various families.
How is this displayed?
It varies each time, he pondered. Sometimes it's a contest of financial prowess, other times a showcase of treasures, and at times, it's about the capabilities of one's followers.
We'll see what unfolds.
Yi Huang pouted slightly. How tedious, it sounds like a child's game.
Yi Long laughed. Who says it's not? Yet, this is what everyone relishes, it is unavoidable. We shall simply wait.
At that moment, a young cultivator approached the pavilion where the Yi family congregated.
Fengji dutifully obstructed his path. What business do you have? Fengji inquired.
The young man, brimming with arrogance, disregarded Fengji entirely and addressed Yi Huang. You must be Yi Huang of the Yi family.
My lady requests an audience with you.
Yi Long frowned slightly and began to inquire, may I ask your family? However, before he could finish, a loud clap echoed as Yi Huang slammed her palm on the table. Without turning her head, her voice was icy. This is Yunshao City.
You wish to see me? Have her come in person. Chapter 46, in a frenzy, dreaming in the garden.
As one of Nie Xiaoyin's followers approached the Yi family, nearly every gaze turned towards him. They were oblivious to Nie Xiaoyin's intentions and uncertain of how the Yi family would react. When the follower invited Yi Huang over, everyone's hearts raced.
Would this encounter unfold like the previous humiliations faced by the Li and Tang families at the hands of this proud young woman? However, Yi Huang's response took everyone by surprise.
This is Yunshao City.
If you wish to meet me, come here personally. Such audacity. The cultivators of Yunshao City felt a surge of warmth in their chests.
This was the valorous spirit of Yunshao City's elite. Yet, some were filled with apprehension. If they angered Nie Xiaoyin, dire consequences would surely follow. All eyes were on the unfolding situation. After Yi Huang's rejection, the young follower stood frozen, seemingly in disbelief.
What did you say? He stammered, unable to comprehend.
Since their arrival in Yunshao City, they had faced no challenges to their authority. Yet now, they were publicly disregarded.
Was my message unclear? Yi Huang replied coolly, still not sparing him a glance. Clang.
Fengji stepped forward at the opportune moment, drawing his sword slightly. An imposing aura erupting. Under Ye Suifeng's guidance, the four guardians had reached the 6th level of the Danfu realm, equivalent to the 9th level of the Qi transformation realm.
Yet they sought to grow even stronger.
The follower of Nie Xiaoyin had only just entered the Qi transformation realm, he could not withstand such pressure.
Instantly,
he stumbled back several steps.
Impressive. Ha, you've hit a brick wall now, let us see how you maintain your arrogance.
The crowd erupted in applause. The young cultivator's emotions swirled, his face alternately flushed and pale, deeply embarrassed. I hope you understand that my lady is the little princess of the Ye family from Huangye City.
He attempted to intimidate Ye Huang with Ye Suifeng's reputation.
At that moment, Ye Huang finally turned to face him, her gaze sweeping over him. He puffed out his chest, prideful,
believing that Ye Suifeng's name would once again hold sway.
I too hope your lady understands that this is not Huangye City, her identity holds no value here. Ye Huang retorted before turning her back and resuming her drink.
The young cultivator's expression darkened to a brooding intensity.
I hope you do not come to regret this,
he declared ominously before storming off.
Ye Long observed Ye Huang's composed demeanor with a complex expression.
Cousin, do you think we might be a bit too audacious?
Ye Huang chuckled lightly.
Ye Long nodded. He had long been renowned and had witnessed many similar scenarios. Generally, in such circumstances, there was an unspoken understanding.
Even if enmity existed, decorum would prevail. Rarely did one, like Ye Huang, tear off the facade so brazenly, opting for confrontation over civility.
He believed that Ye Huang might lack some experience. Huang Yecheng's Ye family, as I have heard, is an exceedingly powerful clan.
There is no need for us to create enmity over trivial matters, Ye Long explained. However, Ye Huang merely shook her head gently. Cousin, the times have changed.
Have you not discerned the recent movements within our family?
My father's intention is to strengthen our power to the greatest extent possible, to expand our influence,
and to enlarge our territory. In such circumstances, how can we afford to remain patient? Ye Huang asserted.
Ye Long fell silent. The recent changes at home were indeed evolving rapidly, leaving him somewhat overwhelmed. Yet, he still harbored concerns about provoking a formidable adversary like the Ye family.
Ye Huang sighed softly. Cousin, have you forgotten what father said? Our Ye family no longer fears anyone. Do you not believe in him?
Or do you simply wish to live a life of caution, avoiding all confrontations?
Ye Long was momentarily taken aback. Who does not yearn for swift retribution? Yet reality often does not permit recklessness.
A moment's carelessness could lead one and their kin into an abyss of despair.
Unless one possesses an unassailable ally. As Ye Long pondered, a sudden realization struck him. Uncle, is it not so?
His strength is almost beyond comprehension. Even someone as formidable as Bu Feishui is merely a tool in Uncle's hands.
What is there to fear? A long-dormant aura, the spirit of youth, began to rise slowly from Ye Long.
I may not yet be accustomed to such a life.
Thank you for awakening me, he said with a smile, raising a toast to Ye Huang.
Ye Huang replied with a smile, regardless of who that Ye Suifeng is, we have no reason to be afraid.
Otherwise, it would be a great disappointment to father. The two drank their fine wine, laughing heartily. Suddenly, a sharp rebuke echoed from nearby. What a useless fool!
Ye Suifeng slapped her follower across the face, leaving him dazed and disoriented. Miss, that Ye Huang is truly too arrogant, I mentioned your name. And she didn't even acknowledge it, the young cultivator said, his voice tinged with despair.
A glint of frost appeared in Ye Suifeng's eyes. Are you suggesting that my prestige is insufficient, causing you to be struck? The young cultivator trembled,
hastily kneeling on the ground, repeatedly exclaiming, No, no, it is my incompetence, my incompetence. Ye Suifeng snorted coldly and descended, looking at the kneeling follower with evident disdain. She gestured for her other two followers to help him up. Let us go, I wish to see just how brazen a mere Ye family can be.
With that,
they headed toward the Ye family's direction. A crowd quickly gathered, eager to witness the confrontation between the two parties and to discover the outcome.
Soon,
Ye Suifeng and her entourage arrived at the Ye family's vicinity, where Ye Huang and Ye Long also took notice of them.
As they stood firm,
Ye Suifeng suddenly struck her follower on the back with a palm.
The blow was exceedingly forceful,
causing the follower to spurt a mouthful of blood and collapse to the ground.
Hey, Ye, how dare you injure my servant? What punishment do you deserve?
Ye Suifeng exclaimed loudly. The crowd erupted in uproar.
To frame someone in such a blatant manner was utterly outrageous. Having connections, indeed, made one feel invincible.
It was infuriating. Such behavior was unprecedented.
The onlookers expressed their indignation, their anger palpable.
They couldn't help but glance at Ye Huang, pondering how she would respond to this provocation.
Behold. This is the audacity of the scions of influential families.
Ye Huang smiled at Ye Long and rose to her feet. From her elevated position, she gazed down at the diminutive figure before her. It was merely a cultivation level of the second tier, yet it commanded respect from many who were stronger than she.
Indeed, having connections allowed one to act with impunity. He is your servant? Ye Huang inquired.
Nie Xiaoying, narrowing her eyes at the seemingly unperturbed Ye Huang, replied, Indeed.
Now tell me what you intend to do.
Ye Huang chuckled softly.
Since you have acknowledged it, very well.
She slowly descended and declared, Your person is arrogant and disrespectful.
Every word and action is utterly revolting.
So much so that the cultivators present in Yunshao City could barely stomach their meals.
Therefore, since he is your servant,
you shall compensate him on his behalf 100,000 spirit stones, as compensation for emotional distress.
Otherwise, you shall not leave here today. With that, Ye Huang waved her hand.
And her companions, led by Feng Ji, swiftly surrounded Nie Xiaoying and her group, drawing their swords with a menacing air. Ye Huang stood with her hands clasped behind her back. This tactic was known as returning the favor with the same coin.
You dare to slander me. So I shall extort you in return. I shall be audacious. What can you do about it?
Chapter 47, The Difference is surrounded by a group of ruthless individuals. Nie Xiaoying found herself momentarily at a loss. Throughout her life, she had always held the power to condemn anyone she desired, never having encountered such brazen extortion before. This was a reality she struggled to accept.
Ye Huang, how dare you frame me?
Nie Xiaoying exclaimed, her voice rising in indignation.
Frame you?
Ye Huang shrugged nonchalantly. I believe everyone present can attest that you have spoken with reckless arrogance, showing utter disdain and insulting the cultivators of Yunshao City.
Wouldn't you agree?
Ye Huang cast a glance at the surrounding cultivators.
Indeed. Absolutely. It's utterly disgusting. Yes, we can all testify. Such arrogance.
Daring to act so insolently before the pride of Yunshao City, humph, unworthy of pity.
The onlookers echoed. Their voices fueled by the anger that had been simmering due to Nie Xiaoying's recent behavior.
With Ye Huang boldly confronting her, they felt emboldened to voice their disdain. Ye Huang smiled slightly.
See?
This is the will of the people. Therefore, without 100,000 spirit stones, you truly cannot leave. As Nie Xiaoying listened to the uproar around her, her face flickered between shades of green and red. In all her years, she had never encountered someone so audacious. 100,000 spirit stones were not a significant sum for her, but to submit here would be a blow to her pride.
Ye Huang, are you serious?
Nie Xiaoying spoke in a deep, measured tone.
He, what do you think?
With that, Ye Huang drew her sword, positioning it directly against Nie Xiaoying. The cold gleam of the blade flickered in Nie Xiaoying's eyes. If you dare to touch me, I will ensure your Ye family is erased from this world.
Nie Xiaoying declared loudly. Then let us see you try, Ye Huang replied, her smile fading as she advanced step by step toward Nie Xiaoying. With each step,
her aura grew more formidable, a nearly tangible sword intent overwhelming Nie Xiaoying. Instantly, Nie Xiaoying felt a surge of fear.
This person truly intended to strike. Panic surged within her as she produced a delicate jade talisman and crushed it with a fierce grip. Elder Wu, come quickly! Nie Xiaoying shrieked.
In a private room on the upper floor of the dream-shattering tower, a kindly elderly man was leisurely sipping wine, admiring the graceful dance of the beauties below.
Suddenly,
he felt a stirring in his heart, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes.
Who dares to harm my young lady? With that, he soared into the air.
However, just as he exited the confines of his vision, he began to descend slowly. Alongside him, another figure landed, one hand lightly resting on the elderly man's shoulder. Though it appeared weightless, it filled the elder's gaze with boundless fear. Let the children deal with their own affairs.
The newcomer was Ye Suifeng.
The elder's expression turned to one of horror. He had never imagined that within the seemingly small Yunshao city, there existed such a terrifyingly powerful cultivator. His own strength, at the out-of-body stage, felt utterly powerless before this figure. The two individuals returned to their vantage point, Ye Suifeng casually grasping a spiritual fruit from the table.
Observing the dancers below. Senior.
The elderly man struggled to swallow, perplexed by the seemingly youthful companion before him, one whose origins remained shrouded in mystery.
Those are the 4 renowned courtesans of the Drunken Dream Pavilion, performing in unison.
Such a spectacle is rarely witnessed, let us admire it, Ye Suifeng remarked,
gesturing towards the enchanting women below.
The elder, however, was anxious. He had no inclination to indulge in such entertainment at the moment. Ye Suifeng had shattered her protective talisman. Undoubtedly facing formidable adversaries, and should anything befall her, he would bear responsibility as well.
Senior, I must go to her aid, I am her guardian, he insisted. Albeit with trepidation.
Ye Suifeng regarded him with a knowing smile, advising, I would strongly recommend against it. The entity behind that individual is both poised and enigmatic,
with a temperament that can be volatile. Your presence could prove fatal. Thus, I suggest you remain here and enjoy the performance.
The elderly man cast a skeptical glance at Ye Suifeng, questioning whether he was not, in fact, speaking of himself. Nevertheless, he found himself paralyzed by fear.
Should that volatile temperament manifest?
Meanwhile, Ye Suifeng, after shattering her protective talisman, awaited the arrival of her guardian.
Yet, she found herself alone.
As she beheld Ye Huang drawing ever closer, an overwhelming aura enveloped him, causing her breath to quicken. The man exuded an unmistakable killing intent.
In that moment,
true terror gripped Ye Suifeng, her body trembling uncontrollably. When Ye Huang closed the distance to merely 3 steps, she could no longer contain herself, collapsing to the ground.
Woo-woo. You are bullying me, she sobbed openly.
Ye Huang stood in astonishment, awkwardly rubbing his nose, feeling a twinge of embarrassment.
What happened to your previous bravado? If I were to strike you now, would it not seem like I was taking advantage of a young girl?
But I am only 15 myself, he pondered, shaking his head and sheathing his sword, recognizing that Ye Suifeng was merely a spoiled child.
I shall not harm you.
Present me with 100,000 spirit stones, and you may leave, he declared. Through her tears, Ye Suifeng hastily produced a storage pouch and handed it to him.
This is all my pocket money.
Ye Huang opened the pouch, discovering over 100,000 spirit stones within. It was evident that she hailed from a prominent family. Thus her reckless behavior made sense. In another location, Ye Suifeng suddenly sneezed several times. Ye Huang retrieved 100,000 spirit stones and returned the remainder. Since you have compensated for your emotional distress, I shall not impose further.
You may go. Ye Suifeng, head bowed, rose from the ground,
avoiding further conversation as she slipped away into the crowd, disappearing from sight.
Her followers, equally mortified, hastily retreated. Ah, what a relief. Hurry back to Huangye City. Yuntian City is no place for your arrogance. Ye Huang exclaimed. Is this the prodigy of the Ye family? Truly extraordinary. The other cultivators exclaimed with delight.
Many vocally lauding Ye Huang for her resolute stand in the face of humiliation from both the Li and Tang families.
With thunderous resolve,
she restored the reputation of Yunshao City.
This, indeed, is the embodiment of true youthful brilliance in their eyes. In a moment, praises flowed incessantly. Observing this,
Ye Huang waved her hand grandly. The sum of 100,000 spirit stones also belongs to you all.
Thus, all expenses incurred today will be recorded under my name.
Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in excitement, marveling at the extraordinary nature of the Ye family's core descendants.
In stark contrast,
the Li and Tang families appeared rather forlorn, with only a few individuals, closely tied to their families, remaining by their side.
After accomplishing this, Ye Huang returned to her pavilion.
Watching the lively atmosphere around her, Ye Long chuckled, saying, It seems this Zui Meng we must conclude ahead of schedule.
What do you mean? Ye Long gestured towards the cultivators surrounding the pavilion. Did I not mention that the competition at Zui Menghui revolves around familial influence? The outcome is already clear. I must say, your handling of the situation was truly imposing. Your praise is unwarranted, dear cousin. I merely relied on my father.
In essence, I am not much different from that injured Ye Suifeng, Ye Huang replied, shaking her head.
Not so, not so.
Ye Long pointed to the injured follower of Ye Suifeng, who had been cast aside, then glanced at those standing beside Ye Huang.
This is where your distinction lies.
Chapter 48. He is so handsome. Within the enchanting halls of the Drunken Dream Pavilion, the performance concluded to a resounding applause.
Ye Suifeng also joined in the clapping. Indeed, the dances of this world are truly unparalleled.
A few naturally beautiful maidens, with their graceful figures and captivating expressions, effortlessly tug at the heartstrings of onlookers with every gesture and smile. Their movements are uncontrived yet spectacular, subtle yet utterly bewitching.
See, I told you, their dancing is remarkable, Ye Suifeng remarked.
Beside him, an elderly man hastily agreed, though he was already drenched in sweat, unable to appreciate the beauty around him due to his restlessness.
What a dull fellow, Ye Suifeng sighed, you may take your leave now.
The old man, as if granted a reprieve, hurriedly fled the drunken dream pavilion,
soaring towards Ye Suifeng's location.
Ye Suifeng shifted to a more comfortable position, continuing to relish the next dance. With his presence, no one could harm his daughter. In the drunken dream garden, the appearance of Ye Suifeng had transformed this year's drunken dream festival into a private affair for the Ye family. The majority of the cultivators from Yunshao City stood firmly by the Ye family's side. This was not only a gesture of goodwill but also an indication of their optimism. With such formidable core disciples within the Ye family, their future prospects seemed promising. In contrast, the other two families were left desolate, entertaining only their own kin in a dull gathering. How tiresome it was! After all, they were incapable of contending with the Ye family from Huangye City. The day swiftly passed, but as the event neared its conclusion, a small incident occurred. Tang Yining from the Tang family, a voluptuous 18-year-old with an alluring figure, was known for her bold fashion choices that often revealed more than they concealed. Suddenly, a gasp arose from a group of cultivators, who whispered and pointed, some even whistling daringly. Tang Yining looked down to discover that her delicate undergarment had mysteriously vanished, nearly leaving her completely exposed. Overwhelmed with embarrassment and fury, she vowed to hunt down the deviant who had stolen her garment. However, after an extensive search, she found nothing. As twilight approached and everyone prepared to depart, a colorful piece of lingerie fell from Li Qi's arms. It was indeed Tang Yining's lost item. In an instant, her rage erupted, and she nearly initiated a battle in Yunshao City, only to be restrained by Tang Xiaoqing. Meanwhile, Li Qi was utterly bewildered, desperately trying to assert his innocence. In the pavilion of the Ye family, a girl with long crimson-purple hair chuckled merrily. You vanish all day, only to engage in such antics? Yi Huang remarked in disbelief. Indeed, how amusing, Yi Xiaoxiao cheerfully admitted, blowing a large bubble with her candy, her gaze unabashedly wandering towards Yi Huang's developing figure. You might want to give it a try, Yi Huang responded, her expression darkening. Slap! The bubble burst, and Yi Xiaoxiao chuckled, no, we are united as one, standing firm against external challenges. Beside her, Yi Long instinctively tightened his belt. This cousin of his was now exceedingly eerie. Her skills were remarkably elusive, one could only wonder what peculiar things their uncle had taught her. The dreaming feast essentially concluded after the first day, with the core disciples of the three prominent families having departed. Only the other cultivators remained, engaged in discussions about the events of the first day and the imminent battle at Yunshao City. Amidst everyone's anticipation, the battle at Yunshao City finally commenced. The city was teeming with cultivators, as a multitude from nearby towns flocked there, eager to witness the clash of the family's prodigies. Ye family. Must it be this way? Ye Suifeng gazed at the pile of extravagant garments before him, feeling somewhat distressed. Sui Yun and Yi Huang stood nearby. Elder brother, this is a grand occasion, everyone is watching. Please bear with it, Sui Yun advised. The heads of the three families would indeed make an appearance at the Yunshao City battle. Ye Suifeng had always donned simple, unadorned clothing. Should he present himself in such attire, he would undoubtedly attract pointed remarks. While some might perceive Ye Suifeng as unconcerned with trivialities, the majority would judge a person's initial impression based on their appearance. Very well, very well. Ye Suifeng ultimately resolved to conform to local customs. It was not a significant matter. There was no need to present himself in disarray, nor to play the role of a pig to eat the tiger. Moments later, he emerged from his change of clothes. Yi Huang and the others gasped in astonishment. Typically, Ye Suifeng lived up to his name, embodying a casual demeanor handsome yet otherwise unremarkable. However, after carefully selecting his attire, he appeared almost transformed. Coupled with his youthful countenance, even the most handsome man in Yunshao City would seem to pale in comparison.
Keep looking at me like that, and I shall stride over bare-chested, gnawing on corn, Ye Suifeng remarked with a scowl. The others quickly averted their gazes, aware that their ancestor could indeed follow through on such threats. The thought of witnessing that scene was too daunting to bear. As the sun rose high, 5 exceptionally resplendent carriages set forth slowly. The battleground for the Yunshao City conflict was located at the Tingyun Arena, situated near the center of the city. In truth, it was merely a short walk of about 10 minutes from the Ye family residence. The use of carriages was purely for show. Upon the Ye family's arrival at the arena, the audience above was already brimming with spectators. Their entrance immediately drew everyone's attention. As in previous years, the Ye family was always the first to arrive. The Ye family is the weakest, it is only fitting to wait for the other 2 families. Otherwise, it would be quite uncomfortable for them, and they would surely suffer greatly, remarked a rather elderly, long-faced cultivator, stroking his beard. Silence. Who are you calling weak? Say that again. Suddenly, several reprimands echoed from the surroundings. The long-faced cultivator was taken aback and glanced around. He saw several young cultivators rising, their eyes filled with fury, seemingly ready to pounce at the slightest provocation. He was startled. What was happening? Wasn't it customary to jest about the Ye family every year? Why had it suddenly become taboo, akin to touching a tiger's rear? Observing the enraged crowd, he fell silent, repeatedly cupping his hands in apology, afraid to utter another word. Look! There stands the new head of the Ye family, Ye Suifeng. At that moment, someone called out loudly, and everyone quickly turned their gaze. A young cultivator was gracefully ascending the steps towards the arena's podium. He exuded an effortless charm, as if descending from the celestial realm to the mortal world. How handsome! Is this truly the head of the Ye family? He seems far too young. I hereby declare that the title of the most handsome in the village of Dogwei in Chitong Town, Yunshao City, is about to be relinquished. In a corner of the audience, several young individuals clad in plain blue garments observed the bustling arena, murmuring in wonder. Indeed, this is a world that values appearances. Without a doubt, Ye Suifeng possesses an impressive demeanor and remarkable presence. We should pay close attention to these prodigies, perhaps we can recruit a few for our academy. However, I find it unlikely, the chances of encountering genuine talent in this small place are exceedingly slim. We must not overlook anyone, lest we return with ridicule. Fear not. With Senior Zhang Dong here, we shall surely not miss any true gems. In front of them stood a young man in deep blue robes, standing with his hands clasped behind his back. Chapter 49, Yi Huan takes the stage at the Tingyun Duel Arena's pinnacle. Here lies an elevated observation platform, offering a panoramic view, the quintessential spot for witnessing the clashes of combat. Upon this platform, 3 plush chairs are arranged side by side, accompanied by a table adorned with fruits and fragrant tea. This is the exclusive domain of the 3 family heads. The proximity was rather uncomfortable for Ye Suifeng, who preferred to maintain a distance from those 2. With a subtle flick, the 2 adjacent chairs instantly shifted several meters away. Only then did he leisurely take his seat in the central position. As for whether the other 2 family heads would harbor any thoughts about it, what concern is that of mine? With the sun well above, the carriages of the Li and Tang families finally made their grand entrance. Their procession far surpassed that of the Ye family, complete with a flamboyant honor guard. Amidst the clamor of the crowd, moments later, Tang Zhang and Li Liusu ascended together. Upon spotting Ye Suifeng seated at the center, they momentarily paused in surprise. Tang Zhang's displeasure was palpable, for this position had always been his. However, with the gathering of many, they would not allow such trivial matters to ignite a public dispute, thereby avoiding becoming the subject of ridicule. Li Liusu greeted Ye Suifeng with a smile before allowing Tang Zhang to choose his seat first, eventually taking her own place. With a resonant toll of bells, the Battle of Yunshao City officially commenced. Naturally, a grand opening ceremony was in order, serving as an opportune moment for certain individuals to make their mark. Esteemed establishments such as the Zui Manglu, Wanbao Pavilion, and Mixiang Yuan showcased their distinctive performances, adding to the spectacle. To Ye Suifeng's astonishment, Gu Wanqin emerged as the host of this momentous event.
Undeterred by the gaze of thousands, she spoke with grace and humor, her striking beauty and alluring figure igniting tremendous enthusiasm among the audience. After the opening festivities, the focus shifted to the main event.
Gu Wanxin began to announce the rules of the Yunshao City battle.
These regulations were meticulously crafted to ensure fairness, ultimately determining the family rankings based on performance. Yet, Ye Suifeng found little interest in the details, as the offspring of those two families could scarcely pose a challenge to Yi Huang and her companions. Once Gu Wanxin concluded the rules, her voice surged with fervor as she proclaimed, "Now, let us extend the warmest applause to welcome the contender from the Yi family,
Yi Huang." The applause thundered, a tidal wave of cheers erupted. A figure clad in a purple robe gracefully ascended the arena. Though youthful, she faced the scrutiny of thousands with poise. "Fairy Huang, I adore you. Look at me, Fairy. We met at the Zuimeng gathering. Go forth, crush them."
The crowd's exuberance surged, and after the events at the Zuimeng gathering, Yi Huang's name had become the most fervently celebrated among all participants.
Yi Huang offered a slight smile, raising her right hand gently. The arena swiftly fell into silence, all eyes fixated upon her gesture. Then, with a sudden fist clench, a fierce battle spirit erupted forth.
The surrounding spectators erupted in a frenzy, their chants of Yi Huang's name resonating so powerfully that they seemed to disperse the clouds overhead.
"Haha, brother Yi, your daughter possesses quite a formidable presence," remarked Li Liusu with a half-smile, his surprise evident from the earlier scene. Never had he encountered a young individual exuding such an impressive aura and charisma. Indeed, I take great pride in her," Ye Suifeng replied cheerfully. Li Liusu's facial muscles twitched as he commented, "By convention, should you not exhibit a touch of modesty? Why so readily acknowledge it? This is quite unorthodox." "Humph.
Too much rigidity can lead to downfall," interjected Tang Zhang from the side. Yes, but I remain unconcerned," Ye Suifeng retorted nonchalantly.
Both families found themselves at an impasse, each feeling discontented and falling into silence.
"When she is Yi Huang," a dark-skinned youth informed the middle-aged man beside him from the audience.
"Truly extraordinary."
The middle-aged man nodded in agreement.
"Indeed, she is the most captivating woman I have ever seen."
The dark-skinned youth gazed at Yi Huang in the center of the arena. His eyes filled with infatuation.
"Ha, Mi Feng, you've finally come to your senses," the middle-aged man chuckled. Mi Feng felt a hint of embarrassment but swiftly donned a melancholic expression.
"But she is simply too exceptional, Uncle One, I am unworthy of her."
"What is there to fear?"
The middle-aged man patted his shoulder.
"You are the son of the Blackstone City Lord, and despite only 3 years of cultivation, you have already reached the 8th level of Qi transformation. In terms of talent, you are not inferior to Yi Huang. However..."
Mi Feng attempted to voice his thoughts but was interrupted by the middle-aged man.
"Enough, once this grand event concludes,
I will seek a discussion with the head of the Yi family," he stated.
Mi Feng turned to gaze at Yi Huang's figure on the stage, ultimately nodding in agreement.
The clamor within the arena persisted for some time. Once it calmed slightly, Gu Wanxin, wearing a smile, continued, "Next, it shall be the Li family, ranked second last time,
to determine who will face Yi Huang. This is one of the rules of combat." "No need," Yi Huang suddenly interjected.
She glanced at the Li family's preparation area, her sword sheath pointing towards an individual among them.
"I choose to challenge Li Qi." Li Qi in the audience was momentarily taken aback.
They had initially intended to send out the weakest, Li Suifeng, to gauge Yi Huang's capabilities, but unexpectedly, she opted for a direct challenge.
Gu Wanxin was also slightly astonished and inquired, "Are you certain?"
"According to the rules, should you initiate a challenge, regardless of victory or defeat,
you must engage in the subsequent battle."
"It matters not," Yi Huang replied, her face adorned with a confident smile.
"Today, I seek to demonstrate that the Yi family is no longer what it once was."
The uproar surged once more. Choosing a series of battles requires more than mere courage. It is crucial to understand that this battle pertains to the future development of one's family over the next 2 years. Caution is paramount.
Observing Yi Huang's resolute demeanor, Gu Wanxin sighed softly, "Very well. Let us welcome the Li family's prodigy, Li Qi."
Li Qi in the audience displayed a fluctuation of emotions.
A few days ago,
Within the ethereal confines of the dreaming garden, he caught but a fleeting glimpse of Ye Huang. And yet it was enough for him to discern that she was indeed extraordinary, shrouded in an air of mystery. Reflecting on his own recent advancements, Li Qi tightened his grip on the sword and stepped onto the arena. "Go, brother Li Qi. Defeat this arrogant individual," cried Li Qinger, her voice ringing clear. She had suffered a significant setback at Ye Huang's hands during their last encounter at the Qinggu Heights, and had vowed to let Li Qi handle the matter. Today, her wish was finally realized. She held unwavering confidence in Li Qi. Encouraged by the fervent support behind him, Li Qi steadied his mind and advanced forward. Thus, the battle commenced. The first match of the Yunshao City contest unfolded. Li Qi and Ye Huang stood opposite each other, their presence magnified by the thunderous cheers of the crowd, both exuding an escalating aura. Ye Huang ultimately stabilized at the 8th level of Qi transformation, while Li Qi transcended the rumored realm, surging directly towards the 10th level. Gasps of astonishment erupted among the onlookers. It appeared that Li Qi had concealed his true prowess. Trouble loomed for the Phoenix Fairy. Yet, Ye Huang, standing calmly across from Li Qi, remained composed. "You have offended me," Li Qi declared, drawing his sword in an instant. His body flickered across the arena, conjuring multiple phantoms that dazzled the spectators. This was the flickering shadow step, a technique of the profound grade. It was astonishing that Li Qi unleashed such a formidable skill right from the onset. Recognizing the technique, the crowd was taken aback. In a whirlwind of movements, several of Li Qi's figures drew their long swords, launching an assault from all directions, seemingly aiming to subdue Ye Huang with his very first strike. Clang! The sound of metal clashing echoed. Li Qi's phantoms gradually dissipated, leaving only his true form. However, his attack was resolutely intercepted by Ye Huang, who had yet to draw her own weapon. "Such flamboyance," she remarked with a cold smile. "It is not over yet," Li Qi bellowed, as flames erupted violently from his long sword. 3 fire dragons ascended, roaring as they surged toward Ye Huang. This scene evoked memories of her time in the 9 heavens, where the violet celestial light, though seemingly gentle, was composed of countless tiny divine dragons. The 3 fire dragons before her paled in comparison, akin to the disparity between a flea and a colossal kunpun. With a deliberate movement, she extended her palm. Boom! A tremendous tremor resonated throughout the arena. The fire dragons roared defiantly, yet from her palm emerged a thin veil of luminous mist, effortlessly blocking all flames, as steadfast as a mountain. The searing fire swiftly engulfed half of the arena where Li Qi stood. Reacting swiftly, he turned and retreated. The flames soon subsided, leaving his attire riddled with gaping holes, and his handsome visage marred by charred marks. Li Qi's countenance turned ashen, his eyes betraying a hint of dread. How could this individual possess such formidable strength? "It seems you have yet to fully master this sword," Ye Huang remarked. The fire dragon that had just erupted was born from Li Qi's sword, a manifestation of the weapon's intrinsic power. This spiritual sword is at least of the superior grade. Ye Huang glanced at the sword in her hand. Originally, it was of the highest quality within the profound grade. However, not long ago, Ye Suifeng had casually refined it. Now, it had transformed into a genuine treasure of the heavenly grade. "Ye Huang, do not become overly complacent," Li Qi retorted, wiping the soot from his face, his voice laced with anger. While being repelled was tolerable, it was intolerable for him to accept that this younger woman dared to critique his cultivation. "Then strive harder," Ye Huang replied. Li Qi felt a surge of rage. "This is what you said." He gripped his long sword tightly and executed the flickering shadow step once more. This time, more phantoms filled the arena, moving in perfect unison, nearly indistinguishable from one another. 10,000 sword forest. All of the Li Qis shouted in unison. In an instant, countless ominous rays of swordlight enveloped Ye Huang. The sheer density was enough to send shivers down one's spine. Once again, he unleashed a profound grade sword technique. The flickering shadow step combined with the 10,000 sword forest could conjure hundreds of thousands of swordlights, intricately woven together. He was clearly well prepared, and it was unfathomable how Ye Huang could withstand such an attack. The surrounding spectators appeared anxious, their hearts heavy with concern for Ye Huang. Yet, she remained unfazed. Although she had only trained in the 9 heavens for a brief month, she had encountered the destructive essence at the heavenly Tao level. The sword lights before her were utterly inconsequential. With a single hand, Ye Huang wielded the sword sheath, accurately identifying all the authentic sword lights and parrying each one. Too weak. My father was right, you are truly too weak, she remarked as she deflected Li Qi's strikes.
Li Qi's fury intensified,
and he summoned all his might to breach Ye Huang's defenses.
However, it was all in vain. Enough. Let us conclude this swiftly, Ye Huang declared.
Drawing her long sword for the first time, she executed a horizontal slash. In an instant, the myriad sword lights that filled the arena vanished without a trace. Li Qi was sent flying like a kite severed from its string, blood spilling on the ground.
Brother Li Qi!
Li Qinger gasped in shock.
Cheer! On the stage, Li Lushu finally lost the perpetual smile that adorned his face.
Ye Huang slowly sheathed her long sword. In this battle, she had only unleashed a single strike.
Moreover,
throughout the confrontation, she had not moved an inch from her original position.
Chapter 50, Your schemes. Li Qi's instantaneous defeat rendered the entire arena silent.
Everyone recognized Ye Huang's formidable strength.
However, Li Qi was also a prodigy, not to be underestimated.
He possessed a superior-grade Xian-level movement technique and had cultivated a superior-grade Xian-level swordsmanship, with both arts complementing one another. He wielded a superior-grade spiritual sword.
A display of opulence in Yunshao City.
Outside of the 3 great families, no other faction could produce such a terrifying figure.
Yet, before Ye Huang,
he appeared as a feeble insect, ruthlessly toyed with and crushed on the spot.
Ye Huang, how can you be so powerful? The voice of admiration rang out in the arena, followed by a tumultuous roar of cheers.
They shouted Ye Huang's name, as if basking in her glory themselves. The seats of the Ye family erupted in jubilation. Sui Yun, Sui Yu, Sui Bao, and the recently recovered Sui Hu, the key figures of the Ye family, were nearly moved to tears.
Look! This is our Ye family's prodigy. This is our future. Their enthusiasm and passion burned like an unquenchable fire. In stark contrast, the Li family's side painted a different picture.
Li Qi lay bloodied on the edge of the arena, with Li Qinger collapsed beside him, her eyes brimming with tears. Several elders hurried over to assess Li Qi's injuries. On the highest platform, Li Lusu struggled to contain himself from rushing into the arena.
That was his son.
Yet he managed to restrain his emotions. A patriarch displaying such a loss of composure would be a grave blow to the family's reputation.
Soon, someone approached Li Lusu,
whispering a few words that gradually eased his anxious heart.
Ye Suifeng, your daughter is truly ruthless,
Li Lusu said solemnly.
At this moment,
he had completely shed his facade. Not at all, Ye Suifeng replied with a slight smile. He isn't dead, he merely has 100 or so broken bones.
You!
Li Lusu, filled with rage, nearly lunged to strike Ye Suifeng.
However, he held back. After years of being the head of the Li family, he was not so easily provoked.
A talent who has not matured is merely a talent. I advise you to temper her, lest she brings calamity upon herself one day.
Li Lusu's cold tone was a thinly veiled threat.
Ye Suifeng chuckled softly, remaining silent. Some people, alas, are prone to narrowing their own paths.
Tang Zhang,
standing nearby, remained silent, his expression grave.
Ye Huang was indeed unfathomable.
One could only wonder if their own progeny could once again rise above the rest.
At that moment, Gu Wanxin returned to the arena.
She gazed at Ye Huang with a complex expression. This girl had far exceeded her expectations.
However,
what truly astonished her was the realization of what Ye Suifeng had done for her.
Gu Wanxin understood that Ye Huang's exceptional prowess was inextricably linked to Ye Suifeng. Ye Huang, will you challenge again? Gu Wanxin inquired.
Of course.
With a smile,
Ye Huang glanced at the battlefield of the Tang family. The 5 individuals under her gaze instantly grew tense. The recent bout had made it clear that none could underestimate the formidable daughter of the Ye family.
I challenge Tang Xiao.
Ye Huang was about to declare her contender when she suddenly paused. Casting a glance at her father on the high platform, she resignedly remarked, "Forget it. Let them choose their own fighters." The crowd was taken aback. Given Ye Huang's overwhelming strength, she could have easily selected a strong opponent from the Tang family, defeating them and thus paving the way for the subsequent 4 combatants from the Ye family. Yet, she opted for a different approach, granting the Tang family more options. They would undoubtedly exploit this rule. Moments later, the Tang family indeed sent forth their weakest member, Tang Wuhua, who was at the 6th level of Qi transformation. Having been thoroughly defeated by Li Qi, he stood little chance of victory. Clearly, the Tang family intended for their lesser competitor to stall the superior contestant from the Ye family. This maneuver was entirely within reason. However, the audience was quick to discern the Tang family's cowardice, resulting in a chorus of boos. Amidst the jeers, Tang Wuhua ascended the stage, his expression one of despair. As the battle commenced, Tang Wuhua clasped his hands in a gesture of respect, saying, "I hope you can show mercy." Bang! No sooner had he spoken than a foot collided with his chest. Tang Wuhua was sent soaring off the stage, crashing to the ground, blood spewing from his mouth as he lost consciousness. A swift victory. After this decisive action, Ye Huang did not await the official verdict. She turned and gracefully departed towards the Ye family's preparation area. Gu Wanxin, momentarily stunned, finally announced, "Ye Huang triumphs over Tang Wuhua. Let us welcome the second combatant from the Ye family, Ye Long." The crowd erupted with thunderous applause. Although Ye Long did not possess the same illustrious reputation as Ye Huang in Yunqiao City, his title as the master of the True Dragon Pavilion still resonated powerfully. As Ye Long stepped onto the stage, he brushed past Ye Huang. "It was your uncle who suggested you do this, wasn't it?" Ye Long inquired. Ye Huang shrugged, replying, "He said to let you all have some fun." Ye Long felt a flush of embarrassment. For his uncle, was this battle merely a game? Then, let us enjoy the game. A formidable battle spirit suddenly erupted from Ye Long. Within the ancient arena, he had faced countless defeats. Yet his indomitable will had been tempered to a brilliance akin to the sun. "I challenge Tang Xiaoqing of the Tang family." Before Gu Wanxin could respond, Ye Long had already proclaimed his target. He too sought a series of battles, intending to challenge the strongest of the younger generation in Yunqiao City. The audience was nearly hoarse from cheering. The descendants of the Ye family exuded an overwhelming aura that stirred excitement in all who beheld them. Under the collective gaze of the crowd, Tang Xiaoqing ascended the arena. "I have long admired your reputation," he said. "Likewise," came the cordial reply. Yet, in an instant, they were locked in combat. Ye Long wielded his spear with grand gestures, exuding immense power. However, Tang Xiaoqing lived up to his esteemed name, having reached the 12th level of Qi transformation, concealing his true prowess. With a fan held gracefully in one hand, he moved with ethereal elegance. The two combatants exhibited a myriad of tactics, navigating a perilous battleground, ultimately resulting in a fiercely contested duel where neither could easily claim victory. The audience erupted with exhilaration. For this was the confrontation they had longed to witness. Though Ye Huang's previous battle was undeniably thrilling, its brevity left them yearning for more. Both Ye Long and Tang Xiaoqing stood as the most distinguished representatives of their respective families, their reputations preceding them. The clash between them was a spectacle many had anticipated. As time progressed, Ye Long bore several fresh wounds stained with blood, yet his fighting spirit intensified. With a lance in hand, he resembled a true dragon, instilling awe and fear across the battlefield. Ultimately, amidst Ye Long's relentless onslaught, Tang Xiaoqing, caught off guard, suffered a severe blow, blood spilling from his mouth as he struggled to land safely. Yet, the ferocity of Ye Long's assault surged once more. "I concede," Tang Xiaoqing declared loudly, as the sharp tip of the lance hovered perilously close to his throat. With a resounding thud, Ye Long withdrew his weapon, planting it firmly on the ground. A tempest erupted around him, scattering dust and debris in all directions. The crowd's eyes widened in disbelief. The solid arena bore deep, shocking fissures, a testament to the ferocity of the battle. Ye Long triumphs over Tang Xiaoqing. Gu Wanxin announced the outcome with resounding clarity. Following this victory, Ye Long, akin to Ye Huang, opted to allow the Li family to select their champion. Predictably, they chose the weakest among them, Li Suifeng, to serve as mere fodder. Unsurprisingly, Ye Long dispatched Li Suifeng in just a few moves,
returning to the Ye family's preparation area.
Thus, the Ye family, with both a phoenix and a dragon, had secured 4 victories, their path ahead illuminated with promise. Meanwhile, atop the highest platform, Li Liusu and Tang Zheng wore expressions as grim as a burnt pot. After all, the strongest warriors of both families had fallen. "Brother Tang, Shaoqing has also been defeated," Li Liusu remarked suddenly. The two exchanged glances, a glint of determination flickering in Li Liusu's eyes, while Tang Zheng nodded subtly in agreement. Ye Suifeng sat between them, feigning ignorance. "Schemes, perhaps? You may plot as you wish." Chapter 51, Bound by law, the Ye family emerged victorious in both battles, triumphing over the strongest members of the Li and Tang families respectively. This remarkable achievement elevated the Ye family's reputation to new heights. However, a lingering sense of regret pervaded their relation. Typically, the strongest fighters would make their entrance as the final act, yet here they were, revealing all their trump cards at the outset. What significance would the subsequent battles hold? Yet, the entrance of Ye Qingyao shattered their preconceived notions once more. With an ethereal beauty reminiscent of a celestial maiden, she chose to issue a challenge without specifying her opponent, instead inviting anyone to step forward. Having demonstrated considerable prowess earlier, the Li family, opting for caution, sent forth a relatively weaker contender, Li Ming, who was at the 7th level of Qi transformation. However, Ye Qingyao unleashed her formidable strength at the pinnacle of Qi transformation, her presence far surpassing that of Tang Shaoqing. The audience was left in stunned silence. What was happening with the Ye family? Initially, they believed that Yi Huang and Yi Long were their strongest assets, only to be confronted by an even more powerful contender. Was this truly one of Ye's warriors? The revelation was nothing short of astonishing. Undoubtedly, in her unrestrained display of power, Li Ming could not withstand even a single move, as he was swiftly cast off the stage. The Tang family, now with grim expressions, opted for forfeiture, for they perceived that apart from Tang Shaoqing, none could match Ye Qingyao's prowess. Soon, it was time for the 4th battle. The Ye family's representative was Yi Qian. With a deep breath, Yi Qian stepped onto the stage, fully embracing his own cultivation level of the 6th tier of Qi transformation. The audience exhaled in relief. This was the expected turn of events. "Go, brother Yi Qian. We believe in you," cheered 2 young boys and girls, their faces flushed with excitement, joined by many others around them, all fervently rallying in support. Yi Qian smiled at them, offering a reassuring gesture. "Senior Gu, I choose to challenge Li Shenge from the Li family," he declared, eliciting a wave of jubilation from the Li family below. They considered Yi Qian the most manageable opponent, having initially feared he might select someone weaker. To their astonishment, he had chosen Li Shenge, a formidable talent second only to Li Qi. "Teach him a lesson," the Li family members urged, brimming with enthusiasm. "Watch and learn." Li Shenge replied with a slight smile, gracefully leaping onto the stage to face Yi Qian. The 4th battle commenced. "Once again, we meet, vanquished foe," Li Shenge remarked, a round fan in hand and a light laugh escaping his lips. His alabaster skin and slightly opened peach blossom eyes presented an image akin to the legendary male fox spirit. "I have vowed to bring you to justice," Yi Qian replied in a low voice. The audience, hearing their exchange, was filled with curiosity. Did these two harbor a past grudge? Indeed. The little girl who had just cheered for Yi Qian had reddened eyes and a face etched with boundless rage. "What on earth happened?" inquired a bystander. With a countenance full of sorrow, the girl recounted a tale. She was originally from Qingxi Town, a territory governed by the Li family. Her parents were humble garment artisans, and she had an older sister. Though the family was not affluent, they enjoyed a modest existence filled with warmth and contentment. However, 2 months prior, the arrival of a certain individual shattered their tranquil household. Li Xingge, a core scion of the Li family, had come to Qingxi Town, exciting much anticipation among the townsfolk as it presented a splendid opportunity for social advancement. Li Xingge's purpose in visiting was to commission a tailored outfit. Given the town's esteemed craftsmanship, he perused every shop in the town but failed to find his desired item. Instead, he set his sights on another target, the little girl's sister. When Li Xingge proposed that the girl's sister become his maid, the onlookers cast envious glances. Yet, The girl's parents were filled with dread. They were simple folk who had never entertained the notion of marrying their daughter into a wealthy family. Thus, they declined Li Xingge's offer.
Rather than displaying anger, Li Xingge commended their principled stance and gifted them an exquisite jade pendant of considerable value. That very night,
a band of masked intruders stormed the little girl's home, seizing the pendant, murdering her parents, and abducting her sister.
The girl hid beneath the bed, witnessing the horrifying events unfold.
The next day, the town's authorities arrived, hastily concluding that greed had driven the crime, and dismissed it with little investigation.
From that moment on, the girl was left to roam the streets, utterly alone and desolate.
It was then that she encountered Yi Qian, a brotherly figure who, apart from her family, offered her a semblance of solace. Upon learning of the girl's plight, Yi Qian resolved to track down the avaricious villains and bring them to justice.
The criminals,
seasoned in their misdeeds, were eventually traced by Yi Qian, who followed a trail of clues leading to an unbelievable figure, Li Xingge. Li Xingge regarded Yi Qian with disdain, even scoffing at the idea of denial, as he discarded the girl as sister, who was now battered, disoriented, and nearly unrecognizable.
Ultimately, she breathed her last in Yi Qian's arms.
Enraged, Yi Qian sought out Li Xingge, sword in hand.
However, at that time,
Li Xingge had already attained the formidable realm of transformation, while Yi Qian remained in the gas-refining stage.
Unsurprisingly, he was soundly defeated, left gravely injured and humiliated. Yet,
even as he lay on the brink of death, Yi Qian's gaze was unwavering and resolute. "I shall ensure you are brought to justice," he vowed to Li Xingge.
"Ha! With you? Don't even dream of it in this lifetime," Li Xingge retorted arrogantly as he departed. After hearing the tale, those surrounding the little girl were consumed with fury and indignation. How utterly despicable!
"Humph, I had heard whispers before that Li Xingge frequently roams,
abducting young maidens and wantonly ravaging them. I never imagined it to be true. What a scoundrel!" The onlookers, filled with disdain,
hoped fervently that Yi Qian would teach him a proper lesson. Yi Qian gazed at the haughty Li Xingge, slowly lifting his head. "Today, I shall seek justice for all those you have harmed." With that declaration, he clenched his fist and charged at Li Xingge.
A foolhardy endeavor. Yet,
Li Xingge merely smirked derisively, casually brandishing his fan, unleashing a formidable force that collided with Yi Qian's fist.
Boom! With a thunderous sound,
Yi Qian was sent flying several meters, almost tumbling out of the arena.
"In the past, you were but a waste in my eyes. Now, you remain the same," Li Xingge scoffed.
However, the repelled Yi Qian executed a move that none anticipated. He produced a brush.
To the astonished gazes of the crowd, Yi Qian began to wield the brush, inscribing characters in the air. A vertical stroke, a bend, then another vertical stroke.
It formed a remarkably simple character for mountain.
Yet, upon completing this stroke, a grand aura descended from the heavens.
The crowd instinctively looked up, but saw nothing. However, in Li Xingge's vision, a massive black mountain loomed,
bearing down upon him with overwhelming force.
With a startled cry, Li Xingge attempted to evade the impending mountain.
Yet, its descent was far too swift. Bang!
It landed heavily upon his shoulder, bending his back and forcing him to buckle his knees in submission.
How could this be?"
Li Xingge's expression turned to one of horror. The mountain was terrifyingly surreal. It did not possess the true terror of an actual mountain. Yet its weight drained every ounce of strength from him.
Only by exerting every last effort could he withstand its oppressive force.
Li Xingge struggled vigorously. But no matter how hard he tried, the mountain hovered at the brink of his limits, bringing him excruciating pain.
"Do you see?
This is the fate of those you have harmed. They remain, watching you from above," Yi Qian stated coldly. At those words, Li Xingge looked up, his heart gripped by dread. His shoulder was no longer burdened by a mountain, but rather by familiar figures. Among them was the sister of a little girl, her eyes brimming with blood tears, silently accusing him of his transgressions.
"No, this cannot be!"
Li Xingge screamed in terror, the scene sending chills down his spine.
"It's all a fabrication, you cannot frighten me!"
he roared, unleashing all his might, striking at the ominous clouds above. Yet, he struck air. When he opened his eyes again, the sky was clear, and everything had vanished, along with the multitude of bewildered spectators.
What has become of Li Shinga? Unbeknownst to him,
he suddenly knelt before Yi Qian, then began to flail about, battling an invisible foe like a fool, much to the amusement of the onlookers.
Laughter erupted around him.
Li Shinga gasped for breath, his face ashen. He realized that the earlier illusion must have been conjured by Yi Qian. Anger surged within him,
an inferno ready to consume him.
He turned to Yi Qian, his eyes aflame with unquenchable rage. Yet, at that moment, Yi Qian inscribed a second character, C.
A chilling breeze pierced Li Shinga's collar, and he seethed with fury, prepared to strike.
But before he could move, a fierce wind howled, nearly toppling him.
A damp,
metallic scent invaded his nostrils, and he felt a liquid presence beneath his feet.
Merely an illusion, is this all you have?
Li Shinga bellowed, eyes wide open,
shimmering with crimson.
Around him, the surroundings morphed into a vast expanse of red ocean blood. No wonder the sensation beneath his feet felt so viscous. The blood sea rose steadily, soon reaching his waist. He raised his hand, his palm drenched in crimson, trickling down.
You once claimed that blood was your favorite, that you reveled in it. Then indulge yourself. Yi Qian's voice echoed from all directions. Just an illusion, nothing more. Once I escape, I shall make you pay.
Li Shinga roared, then shut his eyes, striving to calm his tumultuous emotions. If he could attain tranquility, he could surely break free from this phantasm.
The blood sea continued its relentless ascent, gradually submerging his nose.
The pungent scent of blood, coupled with a suffocating sensation, assailed him. He fought to soothe his turmoil, reminding himself it was merely an illusion, devoid of harm.
Yet, the suffocation intensified.
If this continued, he would indeed perish. Li Shinga could no longer contain himself. He let out a thunderous scream, releasing a torrent of bubbles.
And then he desperately swam towards the surface.
However, no matter how he struggled, he could not break free to reach the air above. A feeling of despair took root in his heart, spreading rapidly. Panic, fury, discomfort, regret, fear, these overwhelming emotions intertwined, bringing the scent of death closer.
Ultimately,
consciousness began to slip away from him. With a crash, Li Shinga collapsed to the ground, inhaling the long-forgotten freshness of the air. You once said that you tormented others merely to grasp the essence of despair.
Do you understand now?
Yi Qian spoke coldly. Li Shinga lay on the ground, breathing heavily. He was utterly exhausted, unable to utter a single word. Yet Yi Qian resumed his writing, this time inscribing 2 characters, I vow to bring you to justice. I believe that allowing you to perish amidst your most cherished thing may be the most fitting end. In Yi Qian's hand, the brush completed its final stroke. The scene that unfolded in Li Shinga's eyes remained a mystery to all, yet his demeanor sent chills down their spines. At times he laughed uproariously. At others he wept bitterly, his face would contort in anguish, then shift to a visage of terror and pleading. With a smile, he tore at his own garments, his fingers etching crimson lines across his flesh. In his sorrow, he uttered apologies while fracturing his own toes, shattering the bones of his knees with his own hands.
Enough! Li Liusu, stationed atop the platform, could no longer contain herself and shouted. If this continues, not only will Li Shinga perish, but the Li family's dignity will be irreparably tarnished.
However, Gu Wanxin, who presided over the battle, appeared oblivious to her plea, disregarding her words entirely.
Ye Suifeng, this is truly enough. Li Liusu directed her gaze towards him.
Ye Suifeng stroked his chin thoughtfully. This youth had surprisingly grasped the path of killing from the Shanhai Tulu, a notion that seemed discordant with his own principles. It is of little consequence, this must merely be his obsession, he pondered.
Ye Suifeng, are you even listening to me? Li Liusu rose in fury.
I am, indeed, Ye Suifeng replied, lifting his head and speaking loudly. Yi Qian, that will suffice, cease tormenting him. Yi Qian on the arena nodded, erasing the words Fox Immortal.
Only then did Li Liusu huff in resignation and take her seat once more. Just kill him,
Ye Suifeng remarked indifferently. Chapter 52, A change has come. The arena of clouds. Yi Qian stood in the arena, holding a bloodied head aloft.
Following Ye Suifeng's command,
he charged forward and struck down Li Shinga with a single stroke of his sword. He tilted his head back, exhaling deeply. then casually discarded the severed head at his feet. Next, he picked up the brush he had used earlier, snapped it in two with both hands, and flashed a smile towards the young girl on stage. Tears streaked down her face as she buried her head between her legs, sobbing quietly.
Sister!
Your vengeance has finally been avenged. Ye Suifeng observed the scene with a slight nod.
Yi Qian's slaying of Li Shenga was a conquest over his own inner demons.
The breaking of the brush symbolized the severance of his past, a return to his true self. This young man had clearly contemplated his actions before stepping onto the stage. How foolish of me to have worried he had succumbed to darkness.
Thank goodness, thank goodness. However, not everyone was at ease. Li Liusu's eyes were bloodshot as he glared fiercely at Ye Suifeng. You have gone too far, he hissed. In battle, there are always casualties.
Yi Qian merely lost control for a moment. You, as the head of a family and one of the three figures of Yunshao City, should maintain your composure. Ye Suifeng grinned, resembling a grand antagonist.
Li Liusu seethed, veins bulging on his forehead, his teeth grinding audibly. Yet, he restrained himself. I hope you do not regret your actions today.
He spat, retreating to his seat in silence. Ye Suifeng dismissed him with indifference. It is the weak who endure. If you possess courage, come and face me. I assure you, I shall only employ the strength of the tribulation stage. His gaze returned to the arena.
Yi Qian's execution of Li Shenga had incited considerable excitement within the arena. The first fallen prodigy.
All present were cultivators, passionate individuals.
Such a battle was worthy of their attention, even if they did not fully grasp the intricacies of the conflict. Yi Qian triumphs over Li Shenga. Gu Wanxin declared the outcome of the battle. Next up was the Tang family. However, witnessing Yi Qian's eerie ferocity, the remaining members of the Tang family dared not contest.
They opted to forfeit, met with a chorus of boos from the crowd. Finally, it was time for the last member of the Yi family.
Let us welcome Ye Xiaoxiao. With resounding applause, a figure leapt onto the stage.
She was petite, with long, crimson hair nearly trailing the ground. Her body bounced playfully, exuding an undeniable cuteness. She chewed on a peculiar candy that produced colorful bubbles.
What a child! Someone remarked.
Nearby, others cast disdainful glances in her direction.
Had the first four members of the Yi family not taught you a lesson? How could their combatant possibly be weak?
Anticipation built as everyone wondered what abilities this adorably charming girl might possess.
Ye Xiaoxiao approached Gu Wanxin and giggled, Sister Gu, you look beautiful today, so fair and round.
Gu Wanxin lowered her head to glance at herself, offering an awkward smile. Thank you for the compliment, it's merely attire for the grand event.
She promptly redirected the conversation. Do you wish to adhere to the conventional rules, or shall we challenge others?
Of course, it's a challenge, replied Ye Xiaoxiao. Her large eyes darting towards the last remaining member of the Li family, Li Ran. A flicker of trepidation surged within him as he recalled how poorly the four members of his clan had performed.
However,
Ye Xiaoxiao's gaze flitted past him and settled on the Tang family's preparation area.
Li Ran exhaled in relief. It's you, Tang Yingying, Ye Xiaoxiao declared,
selecting her challenger. Tang Yingying paused momentarily, then huffed, swaying her curvaceous figure as she approached.
The battle commenced. Wait, why have you changed your outfit?
Just as Tang Yingying prepared to strike, Ye Xiaoxiao suddenly interjected. Taken aback, Tang Yingying's eyes fell upon the garment in Ye Xiaoxiao's hands, igniting a blend of embarrassment and fury within her.
How could you? I remember now, it was you who caused that incident at the Drunken Dream Conference. Tang Yingying's realization sparked an eruption of anger.
The embarrassing incident at the Drunken Dream Conference had left her utterly humiliated.
Indeed, how would you like to thank me?
Ye Xiaoxiao exclaimed, forcefully tossing the garment into the audience, inciting a frenzy among certain ominous figures.
I'll kill you. Enraged,
Tang Yingying drew her long sword and charged forward.
He.
A blue circle of light appeared beneath Ye Xiaoxiao's feet, rendering Tang Yingying's sword strike futile. I'm right here, Ye Xiaoxiao's voice echoed behind Tang Yingying, revealing yet another pink undergarment in her grasp.
Return it to me. Tang Yingying dashed forward again,
her mind racing with the thought of exposing herself before thousands. Yet, the blue light flashed once more, and she missed her target.
Uncle 1. What manner of technique is this?
Mi Feng from Blackstone City inquired, bewildered. The middle-aged man beside him wore an expression of embarrassment. He was Mi Feng's protector,
tasked with ensuring his safety during this journey and providing guidance in cultivation. The battle at Yunshao City was an excellent opportunity for observation,
to witness how the geniuses of Yunshao City engaged in combat. However, this encounter was beyond peculiar.
First, there was Yi Huang, who dominated the arena without lifting a finger. Aside from a single proclamation of strength, there was little else to elucidate.
While Yi Long and Yi Qingyao were manageable, the recent display by Yi Qian was perplexing. He had employed techniques that eluded comprehension. Now, with Yi Xiaoxiao, the situation was even more extraordinary. Her movements resembled those of a portal to another realm.
How could such profound abilities be wielded by a mere girl of the Qi transformation realm?
I'm still confirming, the middle-aged man replied.
Uncle 1. Did you not claim that you knew everything beneath the golden core stage?
Mi Feng looked at him, puzzled.
The middle-aged man's eye twitched. You little rascal. Life is indeed challenging. He refrained from further comments, redirecting his focus toward the arena. Xiao Xiao continued to tease Tang Yingying. With each leap,
she seemed to acquire yet another item, whether it be clothing or adornments.
Tang Yingying was nearly stripped bare of possessions. Xiao Xiao, you are going too far. Tang Yingying was on the brink of despair.
Xiao Xiao pouted, all right, I won't tease you anymore, don't be angry. As she spoke, a blue orb suddenly materialized in her hand and was tossed toward Tang Yingying. Though she swiftly dodged, the orb detonated beside her, enveloping her in a soft blue arc. Sweet dreams, Xiao Xiao remarked, and with a roll of her eyes, Tang Yingying collapsed to the ground, fast asleep.
The onlookers stood in astonishment,
bewildered by this ability to command slumber at will. How marvelous it would be to possess such a skill. Seeing her tactic succeed, Xiao Xiao bounced over to Tang Yingying,
peering down at her tranquil visage.
Fairy Xiao, please show mercy, I concede on her behalf, Tang Xiaoqing implored from the sidelines. Xiao Xiao snorted, such sweet words.
Very well.
With a flick of her eye, she produced a colorful pen from seemingly nowhere, and began to create an abstract masterpiece upon Tang Yingying's face. With a snap of her fingers, Tang Yingying stirred, awakening with a soft murmur. Tang Xiaoqing hurried to assist her in rising.
What happened to me? Tang Yingying asked, her face a mask of confusion.
It's nothing, Tang Xiaoqing began, but upon catching sight of her face, he nearly burst into laughter.
We lost, let us go.
Yet he managed to restrain himself.
Remember, don't look up. After Tang Yingying departed, Gu Wanxin announced Xiao Xiao's victory. At last,
only Li Ran from the Li family remained. Before the match could commence, he hastily chose to concede. There was no other option. The members of the Yi family truly intimidated him. Thus, the Battle of Yunshao City concluded in an unforeseen manner, with the Yi family achieving a perfect 10 victories.
Meanwhile,
as all 5 members of the Tang family remained, only Li Ran was left standing for the Li family, as the others were either dead or gravely injured,
resulting in the Tang family ranking second and the Li family at the bottom.
Ah, the 2 family heads, let us discuss the forthcoming distribution of resources. Ye Suifeng remarked with a smile. Li Liusu, with a grim expression, glanced at Tang Zhang, who nodded slightly.
After a moment, Li Liusu rose. Ye Suifeng, this Yunshao City battle has been quite absurd. I believe the agreement among the 3 prominent families must be revised. Chapter 53, 2 choices. The highest tier of the duel arena. Li Liusu wore a sullen expression, his piercing gaze fixed intently on Ye Suifeng.
It was utterly foolish to allow a handful of inexperienced youths to dictate the future development of their families over the next 2 years. Therefore, I propose that this regulation be abolished starting today.
Brother Tang, what are your thoughts? Tang Zhang nodded slightly and replied, it does seem rather trivial.
Our 3 prominent families govern the vast expanse of Yunshao City, a responsibility of great significance. It would be prudent to consider the overall strength of each family when delineating the stakes involved.
His countenance reflected deep contemplation.
Clearly, the 2 had already reached an accord. Even if today's battle yielded a different outcome, similar proposals would likely have arisen. Ye Suifeng stroked his chin. Recalling that the purpose of instigating the battle for Yunqiao City was to encourage the younger generation of the three families to strive for self-improvement and collective advancement.
It was, undeniably, a clever approach. Yet, at this moment, Li Liusu and Tang Zhang had evidently lost sight of that original intent.
As they suggested dividing benefits based on comprehensive family strength, Ye Suifeng fell into thoughtful silence, pondering the unexpected advantages that might arise.
Indeed, I concur with your perspective, Ye Suifeng stated.
Li Liusu was momentarily taken aback, having anticipated that Ye Suifeng, being young, would react with impatience.
Are you certain? He couldn't help but ask again. Absolutely, Ye Suifeng affirmed. With this confirmation, Li Liusu's brow relaxed slightly as he remarked, "It appears you possess some discernment."
Very well, let us draft a proposal at once. In terms of strength, without question, Brother Tang ranks as the strongest, followed by our Li family, and lastly, your Ye family.
Therefore, wait a moment,
Ye Suifeng interrupted, turning his head to face him.
Are you considering the so-called comprehensive strength based on the excess flesh on your face? How is it that the Ye family is placed at the bottom?
Li Liusu's eye twitched involuntarily. While it was true he had a robust physique, he had not yet reached the point of being entirely flabby.
What, do you have a problem with that? He glared.
Indeed, I have significant doubts, Ye Suifeng replied calmly. Li Liusu suddenly chuckled. Ye Suifeng, do not be under the illusion that having stumbled upon a stroke of fortune and acquired some wealth grants you the freedom to act as you please in Yunqiao City. This world is, after all, ruled by the strong. The rules are always dictated by the powerful. With that, he waved his hand grandly, summoning three gaunt elders who appeared atop the highest platform, encircling Ye Suifeng.
Upon seeing them,
Ye Suifeng realized with a start that these were three terrifying beings at the nascent soul stage.
How frightening, they nearly startled me. Then, Li Liusu turned to face the tens of thousands gathered in the duel arena. Everyone listen. All those not from the three prominent families must vacate the duel arena immediately. We are to discuss some internal matters. His booming voice resonated throughout the entire arena. Subsequently, over 100 imposing cultivators descended into the arena's center, prepared to swiftly expel all present. They were all members of the Li and Tang families, the weakest among them being at the golden body stage. People were astonished, unsure of the sudden upheaval. Yet, under the pressure exerted by the opposing faction, they gradually began to take a stand. This is disastrous, they are targeting the Ye family. Mi Feng's expression was fraught with anxiety. Uncle Wen, please think of a solution. Uncle Wen appeared grave.
As the three individuals on the highest platform exuded a formidable aura, clearly surpassing the golden core stage. He himself had barely reached the latter stage of golden core. How could he devise a strategy? Sensing his silence, Mi Feng began to comprehend the gravity of the situation. Suddenly, he dashed towards the periphery of the crowd, shouting, "Fairy Huang, be careful." Just as he uttered those words, he was struck on the shoulder and knocked unconscious by Uncle Wen.
Holding Mi Feng's body, Uncle Wen glanced at the youthful figure atop the platform and subtly shook his head. "Master Yi, I wish you the best of luck." In another direction of the battle arena, several young individuals clad in azure garments were making their way outward. The Yi family appeared to be in dire straits. "Senior Zhang Dong, think of a way, those from the Yi family might possess the qualifications to enter our academy."
The tall Zhang Dong surveyed the direction of the Yi family.
Ultimately, however, he shook his head. Tianfu Academy cannot intervene in external conflicts. With that,
he turned and slowly departed. Under the command of over 100 formidable figures, the Tingyun battle arena soon became desolate, leaving only the core members of the three prominent families and numerous powerful cultivators from the Li and Tang families.
Fierce and menacing, they watched intently. "Ye Suifeng, do you now comprehend why I placed the Yi family last?" Li Liusu turned, looking down upon Ye Suifeng with disdain.
He spread his arms wide, proclaiming loudly, "These individuals barely represent a third of our family's strength."
"And what about your Yi family?"
"Existing for less than a century, without any substantial foundation."
"What do you have to contend against us? What do you possess?"
At this moment, Li Liusu was brimming with confidence and grandeur. Ye Suifeng rested his chin on one hand and suddenly smiled.
We have me.
You? Li Liusu laughed heartily. You, a well-known waste just half a year ago.
Merely a fortunate upstart.
I am quite relieved that you do not comprehend restraint, that you do not practice humility, and that after acquiring wealth,
all you do is squander it endlessly. Do you understand what this signifies?
It implies that the heavens do not wish for you to possess this fortune alone.
A triumphant smile adorned Li Liusu's face.
At that moment, Tang Zhang also rose, his voice grave. Ye Suifeng. The situation in Yunjiao City has remained stable for a long time, with all parties developing harmoniously.
Yet your recent actions have shattered a century of peace.
I do not blame you, truly, what young person does not err? But your mistake lies in obtaining wealth beyond your control. Such riches inflate one's self-ego and drive one to madness, causing you to forget that in this world, wealth is merely a subordinate, only strength holds true significance. Tang Zhang stood with hands clasped behind his back, resembling a sage filled with wisdom. Ye Suifeng began to see the truth clearly.
Ultimately,
it seems that you two are merely coveting my modest collection of spirit stones. Speak plainly, it is evident how distressed you both are, scheming this and that.
Are you not weary? Your assertions are astutely accurate.
Ye Suifeng rose from his seat and leisurely approached the railing of the viewing platform, his gaze drifting toward the horizon. In truth, I have always understood that each world operates under the law of the jungle, where the strong prey upon the weak, the larger fish consume the smaller, and the shrimp fall victim to the minuscule creatures. I do not particularly favor such a world.
Yet, how shall I put it? Each individual is unique.
And with uniqueness comes comparison, with comparison arises conflict, and with conflict, a hierarchy of strength emerges. The most favorable scenario is for the powerful to establish the rules,
while the weaker abide by them.
In this manner, strength and weakness can coexist. Ye Suifeng turned to face them. You are indeed correct in your observations.
Li Liusu's lips curled into a cold smirk. So, does that mean you concur with our resolution? Indeed. Ye Suifeng nodded. It is evident that Yuntian City should embrace new rules and a fresh paradigm.
Li Liusu exchanged a glance with Tang Zhang, and both nodded in agreement.
How do you intend to handle this matter?
Ye Suifeng regarded them for a moment and replied, I have formulated two options. First, you relinquish all rights, properties, shops,
and resources in Yuntian City, then take your people and depart far beyond its jurisdiction, never to return.
In light of our shared century of coexistence, I shall generously bestow upon each of you 100 million low-grade spirit stones as travel fare.
Should you refuse, then complete annihilation shall ensue.
Chapter 54, A change in the weather. Upon the utterance of those words by Ye Suifeng, a brief silence enveloped the high platform.
Li Liusu and Tang Zhang furrowed their brows, seemingly unable to comprehend what they had just heard. They presumed Ye Suifeng was jesting. However, upon witnessing his indifferent demeanor, they realized he was indeed serious. Ye Suifeng. Li Liusu seethed with rage, you are truly courting death. We currently have 3. Enough. Bang. Suddenly,
Li Liusu felt an immense pressure descending upon him, incapacitating his arms and bending his legs, forcing him heavily to kneel on the ground.
Cracks marred the reinforced high platform. A startling sight to behold.
You have spoken enough, Ye Suifeng uttered coldly, his eyes reflecting an icy demeanor.
Tang Zhang,
along with the 3 elder beings of the nascent soul stage surrounding him, momentarily seemed taken aback.
They turned to Li Liusu,
only to find the once spirited figure now bleeding from his mouth and nose, trembling as he struggled to maintain his stance.
Ancestor, kill him at once.
Li Liusu nearly screamed, his voice rife with agony as he bore the weight of relentless pressure and torment.
This fool seeks death. The 3 nascent soul elders acted in unison.
Evidently, they were ancient beings, having lived for centuries. Their strike was imbued with transcendent techniques, overwhelming in their might.
Directed squarely at Ye Suifeng. Boom!
A thunderous roar erupted, accompanied by a towering cloud of dust, rising into the arena. The spectators, who had just departed the battleground, had not ventured far and gathered anxiously at the periphery, awaiting the outcome.
Upon hearing the commotion, they instinctively looked up. They have made their move. Someone exclaimed in shock. The head of the Ye family is still so young, he should not be so ostentatious. Another lamented.
Damn it, if something happens to the Phoenix Fairy.
I vow to make the Li and Tang families pay dearly. Certain young cultivators expressed their outrage.
Uncle Wen observed the rising dust and felt the earth tremble, sighing slightly. There is no doubt, a powerful nascent soul has made their move. The head of the Ye family is in grave danger.
In the distance,
Zhang Dong stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his expression solemn.
He distinctly sensed an extraordinarily unique aura from the recent upheaval, a force that ought not to have manifested within Yunshao City. What has transpired with the head of the Ye family?
In the cloud riding arena, the highest viewing platform had become riddled with fissures, barely held together by the formation, preventing it from collapsing.
Li Liusu lay prostrate on the ground, bloodied and nearing unconsciousness.
The three nascent soul cultivators who had just attacked were strewn at the edges of the platform, their limbs shattered, unrecognizable, and clearly devoid of life.
Meanwhile,
Ye Suifeng remained leaning against the railing, his appearance unchanged, not even his hairstyle disturbed. As for Tang Zhang, he sat on the ground, his countenance finely altered.
Impossible, you. How could this be?
He murmured to himself, the scene that had just unfolded far exceeding the boundaries of his understanding.
Faced with the full force strike of three powerful infants, Ye Suifeng merely waved his hand, and they were all slain. It was utterly terrifying. If this were a nightmare,
Tang Zhang could only hope to awaken swiftly. In the distance, at the Ye family's seat, Yi Huang gazed at her father upon the high platform,
her face brimming with admiration and pride. That is her father. I am the daughter of Ye Suifeng.
The others were equally invigorated.
Ye Suifeng was the steadfast anchor in their hearts.
As for the members of the Li and Tang families, including those formidable beings above the golden body realm, they stood frozen in place, paralyzed by fear, unable to move a muscle.
It was you who proclaimed this to be a world where the strong reign supreme.
Ye Suifeng straightened his posture and slowly approached Li Liusu, casting a condescending gaze upon him.
Li Liusu was not yet dead, he struggled to turn his head.
Looking up at Ye Suifeng, who blocked the sunlight, his eyes filled with unending dread.
Why? How could he be so powerful? Li Liusu regretted his decision to provoke Ye Suifeng.
Such a being was beyond the reach of the Li family.
Spare me. Li Liusu's mouth moved, desperately attempting to plead with Ye Suifeng, yet he could not articulate a single coherent sentence. It was too late.
Ye Suifeng spoke coldly. He could act with compassion, but he was not a merciful man. The moment Li Liusu threatened him through his daughter, the fate of the Li family was sealed.
Ye Suifeng crouched down. If it were I lying on the ground today, think about it, would you spare me? Ha!
You must have longed to tear me into pieces. He opened his palm, and a drop of Li Liusu's blood suddenly floated out, landing in Ye Suifeng's hand. The droplet spun gently, rising and falling
in Ye Suifeng's grasp. It seemed almost alive. With each breath, a hazy glow enveloped it, enchanting and resplendent. It turns out you were not mistaken.
The power here indeed comprises only a third of the Li family's strength, Ye Suifeng remarked, a flicker of red light in his pupils sending chills through Li Liusu.
What do you intend to do? Li Liusu finally shouted. Do you wish to see? Ye Suifeng brought his palm closer to Li Liusu, the droplet of blood magnifying infinitely in his eyes. Countless minuscule scenes became vividly clear. He saw the still unconscious Li Qi. He saw the Li family descendants arguing on the streets. He saw the two ancestors of the Li family, still in seclusion beneath the ground. He saw his own lifeless body on the ground, witnessing the entirety of the Li family's bloodline. No. Li Liusu had never encountered such a method. But he vaguely understood what Ye Suifeng intended to do. I was wrong, I was utterly mistaken. Two streams of blood tears flowed from Li Liusu's eyes. In that moment, he was consumed by boundless regret. Time and again, he had warned his descendants to exercise caution, to be prudent, to ascertain the enemy's true nature before formulating any plans, lest they commit an irreparable mistake. Yet today, he has, due to his disdain for Ye Suifeng, committed a grievous error that may forever remain irreparable. Li Liusu gazed into Ye Suifeng's eyes, filled solely with endless supplication. Farewell. Not all pleas result in the desired outcome. The droplets of blood in Ye Suifeng's palm suddenly began to whirl in a frenzied dance, radiating boundless brilliance. Li Liusu watched in horror as, upon reaching a certain limit,
It erupted with a resounding blast. All images shattered, like fragments of a mirror. On the streets of Yunshao City, a young scion of the Li family wore a smug smile, while the individual he had just quarreled with lay on the ground, spitting blood.
Undoubtedly,
he had once again triumphed in this conflict, bolstered by the might of his family. Yet, suddenly, he furrowed his brow, sensing an anomaly within his own body. A slender vein appeared upon his face. He staggered and turned, surveying his surroundings. However, everything before him had transformed into a crimson abyss. He wished to utter something, but an abrupt wave of dizziness engulfed him, plunging him into darkness as he collapsed, completely losing consciousness. The crimson veins upon his face deepened, ultimately fading to an inky blackness. The attendants rushed forward to assist him, only to discover that all signs of life had vanished.
Such scenes unfolded throughout Yunshao City, within its dominion, and even in distant realms far removed. All those with ties to the Li lineage in Yunshao City perished within mere breaths. In the arena of the Yunshao duel, the Li family's seating was shrouded in an eerie silence. On the high platform, Li Liusu witnessed one vision after another shatter before his eyes.
Tears of blood welled as he looked skyward.
Ah!
With the last vestiges of his strength,
he let out a heart-wrenching roar.
It was uncertain whether it was a lament against Ye Suifeng or a profound regret for his own choices.
Subsequently, life extinguished.
Ye Suifeng regarded his face, shaking his head slightly as he rose. The Li bloodline was extensive, holding significant responsibilities across many sectors of Yunshao City. Their sudden demise would undoubtedly have profound repercussions on the city's governance.
Yun Sui, Yi Huang, Ye Suifeng called.
Present. They responded in unison. You shall personally lead the Yi family members to stabilize the situation in Yunshao City, taking full control of all enterprises belonging to the Li and Tang families. From this moment forth, Yunshao City shall belong solely to the Yi surname. Chapter 55, A New Beginning in the City of Yunshao. Chaos erupted unexpectedly. A significant figure fell lifeless under the clear sky, inciting a wave of panic among the populace.
Yet, upon closer inspection,
it became evident that the deceased were all members of the Li family. Bewildered, people wondered what had transpired. On the bustling street, a horse-drawn carriage sped forth.
Miss, shall we not wait outside the arena?
After all, the Yi family is our most esteemed guest,
inquired a young woman dressed as a maid.
There is no need to wait, the outcome is already determined, Gu Wanxin replied languidly as she reclined on the plush interior of the carriage. The image of that man lingered in her mind, refusing to fade. Mighty beings at the transformation stage bowed before him. And the Li and Tang families were merely ants he could effortlessly crush.
Yunshao City may descend into turmoil, we must be thoroughly prepared, Gu Wanxin asserted.
Her devoted maid nodded in agreement. I hope the Yi family remains unharmed. I truly admire Phoenix Fairy, and I have a fondness for Ye Xiaoxiao,
the one who blows bubbles.
I sincerely wish for their safety, she expressed, anxiety etched on her face.
Rest assured, they will be fine.
Gu Wanxin reassured her with a gentle pat on the shoulder. Yi Huang, Ye Xiaoxiao, and the other three had left an indelible impression on her today. For they were remarkably extraordinary. In her lifetime, she had encountered such individuals only once before. His name was Shen Tianming, a court genius of the Wanbao Pavilion, who had ascended to the transformation stage at the tender age of 27.
Could the Yi family truly rival the ancient power of Wanbao Pavilion? Yet, she understood well that the transformation of Yi Huang and her companions was solely due to one person, Ye Suifeng. Perhaps I might attempt to nurture my little niece, Gu Wanxin pondered. Outside the arena, many anxiously awaited the outcome of the negotiations among the three great families. Suddenly, several figures shot forth from the arena, dispersing rapidly in all directions. It's Phoenix Fairy. Someone recognized the leader among them. They are safe, how wonderful. The head of the Yi family should be unharmed as well. Right? Of course. The crowd erupted in cheers. The Yi family's methods and strength had garnered the admiration of most, and they did not wish to see such a family perish. The outcome was unexpected. How had it come to this? Uncle Wen felt perplexed, unable to fathom how Ye Suifeng had survived against three formidable beings at the nascent soul stage. Perhaps the Yi family possessed hidden strength as well. Young man,
The goddess you admire may not be easily won, Uncle Wen remarked, glancing at the still unconscious Mi Feng before turning to leave. Let us go, the victor has been decided. Zhang Dong observed the retreating figures of the Ye family and moved forward.
Senior, who has triumphed? It must be the Ye family.
Several young individuals hurriedly followed him. Zhang Dong nodded. Prepare for our visit to the Ye family tomorrow. In the arena of clouds and battles, Ye Suifeng issued a command, prompting all core members of the Ye family to depart in preparation for quelling the chaos within the city and assuming control of Yunshao City.
Standing upon the high platform,
Ye Suifeng turned his gaze towards Tang Zhang. At that moment, Tang Zhang had lost all traces of his previous arrogance, collapsing helplessly to the ground. His body devoid of strength, his expression fraught with anxiety. Each death among the Li family members pierced his courage like a needle. Ye Suifeng was a presence far beyond his imagination. As Ye Suifeng's eyes fell upon him, Tang Zhang's heart raced to his throat.
Ye family head, I was wrong. Tang Zhang's voice trembled. What was your error?
Ye Suifeng suddenly smiled broadly. Tang Zhang faltered, then hastily continued. I should not have believed in Li Liusu's deceit, I should not have let wealth blind my eyes, I should not have opposed you.
Please spare me.
Spare the descendants of the Tang family. He knelt on the ground, repeatedly bowing his head in supplication, tears and snot nearly splattering onto Ye Suifeng's shoes.
Those who came here today to confront the Ye family must perish, Ye Suifeng declared.
Tang Zhang, blood staining his forehead, gazed at Ye Suifeng.
Comprehending the weight of those words, the Tang family would not suffer the same fate as the Li family, utterly erased from existence. However, the remaining Tang family members would forever be barred from cultivation. I grant you a moment to ponder, Ye Suifeng said. Tang Zhang bowed his head.
His eyes clouded with confusion.
To be unable to cultivate was akin to death for them.
His fists gradually clenched tightly, but moments later, they fell in despair.
At least it is better than death.
To live as an ordinary person, distanced from the tumult of the cultivation world, perhaps that, too, is a form of happiness.
Yet, he wished to make one final appeal.
Ye family head, Shaoqing and the others are unaware of today's plan.
Ye Suifeng scrutinized him and eventually nodded. You have 10 slots. Decide for yourself. Tang Zhang trembled, then bowed deeply. Thank you, esteemed elder, for your kindness.
Murky tears streamed from his eyes.
In a brief moment,
a piece of paper inscribed with 10 names appeared in Ye Suifeng's hand, with Tang Shaoqing prominently listed.
However,
Ye Suifeng was slightly taken aback to find that Tang Zhang had not inscribed his own name.
The names on the paper belonged to the most outstanding young members of the Tang family. Have you made your decision? Ye Suifeng inquired.
I have, Tang Zhang replied softly. Ye Suifeng nodded. He wished to say little, for he was now the villain.
Any words spoken would ring hollow. Since the decision to kill had been made, it would be done.
He extended his hand. Tang Zhang understood, biting his finger and trembling as he offered his blood into Ye Suifeng's palm.
Subsequently, he snapped his fingers.
Suddenly, the 10 young members of the Tang family were able to move, their faces pale with fear, gasping for breath.
Father! Family head!
Tang Shaoqing and the others looked anxiously at the kneeling Tang Zhang on the high platform.
Shaoqing, return now, abandon everything, lead our kin, and depart from Yunshao City. Never to return.
Tang Zhang spoke softly.
The visage of Tang Shaoqing was marred with sorrow.
Father, he uttered hoarsely.
Leave. Tang Zhang bellowed. Tang Shaoqing fell silent.
Kneeling down, he prostrated himself 3 times before the high platform.
Rising thereafter, he led the remaining members of the Tang family away without a backward glance.
Just as he stepped out of the arena, a resounding explosion echoed behind him.
Out of the corner of his eye,
he beheld the place where the Tang family once stood, now a river of blood.
Brother Shaoqing. Tang Mengxian hesitated to speak. Return. Tang Shaoqing growled, refusing to look back, striding forward resolutely.
At that moment, only Ye Suifeng and Tang Zhang remained in the arena. Ye Suifeng opened his palm, revealing a droplet of blood,
which bore a dark mark inscribed upon it.
It was a bloodline curse, empowered by the will of the heavenly Tao, unsolvable in this realm. The curse would take effect in 3 days, granting the surviving members of the Tang family ample time to endure the most perilous onset.
Ye Suifeng declared.
Tang Zheng did not include himself among those deserving of sympathy, which Ye Suifeng appreciated. Hence, he had afforded them 3 days' grace.
Thank you.
Tang Zhang lay prostrate on the ground, motionless. He had already severed his own fate.
Thus, the Li and Tang families were irrevocably expunged from Yunqiao City.
Ye Suifeng sighed lightly, rising into the sky. Below him, Yunqiao City gradually diminished in size.
The arrangement of buildings unfolded before his eyes in its entirety. The 3 great families firmly occupied the central position, though the domain of the Ye family was the most diminutive.
Suddenly, Ye Suifeng extended his hand, forming a sword with his fingers, etching a colossal character for Ye in the heavens.
With the completion of the final stroke, an infinite radiance burst forth from the inscription,
resonating with the great Tao, causing the heavens and earth to tremble. A beam of white light shot down from the heart of the character, illuminating the very center of Yunqiao City, where the 3 great families resided. Henceforth, this place shall be known as the Ye family, a new beginning. Chapter 56, Chaos in a dark, narrow tunnel. A heavy iron door was suddenly thrust open with a resounding bang.
A figure darted past an injured young man.
His face smeared with blood, gasping for breath, eyes wide with terror. He raced through the intricate underground passages, crashing through one iron door after another,
glancing back in fear as if pursued by some monstrous beast.
At last, he reached a smooth, green stone wall.
Desperately, he pressed his body against it,
fumbling in his pocket for a small, intricately crafted circular device. His fingers deftly manipulated its mechanisms.
With a series of clicks, a slender crack appeared in the luminous stone, gradually widening. Suddenly, the chilling sound of approaching footsteps echoed from deeper within the tunnel.
The young man whipped around, his pupils constricting in panic. With a surge of strength, he squeezed through the narrowing gap just as it threatened to close, feeling as if his ribs might shatter from the effort. Finally, he tumbled inside, collapsing onto the ground. Raising his head, he beheld a vast underground chamber, brightly lit and fragrant. At its center stood 3 ancient coffins, one of which was already ajar.
"Ancestor, please save me. Save your family," he cried out, scrambling to the coffin and pounding on its lid. Yet, there was no reply. "Ancestors, wake up!"
He struck the coffin with such force that blood trickled from his forehead, and at last, a wide gap opened in the once sealed lid. A wave of cold air wafted out, but still, no one responded. The footsteps grew ever closer, and despair washed over the young man's face. He turned to lean against the coffin, staring at the now open green stone door.
As the footsteps approached, a figure cloaked in purple emerged into his view.
"So this is the foundation of the Li family," Ye Huang remarked, surveying the surroundings. A dozen followers trailed closely behind her. No wonder it was referred to as the foundation. This place was at least several dozen feet below ground. She stepped forward to stand directly in front of the 3 coffins.
"You are not of the Li bloodline, are you? Why do you call them ancestors?" Ye Huang inquired,
leaning closer to scrutinize his face. The young man averted his gaze, murmuring, "My aunt is the legitimate wife of the 3rd master of the Li family." Understanding dawned on Ye Huang. He was an outsider by marriage. When she and her second uncle stormed into the Li residence,
only the outsiders and a few remaining relatives were left, thrown into disarray, unaware of the unfolding chaos.
Undoubtedly, her arrival incited their frenzied assaults.
Yet,
under the might of her second uncle, who had attained the nascent soul stage, none could withstand the onslaught of the Ye family.
In an almost instantaneous turn of events,
the situation devolved into a relentless game of cat and mouse, characterized by pursuit and evasion.
Ye Huang, in the face of this relentless chase, followed the young man into the depths of this underground space. "Spare me, I am merely Clang." The flash of a sword illuminated the air.
The young man's head was severed and fell to the ground. Ye Huang sheathed her long sword, her eyes devoid of any compassion. Should the elder of the Li family truly awaken, it would mean death for her and all those behind her.
Ye Huang straightened,
casting her gaze once more upon the artificially created space.
"Let us obliterate it with explosive talismans.
The Ye family has no need for such buried heritage."
Moments later, the earth trembled, accompanied by a deafening roar, as the majority of the Li family's surface structures collapsed in a cacophony. Ye Huang and Ye Suifeng stood side by side, observing the devastation before them.
I never imagined I would witness the fall of the Li family within my lifetime. Ye Suifeng remarked with a hint of melancholy.
Cousin Ye Long and Uncle Bao have gone to the Tang family, should we not hasten there? Ye Huang inquired. No need.
Ye Suifeng replied, gazing upward at the enormous character for Ye suspended in the sky, his waist adorned with a jade pendant that shimmered with a faint glow. The moment that character appeared, he sensed a transformation in the pendant, which had evolved into a treasure capable of both offense and defense.
Now, neither the Li family nor the Tang family had any rivals among them.
Meanwhile, the streets of Yunshao City descended into chaos. The sudden annihilation of the Li family sent the Tang family into disarray, with people scattering in all directions.
The shops, once thriving under the auspices of the two great families, hastily closed their doors, preparing to flee. In a lavishly appointed alchemy shop, a gaunt middle-aged man frantically filled his storage ring with vials and jars, their luminescence reflecting his urgency. Just as he was about to make his escape, a thunderous crash reverberated as the shop's door was flung open, and several figures blocked his path. At the forefront stood Ye Qingyao. Master Du?
Ye Qingyao paused upon recognizing the man. This middle-aged individual was none other than Du Haisheng, a fifth-tier alchemist who had taught at the Ye family for years before betraying them. He had clandestinely forged an alliance with the Li family, abandoning the Ye family during their most desperate times, taking with him a host of talented apprentices and a wealth of secrets. Both had assumed they would never cross paths again, yet fate had orchestrated this encounter in a shop belonging to the Li family.
Ah, it is little Chenya,
Du Haisheng observed, his demeanor surprisingly calm as he surveyed the group.
I never expected you to achieve such success.
Nor did I expect you to align yourself with our adversaries, Ye Qingyao retorted. The atmosphere grew heavy with tension.
I was never truly one of the Ye family.
Du Haisheng suddenly erupted, his voice rising.
I was merely a hired guest. When offered better terms elsewhere, it was only natural for me to depart. Ambition propels individuals upward, while water flows downward.
Ye Qingyao regarded him with a frigid indifference, devoid of any emotion.
That does not justify your betrayal of the Ye family's secrets to the Li clan.
At that time, 3 masters from the Ye family departed simultaneously,
resulting in losses that transcended merely the loss of instructors. Most critically, they divulged a plethora of internal secrets of the Ye family. Du Haisheng fell silent, unable to refute these claims. Betrayal is, indeed, betrayal.
The atmosphere between them grew increasingly tense, as if they were on the cusp of drawing blades against one another. Sighing softly, Ye Qingyao spoke, regardless of the circumstances, you were once my alchemical mentor. I harbor no desire to engage in conflict with you.
Leave everything behind and depart from Yunshao City.
With that, she extended her hand. From this day forth, our bond shall be severed.
Du Haisheng, with a darkened countenance,
caressed the storage ring upon his hand. Within it lay the wealth of an entire establishment, sufficient for a life of extravagance.
Yet,
faced with the formidable presence of the Ye family, the likelihood of his departure with any possessions seemed exceedingly slim. After a moment of contemplation, Du Haisheng sighed, removing the storage ring and stepping forward to place it in Ye Qinyao's palm.
Shaoqin, you have been my most astute pupil, he declared. Before I take my leave, allow me to impart one final lesson: never underestimate the malevolence of the human heart. Suddenly,
a fierce look flickered across Du Haisheng's face as he curled his fingers into a claw, lunging toward Ye Qinyao's throat.
As a formidable practitioner of the golden body realm, the distance was too short for her companions to intervene. Capturing her would guarantee his escape with the wealth intact. His movement was swift, and he was mere moments away from seizing her neck. In an instant, a beam of light illuminated his face, freezing his actions. A mirror materialized in Ye Qinyao's hand. I have never underestimated, she stated coolly. My apologies, Master Du. Upon her words, Du Haisheng, ensnared by the radiant mirror's light, visibly aged before their eyes. Ultimately, he crumbled into a desiccated corpse, collapsing to the ground. Outside Yunshao City, a group of several dozen individuals hastily fled into the distance. After running for many miles, they finally slowed their pace. Surely, the Ye family has not pursued us? No, it seems they have spared us, but we are now utterly destitute. Brother Shaoqing, what shall we do?
Tang Xiaoqing stood at the forefront, casting a glance back at the diminishing silhouette of Yunxiao City.
We leave, he declared, turning resolutely and stepping forward with purpose. Chapter 57, Reconstruction of the Ye family, head of the family's study. On the desk, an octagonal array plate lay prominently. Each corner embedded with a brilliant high-grade spirit stone, intricate patterns of formations intricately linking the 8 stones together. Ye Suifeng channeled a surge of spiritual energy. And in an instant, the entire array plate illuminated.
A familiar city materialized above the array, its contours distinctly visible.
It was indeed Yunxiao City. Ye Suifeng executed a spell,
causing the ethereal image of Yunxiao City to expand dramatically, revealing all its towers and streets, ultimately settling on the architectural complex of the 3 prominent families. An inexplicable sense of futuristic technology enveloped him. Ye Suifeng marveled, this array plate had been unearthed from the Tang family's treasury.
Essentially, it was a map of Yunxiao City, but in a comprehensive 3-dimensional format. Numerous similar trinkets had also been discovered within the repositories of the 2 major families. There were levitating boards designed for swift travel, easily assembled simple pavilions, even mattresses for massages, and large iron pots capable of cooking meals autonomously. While these items bore no utility in combat or cultivation, they proved immensely beneficial in various aspects of daily life. They utterly transformed Ye Suifeng's perception of the cultivation realm. Was the cultivation world solely about training in conflict? Yet, he soon comprehended. The civilization of this world had flourished for countless millennia. Despite the predominant themes of cultivation and ascension, the nuances of daily life could not be overlooked. Take food, for instance. The abundance of ingredients led to an astonishing variety of delicacies, far surpassing anything from his previous life. Ye Suifeng's aspiration to savor the culinary wonders of the world seemed increasingly elusive. Brother, at that moment, Suiyun entered from outside. How goes it?
Ye Suifeng inquired without lifting his gaze.
Essentially stabilized, Suiyun replied.
Initially, it was indeed chaotic.
Many shops of the Li and Tang families were suddenly left unattended, and numerous individuals seized the opportunity to pilfer. However, with our intervention, most incidents have been quelled.
Thankfully, those young fellows brought back a substantial number of cultivators months ago. Otherwise, taking control of Yunxiao City would have proven quite challenging.
A city's governance cannot be managed without adequate manpower. The recently recruited loose cultivators have played a crucial role.
Currently, only the Ye family remains in Yunxiao City, and a multitude of cultivators are vying to join our family.
Many have privately begun referring to Yunxiao City as Ye City, Suiyun exclaimed, excitement radiating from his expression.
This scenario was beyond anything he could have ever dreamt.
I reiterate. We must delineate the hierarchy clearly.
Those who join now should be treated distinctly from the previous batch. I do not wish to see any notions of equality that disguise themselves as benevolence, Ye Suifeng asserted.
Suiyun nodded, having occupied a high position for long.
He naturally understood that treating everyone equally is merely a beautifully deceptive poison.
Indeed, my brother, the Li and Tang families have been thoroughly plundered,
and their original structures have suffered varying degrees of damage. Particularly the Li family, whose underground spaces have been obliterated, nearly collapsing entirely.
How shall we address this? Suiyun inquired.
Ye Suifeng raised his hand, fixing the array map on the cluster of buildings belonging to the 3 prominent families.
The map had yet to be updated,
so all structures appeared intact.
The 3 families were situated in the very heart of Yunxiao City, occupying a vast expanse of land,
with the Ye family claiming merely about 1/5 of it. They shall be raised and rebuilt, declared Ye Suifeng.
Suiyun was momentarily taken aback. Brother,
there are still many buildings within that are perfectly intact.
I am aware.
I simply find them unsightly, replied Ye Suifeng with indifference. Suiyun could not help but be astonished. Furthermore, after leveling them, we shall construct a new residence centered around the current Ye family. As our household has grown rather crowded, he added, drawing a large circle on the map.
Its area exceeds that of the current Ye family by more than tenfold. Brother, is this not a bit excessive?
The number of people in our family has not yet reached such proportions. Suiyun felt it was somewhat exaggerated.
Surely.
It will continue to grow, Ye Suifeng remarked, casting a glance at him. I have heard that your wife is recently with child?
Suiyun's face flushed crimson. And he awkwardly chuckled. Well, the family is thriving, and I am quite pleased. A flourishing lineage is indeed a good thing, stated Ye Suifeng.
I do hope you can spare some time to delve into the origins of life.
Do you understand? Suiyun felt embarrassed, repeatedly affirming, I understand, I understand.
Ye Suifeng shook his head. This world remains far less liberated regarding matters between men and women than in my previous life. He then turned his gaze back to the map. At a glance, the architectural layout of Yunshao City appeared quite chaotic, with crooked paths and many dead ends,
creating an uncomfortable sight.
After some contemplation, Ye Suifeng casually drew 2 vertical lines, centering around the Ye family, thereby dividing the entire city into 4 sections.
We shall construct 4 main roads radiating outward from this point.
Subsequently, we need to find a designer of high caliber to properly arrange the buildings within the city. My requirements are for it to be clean, orderly, and accessible in all directions.
Is that clear? Suiyun's expression was one of sheer astonishment. Brother, are you intending to completely demolish the entire city and start anew? Why not?
Ye Suifeng replied, this chaotic appearance vexes me. I demand a complete redesign.
As he spoke,
he noticed that the Ye family's location was somewhat off-center in the city, leaning slightly to the left, causing a misalignment with the 4 city gates if a cross were to be drawn from it.
What shall we do about this? Suiyun, look at this wall. It is large yet not circular.
It too must be demolished and reconstructed. We must ensure a perfectly standard circle is formed, Ye Suifeng stated earnestly.
Suiyun was utterly bewildered.
He had no inkling of what his brother truly intended to accomplish, and he did not dare to inquire further.
However,
there must be a reason behind my elder brother's actions, a rationale that is undoubtedly difficult for one at my level to comprehend.
Hence, I shall comply.
Very well. I shall make the necessary arrangements immediately. It is merely a circular city wall. Our Yunshao city shall strive to be the most unique one on the continent.
Yet little does Suiyun know that his elder brother is merely experiencing a bout of obsessive-compulsive behavior. That will suffice for now.
Ye Suifeng diverted his gaze from the map,
fearing that he might concoct yet another idea. By the way, how have the other factions within the city been faring lately? In Yunshao City, aside from the 3 prominent families, there exist 3 additional factions wielding considerable influence.
The first is the Wanbao Pavilion, a central hub for cultivators,
bustling with a multitude of visitors daily.
The second is the Suifeng Tower, the most prestigious tavern in Yunshao City, which also features the enchanting Suifeng Garden. The third is the Shangyun Courtyard, a place of ephemeral beauty, which requires no further elaboration.
Has there been any activity from Wanbao Pavilion in recent days? Ye Suifeng inquired.
None, replied Suiyun. Since the battle for Yunshao City, Wanbao Pavilion has remained exceedingly quiet, with its members rarely venturing outside and exercising great caution.
Ye Suifeng nodded.
Gu Wanxin is astute, and if he does not speak, she would never act independently.
Summon Gu Wanxin to see me tomorrow. This woman still holds potential for collaboration. And what of the Suifeng Tower and Shangyun Courtyard? Suiyun responded, Shangyun Courtyard has been quite reserved as well,
though the proprietor of Suifeng Tower seems to be growing increasingly restless. Reports indicate that he has begun purchasing nearby land, likely with intentions of expansion. Ye Suifeng stroked his chin, pondering for a moment.
Let us call them all in tomorrow. Let us discuss the intricacies of life.
Chapter 58, Rectification. Upon learning that the Ye family intended to reconstruct Yunshao City, Dong Tianji was filled with exhilaration. As a 6th-rank array master and a distinguished architect,
he possessed profound expertise in architectural design.
Having had a minor disagreement with the head of the Ye family previously, he resolved to prove his worth in this endeavor. Thus, he sought out the second master, Ye Suiyun, to express his aspirations. Suiyun, who was troubled by the lack of capable hands for this task, was delighted to see Dong Tianji volunteer, and he promptly entrusted him with the rudimentary blueprints and requirements. Brimming with confidence, Dong Tianji opened the plans, only to be rendered utterly speechless.
Whose ingenious mind conceived such designs?
He felt as if he had been petrified, having never encountered such a peculiar layout.
Placing his family at the very heart of the city was one matter, but constructing 4 direct thoroughfares leading to the family abode? Was it not excessively conspicuous? Furthermore, the so-called requirements of cleanliness and orderliness seemed more suited for a backyard than a city. Should not the primary consideration for a city be the distinction between the highborn and the common folk? What truly left him aghast was the circular city wall. Good heavens! Was the intention to create the most bizarre city on the continent? Dong Tianji felt overwhelmed. This task appeared daunting, yet he was reluctant to relinquish the opportunity.
After much contemplation, he sought the counsel of Hu Chuang, a fellow 6th-rank master of weaponry. This individual had traveled extensively and was well-versed in diverse architectural styles,
perhaps having encountered such eccentric designs before. The designer of this city seemed to have overlooked the safety of the family. Upon reviewing the blueprints, Hu Chuang, too, furrowed his brow. Like Dong Tianji, he perceived that placing the family in such a prominent position was excessively conspicuous. In the event of an emergency, escape would prove exceedingly challenging. Thus, they resolved to approach the issue from an underground perspective. However, Hu Chuang soon devised a plan, and together, he and Dong Tianji endeavored to steer this fanciful design back on course. Meanwhile, the instigator of their troubles leisurely sipped tea in the reception hall. Elder brother. They have arrived, announced Sui Yun as he entered.
Let them come in one by one, replied Ye Suifeng. In the reception hall, 3 individuals awaited Ye Suifeng's summons. One was Gu Wanxin, who had visited numerous times before and appeared at ease, her expression relaxed. Another was a portly middle-aged man, fair-skinned and impeccably dressed in opulent attire, adorned with glistening jewels. He sat with an air of confidence. He was Feng Yi, the proprietor of the Drunken Dream Pavilion. The last was an elderly woman, sitting upright with a serious demeanor, her murky eyes reflecting a hint of unease. She was Granny Hua, the creator of Shangyun Courtyard.
Lord Gu. It is a pleasure to see you, Feng Yi spoke first after a brief wait. You are indeed a frequent visitor to the Drunken Dream Pavilion.
I recall your previous visit with the head of the Yi family. Feng Yi chuckled, attempting to ingratiate himself with Gu Wanxin.
Indeed, that event did occur, Gu Wanxin replied, reclining against her chair.
Ha, then it seems your relationship with the head of the Yi family is rather special,
Feng Yi remarked.
But Gu Wanxin merely gazed at him in silence. Assuming her silence was acquiescence, Feng Yi inquired,
do you know why the head of the Yi family has summoned us today?
Gu Wanxin did not respond. Instead, she shifted to a more comfortable position and smiled slightly.
Boss Feng, have you been away from Yunchao City recently?
Feng Yi was taken aback for a moment before laughing heartily. Gu Pavilion Master, you are truly perceptive.
How did you notice?
Indeed, I returned to Linjiang City in the southern region half a year ago and have only just returned.
I am astonished by the changes in Yunchao City. Linjiang City, one of the 9 city alliance, is located south of Su City. It is said to be even more prosperous than Su City.
Gu Wanxin nodded and chuckled softly. That is indeed the case. Had you been here recently, you would not have used the term please.
Feng Yi furrowed his brow slightly. Pavilion Master Gu, what do you mean by that? Gu Wanxin chose to remain silent,
not wishing to draw too close to someone like him. Feng Yi felt a sense of bewilderment at her gaze, which seemed to regard him as a fool.
Moments later, he redirected his attention towards Granny Hua.
Granny Hua, as an old friend, I must kindly remind you. I have heard that the head of the Yi family possesses a noble heart, compassionate towards the world, and cannot abide certain unsavory matters. You ought to be cautious with your words later. Though Feng Yi offered this warning with a veneer of friendliness, his eyes gleamed with schadenfreude. He and Granny Hua had a competitive relationship, and the prospect of her misfortune delighted him. Granny Hua merely huffed in response, remaining silent. Nevertheless, her expression grew increasingly tense.
Indeed, such rumors circulated externally.
If Ye Suifeng could not tolerate the frivolities of the world, then
Granny Hua, please come with me. At that moment, Sui Yun entered the parlor.
Upon hearing her name, Granny Hua involuntarily shuddered, then slowly rose, her expression grave as she followed Sui Yun out.
Had.
She is surely in for it, Feng Yi smirked at Gu Wanxin.
Gu Wanxin rolled her eyes and simply closed them.
Whether Granny Hua would face dire consequences remained to be seen, but if Feng He continued his antics, he would undoubtedly encounter trouble.
In the inner hall, Ye Suifeng sat, holding several sheets of stationery. Under Sui Yun's guidance, Granny Hua entered.
Ye Suifeng glanced at her, instructing, "Take a seat."
"Thank you, Head Yi."
Granny Hua replied respectfully. Ye Suifeng turned his attention back to the papers, saying, "The Shangyun courtyard in Yunshao City was established by you, was it not?"
"Yes," she affirmed. "Kidnapping virtuous young women, then grooming them to serve as playthings for the affluent, is also your handiwork, is it not?" The second question plunged Granny Hua's heart into despair. "Master Yi, I." The elder interrupted, only to be cut off by Ye Suifeng. "Yes, I have engaged in such actions." The elder, known as Granny Hua, lowered her head.
Ye Suifeng remained silent, an intangible pressure weighing heavily upon Granny Hua, rendering her exceedingly uneasy. Beads of cold sweat began to trickle down her furrowed brow. After a brief moment, Ye Suifeng set the letter aside.
"From this day forth, do not let me discover similar occurrences again, understood?" Granny Hua abruptly raised her head, her expression one of astonishment. "Is that all?" She found it hard to believe.
Ye Suifeng arched an eyebrow.
"Oh. I understand now. In fact, since Shangyun Courtyard has flourished, such matters have ceased."
"As long as you comprehend," Ye Suifeng replied, gesturing for her to depart.
Granny Hua rose, bowing deeply before leaving the inner chamber. "I thought you would eradicate Shangyun Courtyard," Suiyun remarked with a smile. "Eradicate it? Why would I do that?"
Ye Suifeng shook his head. "Such places exist for a reason. Destroy one, and another will promptly emerge."
"It is better to find one that is more compliant for easier management." With that, Ye Suifeng waved his hand. "Bring Feng He here. This fellow seems rather inflated."
Chapter 59, The Celestial Array Stone. It has long been said that the head of the Yi family possesses an extraordinary demeanor, and upon meeting him today, it is evident that he is indeed remarkable, a true paragon of youthful talent. With a hearty laugh, Feng He entered from outside, his face glowing with vitality.
He clasped his fists and took a seat opposite Ye Suifeng.
Ye Suifeng remarked, "You are quite the affable one, Mr. Feng."
He glanced at the documents in his hand. Diving straight into the matter at hand, "I have heard that you have been acquiring land near the Dreamland Pavilion these past few days?" "Ha ha. It seems I cannot keep anything from you, my dear brother Yi."
Feng He chuckled. "The Yi family is formidable, in just a single day. You have vanquished the two other prominent families.
It is truly admirable.
Such a significant event has revealed a tremendous business opportunity to me, prompting my actions." Feng He sat confidently in his chair, observing Ye Suifeng as if he expected him to be greatly intrigued by this so-called lucrative opportunity. Ye Suifeng was baffled by his misplaced confidence. After a moment of silence, noticing that Ye Suifeng remained unfazed, Feng He spoke again, "Head Yi,
this opportunity could lead us to substantial profits together." Ye Suifeng raised his hand, interrupting him. "Enough. I have no interest in your so-called opportunity." Feng He was momentarily taken aback.
"Head Yi, we are talking about a significant amount of spirit stones.
If we join forces, my estimation is that the profits would reach at least hundreds of millions annually. Surely you cannot claim to be indifferent to spirit stones?" Determined to tempt him, Feng He released a few enticing details. Having spent several years in Yunshao City, he was well acquainted with the financial conditions of the three major families.
The Yi family's annual revenue was merely in the range of tens of millions. Even with the annihilation of the other two families, their wealth could not multiply drastically.
The increase in wealth was far more complex than he imagined.
Thus, he believed that the prospect of hundreds of millions each year would surely entice Ye Suifeng.
Unfortunately,
having been away from Yunshao City for too long, he was unaware that times had changed.
"My interest in spirit stones is not as profound as you may presume. The reason I summoned you today is for another matter."
Ye Suifeng set aside the documents and produced a blueprint, placing it on the table. "Yunshao City is preparing for reconstruction, and your Dreamland Pavilion obstructs the construction of the main road. It must be demolished.
Please provide a price." Feng He was momentarily at a loss for words upon seeing the blueprint. Such a large-scale reconstruction of Yunqiao City? Does the Ye family possess such financial resources? Head Ye. This is rather inappropriate. When Dreamland Pavilion first arrived in Yunqiao City, we made an agreement to avoid interference with one another. Feng He gradually lost his smile. Who did you make this agreement with? The Tang family among the three major families?
Ye Suifeng shook his head slightly.
Since arriving in this world,
he had encountered few fools, but Feng He certainly qualified as one. The current master of Yunqiao City is the Ye family, and if one wishes to do business here, they must adhere to the Ye family's arrangements. Either provide a price and sell Dreamland Pavilion to us, or you may pack your belongings and leave.
I grant you but a single opportunity to choose.
Having spoken, Ye Suifeng ceased to engage with him. Suddenly, Feng He sprang from his chair, brimming with indignation.
Ye Suifeng, do you truly believe yourself invincible? He exclaimed. Above me lies Linjiang City, and... Just as Feng He began to fume, an overwhelming sense of suffocation washed over him.
He then beheld a golden orb, exuding a radiant glow, gently rising from his dantian and drifting into Ye Suifeng's grasp. It was his golden dan. Ye Suifeng, clutching the golden dan, produced a low-grade spirit stone and placed it alongside the golden dan.
One golden dan. Combined with a spirit stone, will that suffice to acquire the entirety of your Zui Manglu?
If so, we shall draft an agreement, and you may take them away.
Ye Suifeng's patience was wearing thin.
Had he known the nature of his counterpart, he would never have deigned to meet him in person. Having encountered such individuals often,
he was well aware of their diminishing intellect.
He now yearned to conclude this matter swiftly. Feng He stood frozen in place, his mind racing with dread. The golden dan was something of immense value, and yet Ye Suifeng had so effortlessly claimed it.
What transpired during his half-year absence from Yunqiao City? I shall sign. Feng He stammered.
In short order, an agreement was finalized. And Ye Suifeng acquired all the assets of Zui Manglu for the price of a low-grade spirit stone. Subsequently, Feng He reclaimed his scorching spirit stone. His heart consumed by regret. Had he known, he would have capitulated to Ye Suifeng's proposal from the outset and sold Zui Meng Yuan without hesitation. After Feng He departed, Ye Suifeng rubbed his temples. Such matters should henceforth be entrusted to Sui Yun and the others. It was all rather tedious.
Moments later,
a familiar figure appeared at the door. Master Yi, Gu Wanxin greeted, her hands clasped respectfully before her. I hope you can comport yourself with a semblance of normalcy.
I have had quite enough of vexation for today.
Ye Suifeng gestured for her to take a seat.
Gu Wanxin smiled gently.
It is rare to witness you in such a state. She settled into her chair.
Is it because of Feng He? Let us not speak of that fool.
Ye Suifeng retorted. Now, tell me about yourself. Why have you been sequestered within Wanbao Pavilion, scarcely emerging? Gu Wanxin replied, naturally, I have been awaiting your instructions, Master Yi. You belong to Wanbao Pavilion, not to the Yi family. There is no need to heed my commands, Ye Suifeng remarked, taking a sip of tea.
Gu Wanxin chuckled softly, then sighed lightly.
Master Yi, if you do not provide me refuge, it may not be long before you are forever deprived of my presence.
Why is that?
Ye Suifeng inquired, his brow furrowing slightly.
Do you recall the last time you tasked me with investigating the whereabouts of the spirit stones from Wanbao Pavilion? Gu Wanxin asked.
Ye Suifeng nodded, recalling his curiosity regarding what resources Wanbao Pavilion was exchanging for such an abundance of spirit stones, as they were not sustenance.
Have you unearthed any clues?
Indeed, Gu Wanxin responded, producing a box crafted from an unknown metal from her storage ring and placing it upon the table.
Every transaction at Wanbage leaves a trace.
After bribing certain individuals, I uncovered an extraordinary truth. Each year, a significant portion of the spirit stones generated by our branches mysteriously vanishes within a specific time frame.
Subsequently,
a new item, known as the Tianjin stone, appears on the materials list.
Eager to unravel the hidden intricacies behind this enigma,
I seized the opportunity to approach an individual responsible for managing the Tianjin stone. Gu Wanxin observed Ye Suifeng, her hands resting on either side of the box.
However, I was utterly unprepared for the revelation that awaited me.
Upon speaking, she gently pressed her hands down. accompanied by a series of clicking sounds. The metallic casing transformed like countless minuscule building blocks, evolving from a rectangular form into a Tai Chi-shaped array disc. Suspended above the disc were three objects. On the far left, there stood a small tripod cauldron, adorned with intricate, interwoven array patterns that sent shivers down one's spine upon a mere glance.
In the center,
a nine-tiered pagoda, entirely transparent and resplendent, was surrounded by wispy clouds, exuding an air of mystique. To the far right lay a glowing stone, which appeared somewhat familiar. This was the Tianjin stone.
Gu Wanxing gazed at the luminous stone with immense incredulity.
It was only now that I realized the vast wealth of spirit stones amassed by Wanbage was merely to procure this small Tianjin stone.
Indeed.
This Tianjin stone was forged from an abundance of pure spirit stones, requiring at least 1 billion top-grade spirit stones for its fusion. Gu Wanxing marveled at the revelation.
Without Ye Suifeng's presence, the entire Wanbeijian society would sell roughly 1 billion top-grade spirit stones in a year.
Ye Suifeng was similarly astonished, not anticipating that Wanbage handled spirit stones in such a manner.
Moreover, he could not shake the feeling that the Tianjin stone looked eerily familiar. Suddenly, he raised an eyebrow.
Another glowing stone appeared in his hand, identical to the Tianjin stone on the array disc.
Master Yi, you possess such a precious treasure of heaven and earth. Gu Wanxing's eyes widened in disbelief.
The Tianjin stone is not to be confused with heavenly treasures, it is a top-tier material with unique properties,
attainable only by superpowers like Wanbage.
Ye Suifeng remained silent, a dawning realization washing over him.
No wonder he had not heard the name Lingjing for so long. People referred to this item as the Tianjin stone. He glanced at the balance in his wallet, 36.5 trillion. Chapter 60, The Tower of Origin. Ye Suifeng initially believed that, due to his reckless spending, he would soon exhaust the meager remnants of spirit stones in his wallet. However,
he was taken aback to discover that the spirit stones themselves were merely trifles.
Alas, how narrow-minded he was. If Gu Wanxing's assertions held true,
a single spirit crystal equated to a staggering 1 billion top-grade spirit stones.
Thus, how many top-grade spirit stones would 36.5 trillion spirit crystals yield? And how many inferior-grade spirit stones would that amount to?
With such an overwhelming fortune, he pondered anxiously how one might ever exhaust it.
How does Wanbao Pavilion convert heavenly array stones? And what is the purpose of transforming spirit stones into heavenly array stones? What functions do heavenly array stones serve?
Ye Suifeng's mind raced with a flurry of questions. Reluctantly withdrawing her gaze from the heavenly array stone, Gu Wanxing responded, I, too, was once perplexed by these mysteries. Such information is held in the highest secrecy within Wanbao Pavilion, and I initially believed that uncovering even a trace would require considerable effort.
Yet,
to my astonishment, she gazed at the small cauldron and tower on the array disc, a bittersweet smile gracing her lips.
I cannot discern whether this is fortune or misfortune.
The methods for converting spirit stones into heavenly array stones, as well as the purposes of the heavenly array stones, are all contained within this box.
Therefore, if you,
esteemed head of the Yi family, do not offer me sanctuary, I shall find myself without a resting place. Gu Wanxing had originally intended only to borrow the heavenly array stone, to present it to Ye Suifeng for his examination before deciding her course of action.
Yet,
she could not have anticipated that the box concealed such monumental secrets. She was acutely aware that the moment she surreptitiously appropriated the box,
her life was no longer entirely her own.
Ye Suifeng remained silent, his hand gradually extending toward the small cauldron on the array disc, which floated delicately in his palm. It was then that he realized it was not a tangible small cauldron.
In truth, it was a meticulously detailed diagram, a three-dimensional blueprint.
Ye Suifeng extended his vast consciousness,
enveloping it instantaneously.
Within mere breaths, he comprehended the entirety of the small cauldron's essence.
Thus, he discerned. The small cauldron was named the Spirit Power Furnace,
serving but a singular function, the conversion of spirit stones. Under standard regulations, 100 inferior-grade spirit stones could be transformed into a single medium-grade spirit stone.
100 medium-grade spirit stones could yield a single top-grade spirit stone.
Only 1 billion top-grade spirit stones could be transmuted into a singular spirit crystal, namely, the heavenly array stone. The Spirit Power Furnace was fundamentally constructed from heavenly array stones and array formations.
The array formation served as the core.
while the heavenly array stone acted as the conduit, a passageway connecting to the laws of the celestial realm. The artificially arranged array, through the heavenly array stone, anchored itself to the celestial laws, drawing upon the power of the rules.
Thus, it was capable of transforming the very essence of spirit stones.
No wonder spirit crystals were referred to as heavenly array stones. Such stones could directly link to the laws of the celestial realm, serving as conductors of these rules.
Consequently,
cultivators could harness forces beyond human comprehension, enabling them to perform astonishing feats of creation.
Let us commence with a trial.
The spirit power furnace encompasses 3 distinct levels,
each characterized by its conversion efficiency.
The highest grade furnace necessitates a staggering 10,000 celestial array stones,
equivalent to a decade's worth of revenue from Sioux City, a truly terrifying prospect.
With a flourish of his hand, Ye Suifeng conjured 10,000 celestial array stones,
which floated before them as if they were worthless, much to Gu Wanxin's astonishment.
Subsequently, he executed a series of intricate hand seals, continuously inscribing one formation after another upon the inner walls of the celestial array stones. The complexity and difficulty of the formations required by the spirit power furnace were enough to make one's scalp tingle.
Should Dong Tianji,
a master of the 6th rank in formations, attempt this task, even with unwavering dedication, it would take him several millennia to complete. Even Ye Suifeng found the undertaking somewhat challenging. It took him the duration of a stick of incense to finalize all the formations.
Success!
Upon Ye Suifeng's command,
a small azure cauldron, nearly the size of a human head and adorned with 3 sets of ears, gracefully descended onto the table. As it landed,
a resounding celestial melody seemed to echo faintly, symbolizing an unparalleled treasure. Gu Wanxin stared blankly at the cauldron before her, her mind reverberating. The image of the 10,000 celestial array stones floating in the air still lingered in her thoughts.
All right, let us proceed with the trial.
Ye Suifeng snapped his fingers,
and Gu Wanxin's mind cleared instantly, compelling her to focus intently.
After a moment's contemplation, Ye Suifeng opened his wallet, unleashing a torrent of low-grade spirit stones into the cauldron, as if discarding refuse, causing Gu Wanxin to be momentarily dazzled. He continued until he had poured in 100 trillion stones, at which point he paused. The interior of the cauldron held a vast storage space capable of accommodating such an immense quantity. With a mere thought, he activated the first formation. Within the span of a tea brew, the light of the formation gradually faded. Ye Suifeng probed with his divine sense and discovered that the low-grade spirit stones had all transformed into mid-grade stones, totaling exactly 100 billion.
Interesting, Ye Suifeng chuckled. Activating the second formation. After a few breaths, the stones morphed into 10 billion high-grade spirit stones, an impressive efficiency.
Nodding in approval, he initiated the final formation. The exterior of the cauldron flickered with light and shadow. This process continued for half a stick of incense before gradually coming to a halt. An enigmatic aura emanated forth as he beckoned, revealing a freshly forged celestial array stone nestled in his palm. Not bad, Ye Suifeng mused, feeling quite satisfied with the cauldron. At last, he could manage the low and mid-grade spirit stones cluttering his wallet. Those cumbersome quantities had become a source of irritation.
At that moment,
had Gu Wanxin been aware of Ye Suifeng's thoughts, she would undoubtedly have clung to his leg, exclaiming, "Big brother, relinquish your burdens to me, allow me to bear them." After completing the experiment with the spirit power furnace, Ye Suifeng turned his gaze toward the small tower at the center.
The cauldron is intended for merging the celestial array stones, so what role does this tower play? He pondered aloud. Gu Wanxin nodded with an expression of profound complexity. Very well, let me see. With a mere thought, Ye Suifeng enveloped the entire small tower with his consciousness, revealing all its secrets in an instant. The Origin Tower.
This was a 9-story pagoda, constructed entirely from heavenly array stones and intricate formations, much like a spirit power refinery. Each level of the Origin Tower served a distinct purpose. And with each ascent, the required number of heavenly array stones increased tenfold. Furthermore, the efficacy of all preceding levels also amplified tenfold with each new tier. The first level, it can produce a drop of spirit chi essence annually, requiring 1,000 heavenly array stones. Spirit chi essence, an exceptionally pure liquid that can be utilized directly for cultivation, alter the concentration of spirit chi within a certain vicinity, nourish spiritual artifacts,
and enlighten spirit beasts. Its applications are manifold.
The second level, it can produce a drop of body refinement essence each year, necessitating 10,000 heavenly array stones. Body refinement essence, it refines the physical form and can merge with any auxiliary body refining treasures, enhancing their effects exponentially. It can also, to some degree, strengthen one's innate talent for cultivation. The third level, it can generate a drop of soul essence annually, requiring 100,000 heavenly array stones. Soul essence, it refines the soul and enhances comprehension. Moving on to the fourth level, we find life essence, a liquid representing the essence of life itself. It can heal wounds and promote the growth of spiritual herbs and medicinal plants. The fifth level, innate essence. It can cultivate various innate physiques. The sixth level, sacred essence. It can nurture extraordinary abilities that defy the heavens. The seventh level, creation essence. It can transcend the limits of life, becoming a true child of the heavenly Tao. The eighth level, rule essence. It can be utilized to master the laws of heaven and earth. The ninth level, it can produce a drop of heavenly Tao essence each year, requiring 100 billion heavenly array stones. Heavenly Tao essence, it governs and creates laws. Upon concluding his examination, Ye Suifeng finally comprehended the reason behind it all. No wonder these superpowers could unleash a single core disciple who could easily overpower the most exceptional geniuses of ordinary great powers. The truth lay herein. Chapter 61, A 10,000 First. Having perused all the information regarding the Tower of Origins, Ye Suifeng rested his arms on the table, cradling his chin, lost in contemplation. If the information was accurate, a 9-tiered Tower of Origins could produce an astounding 100 million drops of spiritual essence, 10 million drops of body tempering essence, and 1 million drops of soul essence each year. These three types of essences are fundamental to cultivation. Just imagine how many formidable beings could be forged from such resources. Not to mention the subsequent innate essences, sacred essences, and transformative essences. With such an abundance of resources, even the most extraordinary prodigies could be nurtured. If it weren't for Gu Wanxin fortuitously uncovering this, who knows how long the multitude of spirit stones and crystals in his possession would have remained dormant. My sincerest apologies, Ye family head, Gu Wanxin said, observing the silent Ye Suifeng with an expression of deep regret. I was so astounded earlier that I forgot to inform you that the Tower of Origins is the most deserving of the investment in heavenly array stones. We should not have squandered those 10,000 stones on the spiritual power furnace. It is entirely my fault. Ah! Ye Suifeng was momentarily taken aback. Soon realizing that the young lady had misunderstood, she presumed that he was left with a mere 10,000 heavenly array stones. No worries, no worries. You have been an immense help to me this time, he replied with a hearty laugh. Gu Wanxin blinked her eyes in surprise. Ye family head. Call me brother Ye, Ye Suifeng interjected. By the way, you should not be older than I am, right? He had not inquired about Gu Wanxin's age. And now that he was prepared to regard her as a friend, he deemed such probing unnecessary. To scrutinize with divine sense would be rather impolite. Gu Wanxin merely smiled lightly, not disclosing her age, and replied, Brother Ye. Ye Suifeng nodded thoughtfully. By the way, where did you acquire this box? Such an item seems ill-suited for circulation within the confines of Sioux City, he inquired. The box contained all the information regarding the spiritual power furnace and the Tower of Origins. How could such a monumental secret be carelessly paraded about? It belongs to a steward from the Wanbao Pavilion, Gu Wanxin explained. He has been responsible for the allocation of resources and the collection of spirit stones within the Sioux City area. I initially thought the box merely contained a single heavenly array stone. Suddenly, Gu Wanxin furrowed her brow and continued, Perhaps this matter is somewhat connected to you, Brother Ye. How could it possibly concern me? Ye Suifeng questioned, puzzled. Well, Gu Wanxin chuckled lightly, over the past 6 months, your expenditures have been remarkably extravagant. And the higher-ups of Wanbao Pavilion have certainly taken notice. Moreover, all your payments have been made with inferior spirit stones. You may not be aware, but the storerooms in Sioux City are filled with large storage bags brimming with spirit stones. Therefore, I suspect they may have brought the construction methods for the spiritual power furnace and the Tower of Origins for the sake of convenience in transportation. Ye Suifeng stroked his chin thoughtfully. The explanation seems somewhat strained. They could have simply brought a finished furnace without needing to carry the design plans. However, now they find themselves at a loss to explain why the Wanbao Pavilion would act in such a manner. Nonetheless, the blueprints are now in hand.
The steward of the Wanbao Pavilion must possess skills far surpassing yours. How did you manage that? Ye Suifeng inquired once more.
Gu Wanxin paused for a moment, hesitatingly responding. Brother Yi, you know that in such matters, being a woman grants many conveniences. Though she did not articulate it explicitly, Ye Suifeng discerned her meaning. It stands to reason that a woman without any background would require some means to navigate the intricate power dynamics of the Wanbao Pavilion. Her ascent to the position of pavilion master is no small feat. Ye Suifeng held a deep respect for individuals like her. Rest assured, your safety is my guarantee. You shall no longer need to engage in such activities, he stated earnestly.
Is that true? Brother Yi, I am immensely grateful to you.
A weight lifted from Gu Wanxin's heart. However, a hint of melancholy crossed her face.
So, I will be living with the Yi family from now on?
Ye Suifeng regarded her with a smile, replying, if you prefer, you may remain at the Wanbao Pavilion and continue trading with the Yi family.
Gu Wanxin was momentarily taken aback. Having taken something so significant from the Wanbao Pavilion, I cannot possibly return, can I?
Ye Suifeng chuckled lightly. As long as you wish it, there is no issue.
I will handle this matter.
Gu Wanxin stared at him, her eyes wide. After years of navigating the murky realms of class transactions, often teetering on the brink of death, no one had ever spoken to her in such a manner.
It was a reassuring feeling. Thank you.
Then I shall return, she began, only to suddenly grow awkward.
Brother Yi.
It's not that I dislike the Yi family or think poorly of it, I just...
All right, Ye Suifeng interrupted with a smile. I also need you to temporarily remain at the Wanbao Pavilion to procure goods for the family. Gu Wanxin smiled, feeling relieved. Well then, let us return and reopen. Someone has been waiting for you for quite some time. Ye Suifeng closed the box and handed it to Gu Wanxin. Who? She inquired.
The one from last time in Sucheng. Oh right, Shen Tianming, he must be here for the box.
With that, Ye Suifeng touched her forehead, leaving a faint red dot.
He then produced 100 Tianjin stones and handed them over. Give this to him, and say that it is as if nothing has occurred.
Otherwise, I shall purchase all of Wanbao Pavilion from the Jiuqing Alliance with a single low-grade spirit stone. Ye Suifeng declared. Is that truly what you mean?
Indeed, he replied. Rest assured, with this in hand, there is no need to worry about safety.
Ye Suifeng gestured towards her forehead. Gu Wanxin nodded vigorously and swiftly exited.
Once she departed, Ye Suifeng let out a long sigh and leaned back in his chair. This time, Gu Wanxin truly rendered invaluable assistance.
The cultivation of the Yi family's descendants had reached an impasse. The investment of resources had essentially saturated, and further efforts would not incite any qualitative transformation.
Unless one could acquire even rarer resources, or, akin to Yi Huang and Yi Long, tailor the training according to each individual's unique specifications.
However, such an approach would be excessively cumbersome. Ye Suifeng is not a caretaker. His responsibilities lie solely with the most exceptional core disciples. Thus, the origin tower of all things arrived at a most opportune moment. How many shall be constructed?
A single 9-story origin tower requires 100 billion celestial array stones. Let us commence with 10,000, too many would leave us with insufficient space. That amounts to 1 trillion celestial array stones.
This time, Ye Suifeng is indeed making a significant sacrifice. In Yunchao City, at the Wanbao Pavilion, all patrons were inexplicably ushered out.
Shen Tianming sat in the central area of the first floor, his expression dark and foreboding.
Beneath his feet,
the steward responsible for managing the spirit stones lay in a pool of blood, his bones shattered, slumped on the ground.
He awaited with bated breath, anxiety consuming him. The second 9-story origin tower of Wanbao Pavilion was on the verge of completion. There must be no errors on my watch. We shall undoubtedly become the first force on this continent to possess 2 9-story origin towers. Chapter 62, The Mirror Lake. For 3 consecutive days, Ye Suifeng immersed himself in his study, tirelessly crafting the origin towers. To him, the process was relatively straightforward, yet the intricacy was overwhelming. Each layer contained thousands upon thousands of different formations, intricately intertwined and densely packed. Creating 10,000 towers was akin to asking a student to transcribe the characters Long Xingdi 1,000 times each.
Eventually, Ye Suifeng managed to produce 10 towers simultaneously, completing the entire set of 10,000 9-layer origin towers within the span of 3 days. Upon finishing, the study was filled to the brim with origin towers, so numerous that merely raising his head could lead to an unwelcome collision. Unfortunately, these structures possessed a spatial quality that prevented them from being stored in his storage ring.
What to do with them?
Ye Suifeng found himself in a quandary. Handing over 10,000 towers to Sui Yin was certainly out of the question, as it would likely terrify him. He needed a unified approach to manage them. As he pondered, Ye Suifeng rose and made his way outside. With each step he took, the floating origin towers clinked and clattered, many of them obstructing his path.
Move aside, you wretched towers. After a brief moment, Ye Suifeng exited the study, eager to inspect the progress of the new city.
With a thought, he teleported into the skies above, gazing down upon Yuntian City. Compared to 3 days prior, the city had undergone a remarkable transformation. The former residences of the Li and Tang families had been completely razed, and a towering wall now encircled the area,
enclosing it entirely.
A group of figures was seen arranging formations along the walls. This was the New Ye family,
centered around the New Ye residence. For exceedingly wide roads extended straight in each direction, leading directly to the outskirts of Yuntian City.
At the ends of these roads, for brand new city gates had been erected, and the new city walls were taking shape, with a multitude of individuals gathering there, supervising the construction like foremen. Ye Suifeng recognized 2 of the figures among them, Dong Tianji and Hu Chuang. Both had played significant roles in the design of many aspects of the new Yuntian city. Inside the city, construction was rampant. Expanses of irregular buildings had been demolished, making way for new, orderly pavilions that appeared far more comfortable than before. Ye Suifeng nodded to himself, impressed by the astonishing pace of construction. Of course, upon reflection, it was understandable. This was, after all, the realm of cultivation. Individual strength was remarkably potent, rendering heavy machinery unnecessary, as tasks could be accomplished with a mere gesture.
Moreover,
there indeed existed specialized construction teams equipped with puppets designed for building. A handful could be released, and within moments, a brand new structure would rise. Thus, the framework of the new city had materialized within just a few days.
The next steps involved setting up formations, reinforcing the city walls, and a series of other tasks, all overseen by Dong Tianji and Hu Chuang.
After observing for a while and seeing no major issues, Ye Suifeng decided to withdraw his attention. He would merely provide the requirements and conduct inspections upon completion. The specifics were naturally in the capable hands of his subordinates to refine.
Now,
he simply wished to arrange the 10,000 origin towers. First and foremost was storage. Ordinary storage spaces were inadequate, thus he had to create a space of his own. This was quite straightforward, though such a space was akin to an alternate world, making it rather inconvenient for storage.
Moreover, the lower-tiered essence was produced at an astonishing rate. Even if distributed among the entire city, it would remain inexhaustible.
Of course, I would not entertain such an idea. The 9 layers of origin towers produced a staggering 100 million drops of spiritual essence annually from the first layer alone.
When accumulated, this would amount to approximately 1,000 cubic meters. With 10,000 towers, that translates to an annual production of 10 million cubic meters. In just a little over a year, one could generate a volume of water equivalent to that of West Lake in my previous life. And this was spiritual essence. Ye Suifeng furrowed his brow, pondering for a moment before suddenly his eyes sparkled with enlightenment. Ah, West Lake. Why not create a lake of our own?
He glanced at the recently leveled Li Tang family land, and a thought began to take shape in his mind. In an instant, he vanished, reappearing behind the Ye family ancestral home on a pristine plot of land. This will suffice. Ye Suifeng extended his finger and traced a perfect circle in the soil before pressing his palm downwards.
Boom!
The earth trembled, and the freshly leveled ground immediately caved in, revealing a colossal pit hundreds of feet deep.
What just happened? Is a powerful being attacking?
The townsfolk were thrown into a frenzy. Some, still clad in their nightclothes,
rushed out in panic.
Following the tremor, several figures ascended into the sky, hastening towards the Ye family compound. Sui Yun was the first to arrive, gazing at the suddenly appeared gaping hole with astonishment.
Yet, upon spotting Ye Suifeng deep in thought, he gradually relaxed. Nothing to worry about, continue with your affairs. Sui Yun dismissed the approaching Ye family members and landed beside Ye Suifeng. Brother, at least give a greeting. Sui Yun's face bore an expression of exasperation.
I was merely testing the structural integrity of the newly constructed buildings, Ye Suifeng replied nonchalantly.
In truth, he had become so absorbed in thought that he had forgotten such matters. However, Sui Yun did not press further. Observing the vast pit, he inquired, Brother, what are you planning?
Creating a large lake, Ye Suifeng responded. Now that we have ample space, I intend to establish a grand garden here, a place to stroll when leisure permits.
Sui Yun.
Brother, for matters like this, you could simply inform me, there is no need for such personal labor.
You wouldn't understand, Ye Suifeng shook his head, saying.
Please wait for me a moment, I shall explain how we will proceed shortly.
With that, he rose to his full height and soared into the void before the enormous character for Ye. He then gestured, summoning the multitude of origin towers from his study, which lined up in an elongated procession, ultimately converging before him. Let us place them here. Ye Suifeng unleashed a powerful punch, shattering the void before him into fragments, creating a pitch-black space within.
Continuing, as he reached out and pressed upon the character for leaf, countless fragments of space began to coalesce around its outline.
In a brief moment, the white character had taken on a delicate golden edge, subtly radiating light.
This was a newly opened expanse of space, with the enormous character serving as the gateway.
Roll in.
Ye Suifeng kicked the lead origin tower, and thus, this long procession began to move, one by one, passing through the character into the subsequent realm. Once all the origin towers had entered, Ye Suifeng's figure shimmered and also stepped into the space.
It was not vast,
comparable in size to the city of Cloud Heights.
Next, it was time to establish a passage.
The ancient Qian-Koan translocation array seemed perfectly suited for this purpose. Recalling the intricacies of the formation, Ye Suifeng traced patterns in the void with his fingers, and in no time, a colossal array manifested on the ground.
A dark pit gradually emerged.
Upon closer inspection, it was the massive pit Ye Suifeng had just created with a single palm strike.
After some contemplation,
he cast a sealing gesture, dividing the pit into 10 distinct layers from top to bottom. Then, he manipulated the origin towers, arranging them in orderly circles.
Hovering above the pit,
draw with a commanding shout, all the origin towers connected to the pit, layer by layer. The first layer of the origin tower linked to the second layer of the pit, descending sequentially, with the 9th layer connecting to the very bottom of the pit.
Come forth.
Ye Suifeng clenched his fist, and the produced essence began to flow into the corresponding layers of the pit.
On the ground, Sui Yun, who awaited Ye Suifeng,
suddenly sensed an unusual change in the large pit before him. He looked up to see a hazy white mist enveloping a section just below 10 meters from the surface,
within which faint starlight shimmered, resembling the Milky Way. What is that?
He was momentarily stunned.
At that moment, Ye Suifeng's figure appeared beside him.
Water. As Ye Suifeng spoke, clear spring water materialized from thin air, surging into the large pit. In just a few breaths, it filled the entire void. The pit had transformed into a vast lake.
Ah, splendid. Ye Suifeng nodded.
He had connected the 10,000 origin towers to this lake,
ensuring that all essence produced henceforth would be stored beneath the surface.
Each layer corresponded accordingly. The first layer was the lake water, the second layer was the spirit essence,
and so forth.
Let us construct a garden around it, perhaps adding fish and lotus flowers, and plant willows and various flowers nearby, suggested Ye Suifeng.
Indeed, Sui Yun, captivated by the fragrant emanations of the lake, incredulously inquired, Brother, this lake water must be extraordinary. Ye Suifeng nodded in affirmation.
Nurtured by the essence of 9 layers, the uppermost surface of the lake transforms into a unique treasure.
In this enchanting realm, ordinary beings may undergo intriguing transformations.
You may draw forth several streams from this lake, creating artificial hills or whatever fanciful designs you desire, allowing the waters to flow throughout the family estate.
Do you understand?
With a nod of agreement, he acknowledged.
Brother, such a precious lake deserves a name.
Ye Suifeng suddenly felt overwhelmed, as naming was his least favorite task.
Well, observe its grandeur, it is vast and round.
And the surface is crystal clear, akin to a mirror.
Perhaps we shall call it Mirror Lake. Chapter 63, Time to depart. With the primary construction of Mirror Lake completed, Ye Suifeng encountered a new dilemma. Although the lake was expansive, it could scarcely accommodate the relentless production of essence from the thousands of origin towers working overtime. Particularly concerning was the spirit essence, which would likely reach saturation within just half a year. Nevertheless, having an excess of this substance proved to be of little utility. Whatever remained could be dispersed throughout the territory of Cloud Sky City. After contemplating for a moment, Ye Suifeng set about devising a timed formation. At predetermined intervals, Mirror Lake would spontaneously evaporate a portion of its contents, merging with the atmospheric moisture to precipitate as rain. Each month, a rain infused with spirit essence would descend upon the realm of Cloud Sky City, nourishing the earth. Every quarter, a transformative rain imbued with body-refining essence would fall, reshaping all things. Annually, a soul rain, enriched with soul essence, would bless the living. Every 3 years, a life rain, laced with life essence, would extend longevity. Additionally, each year, 3 innate stones would descend, granting awakening to those fortunate enough to possess them. Every 3 years, 3 sacred stones would fall, enabling their recipients to awaken divine abilities, ascending to the sacred realm. Every decade, 3 creation stones would drop, bestowing true destiny upon the one who claims them. Collectively, these phenomena would account for a mere tenth of the output from the origin towers, while the remaining essence would be retained for the Ye family's personal use or stockpiling. As for the subsequent rules essence and heavenly law essence, being somewhat precious, they would be reserved for the core members of the family, not yet released to the outside world. Even so, it was foreseeable that in the near future, Cloud Sky City would burgeon with talent, transforming into a genuine sanctum for cultivation. To seek out talent is one endeavor, to create it is another. Ye Suifeng grinned slyly. After completing all these arrangements, he delegated the remaining tasks to Sui Yun. In the following days, the entirety of Cloud Sky City was enveloped in a fervent construction frenzy. With the circular city walls fully erected, a brand new citadel arose from the ground. The visage of the old Cloud Sky City had been entirely obscured within the annals of history. The interior of Cloud Sky City had stabilized, having eradicated the remnants of the Li and Tang families and consolidating all their shops and lands. However, the territories beyond the city still bore numerous chaotic elements that required pacification. Sui Leopard and Yi Huan were already prepared to venture forth from the city that very day. In the study, Sui Yun reported the recent developments. Ye Suifeng, feeling rather indifferent, nodded. Currently, the Yi family reigned supreme in Cloud Sky City. With no rival faction able to contend, unification was merely a matter of time. Once complete stability was achieved, perhaps it would be time to explore the world beyond. The eastern nations were embroiled in conflict, the southern sects held sanctuaries, the western lands offered exotic allure, and the northern expanse was a vast snowy wilderness. He pondered the unique culinary delights that might await. "Brother, are you listening?" Sui Yun's voice suddenly broke through his reverie. "Oh, yes, I am," Ye Suifeng replied, regaining focus. "Let us hasten our pace, those who flaunt their arrogance must be dealt with decisively. Cloud Sky City will undoubtedly never lack cultivators in the future." Sui Yun nodded in agreement. "This morning, someone paid a visit, seeking to meet you." "Who were they?" Ye Suifeng inquired. "A group of young individuals clad in azure robes, all hailing from the Tianfu Academy, with a distinguished leader named Zhang Dong, who possesses an air of extraordinary demeanor and an inscrutable level of cultivation," replied Sui Yun. "Tianfu Academy?" Ye Suifeng pondered, admitting he had not heard of such a name before. "I had not known of it either until I inquired. It is a vast force on the continent, with influence spread across various regions. Furthermore, those who gain admission to the Academy for cultivation are undeniably exceptional talents. I believe their visit is to recruit some individuals from us," Sui Yun elucidated. Ye Suifeng nodded. "As the family's power escalates, they will inevitably encounter higher-tier forces, with Tianfu Academy being merely the first." He harbored no significant objections regarding the family's members joining the academy. Although the Yi family was flourishing, true growth necessitated venturing beyond one's comfort zone. For instance, the sacred lands would often dispatch disciples to experience the mortal realm. "Let them come," Ye Suifeng declared.
After a while, Ye Suifeng appeared in the reception hall, where a group of young men in azure sat below. They were all quite youthful, around 20 years of age. Yet the weakest among them had already attained the golden body realm. The strongest, Zhang Dong, only 25 years of age, had reached the pinnacle of the out-of-body stage. A mere step away from the transformation into divinity realm. In comparison to Shin Tianming of the Wanbao Pavilion, he was equally formidable. This truly attests to the exceptional nature of Tianfu Academy. First, I would like to congratulate the head of the Ye family on unifying Yunshao City, Zhang Dong began. Ever since the battle for Yunshao City, I have long wished to meet you. However, I am aware of the ensuing complications and the busy affairs of the Ye family. Which is why I dared to intrude today. Zhang Dong spoke with a calm demeanor, maintaining politeness, albeit with a slight scholarly air. No harm done, Ye Suifeng replied. State your purpose for today's visit directly. The head of the Ye family is indeed forthright. Zhang Dong clasped his hands together. Then I shall speak plainly. The Tianfu Academy welcomes talents from all walks of life. During the battle for Yunshao City, I observed that the Ye family's youths are like hidden dragons in the wild. Thus, I wonder if the head of the Ye family would be inclined to allow them to study at Tianfu Academy and transform into true dragons? Zhang Dong's tone was courteous. Yet it carried an underlying sense of superiority. Hidden dragons in the wild, implying that Yunshao City is merely a wilderness. Ye Suifeng stroked his chin. Whom do you have in mind? It is precisely the 5 disciples from the Ye family who fought in the battle for Yunshao City. Zhang Dong replied. After a moment of silence, Ye Suifeng thoughtfully remarked, it is not out of the question. However, such matters must depend on their own wishes. Upon finishing his words, one of the academy students suddenly leapt up. Hey, did you hear that? We are Tianfu Academy. Allowing individuals from your region to enter is indeed your fortune, yet you still hesitate? The young man appeared utterly incredulous, as if Ye Suifeng had uttered something utterly preposterous. Guan Mu, silence yourself. Zhang Dong reprimanded sternly before Ye Suifeng could utter a word. Guan Mu was taken aback, gazing at Zhang Dong. Senior. He is merely the chieftain of a rural area. Such posturing is truly disrespectful to our Tianfu Academy. Leave. Zhang Dong's expression darkened. Under Zhang Dong's fierce glare, Guan Mu glanced at Ye Suifeng, scoffed, and departed with a flourish of his sleeve. I sincerely apologize for the embarrassment, Zhang Dong stated after Guan Mu's exit. Ye Suifeng rested his chin on one hand and replied with a smile, you ought to keep a close watch on him. He hails from a prestigious sect in the south and carries an excess of arrogance. Zhang Dong remarked. Ye Suifeng remained silent, recognizing that this group shared a common demeanor. Zhang Dong included. Their discourse was incessantly anchored in their lineage. However, such an environment was indeed conducive for the youth to undergo trials and tribulations. Head of the Ye family, you mentioned earlier that we should observe their own volition. Where are they now? Zhang Dong inquired. They have ventured outside the city and will not return in the immediate future. Ye Suifeng straightened his posture. You may return and wait. When they return, I shall inquire. If anyone is willing, they will surely seek you out. He had gleaned a fair understanding of Tianfu Academy and was prepared to conclude this meeting, as he held little fondness for this group. Zhang Dong appeared somewhat taken aback by Ye Suifeng's words. Yet, after a brief moment, he rose to his feet. I shall not impose further, however, we can only remain in Yunshao City for 5 more days. If we do not receive any results, we shall have to return. Ye Suifeng nodded in acknowledgement, understood. Subsequently, Zhang Dong clasped his hands in farewell and, accompanied by the other young individuals, turned to depart. Ye Suifeng quietly watched them leave. And after a considerable time, he let out a barely perceptible sigh. It was time. Departure was imminent. Chapter 64, Aspirations under the united efforts of Yi Huang. Yi Lon, and the core members of the Yi family, the rebellious forces within the territory of Yunshao City, as well as the factions of the Li and Tang families, were swiftly eradicated in just 4 days. In an instant, the names of Tianluan Hall and Jinlong Pavilion resonated throughout the region. Upon their return, Ye Suifeng promptly summoned Yi Huang and the 5 others to the courtyard. Having experienced the Battle of Yunshao City and several pacification campaigns, these 5 brilliant jewels of the Yi family had fully blossomed. Yi Huang and Yi Long had significantly elevated their cultivation, nearly breaking through to a new minor realm every 2 days. At this moment, both had attained the pinnacle of the transformation realm.
Meanwhile,
Yi Qingyao had successfully advanced to the foundation establishment stage. Although Yi Xiaoxiao and Yi Qian were slightly less accomplished, they had also made considerable progress. Coupled with their unique abilities, it could be confidently asserted that, even within the confines of Su City, no peer could rival them.
Well done, Ye Suifeng praised,
eliciting a surge of excitement among them.
The acknowledgement from the family head was indeed a rare honor, a privilege they cherished deeply.
With matters in Yunqiao City drawing to a close, Ye Suifeng prompted, "Now, share your thoughts."
The unexpected question cast a brief silence over the group. After some contemplation,
they recognized that Yunqiao City was merely a small locale, even Su City was but a peripheral region of the continent.
In the absence of competition and rivals,
their progress would inevitably face significant limitations. Noticing their silence, Ye Suifeng continued, "A few days ago, an individual from Tianfu Academy approached me,
expressing interest in having you join their ranks. The academy is located in the southern part of the 9 Cities Alliance,
a place teeming with talent and fierce competition, a fine ground for honing your skills.
So, does anyone wish to go?"
Upon hearing this, the group exchanged glances,
momentarily uncertain about their decision. "Father," after a brief pause, Yi Huang spoke, "will you be going as well?"
"Me?" Ye Suifeng gently shook his head. "That is a stage for the youth. What purpose would I serve there?
To engage in trivialities with a group of lofty individuals? I have my own plans."
Truth be told, he felt that his presence at Tianfu Academy would serve little purpose beyond perhaps playing the fool or flirting with the female instructors.
"Oh," Yi Huang responded, "then I shall not go either." "Yi Huang." Ye Suifeng frowned. "You cannot forever remain under my protection, neither can any of you." Taken aback,
Yi Huang quickly waved her hands. No, that's not what I meant. I meant that if you were to go, I would consider it, if not,
I would prefer to pursue my own aspirations."
Observing the beaming countenance of Yi Huang, Ye Suifeng felt a flicker of surprise and curiosity.
"What is it that you wish to do?" "I wish to lead the members of Tianluan Hall to strike out from Yunqiao City."
Yi Huang stood upright, her cloak billowing without the slightest breeze.
"I wish to make the name of Tianluan Palace resonate. I yearn to elevate the name of the Yi family. I aspire to herald my own name.
I shall ensure that the entire world knows that Ye Suifeng's daughter is named Yi Huang."
A regal aura erupted from Yi Huang,
and a smile gradually graced Ye Suifeng's face.
"What do you intend to do?" he inquired. "Conquer."
Yi Huang replied without hesitation, then added with a smile, "In fact, I contemplated this during our journey home from quelling the rebellion. We cannot remain hidden at the fringes of the world, overlooked by all. Thus, I shall strike out from Yunqiao City and continue to fight until everyone knows of us, knows of the Yi family."
Ye Suifeng fell silent, genuinely taken aback by his daughter's resolve.
He recalled when he first arrived in this world, this girl, once frail and insecure, had only a flickering ember of ambition deep within her. Now, that ember had blossomed into a roaring flame.
"I am heartened by your thoughts. I support you," Ye Suifeng declared. Yi Huang's face lit up. "Thank you, father."
Ye Suifeng nodded, then turned his gaze to Yi Long, asking, "And what about you?"
Yi Long,
grasping his spear, turned to Yi Huang.
"With such determination from the master of Tianluan Palace, how could my true dragon pavilion lag behind?"
"Uncle, my aspirations align with Yi Huang. We must strike out from Yunqiao City and make our names known."
Perhaps influenced by Yi Huang's fervor, Yi Long echoed her sentiments. "Cousin, do you intend to compete with me?" Yi Huang teased him. Yi Long chuckled. "What, are you afraid of being outshone?" They exchanged glances, unyielding. A dragon and a phoenix, their spirits ablaze.
"Enough," Ye Suifeng smiled at his 2 remarkable descendants. "The world is vast, and the paths you choose are still long. How about this, each of you selects a direction to venture forth and see who will emerge victorious in the end?" They both nodded in agreement.
"I shall choose the east, Su City lies in that direction, and I wish to witness firsthand the prowess of the 16-year-olds who established their foundations, as Nie Xiaoying described." Ye Huang declared first.
Very well, I shall head west. I have heard that the 2 cities in the west of the 9 cities alliance are fierce in martial prowess, and I intend to test my mettle against them. Ye Long followed suit.
Excellent. Ye Huang grinned. Let us encircle the territory of the 9 cities alliance, and whoever reaches the southernmost point first shall be deemed the victor.
Cousin, do you accept this challenge? She said, her face brimming with provocation.
It's a deal. Ye Long replied, resolutely undaunted. The 2 most illustrious heirs of the family had made their choices.
Next, Ye Suifeng turned his gaze toward Ye Qingyao, his niece who had undergone the trials of the mundane world.
Uncle, I wish to try my hand at Tianfu Academy, Ye Qingyao stated directly. Once again.
Ye Suifeng found himself taken aback. He had presumed that with Ye Qinyao's temperament, she was the least likely to embark on such a journey.
Why? For the purpose of the red dust melody.
Ye Qingyao declared, within the mirror of the mundane world, I have traversed through myriad experiences.
Yet, despite their apparent authenticity,
they remain but illusions. To perfect the red dust melody, I must immerse myself in the tangible realm. Ye Suifeng suddenly realized that Ye Qingyao had embarked upon a path uniquely her own. The red dust melody was her calling. Very well, Ye Suifeng acquiesced, having no grounds to refuse. He then turned his gaze toward Yi Qian.
What about you?
Yi Qian pondered for a moment before responding.
I wish to remain in Yinshao City.
The others immediately cast him incredulous looks.
It is quite challenging to make progress in Yinshao City.
I cannot abandon Xiao Yi and the others, Yi Qian elucidated. Xiao Yi was the young girl he had once rescued, whose family had been mercilessly slaughtered by Li Xingge.
Perhaps they were right all along. I am indeed a principal. Hence, I have resolved to establish an academy in Yinshao City,
providing those children who aspire to cultivate their skills with such an opportunity. Principal it shall be. I embrace this title, Yi Qian stated with remarkable candor and relief.
He,
too, had discovered his own path.
Agreed. Ye Suifeng nodded slightly.
Ye Long chuckled as he patted his shoulder. Pursue it wholeheartedly. I have always supported you.
We stand by you as well. Do not concern yourself with the opinions of others, Yi Huang added. Yi Qian looked at them and nodded emphatically.
With each of the 4 having delineated their plans, only Yi Xiaoxiao remained. Ye Suifeng turned his attention to her.
Uncle, I also wish to. No, you do not.
Ye Suifeng interjected before she could finish. I intend to embark on a journey. You shall accompany me and refrain from wandering elsewhere. Yi Xiaoxiao was momentarily taken aback, her large eyes brimming with indignation.
Why is that? You have acquiesced to their requests, why not mine? Uncle, why do you always treat me differently? She lamented,
wiping away the few hard-earned tears that had escaped.
Them?
Ye Suifeng scoffed. They have all discovered their ideals and ambitions. What do you contribute aside from mischief and chaos?
Was it you who orchestrated the theft at Wanbao Pavilion a few days ago?
Yi Xiaoxiao fell silent.
And Gu Wanxin, after her bath, found all her clothes stolen. Was that your doing? Silence ensued once more.
And Do Hua, who awoke one night to find himself surrounded by pigs,
with his own visage drawn as that of a pig, was that your handiwork?
Yi Xiaoxiao pouted, but I have also achieved something.
Oh? What might that be? Pray, enlighten me.
Yi Suifeng mused, stroking his chin.
Humph.
Yi Xiaoxiao puffed out her chest defiantly.
Just the other day, while Sister Yi Huang was quelling the rebellion, I managed to sleep with over 100 people at once.
Upon finishing her words, Yi Xiaoxiao nearly caused the others to burst into laughter.
Dear sister,
such remarks are ill-advised, they are far too easy to misconstrue. Yi Suifeng shook his head and said, enough. In any case, you shall not venture anywhere.
Stay close to me and refine your temperament, lest you invite trouble in the future. Chapter 65, The Bewildered Elder. The 5 members of the Yi family each embarked upon their individual paths.
Only Yi Xiaoxiao felt a sense of discontent,
uncertain of the direction she ought to take.
Observing the spirited young successors, Yi Suifeng felt a surge of pride.
Allow me to present you with a gift.
As he spoke, Ye Suifeng opened his palm, revealing 4 exquisitely crafted miniature towers, the Origin Towers.
Over the past few days,
He had contemplated the future trajectories of these individuals and had taken the time to forge 4 9-story origin towers. Regardless of the circumstances, the resources for cultivation are indispensable. Extend your hands, Ye Suifeng instructed. The others complied without hesitation. He then touched their palms with his index finger, and in an instant, a tiny character resembling a leaf appeared in each of their palms, a small space delicately formed. Subsequently, he placed the origin towers within these spaces. The functions and usage of the origin towers are contained within. Familiarize yourselves with them upon your return. Moreover, I have this. Ye Suifeng produced 4 rings, placing them into the palm-sized spaces as well. These are spirit stones, intended for your expenses during your travels. It is essential to have some funds when venturing outside. The group nodded and retracted their hands, leaving only a small paw awkwardly suspended in the air. Eh? Ye Xiaoxiao exclaimed, her face a mask of confusion. Ye Suifeng cast a sidelong glance at her. You are accompanying me, yet you fear a lack of spirit stones? Ye Xiaoxiao shrugged, internally repeating. It's just a matter of getting used to it, just a matter of getting used to it. Very well, return and prepare. Those who should depart, go. Those who should remain, stay, Ye Suifeng concluded. At this point, the paths of the 5 were clear. Only Yi Qinyao would be heading to Tianfu Academy. He hoped that these young ones would flourish on their respective journeys. In a pitch-black expanse, a sudden surge of powerful energy erupted forth. Moments later, 2 brilliant orbs pierced through the darkness. As the radiance diminished, it became apparent that they were a pair of glowing eyes. I have finally broken through. Suddenly, a circle of candles ignited, illuminating the space. It revealed a spacious room, surrounded by thick, solid stone walls. At the center sat a man appearing to be in his 50s, clad in an oversized white robe adorned with a golden leaf emblem on the back. 3 years, quicker than I had anticipated. The middle-aged man rose, a layer of dust cascading from him. Li family, Tang family. You shall no longer underestimate the Yi family. His eyes sparkled with determination as he waved his robe, causing the heavy stone door to slowly creak open. As he stepped outside, he was taken aback to find another person in identical attire standing there. Second brother? He inquired, approaching in confusion. Zhen Yao? The other man turned to face him. If members of the Yi family were present, they would undoubtedly be astonished to discover that his visage bore an uncanny resemblance to that of Yi Zhenzong, one of the 3 esteemed elders. The individual who had just emerged was none other than the second elder, Yi Zhenyao. You too have achieved a breakthrough? Yi Zhenzong inquired with surprise. Indeed. Yi Zhenyao replied, his expression brimming with excitement. Brother, have you also made a breakthrough? Haha, we need no longer fear the Li and Tang families. Yi Zhenzong nodded in agreement. 3 years prior, the 3 elders had entered seclusion with the intention of simultaneously breaking through to the nascent soul stage, thereby shattering the Li and Tang family's dominance in terms of supreme combat prowess. At long last, they had succeeded. Yet, a faint sense of unease lingered within him. Brother? What troubles you? Yi Zhenyao asked with concern. Yi Zhenzong shook his head. I cannot say. I merely feel that this unexpected breakthrough to the nascent soul stage is somewhat peculiar. Yi Zhenyao furrowed his brow. Now that you mention it, it is indeed strange. In truth, I had not exhibited any signs of a breakthrough for years, yet just days ago, I suddenly sensed a profound energy, my spirit stirred. And thus I achieved my breakthrough. Yi Zhenzong nodded in understanding. The 2 exchanged glances, each reflecting the other's perplexity. After a moment, Yi Zhenzong waved his hand dismissively. Perhaps it is merely the sudden influx of spiritual energy in this region. Let us return and see how matters stand at home. Yi Zhenyao smiled reassuringly, with you here. I am certain all is well. By the way, shall we not wait for grandfather? The 3 elders, Yi Zhenzong, Yi Zhenyao, and Yi Zhenzu, shared a light laugh. Do you truly believe we could all break through together? Grandfather was merely at the mid-stage of golden core when he entered seclusion. He simply grew weary of the worldly strife, Yi Zhenzong chuckled. Let us proceed. Yi Zhenyao nodded, and together, their figures vanished from sight. In the Yi family estate, Ye Suifeng sat in his study, diligently allocating resources for the family's upcoming endeavors.
Suddenly,
a stirring in his heart caused his expression to shift dramatically, prompting him to leap from the window. He swiftly made his way to the ancestral hall of the Ye family. Just then, two figures gradually materialized.
"Father! Third uncle!" Ye Suifeng exclaimed, momentarily taken aback. And promptly bowed.
"I, Suifeng, congratulate both elders on your successful emergence from seclusion."
Ye Suifeng gazed at his son, a warm smile illuminating his face. "Well done, Suifeng.
I see you have attained the late stage of the golden core. How unexpected! I recall you were merely at the foundation establishment stage before my seclusion.
Who would have thought you would achieve such progress in just 3 years? Is this the essence of late bloomers?" He chuckled heartily. "I knew it. With your elder brother overseeing the family, there would be no cause for concern."
Ye Suifeng approached Suifeng and asked, "Where is your uncle?"
"Fetch him to welcome us."
Faced with this inquiry, Ye Suifeng dared not raise his gaze, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead.
Ye Suifeng and Ye Suifeng perceived the unease. "Suifeng, where is the family head?" Ye Suifeng asked solemnly.
With a hoarse throat, Suifeng struggled to speak. "Father, third uncle, the old patriarch, he
has passed away."
The atmosphere grew heavy with sorrow.
"What did you say?"
Ye Suifeng seized Suifeng by the collar, his eyes, like bronze bells,
bloodshot and fixed upon him with intensity. "What do you mean? What has happened to my elder brother?"
Suifeng's gaze faltered as he stammered, "The old patriarch.
He passed away unexpectedly a year ago." "You're lying." Ye Suifeng shoved Suifeng aside, an overwhelming force erupting within the ancestral hall of the Ye family. Anger mingled with grief, exploding within Ye Suifeng's chest. "Calm down." Ye Suifeng restrained the raging Ye Suifeng, his expression grim as he glared at Suifeng. "Who did this? The Li family? Or the Tang family?"
He, too, was consumed with fury. If it were indeed their doing, he vowed to exact vengeance upon the two prominent families. Suifeng sat on the ground, reeling from Ye Suifeng's sudden outburst, feeling his chest roil with pain. "No, it wasn't he them." Suifeng hastily replied, "The old patriarch ventured deep into the Qinggu highlands a year ago and was inadvertently attacked by a 6th-grade demon beast, the blood fiend tiger."
Upon hearing this, both Ye Suifeng and Ye Suifeng were taken aback. How could they have imagined that their elder brother had met such an end?
Elder brother Ye Suifeng knelt on the ground, his face a portrait of desolation. Ye Suifeng, too, felt a wave of sorrow wash over him, furrowing his brows.
He inquired, "With the old patriarch gone, who now leads the Ye family?"
"It is the old patriarch's son, Ye Suifeng," Suifeng replied.
"Father, we have adhered strictly to the regulations."
Ye Suifeng sighed in relief. Had it been Suifeng or any other who dared covet the position of patriarch, he would not have hesitated to take drastic measures, even against his own son.
Fortunately,
the members of the Ye family had long understood the significance of unity and had not engaged in any reckless behavior.
However, could Ye Suifeng truly bear the weight of such a complicated family? If memory served correctly, elder brother Ye Suifeng's son was notoriously lacking in talent. After the old patriarch's passing, nothing major has occurred within the family, has it? Ye Suifeng asked.
Suifeng shook his head, "No."
"Well, sort of. Is it or isn't it?" Ye Suifeng's brow furrowed. "Did the Li family or the Tang family take advantage of this opportunity to bully us?" Ye Suifeng's expression darkened, resembling a predator ready to pounce. Suifeng's demeanor shifted as he blinked, stammering, "Father, second uncle. The Li family and the Tang family have already been eradicated." Ye Suifeng? Ye Suifeng. What happened? Who could have done this?
Both men were left in a state of shock, in Yunshao City, who possessed such formidable power.
Could it be that another powerful figure had arrived in the city?
Suifeng rubbed his nose and slowly replied, "It was our new patriarch, Ye Suifeng." The two elders, who had just achieved breakthroughs to the nascent soul stage, were left speechless as a perplexing atmosphere enveloped the room. He possesses such capability? How did he accomplish this? Have the two great families not made their move? The two inquired almost simultaneously. They have indeed taken action. Suifeng replied, "Immediately after the battle in Yunshao City concluded, the two families suddenly exhibited a change in demeanor,
presenting 3 nascent soul cultivators who besieged our clan leader, Ye Suifeng." "And what transpired next?" Well. Sui Yu hesitated. I couldn't discern the details clearly.
It appeared that my elder brother merely lifted his hand, and those 3 nascent soul cultivators instantly spat out blood and perished.
All the remaining members from both families present were rendered immobile, completely restrained.
Then, with a mere thought, my brother annihilated the entire bloodline of the Li family. In the blink of an eye, he also slaughtered half of the Tang family, while the rest were sealed, their bloodlines forever unable to cultivate.
Upon hearing Sui Yu's account,
Ye Zhenzong and Ye Zhenyao stood frozen, motionless for an extended period.
At that moment, it felt as if they had been placed within a colossal bell, incessantly struck by a massive iron hammer against its exterior. Bang! 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 Chapter 66 Commitment. When Ye Suifeng learned that the 2 elders had emerged from their seclusion, he was initially taken aback. For such a prolonged period, he had forgotten that several of his ancestors were concealed beneath the Ye family ancestral hall. His elder brother and the elders were currently in the Revival Hall. The Revival Hall was the place where the 4 brothers of Ye Zhenguang had grown up. And since the 3 elders had entered seclusion and the old patriarch had passed away, it had remained sealed. Well then, let us proceed, Ye Suifeng sighed softly. Faced with these 3 ancestors whom he had never met, he found himself at a loss for how to confront them. In the main hall of the Revival Hall, Ye Zhengzong, Ye Zhengyao, along with Sui Yu, Sui Hu, and Sui Bao, were all present. After hearing about Ye Suifeng's endeavors and the current transformations within the Ye family and Yunqiao city, the 2 elders were overwhelmed with complex emotions. How could it be that after merely closing themselves off, the entire world had changed upon their return? Initially, they were somewhat incredulous at Sui Yu's words. However, as Sui Yin and Sui Bao, who had already broken through to the nascent soul stage, arrived, they gradually began to accept this reality. Yet, it was still difficult for them to come to terms with. Their most revered elder brother had passed away, and a nephew whom they had always found troublesome and had never held in high regard had, overnight, soared to remarkable heights. His methods were nothing short of miraculous. When had the world changed so rapidly? They truly did not know how to face such an incomprehensibly powerful nephew. Father, my brother has indeed changed, but his heart remains devoted to the family. Sui Yu discerned their concerns and spoke up to clarify. Indeed, without my brother, there would be no glory for our family today. The other 2 chimed in. The 2 elders exchanged glances, sensing a shared emotion within each other's eyes. The prosperity of the family and unity among its members, was this not the very goal they had tirelessly pursued? Perhaps it was time to let go of certain burdens and allow them to be fully released. At that moment, 2 figures approached from outside. It was Ye Suifeng and Ye Suiyun. Suifeng congratulated the 2 elders on their successful emergence from seclusion. Upon entering, Ye Suifeng paid his respects earnestly. Although his soul had transformed, rendering any emotional connection tenuous, they were, after all, his elders, and he felt it necessary to uphold the proper decorum. Suifeng has arrived. The 2 elders stood and said, Please, take a seat. Upon hearing this, Ye Suifeng stepped forward and sat below them. You may all leave now, Ye Zhenzong instructed. And Sui Yun and the others departed the main hall, leaving only the 3 of them. A moment of silence ensued. I recall the last time I saw you. You were always buried in books, disinclined to speak or stand before others. Ye Zhenzong initiated the conversation. Ye Suifeng absent-mindedly rubbed his chin. Indeed. However, people do change. Ye Zhenzong laughed heartily. Exactly, people do change. I never anticipated that the transformations in this world would be so profound. We have witnessed the Ye family, under your stewardship, reaching unprecedented heights. We are truly delighted. Ye Zhenzong is quite eloquent, artfully attributing personal transformations to global changes, deftly avoiding the most awkward questions. Ye Suifeng has also gradually relaxed. I am a member of the Ye family. Naturally, I am duty-bound to contribute to the family's advancement. The return of 2 elders to our lineage will undoubtedly enhance our prosperity, said Ye Suifeng. Even if it is somewhat awkward. He could not refuse to allow the 2 elders to continue serving as counselors. Their lives have been devoted to this family. However, Ye Zhenzong chuckled. Not anymore, he replied. Ye Suifeng furrowed his brow, puzzled. We have grown old, Ye Zhenzong said.
To be candid, upon returning from seclusion and witnessing such significant changes within the family,
we felt a profound shock and, admittedly, fear. Why is that? Ye Suifeng inquired.
Ye Zhenzong smiled gently. As I mentioned earlier, this world is changing far too rapidly.
Our thoughts can no longer keep pace with the family's evolution. Therefore, why should we cling to the title of elder and issue inexplicable commands?
This family shall be entrusted to your generation. I have absolute confidence in you.
Ye Suifeng was taken aback.
He had not expected Ye Zhenzong to so nonchalantly relinquish the elder position, especially after witnessing the current prosperity of the Ye family. What immense courage this requires! They are indeed the architects of the Ye family. Second uncle, there is truly no need for such. Ye Zhenzong raised a hand, halting Ye Suifeng's words.
Your calling me second uncle is sufficient.
His face radiated with a smile. If elder brother were aware of your accomplishments, he would undoubtedly feel immense joy. Ye Suifeng fell silent, unable to bear the weight of this sentiment.
I have heard that there seems to be some hidden circumstances surrounding your father's passing?
Ye Zhenzong suddenly remarked.
Indeed, Ye Suifeng nodded. The blood-fiend tiger should not have appeared near the outskirts of Qinggu Jailing. However, investigations have yielded no additional leads. The investigation did not involve your participation, did it?
Ye Zhenzong queried.
Ye Suifeng rubbed his nose. At that time, you know, my cultivation was too weak, so. Suifeng.
Ye Zhenzong suddenly looked at Ye Suifeng with earnestness.
You have the capability to uncover the truth, do you not?
Ye Suifeng hesitated for a moment, then replied, I should be able to. Promise me you will investigate this matter thoroughly and discover who is truly behind it.
Can you do that?
His tone was almost pleading. Ye Suifeng was once again taken aback, meeting Ye Zhenzong's sincere gaze, which concealed profound sorrow,
rendering him unable to refuse. Very well, I shall look into it.
If indeed someone is conspiring behind our backs, I shall ensure that they receive the punishment they deserve. Ye Suifeng stated earnestly. A sense of relief washed over Ye Zhenzong's eyes. Then we can rest easy, he replied.
Ye Suifeng nodded and declared.
I shall take charge of this matter. You have just emerged from your seclusion, so it would be wise to recuperate. I will have Suiyun construct a villa by the Mirror Lake. It is a place of serene elegance. Ye Zhenzong waved his hand dismissively.
Perhaps not.
After spending so long underground, I have grown weary of the concept of tranquility.
What do you suggest, then?
Ye Suifeng inquired, perplexed.
Exchanging glances with Ye Zhenyao.
Ye Zhenzong nodded. The world is vast, we wish to venture out and explore. Having toiled our entire lives, we have yet to truly savor the splendid joys of this earthly existence, he laughed heartily. Observing their mirth, Ye Suifeng felt uncertain about how to respond.
Very well. Allow me to prepare some provisions for your journey, he offered.
Just as Ye Zhenzong was about to decline once more, Ye Suifeng interjected. Please do not refuse a younger one's gesture of respect towards their elders.
Taken aback, Ye Zhenzong ultimately acquiesced with a nod. All right, we are family. There is no need for excessive formality.
Indeed, Ye Suifeng smiled.
Shortly thereafter, Ye Suifeng exited the main hall,
only to find that Ye Zhenzong and Ye Zhenyao had vanished without a trace.
Suiyun and the others wore expressions of resignation. As the two elders had already informed them before departing, go about your own affairs.
Ye Suifeng dismissed them and turned his gaze towards the distant northern mountains. It was time for him to embark on his own journey.
Let the first destination be the Qinggu Jailing, he resolved. Chapter 67 Departure the following day.
At the entrance of the Ye family estate, two dark steed colts stood majestically on either side of the gate, one black and one white. Two groups of riders had already assembled. Ye Huang and Ye Long emerged from within the gates, each mounting a dark steed. They advanced towards each other,
meeting face to face.
Dear cousin, this pure white steed suits you splendidly, Ye Huang remarked with a smile. Ye Long, clad in white attire, atop his noble steed, indeed resembled the legendary figure of a white-clad lance-wielder in his youth. I never anticipated you would select the most spirited one, Ye Long responded with a chuckle. Both shared a hearty laugh, their eyes betraying a hint of melancholy. Growing up under the same roof, they had experienced rivalry, yet even more so. A camaraderie forged through countless battles fought side by side,
intertwined with familial affection. Their parting this time left an uncertainty as to when they might reunite. Cousin.
Do not let me outshine you when we meet again, Ye Huang teased, dispelling the subtle sorrow of their farewell.
Ye Long laughed in return.
The disciples of Tianluan Palace far outnumber us. If you find yourself short on resources during your journey, I can lend you a bit.
As he spoke,
he retrieved a storage ring gifted by Ye Suifeng, idly toying with it. I suggest you keep it safe. We have an entire family to support, Ye Huang quipped.
Pa, at Jinlong Pavilion, we must forge our own wealth. This meager travel allowance from uncle.
Ye Long began, but upon peering into the storage ring, his expression shifted dramatically, the ring clutched tightly in his hand. He had presumed it merely a travel fund, yet it appeared to contain a fortune exceeding 10 billion. Predominantly composed of high-grade spirit stones.
Seemingly amused by his disconcerted expression, Ye Huang burst into laughter.
It seems this is the first time my father has bestowed you with pocket money. Ye Long's lips twitched at the notion of pocket money.
What kind of parents distribute allowances in such a manner? Cousin, we cannot disappoint his expectations. Until we meet again.
Ye Huang clasped her fists in salute. Ye Long mirrored the gesture, discreetly returning the storage ring to his palm space. Subsequently, they turned their steeds around.
One group galloping eastward, the other westward, swiftly departing. Before long, they exited the city gates. Among Ye Huang's entourage, a dark-skinned youth cast a lingering glance towards Yunshao City. Mi Feng, keep up.
Zhang Fei called out loudly.
Understood.
Mi Feng quickly turned back to follow the group.
After the battle at Yunshao City,
he opted not to send Uncle Wen to seek out the head of the Yi family but instead chose to join Tianluan Palace. He was determined to stand shoulder to shoulder with the figure that resided in his heart, fighting on the same front.
Meanwhile, at the southern gate of Yunshao City,
a group of young individuals clad in blue emerged.
Among them stood a transcendent figure, dressed in pale blue garments, lingering at the back of the crowd. Seemingly out of place. It was Yi Qingyao.
In the tranquil atmosphere of the academy, Qingyao was approached by a nearby young girl, who reassured her.
Do not mind Guan Mu, many here are quite amiable.
With a gentle smile, Yi Qingyao replied, I merely have never ventured so far from home before. The girl chuckled, it is all the same, most of the people in the academy hail from distant lands.
My hometown lies far, far away in the south, where? Her delightful chatter gradually eased Yi Qinyao's homesickness. After a moment, Yi Qingyao inquired, what is your name? Me? The girl giggled, I am Yan Shi. Fear not, I shall look after you once we arrive at the academy.
At the northern gate of Yunshao City, a modest donkey cart ambled out from within the city. A seemingly unremarkable young man leisurely guided the cart, which was burdened by a dilapidated, roofless carriage filled with dry straw. Inside the carriage sat a petite figure, cloaked entirely in a black mantle, leaving only her small face exposed. Her large eyes reflected a sense of helplessness, and her lips were pursed in discontent.
Is this truly how we are to depart? Yi Xiaoxiao's tone was laden with reluctance. What would you prefer, to be carried in a grand sedan chair?
Ye Suifeng retorted without looking back.
We are embarking on a journey, do you understand?
With a long sigh, Yi Xiaoxiao propped her chin on her hands, pondering the many aspirations she had yet to fulfill. Accompanying her uncle, it seemed she would have no opportunity to pursue them in the near future.
Yi Gu. Wait for me.
Suddenly, a voice called from behind. Moments later, two figures, one large and one small, hurriedly approached. Ye Suifeng halted the donkey cart and turned to see Gu Wanxin rushing towards him, accompanied by a graceful young girl who appeared quiet and composed.
Yi Gu. Gu Wanxin exclaimed breathlessly. I have something I have long wished to express but lacked the opportunity.
Ye Suifeng felt a flutter of apprehension.
Was this to be a scene from a romantic drama?
Surely not, dear sister.
After Gu Wanxin spoke, she brought the young girl forward and introduced, this is my niece, Gu Yulan.
She is nimble and clever. I believe having a capable girl by your side will make your endeavors much easier. Ye Suifeng understood the intent. Yet he was accustomed to solitude, the presence of another felt more cumbersome than beneficial. Thank you for your kindness, but I must decline, he responded politely. She is very obedient and can assist you with numerous mundane tasks, Gu Wanxin insisted urgently. Yet, Ye Suifeng shook his head. No, I prefer to be alone. She can prepare a myriad of exquisite dishes from various regions.
Gu Wanqing continued, attempting to persuade him.
Ye Suifeng, she has also gathered various cuisines from around the world and is currently learning them. Ye Suifeng, I believe that on the journey of exploration, the presence of an additional companion enriches the experience with diverse vistas.
Xiao Xiao, don't you agree? Ye Xiao Xiao? After a brief moment,
a slender figure joined them on the humble donkey cart. Following the broad path, 3 individuals and a donkey gradually made their way toward the distant mountains.
Chapter 68, The Time Black Hole. Wutong Town, nestled at the foot of the Qinggu Jialing Mountain, was once a quaint settlement with a sparse population.
It served as a temporary refuge for wandering cultivators seeking fortune in the mountains.
However,
following the valiant stand of the master of the Ye family's Tianluan Hall and the leader of the True Dragon Pavilion against a formidable beast tide several months ago,
Wutong Town gradually transformed into a bustling hub.
Its expanse has multiplied several times, attracting numerous wandering cultivators who believe that venturing into the mountains from here will bestow upon them fortuitous blessings.
On this particular day,
a humble donkey cart ambled into Wutong Town, driven by a young man clad in simple garments. Within the cart sat 2 distinctly different young maidens, one serene and composed, the other restless and fidgety. They were none other than Ye Suifeng and his companions. The journey from Yunshao City to Wutong Town took a leisurely span of 10 days. As Ye Suifeng allowed the donkey cart to proceed at a relaxed pace. Along the way, they encountered numerous picturesque sights and met a variety of people, and of course, indulged in an array of delectable dishes.
The young girl, Gu Yulan, displayed remarkable culinary skills, rivaling even the finest chefs at the Zui Menglu.
She possessed an innate ability to extract the utmost value from any ingredient, transforming it into exquisite delicacies, a true gem.
Ah, how much Wutong Town has changed!
Exclaimed Ye Xiao Xiao, her eyes wide with astonishment as she gazed around. In her arms, she cradled a small white rabbit, which was quite ordinary except for its unusually large front teeth, several times the size of a typical rabbit's. Ye Xiao Xiao had instantly taken a liking to the little creature, rescuing it from a litter of rabbits belonging to Gu Yulan. While she praised the rabbit's cuteness, she savored dishes made from its siblings, much to Ye Suifeng's disapproval.
When I came here with my sister and the others last time,
it was merely a larger village, Ye Xiao Xiao remarked. Ye Suifeng nodded, observing the increasing number of cultivators along their journey, clearly more than before, likely drawn from distant places. After all, Yunshao City was now brimming with opportunities. Moments later, they arrived at a grand plaza. In the center, a swirling mist obscured the view.
Yet behind the dense fog, the silhouettes of magnificent structures began to emerge.
As they approached, Ye Suifeng was taken aback to discover that they were 2 lifelike statues. One figure wielded a long spear, exuding an aura of cold intensity and fierce battle intent, as if engaged in the hunt for monstrous beasts, none other than Ye Long. The other figure stood with a sword resting against the ground, hands clasped behind his back, his battle robes billowing with an imposing presence, Ye Huang. The people of Wutong Town had indeed erected statues in honor of these 2 great heroes. Ye Xiao Xiao gazed up in awe, her mouth agape.
They are so handsome. Mind your words. Suddenly, an elderly cultivator approached them. These are the revered Fairy Huang and Lord Long, extraordinary prodigies. Such greatness cannot be described with mundane language. He shot a glare at Ye Xiao Xiao, then produced 2 long incense sticks, igniting them before placing them at the feet of the sculpture. Ye Xiao Xiao stood in stunned silence, at a loss for words. How could an outsider disrespect and disdain my own brother and sister? What is wrong with this world? Ye Suifeng couldn't help but chuckle. Once the old cultivator finished his reverence, he approached and inquired, "Dear friend, why do you treat these 2 young individuals in such a manner?" The old cultivator scrutinized Ye Suifeng from head to toe. "You must be new to Wutong Town. I advise you to quickly purchase a stick of heavenly incense and burn it at the feet of the Phoenix Fairy and Lord Dragon. It will surely bring you the unseen fortune that will protect you." With that, he disregarded Ye Suifeng and turned to leave. Ye Suifeng scratched his nose, thinking, "Am I to offer incense for my daughter and nephew? That would be utterly contrary to the heavens. Moreover, they could hardly bear it. Hey, uncle. Should I buy a stick now to try our luck?" Ye Xiao Xiao stifled a giggle.
Get lost, Ye Suifeng retorted crossly. Ye Xiaoxiao huffed. And the little rabbit nestled in her arms bared its teeth at Ye Suifeng. Truly a rebellious creature, even its pet exhibited such defiance. Sooner or later, I will find an opportunity to stew it. Ye Suifeng observed the throngs of devotees offering prayers and decided not to linger any longer, turning to depart.
Behind him,
Ye Xiaoxiao leaned closer to Gu Yulan, whispering, Yulan, trust me, he simply lacks the courage, you should buy some incense to offer there. Gu Yulan's expression remained unchanged.
Miss,
my aunt instructed me to heed the eldest master's words while we are outside, I truly apologize. Ye Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes.
How dull. The three of them enjoyed a simple meal in Wutong town before continuing deeper into the high ridge.
After traversing a path crowded with cultivators, Ye Suifeng finally ceased his slow pace, waving his hand as the entire donkey cart levitated, soaring upon the clouds at a rapid speed. Ye Xiaoxiao could finally remove her robe, her deep crimson hair flowing in the wind, her spirits lifted.
In contrast, Gu Yulan clung tightly to the cart, appearing quite anxious. Don't worry, uncle won't let you fall.
Ye Xiaoxiao encouraged as she pulled her up.
The two stood in the cart, gazing at the sun floating above the clouds.
Its golden rays gently gracing their faces.
Isn't it beautiful?
Ye Xiaoxiao smiled.
Gu Yulan nodded vigorously.
Witnessing this scene, she recalled her aunt's words, accompany that esteemed master.
And you shall experience wonders that others will never know in a lifetime.
When she first beheld the donkey cart, she had harbored doubts about this statement.
Yet now,
she was entirely convinced. Towering mountains raced behind them as the donkey cart soared through the sky, delving deeper into the ancient high ridges,
ultimately arriving at the peak of a dense, lush forest.
Ye Suifeng whistled, and the cart gradually descended, landing beside a shallow pond.
Here was the very spot where Ye Zhengguang had been attacked. You all wait for me here.
Upon concluding his words, Ye Suifeng ascended into the air,
arriving atop a towering precipice.
The vista before him was expansive, allowing him to behold all that lay beneath. A year had elapsed since that fateful incident,
and the forces of nature had long since erased every trace, rendering it utterly unrecognizable.
Ye Suifeng exhaled softly, for he had always harbored a sense of evasion regarding Ye Zhengguang, his biological father in this world. After all, he hailed from another realm, a fully cognizant adult.
Suddenly burdened with the existence of a father, how could one confront such a reality with equanimity?
Indeed, with his current prowess, he possessed the capacity to reunite souls, reconstruct flesh,
and resurrect Ye Zhengguang. Yet, upon revival, how would they coexist?
He found himself unable to sincerely utter the word father.
Thus, despite the enigmas surrounding Ye Zhengguang's demise,
he had never sought to investigate the matter. Had it not been for Ye Zhengzong's plea, perhaps he would have never ventured to this place before departing from this world. Sighing, he resolved to uncover the truth, as a means of providing closure for the borrowed form he inhabited.
Drawing in a breath,
Ye Suifeng extended his hand and suddenly flipped it upward.
Time rewound. Accompanying his motion, the scene beneath him transformed instantaneously. Trees swayed, streams flowed backward,
and the very heavens and earth seemed to invert. Grass burrowed into the soil, and even the birds shrank rapidly, retreating into their shells.
Abruptly,
a great tree began to topple, revealing a harrowing tableau that gradually materialized before Ye Suifeng's eyes. He had returned to a year prior, to the moments following the battle. He witnessed the shattered stones, the blood-soaked earth, and the tragic fates of the Yi clan members. The strength of the blood-fiend tiger was beyond their capacity to withstand. Ye Suifeng slowed his pace, intent on discerning the manner in which these events had unfolded.
As time progressed, a ferocious roar echoed in the distance. It was the voice of the blood-fiend tiger. The truth lay before him. Yet, at that moment, a sudden and intense spatial disturbance erupted.
The scenery before him began to tremble violently, each image rippling like waves upon water, wavering uncertainly.
Ye Suifeng furrowed his brow,
unleashing a formidable aura, an unfathomable force of spirit radiating forth to stabilize this fragment of time.
However, in the next instant, all images abruptly vanished, giving way to an abyss of darkness.
Ye Suifeng's expression grew solemn.
This was a temporal black hole. Someone had wielded immense power, forcibly severing the moment of Ye Zhengguang's ambush from the fabric of time.
Chapter 69 Apologies, the river of time within the abyss of a temporal black hole. There existed a profound emptiness. Ye Suifeng stood amidst this void, his brow furrowed in deep contemplation. He could not fathom why the image of Yi Zhengguang's assault had been obliterated. Who was the assailant? What secrets lay concealed within? Why would a seemingly insignificant cultivator at the late stage of Golden Core attract such formidable forces? Countless questions swirled within Ye Suifeng's mind. He continued to traverse the annals of time, and after a prolonged sojourn within the black hole, light re-emerged in the world. Yet, it was evident that the realm below had reverted to a state of tranquility, clearly prior to the battle. That enigmatic entity had indeed come for Yi Zhengguang. Intriguing. Ye Suifeng allowed a cold smile to grace his lips. You may choose to remain hidden, but I shall unveil your identity and intentions. Subsequently, he reversed the flow of time, once again traversing the black hole to arrive at the scene that had been erased. Dozens of corpses belonging to the Ye family lay before him, drenched in blood. Can you sever time and erase causality? Ye Suifeng extended his fingers like claws, instantly piercing through the void. Moments later, he grasped a gray line in his hand. It was the thread of causality. Previously, while pursuing the mastermind behind Ye Suifeng's assassination, he had only skimmed the surface of this principle. Yet this time, he had seized the entirety of the path of causality. Go! Ye Suifeng thrust out his palm, and the gray line of causality immediately expanded infinitely, transforming the entire realm into a monochromatic gray world. This was the canopy of causality. Countless threads of fate swayed uneasily within. Through the veil of causality, Ye Suifeng gazed upon the fallen members of the Ye family. However, a shocking revelation unfolded before him. Within this realm of causality, he could perceive the life trajectories of all beings. Yet, the deceased Ye family members were shrouded in a dense, gray mist. They were no longer part of causality. That individual had truly obliterated them along with their causality. Ye Suifeng's heart filled with further perplexity. What prowess did Yi Zhengguang possess to invoke such treatment from that formidable entity? Observing the scene devoid of any trace, Ye Suifeng waved his hand, dispersing the gray world and returning to the realm of reality. The fresh air gradually soothed his inner agitation. It was clear that the one responsible for these actions was a transcendent being, well versed in the great principles, executing their tasks with utmost precision, leaving no trace to pursue. The situation had grown increasingly complex. He had not anticipated that fulfilling his first promise would prove so arduous. Ye Suifeng shook his head, a cold smile flickering across his visage. However, should you think I would acquiesce to this challenge, you underestimate me gravely. I shall undoubtedly find you. Moments later, Ye Suifeng gently descended beside the donkey cart. Uncle, we have discovered a nest of spirit-ling birds' eggs. Upon his return, Ye Xiaoxiao bounded over excitedly. Yet, upon catching sight of Ye Suifeng's countenance, she was instantly taken aback, retracting her hands, her large eyes fixed upon him, rendered speechless. She had never seen such a serious uncle before. Ye Suifeng looked at her and smiled, saying, "It's all right. I must leave once more. You all should stay here and not wander about." As he spoke, he extended his finger and drew a large circle around the donkey cart. Remember, do not step outside this circle. The earlier events had instilled a slight wariness within him. Perhaps the person lurking behind was not solely here for Yi Zhengguang. Rest assured, uncle, I will not wander off. Ye Xiaoxiao nodded earnestly. Ye Suifeng chuckled and ruffled her hair. Wait for me, I shall return shortly. With that, his figure gradually faded from view. Uncle! Ye Xiaoxiao called out, only to realize it was too late. She surveyed her surroundings and instinctively clutched the little rabbit in her arms. Then, Ye Xiaoxiao pulled Gu Yulan and hid inside the donkey cart. Yulan, do not be afraid. I will tell you a story. In the realm of void, the silver river of time flowed from the ancient past into the future, eternal and unnoticed. Suddenly, a figure appeared above the river of time, Ye Suifeng. He gazed at the boundless expanse of the temporal river and smirked coldly. I do not believe you can disturb this place. The void was indeed a manifestation of the river of time. To oppose it was to contend against the very fabric of space itself. Here, no one wielded such formidable power. With his hands clasped behind his back, Ye Suifeng stepped onto the surface of the river of time, moving upstream against the current. Soon, he arrived at the moment a year prior when Ye Zhenguang was ambushed. There, he finally beheld Ye Zhenguang and the frenzied blood-fiend tiger. Ye Suifeng's expression brightened, his suspicions were confirmed. After a moment's contemplation, he plunged into the river of time and emerged in that familiar scene. On the ravaged land, a robust middle-aged man, drenched in blood, stood face to face with a colossal red-black demon tiger. Behind him lay dozens of corpses.
"It is impossible, you cannot be here."
The middle-aged man bore a strong resemblance to Ye Suifeng, for he was indeed Ye Zhenguang. This was the first time Ye Suifeng had witnessed him alive.
At that moment, Ye Zhenguang was gravely injured, at the end of his strength.
He questioned in fury.
However, the blood-fiend tiger showed no inclination for dialogue, roaring as it lunged forward.
Its razor-sharp claws instantly tore through Ye Zhenguang's body. Having effortlessly accomplished this act, the blood-fiend tiger let out a deafening roar to the heavens,
before dissipating into twinkling starlight, vanishing completely. That individual had come solely to slay Ye Zhenguang. But what could their true motive be? From the earlier scene,
Ye Suifeng had discerned that Ye Zhenguang was truly an exceedingly ordinary cultivator, and given that existence, there was no justification for expending such effort to deal with him.
Ye Suifeng was utterly perplexed.
Perhaps I shall seek the answers myself. Ye Suifeng, having pinpointed the vanishing location of the bloodthirsty tiger,
prepared to once again wield the Tao of causality within the river of time.
However, as he commenced his endeavor, the scene before him abruptly transformed. The entire galaxy seemingly inverted in the heavens. Suddenly, within the Milky Way, tens of thousands of colossal portals surged forth,
encasing Ye Suifeng entirely in the blink of an eye. Behind each portal lay a distinct world, a manifestation of power extracted from the river of time.
With a cold snort, Ye Suifeng unleashed his full strength, delivering a mighty punch against the portal. Yet, following a resounding impact, the portal merely shuddered momentarily before reverting to its original state, its silvery light swirling incessantly. Ye Suifeng furrowed his brow. It appeared that someone had intricately linked these portals with the entire river of time.
To oppose them was tantamount to opposing time itself. This was evidently a calculated scheme. Was this all for me?
Gazing at the temporal energies swirling around the myriad portals, Ye Suifeng discerned that the situation was far more intricate than he had anticipated. But, are you truly prepared? A cold smile crept upon his lips as he felt a surge within. The cultivation stored within the system was instantly unleashed, flooding into his body.
10,000 years. 100,000 years.
Within the portals, Ye Suifeng's cultivation began to ascend at an astonishing rate.
This world has its limits. Exceeding them could potentially shatter it. Yet, within the void, such concerns were non-existent.
Ye Suifeng continued to draw upon his cultivation,
causing ripples to emerge in the surrounding emptiness.
The speed of the temporal energies circulating through the tens of thousands of portals quickened, clearly sensing the mounting pressure. After extracting 100 billion units of cultivation, the portals became riddled with cracks.
"Begone!"
Ye Suifeng roared, clenching his fist and striking directly at the portal before him.
An unfathomable surge of energy erupted forth.
Upon contact with his fist, the multitude of portals disintegrated into mere dust. The energy was overwhelmingly potent. After shattering the portals, it surged directly into the river of time.
Boom! The thunderous roar reverberated.
The pitch-black void seemed to ignite into an incomparably radiant sun, blinding to behold.
After a considerable interval, the brilliance gradually faded.
Ye Suifeng stood within the void, before him a silver river of time now marred by a colossal fissure. His single punch had cleaved through the river of time. The void surged forth, coursing through the crack, devouring the upstream of the river of time. All moments from this world, a year past, were utterly obliterated by Ye Suifeng's wrathful strike. Observing the scene before him, Ye Suifeng fell silent. Having just broken through, he had mismanaged his strength.
My apologies, River of Time. Chapter 70, The Point of No Return, The Abyss of Nothingness.
Ye Suifeng stood in the void, observing the distant river of time, gradually consumed by the emptiness until it vanished completely. Suddenly, with a thunderous sound,
the entire space quaked violently.
Subsequently, at the fracture of the river of time, a swirling grey mist surged forth like smoke.
That was the essence of chaos.
Ye Suifeng remained indifferent. It seemed that his recent strike had not only shattered the river of time but had also obliterated this realm of nothingness.
You have misunderstood me. I did not intend for this to happen. Ye Suifeng lamented internally.
He had merely sought to break the barriers that confined him, never anticipating that his cultivation of 100 billion years would unleash such formidable power, resulting in a gaping rift in the abyss.
Truly,
the flames of the city gate had spread to the fish in the moat.
Who could possibly orchestrate such a grand scheme?
It was certainly not solely for the sake of Ye Suifeng. Within the river of time, Ye Suifeng discerned clearly that Ye Suifeng was merely an ordinary cultivator.
Entirely unremarkable. Could it be due to his mother?
Ye Suifeng furrowed his brow. His memories recalled that his mother was merely a disciple of a mediocre sect outside of Yunshao City, their union more a political arrangement than a romantic one. The likelihood of her being the target was slim. Perhaps there existed another possibility, that he had come for me,
to sever the strands of time and erase causality,
merely to allow him to traverse the river of time in search of the truth. In the river of time, when he first employed the path of causality, those portals had manifested. Reflecting upon it, those portals, connecting to the river of time, were indeed perilous. Even those nearing the pinnacle of cultivation in the mundane world would find it impossible to break free, likely meeting their demise on the spot.
Do you intend to use Ye Suifeng's death to eliminate me?
Ye Suifeng scoffed coldly.
That individual's methods were undoubtedly celestial in their ingenuity. Yet, alas,
he had failed. However, he had also succeeded in inciting Ye Suifeng's wrath. I hope you find yourself a favorable resting place.
With that, Ye Suifeng opened his palm,
revealing a snow-white leaf that lay quietly within. Upon the leaf, an image of a creature was inscribed, resembling a bear with a luxurious coat. At the moment he inadvertently shattered the river of time, his consciousness had seized upon this leaf. It resided within the fragment of time when Ye Suifeng was slain. Furthermore, the leaf was extraordinarily unique, similarly severed from the web of causality, existing beyond it. Wait for me, I shall find you. Ye Suifeng tucked away the white leaf and turned to depart, preparing to return to his original world. As he glided through the void, a thin veil appeared before him. This veil served as the barrier of this world, shielding it from the encroaching chaotic storms of the outside realm.
Yet for Ye Suifeng, traversing it was an exceedingly simple endeavor.
Without much contemplation, Ye Suifeng stepped into the world barrier.
However, at that moment, a terrifying event transpired.
As his foot barely crossed the threshold, a series of cracking sounds suddenly echoed. To Ye Suifeng's astonished gaze, the world barrier before him began to fracture, inch by inch. Countless laws of the universe contained within the barrier shattered, each one crumbling to dust in succession.
Witnessing this scene, Ye Suifeng hastily withdrew his foot.
Only then did the collapse of the world barrier gradually cease, slowly beginning to mend the shattered laws. Ye Suifeng, he had forgotten that he had extracted 1 billion years of cultivation, his own energy had long surpassed the capacity of this realm. It is no exaggeration to say that if he were to lose a hair from overexertion and fall into this world, within an hour, it would be utterly obliterated.
I came here just fine, and now, I can't go back?
A resounding exclamation echoed in Ye Suifeng's heart.
In the depths of the Qinggu Jailing, a donkey cart stood incongruously amidst the dense primordial forest.
Outside the cart, a white circle emitted a faint glow, seemingly safeguarding it.
Inside the cart,
2 young girls crouched, Ye Xiaoxiao and Gu Yulan. Suddenly, a noise emanated from outside. Ye Xiaoxiao immediately perked up, turning to lean over the side of the cart.
Slowly peering out. The jungle was silent, the foliage dense.
A flicker of fear flashed in her large eyes. Subsequently, she cautiously withdrew her head.
Liar! You promised to return quickly, it's been 3 days and still no sign.
Ye Xiaoxiao murmured, clutching the rabbit in her arms tightly, trying to curl up and bury her face in her knees.
Yulan? Do you think he has abandoned me because I've been too mischievous, or could he be in danger?
What if he was ambushed and has already? Gu Yulan gazed at the girl before her, letting out a faint sigh. The usually reckless girl had become so timid upon Ye Suifeng's true departure. She propped herself up, sitting alongside Ye Xiaoxiao.
Miss, why don't you tell me another story?
Ye Suifeng rolled her eyes at her. I have no stories left. Then please share how you helped those impoverished children realize their dreams in your dreams, Gu Yulan suggested. Ye Suifeng fell silent for a moment, then gently sighed. Dreams are but illusions. The next day, some still perish from hunger.
Gu Yulan was taken aback. Then why don't you save them?
Ye Suifeng opened her eyes, staring intently at the straw before her.
In the realm of dreams,
I witness countless dreams each day. There are beautiful dreams, and there are nightmares.
I, too, can witness the daily struggle of countless souls ensnared in nightmares and anguish, succumbing to despair.
I observe them helplessly as they perish before my very eyes, utterly powerless to intervene, even unaware of their whereabouts. I am incapable of saving them. Truly, I can rescue no one. As she spoke, Ye Suifeng buried her head once more in her knees, softly weeping. Gu Yulan stared blankly at the sobbing figure of Ye Suifeng, utterly astonished that this seemingly carefree little girl had long been accustomed to the vicissitudes of life and death. She pursed her lips, gently lifted her arms, and enveloped Ye Suifeng in an embrace. Perhaps, I shall share a story with you.
Chapter 71, The Tao of Heavens and the Barrier of the World. Ye Suifeng had been enduring the passage of an entire day in this place. He endeavored through various means to penetrate this realm. Yet, whether he subdued his own aura or disguised himself as a feeble tribulation stage cultivator, he could not safely traverse the barrier of the world. This safety, of course, was from the perspective of the world itself. Given his current strength, even the slightest misstep could bring about irrevocable calamity upon this realm. What is this? Is this truly worthy of being called a world? Something that could be dismissed with a mere act of nature? The frailty of this world ignited a sense of impatience within him. If he truly could not return, what fate awaited the members of the Ye family? How heartbroken would Ji Huang be? Moreover, he had left Ye Suifeng behind at Qinggu jailing. No! He must regain his composure. Taking a deep breath, Ye Suifeng began to contemplate earnestly. Relying on brute force was certainly not the solution. The issue was not that he lacked power, but rather that he possessed too much. Even if he were to dissipate his cultivation, it would be futile, as his body had reached an immeasurable state alongside his ascension. At this moment, a single drop of his blood could easily annihilate countless beings and obliterate a small world. Was he to abandon his physical form and seek a new vessel? That was far too repugnant. It would be better not to return at all. After much reflection, Ye Suifeng gradually came to recognize his greatest weakness, a lack of Taoist knowledge. Although he possessed cultivation and spirit far beyond that of ordinary mortals and could easily command the principles of the Tao, he remained somewhat naïve regarding certain intricate and specialized techniques of the Tao. The reason for this was simple: he had never encountered them. Since his transmigration, he had perused countless texts on cultivation, yet all were from the mundane world. His exposure to knowledge of the Tao beyond the ordinary realm had been exceedingly limited. It was this very deficiency that had allowed an unknown entity to manipulate him, nearly shattering the entire void and leaving him stranded. Contemplating this, Ye Suifeng's desire to confront the hidden mastermind intensified. However, it was prudent to first devise a plan for his return. He gazed at the world barrier before him, where innumerable Taoist principles intertwined like an intricate celestial net. Perhaps if I were to transform myself into the Tao of this world, I could integrate into it? A flash of inspiration suddenly crossed his mind. He opened his palm to reveal a gleaming crystal, the heavenly array stone. This crystal could establish a direct connection to the Taoist principles, serving as a conduit for the rules. The origin tower was constructed utilizing this property, employing various intricate formations to weave the principles, thus generating diverse primordial spiritual liquids. Yes, this approach should have a significant probability of success. Ye Suifeng nodded, sweeping his hand to arrange countless heavenly array stones in a precise formation within the void. This was an immensely grand undertaking, for he needed to inscribe all the Taoist principles onto the heavenly array stones, crafting them as his disguise. After a brief moment of contemplation, Ye Suifeng commenced his work. Days turned into weeks, and for over 10 days, he immersed himself entirely in the process of replicating the heavenly Tao. Before him lay the heavenly array stones, each intricately inscribed with a multitude of array patterns, each representing a distinct principle of the heavenly Tao. At long last, perseverance bore fruit. He inscribed a complete heavenly Tao into the heavenly array stones.
The stones now deserved the title of Heavenly Tao Stones. Ye Suifeng exhaled deeply and estimated that there were over 100 billion Heavenly Tao Stones, encompassing every minute detail.
I hope you do not disappoint me.
With a flourish of his hands, 100 billion Heavenly Tao Stones coalesced into a colossal vortex, contracting tightly towards the center. Moments later, all the Heavenly Tao Stones vanished, transforming into a delicate white ring that settled in Ye Suifeng's palm. I shall name you the Heavenly Tao Ring. With a casual title. He adorned his finger with the ring. Instantly, his aura shifted, becoming profound and enigmatic.
At that moment,
it seemed as though he had metamorphosed into a walking embodiment of the Heavenly Tao.
Let us see.
With the Heavenly Tao Ring securely in place, Ye Suifeng approached the barrier of the world once more. Taking a deep breath, he extended his hand towards the inner realm. As he traversed the world barrier, miraculously,
no collapse ensued.
A radiant beam of light emanated from the Heavenly Tao Ring, enveloping Ye Suifeng's hand.
It shielded him, no.
It safeguarded this world from the potential harm of Ye Suifeng. Energized, Ye Suifeng stepped forward, gliding seamlessly into the barrier.
No unforeseen incidents occurred, he had finally entered successfully.
It was no small feat. Glancing at the Heavenly Tao Ring adorning his hand, he felt immense satisfaction.
Alas, within this realm,
he would have to remain as frail as the Tao itself. It was time to check on Xiao Xiao and the others to ensure they were not causing any mischief. In the ancient, lofty hills, the donkey cart remained. Suddenly, a figure appeared before the cart. The emaciated old donkey brayed in surprise. Ye Xiaoxiao's head popped out from the cart, momentarily taken aback upon seeing Ye Suifeng.
Oh! How delightful! You actually behaved this time and did not wander off, she remarked.
Before Ye Suifeng could respond, a small figure leaped into his embrace, holding him tightly.
I thought you wouldn't return.
Ye Xiaoxiao's voice trembled with emotion. Almost, but I managed to persevere, Ye Suifeng replied with a smile. Ye Xiaoxiao remained silent,
her arms tightening around him.
Sensing her emotional state, Ye Suifeng sighed gently and remarked, I recall that during your last stay in the Dream Void realm,
you did not react this way even after a month. That was because you returned on time.
Ye Xiaoxiao mumbled.
What?
Ye Xiaoxiao suddenly released her grip,
glaring at Ye Suifeng.
What I mean is, when you leave in the future, could you specify a concrete time?
You've said you'll be back soon. Yet we've been waiting for over half a month. Observing the unexpectedly irate Ye Xiaoxiao, Ye Suifeng was momentarily taken aback. When did this girl become so attached to him?
He tousled Ye Xiaoxiao's purplish-red hair and chuckled, all right, I promise you, if I have to leave in the future, I will certainly give you an exact time.
How does that sound?
Ye Xiaoxiao pouted, that's more like it. Then, he turned to see Gu Yulan just stepping down from the carriage and remarked. You have no idea how terrifying it has been for Yulan out here in this desolate wilderness.
Gu Yulan replied. Fine, you're the boss.
Whatever you say goes.
That's enough.
Ye Suifeng smiled, this time, it's on me. Since you enjoy frolicking, I promise you, for the upcoming journey,
you are free to play as you wish.
Ye Xiaoxiao immediately erupted in joy.
Watching this adorable little girl, Ye Suifeng couldn't help but reflect. All the effort spent returning was worth it.
As for that shadowy figure behind the scenes, I will settle accounts with you in due time. Chapter 72, Northern Snowfields and Majestic Mountains. Here, the peaks are as if sculpted by a knife, piercing the heavens and towering hundreds of feet high. Few humans have ever set foot in this pristine land, where everything remains in its most original form. Among these peaks, one rises above the rest, grander and more imposing. At its summit, a verdant pool of water glistens. Beside this pool lies a lion, its body entirely clad in a deep azure hue, peacefully slumbering with its eyes closed. Suddenly, its ears perk up, and it turns to gaze at the southern sky. A powerful wave of energy is rushing towards this place with great speed. The azure lion immediately springs to its feet, its gaze fixed on the distant horizon.
The aura emanating from that direction rivals its own, bold and unabashed. Is it a challenge to its dominion? A fierce energy surges from the azure lion, its fur bristling in fury. Who dares to provoke in this realm? Moments later,
a colorful figure appears in the sky, resembling a bird in flight. The azure lion pauses, releasing 2 hot breaths that melt the stones beneath its feet. It recognizes the incoming avian threat as its longtime rival, the colorful phoenix, dwelling 100 miles away. As the phoenix swiftly approaches, growing larger in its sight, the azure lion puffs out its chest, for a flame, and lets out a resounding roar towards the skies.
A tremendous force erupts from the mountain peak,
dispersing the surrounding clouds and mist, creating a vast circular arc with a diameter of several kilometers.
It unleashes its wrath. But suddenly, the lion senses something amiss in its surroundings. The scent of vegetation has vanished, replaced by a faint fragrance. The azure lion opens its eyes to find a human face before it. Meow? A massive fist looms larger in its vision. With a resounding thud, darkness envelopes it, and it loses consciousness. Uncle, what is that? A girl's voice suddenly emerges from the colorful phoenix in the sky. A head with long purple-red hair pops out from beneath the phoenix. It is Ye Suifeng. Instead of riding on the phoenix, she clutches one of its claws with one hand, swinging gently in the air. Abruptly, Ye Suifeng releases her grip, and a blue circle appears beneath her feet. In the blink of an eye, she stands before Ye Suifeng. Ye Suifeng continues to drive the donkey cart, casually tossing the unconscious lion behind him, and remarks nonchalantly, "This is the ancient azure lion, an 8th-grade demon beast, equivalent to a human cultivator in the late stage of integration." "Oh," Ye Suifeng responds, tilting her head to observe the now smaller, somewhat adorably dazed ancient azure lion, which is being stabbed in the throat by Gu Yulan with a knife from within the cart. "Using the method I taught you, discern carefully. This type of lion has delicious meat and is a treasure all over," Ye Suifeng instructs. "Yes, sir." Gu Yulan withdraws her small knife, and blood spurts forth, which she promptly collects in a small vial. This small knife was specially forged for Gu Yulan by Ye Suifeng. It could effortlessly sever even the most resilient materials with a single stroke. Gu Yulan extended her finger, dipped it in a drop of fresh blood from the razor-sharp blade, and then placed it in her mouth. Instantly, her eyes radiated a soft golden light. Observing the 2 figures before her, Ye Suifeng couldn't help but shrink her neck in trepidation. How cruel! The lion was so adorable. However, recalling the delectable delicacies crafted by Gu Yulan, her stomach began to grumble audibly. No more looking. Ye Suifeng fell back, and a blue circle appeared. In the next moment, she found herself upon the neck of the colorful phoenix. Suddenly, she seemed to hear a sobbing sound. Tilting her head, she discovered that the colorful phoenix was, astonishingly, shedding tears. "Little Kai, what troubles you?" Ye Suifeng inquired curiously. The colorful phoenix spoke, "That green lion was an old friend of mine." Ye Suifeng paused in surprise. "So, you wish to accompany it?" "No, no, no!" the colorful phoenix exclaimed in alarm, hastily shaking its head. "I am merely touched. For I am incredibly fortunate that the master has spared me and has not handed me over to that little witch in the carriage." Ye Suifeng playfully tapped its forehead. "Stop shaking. I might fall off." The phoenix promptly ceased its movements and flew steadily. "Rest assured, little Kai. As long as you stay with me, you shall be entirely safe." While saying this, Ye Suifeng plucked a vibrant feather from its neck and began to weave a headband. The colorful phoenix remarked, "You are quite the little witch yourself." "Well, it's better than being with another powerful one." Where all the beasts end up served on a platter. Several figures soared rapidly through the sky. Suddenly, a bone-chilling gust of wind rushed toward them. Ye Suifeng paused, adorned the crafted colorful headband upon her head, and then stood up to gaze into the distance. A vast expanse of pristine white appeared before her, dazzling and blinding under the sunlight. "Uncle, we've arrived!" Ye Suifeng exclaimed loudly. Ye Suifeng nodded. He had already seen it. The northern snowfield was indeed his destination. During the shattering of the river of time, he had brought forth a white leaf, upon which was engraved the head of a bear with long fur. Upon closer examination, Ye Suifeng recognized it as a legendary creature that existed solely in the northern snowfield, known to people as a natural disaster. Thus, he chose to traverse the Qinggu highlands to reach the northern snowfield. However, he did not proceed hastily. Along the way, accompanied by Ye Suifeng and others, he thoroughly savored the splendor of the Qinggu highlands.
For instance, the charcoal-grilled dragon pond serpent, the steamed crimson fire qilin, and the stir-fried earth deity silkworm. Throughout their journey, they vanquished all beasts of the 6th rank and above, gathered heaps of spiritual fruits from heaven and earth, and plundered countless treasures.
Indeed.
It would not be an exaggeration to liken their exploits to geese passing, feathers plucked. Fortunately, they had finally arrived at the northern snowfield.
If the Qinggu Highlands possessed consciousness,
it would surely shed tears of gratitude.
"Uncle, where shall we go next?"
Ye Suifeng inquired. At this moment, they had officially entered the skies of the northern snowfields. Where the ground lay blanketed beneath a thick layer of ice and snow, devoid of any signs of life.
Ye Suifeng extended his consciousness, sweeping across the landscape,
and soon discovered a small town inhabited by humans, located several hundred miles to the east.
"Let us seek out the people," he declared. With that, the donkey cart altered its course and swiftly made its way toward the settlement.
Ye Suifeng stood atop the resplendent phoenix, closely following behind. Chapter 73, The Eternal Winter Kingdom in the far north, an expanse of ice lies frozen for miles, perpetually blanketed by falling snow.
The climate here is exceedingly frigid,
presenting survival conditions that are harsh and unforgiving. Yet, there exists a tenacious spirit among certain beings that enables them to endure in such an environment. Humanity is one such example. Amidst the vast snowy plains stands a towering wooden wall, shielding against the chilling winds that sweep in from the depths of the tundra. This wall, though constructed of timber, is imbued with the luminous energy of protective enchantments, allowing it to withstand the ravages of time. Behind this formidable barrier, a cluster of modest wooden dwellings is scattered about. The exteriors and rooftops of these homes are clad in thick layers of hay and animal hides, while the snow-laden streets occasionally witness passers-by, bundled tightly against the cold, hurrying along. At that moment, a donkey cart emerged from the distance. Its appearance starkly contrasted with the local architecture, far too rudimentary, with gaps that allowed the wind to whistle through, and lacking any semblance of a canopy. A man accompanied by 2 young women, all clad in scant attire, braved the biting winds, seemingly impervious to the frigid temperatures around them, a truly remarkable sight.
The donkey cart, appearing to move at a leisurely pace, soon arrived at the entrance of the wall. The sentinels stationed atop became instantly alert. "Who are you? What brings you here?"
they shouted, employing a tongue that was entirely foreign to the realm of the 9 Cities Alliance. With a snap of his fingers, Ye Suifeng sent forth a stream of spiritual awareness from the head of one guard, which then split into 3 currents, entering the consciousness of the trio.
In an instant, they comprehended the alien language.
"You there! Identify yourselves!"
The guard bellowed, his bowstring taut, poised for action.
With a playful mimicry of Ye Suifeng, Ye Suifeng snapped her fingers as well. Immediately, the guard swayed and collapsed to the side, falling into a deep slumber. A grin spread across her face as she glanced at Ye Suifeng. He merely shook his head, guiding the donkey cart forward as the grand gates swung open automatically, revealing that the guards had succumbed to delightful dreams. Shortly thereafter, they arrived before a larger structure, where various beasts were tethered: fiery steeds, horned cattle, and a peculiar large bird with elongated legs, all appearing to be mounts. This establishment, known as the Wooden Tower Inn, served as a resting spot,
with muffled voices emanating from within. "Shall we venture inside?"
Ye Suifeng suggested, dismounting from the cart, with Ye Suifeng and Gu Yulan following suit. The colorful phoenix had already shrunk to the size of a sparrow, nestling within Ye Suifeng's cascading locks. With a creak, Ye Suifeng pushed the door open, and was immediately met with a wave of warmth, infused with the heavy aromas of spirits and smoke, accompanied by a cacophony of sounds.
Coughing.
Ye Suifeng waved her hand in front of her face, glancing up to find that the once boisterous inn had fallen silent. Almost every patron turned their gaze upon them, a mix of curiosity, suspicion, and avarice flickering in their eyes. Ye Suifeng strode forward, selecting an unoccupied corner to sit.
"Waiter! A fine selection of wine and delicacies, please," he called out. "Coming right up."
A slender young man replied loudly. Soon, he approached with a jar of wine and several plates of food. The other diners turned back, resuming their noisy chatter. The 3 dishes were all meat, prepared in a simple and crude manner. Nevertheless, Ye Suifeng picked up his chopsticks, for a true gourmand,
one must possess a heart willing to explore new tastes.
Gu Yulan produced a low-grade spirit stone and placed it in the attendant's hand. The attendant, momentarily startled,
then beamed and walked away.
Upon returning to the counter, he leaned in close to the burly shopkeeper, saying, "Uncle, those individuals must have come from quite a distance." As he spoke, he discreetly shook the spirit stone. The shopkeeper, holding his pipe, shot him a warning glance. "Mind your own business.
Those people are clearly not ordinary. Don't invite trouble." The attendant chuckled. "Of course not, but it seems the Black Wolf's gang is becoming restless." Following the attendant's gaze, 5 individuals clad in dark, coarse clothing huddled together at a table, whispering amongst themselves while occasionally glancing towards Ye Suifeng. "Let them test the waters first." The shopkeeper exhaled a cloud of smoke. Moments later, the Black Wolf and his companions stood up, grinning maliciously as they approached Ye Suifeng. "Hey, shut your mouths and get lost."
Ye Suifeng took a sip from the wine jar, frowned slightly, and then set it down. After being spoiled by Gu Yulan's refined palate, these mundane offerings hardly piqued his interest. The Black Wolf, taken aback by the disregard, was momentarily stunned. In all his years of tyranny in this region, he had never encountered someone so audacious.
"You son of a..." Bang!
Just as he began to speak, the 5 members of his gang were sent flying, crashing through several tables and chairs before slamming against the wall and collapsing to the ground, blood spilling from their mouths, lifeless.
He gazed wide-eyed, even in death, unaware of the formidable presence he had provoked.
The other diners in the inn stood in shock, their expressions filled with terror as they looked at Ye Suifeng.
How had he accomplished such a feat?
Yet, Ye Suifeng remained composed, as if he had merely performed a trivial act, picking up a piece of meat, shaking his head, and placing the chopsticks down.
The food and wine here were indeed unremarkable. He then rose and walked directly to the shopkeeper.
The shopkeeper, seeing Ye Suifeng approach, felt his heart nearly stop, frozen in place with his pipe clenched tightly.
"Have you seen this?"
Ye Suifeng presented a white leaf before the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper hesitated, staring at the bare emblem on the leaf, his pupils constricting in shock. This is the totem of the Eternal Winter Kingdom." His expression turned pale.
This man was searching for eternal winter?
That was one of the most formidable powers in the northern snowfields.
"Where is it?"
Ye Suifeng retracted the leaf. The shopkeeper took a moment to steady his nerves and replied, "Very far, thousands of miles to the northeast. I have only heard tales of that place."
"Thank you."
Ye Suifeng placed a low-grade spirit stone upon the table before turning to depart. Ye Xiaoxiao and Gu Yulan promptly rose to follow suit.
After a considerable interval,
the inn was finally filled with murmurs.
"Uncle, who exactly are those individuals?" the trembling attendant inquired, his legs still quaking with trepidation. Fortunately,
he had managed to suppress his avarice earlier, otherwise. The innkeeper withdrew his gaze from the group of black wolves, inhaling deeply from his pipe. Before responding in a somber tone, "They are extraordinary beings.
Yet, it remains uncertain whether they are destined mages or beast spirit warriors." Exhaling a cloud of smoke,
the innkeeper reflected, "Thankfully, their objective lies within the Eternal Winter Kingdom."
The attendant, perplexed, asked, "Why have I never heard of this name?" "Of course, you have not," the innkeeper replied.
"It is a vast empire located tens of thousands of miles away, where extraordinary beings roam freely.
Once, by sheer fortune,
I accompanied a formidable extraordinary being and ventured there. The journey alone took 3 years." As they spoke, Ye Suifeng and his companions arrived before a colossal archway. The gate towered several dozen feet high, piercing the clouds above, resembling a gateway to the heavens. Above it, 2 bold and vigorous characters were inscribed, "Eternal Winter." Chapter 74, The Enlightenment Tree. One more chapter. Pingyang Pass stands as the westernmost gateway of the Eternal Winter Kingdom. It majestically occupies the inner sanctum of the western heavenly gate, resembling an ancient dragon coiled protectively around this region. In stark contrast to Pingyang Pass,
Yunshao City appears almost as a quaint town.
The western heavenly gate towers several dozen zhan high, a luminous barrier rising from its threshold and extending infinitely to either side,
its length extending for countless miles.
To enter the Eternal Winter Kingdom from this side, one must pass through the western heavenly gate.
Each day,
throngs of cultivators queue for miles outside the gate, eager to gain entry. Ye Suifeng, however, possessed little patience for such delays.
Silently and without a trace, his donkey cart made its way into Pingyang Pass. In an instant, a wave of warmth enveloped him. How bustling it is here!
Ye Suifeng marveled at the broad streets and the incessant flow of people, her eyes wide with wonder. Meanwhile, some passers-by were eyeing her curiously.
What sort of conveyance is that? It appears to be merely an ordinary old donkey.
Oh, that girl looks rather charming. I almost mistook her for a little princess. They whispered among themselves about the humble donkey cart. Fortunately, the diverse styles of attire among the locals meant that no one paid undue attention to their peculiarities.
Hey, uncle! Look quickly! I spotted a bear!
Ye Suifeng exclaimed suddenly, pointing at a child on the street. On the child's back was an embroidered design depicting a long-haired bear's head,
identical to the one inscribed on the white leaf.
Ye Suifeng sighed softly, "Lift your head." Ye Suifeng obeyed, and her mouth fell agape.
The streets, alleys,
and towering shops were adorned with the same white banners, each emblazoned with the image of the long-haired bear.
Have we arrived at the bear's den?
Ye Suifeng exclaimed, her face a portrait of astonishment. Ye Suifeng raised his finger and traced a circle in the air.
Instantly,
a plethora of intricate information erupted from the heads of every individual on the street, converging at his fingertips to form a swirling vortex.
He then delved his consciousness into this whirlpool. The great celestial bear? A pivotal piece of information surfaced in his mind. It turned out that in the eternal winter kingdom,
this bear was not referred to as a calamity, as in the outside world, rather, it was revered as the great celestial bear. This majestic being possessed immense powers,
commanding the winds and rains.
Most importantly, it was the architect of the eternal winter barrier, which shielded humanity from the harshness of the outside cold and storms, allowing them to thrive in peace. Ye Suifeng curled his lips in disdain. He had noticed the eternal winter barrier upon his arrival.
Its array unmistakably crafted by the combined efforts of several formidable cultivators.
It bore little relation to this great celestial bear.
Nevertheless,
he was not particularly concerned with the affairs of the eternal winter barrier. His curiosity lay in understanding why the head of this great celestial bear was represented on the white leaf.
What, indeed, is the significance of this white leaf?
After a moment of contemplation, Ye Suifeng expanded his consciousness, enveloping the entirety of Pingyang Pass. All within his sight became distinctly visible.
Is the strongest among them merely at the integration stage?
Ye Suifeng furrowed his brows slightly, pondering the capability to sever the causal connection of this leaf and subsequently place it into the river of time. Such a feat was beyond the grasp of a mere nascent soul cultivator.
However, it might be worthwhile to seek him out for inquiries. With this thought in mind,
Ye Suifeng resolved to summon him.
Yet, amidst his thoughts, a familiar name suddenly appeared in his consciousness. Ah, perhaps it would be prudent to investigate that locale. Moments later,
the ox cart arrived at a remarkably bustling area, where the decor was evidently elevated to a higher echelon. Amongst the establishments, a 9-story building stood out prominently.
Its plaque emblazoned with 3 grand characters, Wanbao Pavilion.
Indeed, it was a formidable force, with shops scattered across the continent.
Ye Suifeng disembarked,
accompanied by Ye Suifeng and Gu Yulan, and entered Wanbao Pavilion.
Much like other places, the first floor was teeming with patrons.
A cursory glance revealed that the merchandise here differed significantly from that of the 9 Cities Alliance, particularly with a marked decrease in the proportion of elixirs.
Instead, a plethora of beast blood and inner cores dominated the offerings, which were exceedingly sought after.
The gathered cultivators exhibited curious traits. Their spiritual energy was remarkably diverse.
Yet their physical prowess was exceptionally formidable, each adorned with one or several distinct beastly auras. Beast spirit warriors? Within the information acquired earlier, snippets regarding beast spirit warriors and destiny mages surfaced.
This represented a cultivation methodology starkly divergent from that of the 9 Cities Alliance. It would be prudent to gather intelligence regarding the merits of these 2 distinct cultivation paths. Ye Suifeng nodded in agreement.
Subsequently,
he allowed Ye Suifeng and Gu Yulan to explore freely, while his figure gradually vanished.
In the loft of Wanbao Pavilion's top floor,
a middle-aged man clad in a brocade robe meticulously examined an account book. Suddenly, an unfamiliar presence materialized within the room. "Who goes there?" The middle-aged man abruptly looked up. And a 3-inch-long, hiltless dagger shot forth from his sleeve, darting towards the suddenly materialized figure like lightning.
It was his most formidable innate spirit weapon, nearly unassailable by anyone below the nascent soul stage. However, an alarming occurrence unfolded. The once invincible dagger bizarrely halted just before piercing the young man. Furthermore, he found himself instantaneously immobilized, unable to move a muscle. The middle-aged man's mind raced. Recognizing that the only individual capable of instilling such fear within him at this grand barrier was the formidable barrier master of the nascent soul stage. Yet, even the master did not possess such terrifying power. Where had this formidable cultivator emerged from, and why had he come seeking him? The middle-aged man trembled inwardly. "Do not be alarmed, I merely wish to inquire about a few matters." Ye Suifeng grasped the 3-inch dagger, approached the middle-aged man, and seated himself. He then placed the dagger upon the table. A commendable spirit weapon, with a rather unique design. As Ye Suifeng's words resonated, the middle-aged man suddenly felt the ability to move again. Instinctively, he recoiled, his chest heaving as he gasped for breath. Ye Suifeng, rendered speechless, observed the man's reaction. "Why hasn't this person shown any audacity?" Ye Suifeng inquired. "You must be the master of the Wanbage here, correct?" The middle-aged man nodded, swallowed hard, and spoke with difficulty. "Esteemed elder, I am indeed the master of this place, Jian Xingquan. If there is anything you desire, please feel free to take it." Ye Suifeng, rendered speechless once more, thought to himself, "What do you take me for?" He refrained from further comment and produced a leaf, asking, "Have you ever seen this?" Jian Xingquan was momentarily taken aback. Then scrutinized the leaf, his brow furrowing in surprise. "Elder, how could you possess such an item?" He appeared genuinely astonished. Ye Suifeng grasped the leaf firmly and commanded, "Speak." Please wait a moment while I verify." Jian Xingquan responded, quickly darting to a large chest nearby. After activating a complex array, the chest opened to reveal an abundance of books, countless in number, stored within a spatial container. He hastily rummaged through the contents and soon retrieved an ancient-looking tome. "Yes. This must be it." Jian Xingquan reverently placed the book before Ye Suifeng after flipping to a specific page. "Elder, please take a look." The series of actions left Ye Suifeng amused, pondering, "I haven't done anything extraordinary, there's no need for such trepidation." Shaking his head, he picked up the ancient book. The pages depicted a towering tree under which a group of playful, furry bear cubs frolicked, their innocence endearing. Ye Suifeng then glanced at the chapter title. The Enlightenment Tree. Chapter 75, The Divine Gift Conference in the Primordial Chaos. As the heavens and the earth began to take shape, a magnificent tree emerged, reaching towards the sky and serving as the very pillar of existence. As this tree continued to grow, the distance between heaven and earth expanded, birthing an initial world. This remarkable entity was known as the World Tree, or the backbone of existence. Once the realms were stabilized, the World Tree fulfilled its purpose and subsequently crumbled. From its remnants, several nascent saplings sprouted, each a progeny of the World Tree. These seedlings, imbued with extraordinary strength and unique abilities, were destined for greatness. Among them was the Enlightenment Tree, a symbol of primordial wisdom capable of enlightening all living beings. One fateful day, a gravely injured mother bear, heavy with child, fortuitously found refuge beneath the Enlightenment Tree. However, her injuries were too severe, and she did not survive. After giving birth to 7 cubs, her spirit departed. The cubs, nourished by the celestial essence of the Enlightenment Tree, grew stronger with each passing day, each one more formidable than the last. Following a series of intricate events, one of the bears, with a mighty paw, shattered layers of ice and snow that had accumulated over millennia, establishing an oasis within a snowy expanse. Thus, it became known to humanity as the Eternal Winter Kingdom. This bear, the creator of the eternal winter, was revered by all beings as the great deity, receiving their profound veneration. The ancient tale concludes here. The leaf in Ye Suifeng's hand, if the records were accurate, was indeed a leaf from the Enlightenment Tree, which bore the insignia of the great deity. Closing the ancient tome, Ye Suifeng fell into deep contemplation. Could it be that the one who placed the leaf from the enlightenment tree into the river of time was the so-called great deity? If the ancient texts were to be believed, this great deity might indeed possess the ability to traverse the void. After a moment of thought, Ye Suifeng inquired, "Where might I find the enlightenment tree?" Jian Xingxuan's expression turned awkward.
"Senior, I am afraid I do not possess that knowledge. The information I have about the enlightenment tree is merely a fleeting impression gleaned from my readings."
Ye Suifeng nodded.
Realizing that such a being would be beyond the comprehension of a cultivator in the later stages of transformation.
Who would truly know the whereabouts of the enlightenment tree or the great deity?
Ye Suifeng pressed further, and Jian Xingxuan pondered before responding.
Perhaps only those in the Eastern Eternal Imperial City might have some understanding of the enlightenment tree. However, if you seek the great deity, his consciousness will descend upon Pingyang Pass during the Divine Gift Conference in half a month's time. Ye Suifeng raised an eyebrow,
recalling that he had encountered the name of the Divine Gift Conference earlier.
It seemed to be a grand event, and the recent influx of visitors to Pingyang Pass was undoubtedly drawn by this occasion.
"Please, tell me more about this Divine Gift Conference," Ye Suifeng requested.
"Certainly,"
Jian Xingxuan replied. Jian Xingxuan nodded quickly and said, "The Divine Grant Conference is held once every 3 years, and it is the grandest event in the Eternal Winter Kingdom." As Jian Xingxuan elaborated, Ye Suifeng began to grasp the essence of the matter.
In simple terms, it was merely a selection event orchestrated by the great deity. The conference occurs every 3 years, and participants must be young extraordinary beings under the age of 16. Destiny mages, beast spirit warriors, or practitioners of other schools may take part. After numerous selections and intense battles, the most exceptional young talents will be determined. Subsequently,
the great deity will bestow gifts upon these seeds based on their rankings.
The top few will be directly welcomed into the divine realm by the great deity, embarking on an extraordinary legendary journey.
For instance, this year, there are 5 slots available at the Pingyang Pass, all of which will be taken back by the great deity. "It sounds as though this great deity resembles a cult leader," Ye Suifeng remarked with a smile. Jian Xingxuan chuckled awkwardly, knowing he could not respond to such a statement. Should the locals of Eternal Winter learn that someone described their great deity in such a manner, regardless of one's strength, they would undoubtedly rush over to confront him fiercely.
"Are you certain that the great deity's consciousness will arrive?" Ye Suifeng inquired.
"Indeed," Jian Xingxuan replied. "Since arriving at Pingyang Pass, I have attended every Divine Grant Conference. I can sense the terrifying consciousness of the great deity, which chills one to the bone. No one can contend with it. Of course, compared to you, Senior,
it is far inferior."
Ye Suifeng was left speechless once again. "Your survival to this day is likely closely tied to your diminutive courage," he mused.
However,
if the great deity truly would come, there would be no need for him to search further. When the time comes, he would simply seize it.
He would throw a punch first and ask questions afterward. With half a month remaining, Ye Suifeng pondered and said, "Does your Wanbao Pavilion possess any techniques or texts regarding the cultivation of destiny mages or beast spirit warriors?"
Jian Xingxuan's heart raced. The moment he feared had arrived.
Wanbao Pavilion would undoubtedly face significant repercussions.
Yet, he dared not lie in front of this esteemed figure.
"Yes, Senior.
We not only possess those techniques but also the cultivation methods of the Highland Southern practitioners, along with spiritual artifacts, elixirs, high-level beast cores, rare materials, and spiritual stones."
All right, Ye Suifeng interjected, pressing a hand to his forehead. "I only require those 2 techniques, provide me with as many as you have." During this waiting period,
he intended to examine these 2 cultivation systems and discern their unique aspects.
"Got it."
Soon, Jian Xingxuan presented a beautifully crafted storage ring before Ye Suifeng. Ye Suifeng cast a casual glance inside. Good heavens, there were at least tens of thousands of texts. This person truly emptied his home.
"How much does it all cost?"
"Just charge me the standard price," Ye Suifeng specifically instructed. Jian Xingxuan was momentarily taken aback, seemingly surprised that the senior would offer payment.
"The cost, approximately 800 billion inferior spirit stones. Do you think that is acceptable?"
Ye Suifeng remained silent for a moment. Retrieving the cultivation techniques from his storage ring and placing a sufficient number of spirit stones within, which he then handed to Jian Xingxuan.
It was a mere trifle.
He had not yet fallen to the point of needing to resort to theft. Subsequently, he prepared to depart. Suddenly, a thought struck him.
Ah! How does one participate in this divine gift assembly? With so many prodigies gathered, it would also serve as an excellent opportunity for Ye Suifeng to undergo some training.
Finding her some tasks would prevent her from causing mischief. Well, the quota for the assembly was already determined over a month ago, Jian Xingquan informed him.
Can one purchase a quota, and if so, how much does it cost?
Jian Xingquan's lips twitched. It seemed he wished to buy everything. How wealthy was he?
How many quotas does the esteemed elder require?
Ye Suifeng replied, just one will suffice.
I happen to have a junior with me and wish for her to give it a try.
Very well.
Jian Xingquan responded.
Our Wanbao Pavilion has 10 quotas available this year, and I can secure one for you. Ye Suifeng frowned. You must have already chosen your candidates.
Wouldn't this displace others?
Jian Xingquan respectfully replied, the matters concerning the esteemed elder take precedence.
Have you even inquired if she is qualified? The disciples of esteemed elders are undoubtedly the cream of the crop, the dragons among men.
Ye Suifeng could no longer tolerate the conversation, muttering, very well. Let it be, before swiftly leaving the room. After a considerable time, Jian Xingquan finally approached his chair and slowly sat down, wearing an expression of lingering trepidation. He shook his head and sighed. I had thought that upon reaching the late stage of the transformation realm and arriving at Pingyang Pass, such matters would be behind me.
Little did I expect.
No matter, maintain a calm mindset.
It is enough to be alive. Chapter 76, Who is the Waste? Do I get to participate in the competition?
In an elegant and comfortable room, Ye Suifeng exclaimed in surprise. Ye Suifeng lounged lazily by the window. A table laden with an array of exotic fruits from the eternal winter kingdom before him. They were cool to the palate and melted upon entry.
Reminiscent of the battle in Cloud City.
Ye Suifeng leapt from her chair, but this place is evidently much larger than Cloud City, and there must be many formidable opponents.
What if I cannot defeat them?
Ye Suifeng scoffed lightly. If you cannot win, then stand tall and take the blows. What else can you do? One must endure some hardships. After all, you are already 14, it is time to grow up. Ye Suifeng's face fell with reluctance as she looked down at her toes. Clearly, she felt she had not matured at all.
So what are their strengths?
Ye Suifeng inquired. I do not know, replied Ye Suifeng.
In any case, the participants are all youths under 16, they cannot be exceedingly powerful. There are still half a month before it begins.
So take these days to ponder how to deal with them. It has been several months since they left Cloud City.
Along the way,
he took the opportunity to refine some origin towers, using the supreme essence they produced for cooking, washing, bathing, and so forth.
Naturally, it was also employed for daily cultivation.
Supremacy is not merely a matter of words. With such resources at hand, even without dedicated training, Ye Suifeng's cultivation had soared. Having entered the foundation establishment stage over a month ago. Now, she had become a little prodigy at the 5th level of foundation establishment.
Even Gu Yulan,
who had initially been at the Qi refinement stage, had made consecutive breakthroughs and was now a practitioner at the later stage of Qi transformation.
The Pingyang Pass indeed surpassed Cloud City, yet the talents under 16 were not overwhelmingly extraordinary.
The most gifted among them would likely only reach between the foundation establishment and golden body stages.
According to the local cultivation system,
this corresponds to 3rd to 4th tier fate mages or beast spirit warriors. With Ye Suifeng's abilities, even if she could not win, the losses would not be substantial. Very well, Ye Suifeng murmured. All this time, she had been delving into the dream void realm, and her offensive techniques were indeed rather limited. It seemed she needed to ponder carefully. If you are truly worried, there will be a gathering at the Wanbao Pavilion tonight, where many participants will attend. You can go and observe, suggested Ye Suifeng.
A gathering?
Wonderful.
Ye Suifeng's spirits immediately lifted.
No mischief, no teasing, and absolutely no stealing.
Focus on understanding the strength of your opponents, understand?
Ye Suifeng admonished with a huff. This girl was still too young, having grown up under the protection of the family. Her playful nature too pronounced. Rest assured, I have outgrown that phase, Ye Suifeng replied with a feigned profundity. Ye Suifeng shook his head.
Nonetheless, she was not entirely wrong. Since that day on the Chingu Plateau, the little girl had changed somewhat. Though her personality remained lively, she no longer acted out of line. "All right, off you go." Ye Suifeng urged her to leave. After she departed, Ye Suifeng retrieved a book and casually flipped through its pages. Destined Mage, Beast Spirit Warrior, how intriguing. That night, in a private chamber of the Wanbao Pavilion, an irate voice echoed, "Why has this happened? I must seek the pavilion master for justice." Within the room, 10 young men and women lounged about casually, one of whom stood up, brimming with righteous indignation. "Shouta, sit down," admonished a slightly older individual in a deep tone. Huarong often clearly earned this qualification, yet as the competition neared, a stranger usurped it. "I must confront the pavilion master," Shouta exclaimed angrily. "Do you think Wanbao Pavilion is governed by your whims?" The elder Huarong retorted, "The pavilion master's decision undoubtedly holds its own rationale, we must comply. Furthermore, did he not also assure that Offun would receive appropriate compensation?" "Compensation?" Shouta scoffed. What compensation could possibly rival the value of the divine liquid? Perhaps he might even be chosen by the supreme deity. At that moment, a figure beside Huarong suddenly laughed. "Chosen by the supreme deity? Such fanciful dreams you entertain. Huaining, you simply resent that with Offun's disqualification, you can no longer swindle him out of the divine liquid," Huaining interrupted. Shouta's expression darkened. "Offun is my dear friend." "Indeed, merely a friend you exploit daily." "Do you think we are blind?" Huaining retorted mockingly. Shouta found himself momentarily speechless. The others present were not fools and were well aware of the daily occurrences. Just then, another young woman, playing with a dagger, chimed in. "If this newcomer possesses considerable strength and does not hinder us, I have no objections." "How could he possibly be strong?" Shouta spread his hands. "I have learned that he is merely a relative of the pavilion master, clearly benefiting from favoritism." Suddenly, a knock resounded at the main door of the room. A petite head with violet-red hair peeked in from outside. "Excuse me, is this the gathering point for the contestants of Wanbao Pavilion?" It was Ye Xiaoxiao. Her arrival rendered the room instantly silent, all eyes fixated upon her face filled with scrutiny, doubt, indifference, and disdain. Under such scrutiny, Ye Xiaoxiao's small head slowly retreated. After a brief moment, she peered back in. Is Huarong here?" The elder Huarong rose. "I am Huarong, and you are?" Ye Xiaoxiao exhaled, stepping fully into the room, and presented a token to Huarong. "It's from that Jian Xingquan, yes, he sent me." The group quickly realized that this little girl was the new contestant. "She seems far too young. Surely she isn't here to jest? Are you Ye Xiaoxiao, Sister Yi? How old are you?" Huarong exclaimed in disbelief. Though the rules state that anyone under 16 is eligible to participate, almost all the contenders are indeed 16. At this age, a mere year can result in a significant disparity in strength and experience. "I am 13, almost 14," exclaimed Ye Xiaoxiao. A chorus of sighs filled the room. How could someone so young attend the Divine Gift Conference if not to seek torment? In this competition, the collective strength of the team holds immense significance. The participants of this generation are bound to face considerable pressure. Shouta shrugged and remarked, "I told you so. She must have entered through the back door." He continued, "Now we have lost a third-tier destiny mage and gained what appears to be a foolish waste. Our Wanbao Pavilion should prepare for humiliation at this Divine Gift Conference." As he spoke, he noticed the expressions of those around him turning peculiarly strange. Everyone's gaze shifted towards his side. Oh no, it was not him but rather his flank. Shouta felt a sense of bewilderment and was about to inquire when a soft breath brushed against his ear. In an instant, his pupils constricted, and a chill ran down his spine. Struggling to turn his head, he came face to face with a pair of icy eyes, simmering with barely suppressed anger, staring indifferently at him. A sharp blade, exuding a frigid aura, pressed against his throat. "Who did you just call a waste?" Chapter 77. The bewildered wolf girl. A cold dagger pressed against Xiaoda's neck, the increasing sharp pain sending chills throughout his body. Drops of crimson blood began to trickle down his throat. The individuals in the room were rendered speechless.
None of them could comprehend how this seemingly 12 or 13-year-old girl had approached Xiaoda so stealthily. Furthermore, no one could have anticipated the resoluteness of her actions.
As a shallow gash was swiftly drawn across his neck,
Xiaoda dared not move, his eyes pleading for help from Hua Rong, who quietly uttered, "Yaya, enough." He knew that should this situation escalate to a fatal outcome, it would mark an egregious dereliction of duty on his part as captain.
However, Yaya did not even spare him a glance. The sharp blade inched forward. That is truly enough. He did not mean it.
Hua Rong's expression grew grave. If this continued, he would have no choice but to intervene. Hypocritical, he clearly intended this. Yaya scoffed softly, the blade shifting once more. The atmosphere in the room had plunged to an icy stillness. As the dagger approached Xiaoda's vital artery, Hua Rong and a few others prepared to act.
Suddenly, Yaya gasped, the blade vanishing from her grasp as she sauntered away.
"I almost forgot, he forbade me from causing too much trouble."
How tiresome. With that,
Yaya took a seat, her demeanor light and playful, as if she had merely been toying around moments prior.
With a start, Xiaoda leapt up, colliding with several chairs in a frantic escape towards Hua Rong.
He clutched his neck, eyes wide with terror as he regarded the seemingly unfazed Yaya. Cold sweat soaked his clothes, and his entire body trembled. Just moments ago, he had truly felt the specter of death looming over him. Seeing that Xiaoda was relatively unscathed, Hua Rong relaxed, flexing his fingers only to realize that even he had begun to perspire.
This seemingly innocuous young girl was astonishingly ruthless when provoked. I rather like this newcomer.
Suddenly, a woman who had been toying with a dagger rose and approached Yaya. She was far more formidable than that foolish boy Ye Suifeng. A smile graced her lips, and her exposed neck and shoulders were adorned with tattoos. Most striking were her icy blue eyes, which exuded an endless chill.
Who is Ye Suifeng? Yaya asked, puzzled.
Just an inconsequential person, the woman replied with a chuckle.
And you are?
Xiang Yue, she extended her hand.
But everyone calls me the Wolf Girl. Yaya blinked her large eyes. Wolf Girl, what a peculiar moniker. Yet,
she felt no aversion towards this woman. She reached out her small hand, gently shaking hers.
Come, I shall take you to today's gathering. Let them wallow in their emotions here.
With that, the wolf girl pulled Yaya to her feet and led her out of the room.
After they departed, the atmosphere in the room somewhat eased.
Xiaoda clutched his neck and approached Hua Rong.
Brother Rong.
Silence. Hua Rong snapped coldly, turning to glare at him. I have long advised you to focus your energy on cultivation rather than seeking advantages from others. True strength is paramount. How pitiful it is to be terrified by a mere 13-year-old girl, unable to muster even a semblance of resistance.
Look at your current state.
You have brought shame upon yourself, long before the Wanbao Pavilion.
With that, he forcefully wrenched Xiaoda's hand away from his neck.
Xiaoda gasped and instinctively touched his neck, only to find that the bleeding had ceased. Ye Xiaoxiao's knife skills were remarkably precise, inflicting only minor pain and shock without any substantial harm. Observing the flustered Xiaoda, Hua Rong scoffed and exited the room.
The others followed suit,
casting disdainful glances as they passed by Xiaoda. This place was an exceptionally opulent hall, alive with the flickering of lights and the animated conversations of dozens of young people. At that moment, two figures entered through the doorway, one tall and one short. The taller one had a wheat-colored complexion, adorned with intricate tattoos, and icy blue eyes that sent chills down one's spine.
The other,
with cascading purplish-red hair that nearly brushed the floor, possessed bright eyes filled with curiosity, exuding an undeniable charm.
A handsome young man, upon seeing them, immediately brightened and approached. Sister Cue. Get lost.
The wolf girl didn't spare him a glance, leading Ye Xiaoxiao deeper into the hall.
2 cups of ghost flame wine. Soon,
2 goblets filled with a blood-red liquid, ablaze with green flames, were presented before them. The wolf girl took one for herself, then handed the other to Ye Xiaoxiao.
Can you drink this?
Ye Xiaoxiao curiously examined the cup, the potent aroma of alcohol mingled with a hint of blood wafting towards her. This was her first encounter with such a beverage.
I'll give it a try.
After days of following Ye Suifeng, she had already become accustomed to drinking alongside him. She accepted the goblet and took a delicate sip. Instantly, her eyes widened as the explosive power surged like a fireball in her throat. The wolf girl laughed heartily. Taking a swig herself, feeling an intense warmth envelop her body, as if every pore was erupting with flames.
This was no ordinary drink. It was crafted from the blood of various high-level magical beasts and special spirit fruits. The ferocious energy contained within required considerable time to temper, even for her. A fourth-tier beast spirit warrior. Encouraging Ye Suifeng to drink was purely for her amusement. "Hello, please bring me another cup."
A voice interrupted her thoughts. She turned to see Ye Suifeng downing a second goblet of ghost flame wine with abandon.
The wolf girl exclaimed in shock, "Suifeng, you sister wolf. They must have added sugar to this, right?"
Ye Suifeng wiped the remnants from the corner of her mouth and said, "Next time I shall have uncle add a bit more sugar, his wine is too pungent.
This one, reminiscent of fruit juice, is far more delightful."
As she spoke,
she requested another glass from the attendant beside her.
The maid responsible for serving the guests appeared flustered, increasingly doubting whether she had mistakenly brought the wrong wine. The she-wolf's eyes twitched as she observed Ye Suifeng downing her third glass of ghost flame wine and inquired, "Suifeng, what level are you at now?" After finishing her third glass and letting out a satisfied burp, Ye Suifeng replied, I suppose I would be considered a third-tier, sixth-level fate mage.
Among our group, that's rather behind. Along the way,
she had learned from the she-wolf that the most formidable individuals in the Wanbao Pavilion were Huarong and the she-wolf herself, one a fourth-tier, third-level fate mage, the other a fourth-tier,
second-level beast spirit warrior.
The rest of the group consisted of those at the late stages of the third tier.
The she-wolf fell silent.
Few dared to indulge in ghost flame wine at the third tier, sixth level.
"Beautiful lady, do you have any of this fruit juice to spare?"
"I would like to take some home," Ye Suifeng called to the maid, eager for her uncle to taste it as well.
Miss.
"If you wish to take it outside, you must purchase it," the maid replied.
"How much does it cost?"
The maid stated, "A glass requires 3,000 low-grade spirit stones. Though it is cheaper by the barrel, costing 500,000.
"Oh, then I'll have one."
Before Ye Suifeng could finish, the she-wolf interrupted her. With a smile, she said, "It's your first visit, there is no need for you to pay.
Allow me to treat you." "It's fine, I can manage."
Ye Suifeng insisted. "I will take care of it," the she-wolf asserted with conviction. "Consider it a gift to celebrate our meeting."
"Now, how many would you like?"
Ye Suifeng blinked her eyes in surprise.
"Very well."
She removed her storage ring and handed it to the maid. "Let us just fill 100 barrels." The she-wolf gasped.
"What kind of family do you come from? Is your unit of measurement in hundreds?" Chapter 78, The God-Slaying Technique. That evening,
Ye Suifeng bounced back to the inn, her spirit high as she approached Ye Suifeng.
"Uncle, I've brought you something wonderful." "What is it?" Ye Suifeng inquired,
his attention still fixed on the book he was reading, without turning his head.
"Here, take a look. It's absolutely delightful."
Ye Suifeng turned to see Ye Suifeng cradling a wooden barrel nearly as tall as she was, from which she poured a crimson, unidentifiable liquid.
Instantly,
the room was enveloped by a rich aroma of alcohol, intermingled with a faint hint of blood. With a snap of her fingers, the liquid in the cup ignited.
She then presented the cup to Ye Suifeng. "Uncle, give it a try."
Reluctantly, Ye Suifeng set down his book and grimaced.
Without tasting, he could discern that this concoction was a blend of the blood of numerous low-level magical beasts.
Yet, to spare the child's feelings, he took a cautious sip.
"How is it?"
Ye Suifeng asked, her face alight with anticipation. "Not bad, but it's not to my taste," he replied, returning to his book. "This is merely a child's drink."
Ye Suifeng laughed, finishing the remaining fiery liquor in her cup, and added, "But I am a child, after all."
Ye Suifeng shrugged, neither confirming nor denying her statement.
"I think it's quite good,"
Ye Suifeng declared as she set the barrel on the edge of the table, continuing. "I bought 100 barrels to take back for my sister and cousin Ye Huan to try. I initially intended to purchase 1,000 barrels.
But someone insisted on paying for me, so I didn't want to be rude."
As she spoke, she noticed Ye Suifeng regarding her with an odd expression.
"How many did you buy?" he asked.
100 barrels, she replied.
And how much for each barrel? 500,000 spirit stones. Did someone else pay for this? Yes. Ye Suifeng nodded.
She was very kind to me, I made friends with her tonight. Ye Suifeng set his book down again, rubbing his temples. That friend who paid for you should be repaid in due time. Furthermore, your monthly allowance will be reduced from 100 million spirit stones to 100 spirit stones. Ye Suifeng was taken aback.
Why?
I brought you a delicious treat, and now you're cutting my allowance.
That's a drastic reduction.
Once you comprehend the reason behind this decision, I may reconsider your allowance, Ye Suifeng replied, returning to his reading, ignoring her protests.
Pouting.
Ye Suifeng struggled to understand her misstep. However, she recognized that her uncle's decisions were surely grounded in reason.
What can I do? She mused,
looking down as she turned to exit the room. A moment later, Ye Suifeng sighed softly, laying his book aside once more. The commotion caused by her had rendered it impossible to continue reading. He acknowledged that he bore some responsibility for her behavior. He should never have acquiesced to her outrageous request so easily in the first place. My goodness, purchasing 100 barrels all at once. Such an act is akin to someone storming into a grand establishment and depleting its entire stock in one fell swoop.
Who possesses such audacity? Well,
there are individuals of that ilk, yet I am unperturbed by the risks that accompany expenditure. Without the assurance of strength, an abundance of wealth often serves as a perilous igniter, leading one into treacherous waters. It seems prudent to occasionally release her into the world,
allowing her to confront its inherent dangers.
Otherwise, she might find herself forever confined within her own sphere. Ye Suifeng shook his head. Fortunately, this girl harbors a good heart.
Her intent in acquiring so many items is to share them with Ye Huang and the others, rather than indulging in frivolity.
Experiencing a bit more of life would surely benefit her.
With that thought, Ye Suifeng could not help but reminisce about Ye Huang and the others.
Months have passed, and he wondered how they fared now. He raised his hand, contemplating the avenue to glimpse their circumstances, but after a moment's hesitation, he let it fall.
Never mind.
Each individual has their own path. Excessive interference could be counterproductive.
Let them carve out their own brilliance. In the Jiuchang Alliance,
within the confines of Su City, lies the grandest city, Huangyi City. At the central Yuan Grand Arena, a figure stood proudly. Surrounding her lay several young cultivators,
bloodied and sprawled on the ground.
Opposite her, a strikingly valiant youth knelt, propping himself up with his long sword. The pride of Huangyi City, reduced to this. Ye Huang sheathed her blood-stained sword, her purple cloak billowing ominously.
The youth spat blood, his voice seething with rage. Ye Huang, do not go too far. Too far?
A cold smile danced upon Ye Huang's lips.
Do you recall how you regarded us upon our arrival in Huangyi City? Rustic brutes, denizens of the lower tiers. Baseborn scum.
A derisive laugh escaped her. Now, you lie defeated by those you deemed lowly.
How does that weigh upon your conscience?
The youth's face blanched,
a tumult of emotions swirling within him.
He had heard of Ye Huang's reputation, yet never anticipated her prowess to be so formidable. A dozen young prodigies from Huangyi City, all above the foundational stage and under 20, had besieged her, yet within the span of a single incense stick. She had vanquished them all. And it was a crushing defeat. Some had even perished on the spot.
Even if we have wronged you in the past, you cannot be so ruthless.
The youth's eyes were bloodshot, for among the slain were his companions.
Ruthlessness is a lesson you imparted to me.
Ye Huang stepped forward, producing a small box and setting it before the youth. Upon opening it, he beheld 20 fingers, meticulously arranged, each belonging to a different body. Had you not toyed with the disciples of the Tianluan Palace, tormenting them to death, perhaps we would not be in this predicament today. A short dagger gleamed as Ye Huang drew it from her waist. The youth gazed at the blade's icy shimmer, a low chuckle escaping his lips.
If you harm me,
you shall never leave Huangyi City. Ye Huang's expression remained impassive. If I do not act against you, I cannot return to the Tianluan Palace. Scalding blood trickled down the dagger, staining Ye Huang's hands crimson. The youth's gaze, filled with disbelief and an insurmountable terror, gradually drained of color.
As the dagger was withdrawn,
The young man's body collapsed to the ground, blood soaking the box that contained his fingers. Ye Huang straightened, the gentle breeze tousling her long hair.
In that moment, she transformed into the true mistress of the Tianluan Hall. My child. Suddenly, a booming voice resonated through the air. Ye Huang turned to find a middle-aged man, exuding tremendous authority, rushing towards her. Behind him, a group of formidable cultivators followed closely. Upon seeing the youth lying at Ye Huang's feet, the man's eyes instantly filled with bloodlust. You dare to kill him! He roared, a ferocious aura surging towards Ye Huang, an overwhelming force belonging to the golden core stage. Ye Huang stood amidst it, like a solitary leaf in the tempest. Who dares to harm my master? Suddenly,
a throng of individuals clad in black attire leapt onto the arena, positioning themselves behind Ye Huang to collectively withstand the immense pressure emanating from the middle-aged man.
You all shall die.
The man seethed, his eyes bulging with rage as he fixed his stare upon Ye Huang.
Yet, she remained unfazed, speaking softly. I can understand your feelings, however.
She produced a white sheet filled with writing. We have signed a life and death contract. The middle-aged man gazed at the contract, his focus drawn to the familiar name inscribed upon it. Grief and fury gradually consumed his reason.
I care not for any life and death contract. You have killed my son. My only son. Today, even if the King of Heaven himself came, I would still slay you.
He had gone mad, unleashing all his power, charging towards her recklessly.
Ye Huang sighed softly. Then do not blame me. A pale violet petal gently descended from her brow.
She drew her long sword, the petal landing perfectly upon the blade, instantly transforming into a stream of purple light, akin to celestial radiance.
Perish!
At that moment, the middle-aged man had completely lost his sanity, charging forward without regard. Yet Ye Huang's expression remained composed as she raised her sword and spoke slowly, God-slaying.
First Form. Chapter 79, The Beginning. Ye City.
The foremost metropolis within the jurisdiction of Su City boasts an expanse several times greater than that of Yunshao City.
From an aerial perspective, it resembles a meticulously crafted cube, nestled upon a fertile plain.
However, today, a colossal fissure extends from the heart of Ye City, cleaving the city with a profound gash.
In the center of the arena,
a middle-aged man stands silently, gazing at the origin of the crack. Beside him, a young girl clings to his arm, her pallor stark against the backdrop of chaos. It is none other than Ye Suifeng, who had previously participated in the dreaming drunken gathering.
Father, could this truly be the doing of Ye Huang?
Her voice trembles, as she grapples with the enormity of the power required to rend Ye City asunder. If that day, Ye Huang had unleashed such a force upon her,
the consequences would have been dire.
The middle-aged man remained silent, merely nodding gently in acknowledgement. At that moment, several formidable figures descend rapidly from the sky, landing beside him, their expressions laden with shock as they behold the vast sword scar before them.
Master Nye. One of them steps forward, inquiring, Where are the people from Tianluan Palace?
They have departed, Master Nye replies.
Fled?
No, Master Nye shakes his head. After slaying the Huang family patriarch, she did not leave, rather, she awaited our arrival.
The man is taken aback. And then?
With a soft sigh, Master Nye confides, I allowed her to leave.
What? Another patriarch exclaims in disbelief. How could you let her go?
She has so brazenly provoked us in Ye City, she must face consequences. Master Nye turns to him, his expression impassive.
Have you considered Ye Suifeng?
The others fall into a stunned silence.
Indeed, if his daughter possesses such formidable strength, what might her father be capable of?
Ye Suifeng single-handedly unified Yunshao City and established an unprecedented city beyond the imagination of ordinary folk. Their late arrival was merely to glimpse the character Ye that loomed high above Yunshao City. A single glance had left them shaken, nearly sustaining grievous injuries. Such a person could not possibly be their adversary.
After a moment of silence, one of them speaks up. What of the Huang patriarch?
Right here.
Master Nye opens his palm to reveal a severed thumb, a stark reminder of retribution and a warning.
This is. The others feel a jolt of unease.
Master Nye gazes distantly towards Yunshao City.
Perhaps, we shall have to deliver tributes there in the future.
Yunshao City. Boom! 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 The resonant tolling of bells reverberates through the city.
A newly constructed courtyard gradually opens its doors, the plaque above descending to unveil the grandeur beneath.
The two characters, inscribed with vigor and elegance, proclaim the world.
As the gates swing wide, a procession of young individuals clad in pale blue garments forms four elongated lines,
entering the courtyard in succession.
At the forefront stands a remarkably youthful girl. Her demeanor was solemn, her expression grave. She was the girl who had escaped from Li Xinga.
Little E.
Upon entering the grand entrance, a colossal sculpture, towering over 10 zhang, stood proudly at the heart of the plaza.
The likeness of the sculpture depicted the lord of Yunshao City, Ye Suifeng.
After they entered, they sequentially seated themselves around the statue, forming an expansive semicircle.
We pay our respects to the dean. They proclaimed in unison, their voices harmonious.
Beneath the statue, Yi Qian slowly opened his eyes.
Sandstone City,
located in the western region of the Nine Cities Alliance, is a major metropolis of comparable stature to the northern Su City.
The environment here is harsh. Yet the people are exceptionally fierce, and the practitioners are remarkably combative. Fighting is almost a daily occurrence for them.
Within Sandstone City, dozens of arenas, both large and small,
have been constructed solely for combat.
The Huangfeng Arena is the largest among them, drawing a full house of spectators nearly every day, with not a single seat left unoccupied.
The battles within this arena are nothing short of extraordinary. Have you heard?
There is a force called the True Dragon Pavilion that has been quite active lately.
Two burly men, partially bare-chested, were conversing loudly in the audience.
I know, but the leader of the True Dragon Pavilion seems to be just a young lad. Pale and delicate, like a woman, one replied.
At that moment, another individual nearby chuckled. "Heh, you two have never met the Dragon Lord, have you?"
The two burly men looked over.
"Why should we meet a mere boy, just because he looks like a pretty face? Ha, here in Sandstone, we respect strength in battle. You wouldn't want to abandon our traditions and follow the Dragon Lord to become a pampered pet, would you?"
Their words dripped with provocation.
Not satisfied? Then let us settle it in the arena. That's the rule of Sandstone.
Yet the man being challenged merely laughed. "First, let me ask you.
What brings you to the Huangfeng Arena today?" "TCH. Coward."
One man turned his head dismissively. The other, however, laughed heartily. "We are here for the Gun King, of course. Just him and his gun. In a mere month, he has fought his way up from the smallest arena to the Huangfeng Arena. And he has chosen only the fiercest opponents, each battle leaving him bloodied.
That is the person we Sandstone people should follow, not some delicate pretty boy." As tensions escalated and it seemed an altercation was imminent, a thunderous cheer erupted throughout the entire arena. "Gun King! Gun King!" The crowd roared with enthusiasm. A cacophony of excitement.
With the force of a tsunami, a figure strode into the arena, brandishing a long spear, his clothing tattered and stained with large splotches of blood.
He exuded an overwhelming aura of battle readiness.
"Ha, if you have the guts, call your Dragon Lord down to face the Gun King." The burly man laughed wildly.
"Yet."
The figure simply smiled, an expression of great pride illuminating his face. "I fear that is not possible, for he is our Dragon Lord." At the southernmost edge of the Nine Cities Alliance lies a colossal mountain range. At the heart of this range stands a majestic gatehouse, towering amidst the clouds.
Inscribed with 4 grand characters, Tianfu Academy. "Ah, we have finally returned."
Yan Shi exclaimed with fervor. Yi Qinyao stood beside her, gazing at the magnificent scene. Her heart filled with emotion. Along their journey, they traversed numerous places and encountered countless tales of culture and history.
Now, they had finally reached their destination. "Let us proceed,"
Yan Shi said, turning with a smile and taking Yi Qinyao's hand as they ascended a path resembling a heavenly staircase.
"This route, by the Academy's decree, could only be traversed on foot." As they walked, Yan Shi elaborated on the Academy's customs.
Shortly thereafter, they arrived at the foot of the mountain gate.
From this vantage point, the Academy's entrance appeared even more imposing. "We shall go to the Dragon Gate," Yan Shi declared,
leading Yi Qinyao not through the main entrance but towards a peculiar small door. When Yi Qinyao expressed her confusion, Yan Shi explained. "Every new student must pass through the Dragon Gate, it serves to assess their innate talents and determine their subsequent allocation within the academy.
Do not be anxious.
I believe in you, and you will at least enter the season court.
On their journey,
Ye Qingyao had learned from Yan Shi that Tianfu Academy was structured in tiers. From lowest to highest, there were 5 levels: Mortal Court, Gentleman Court, Season Court,
Star Court, and Heaven and Earth Court. Gaining entry into the Season Court was already a mark of extraordinary talent.
However, Ye Qingyao held no such obsession. Wherever one may be, it is all but the mundane world. She stepped forward towards the Dragon Gate. Once the bell tolled 5 times, she would be admitted into the Season Court.
You can do it! Yan Shi cheered from behind. Dong!
The first bell rang, just as anticipated.
Yan Shi's expression turned tense.
She too was uncertain of the outcome.
Dong! Moments later, the second toll resonated. Ha!
Do not get your hopes up. The so-called geniuses from the countryside seldom achieve more than 2 bell tolls, came a voice from behind.
It was Guan Mu. Yan Shi huffed and retorted. She will definitely enter the Season Court. Ha ha! Do you truly believe that anyone can enter the Season Court? Guan Mu laughed heartily. If she succeeds,
I will gift you a piece of Earth-grade spiritual equipment. Yan Shi rolled her eyes and chose to ignore him. However, the third bell remained conspicuously absent. Just as she was about to lose her composure, suddenly, the third bell tolled. Before she could revel in her joy, the fourth followed swiftly. Then came the 5th and 6th.
Moments later, 9 resounding tolls echoed throughout Tianfu Academy. Boom!
A tremendous explosion startled Ye Suifeng, who was engrossed in his reading. Frowning, he prepared to investigate the commotion. At that moment, the door swung open, and Gu Yulan entered.
Master, the assembly has commenced.
Chapter 80, Destiny Star, Beast Soul. A magnificent firework erupted with a resounding boom above the Pingyang Pass, illuminating the entire fortress in a kaleidoscope of colors. The streets and alleys were teeming with people brandishing the banners of the great deity, their fervor igniting this colossal structure with unrestrained enthusiasm.
In a room,
Ye Suifeng sat by the window, observing the ever-changing hues of the sky in the distance.
My lord, aren't you going to take a look? Inquired Gu Yulan from beside him.
Ye Suifeng withdrew his gaze and shook his head.
No, I have little interest.
He turned back and picked up a tome of cultivation techniques. The allure of such grand events had diminished significantly for him,
not even rivaling the appeal of the fruit platter on the table.
The competition begins today, and the young lady will make her debut, Gu Yulan remarked. Ye Suifeng paused momentarily before replying, Go accompany her, and remind her to perform well.
I will be watching. Gu Yulan nodded in compliance and exited obediently.
A short while later, there was another knock at the door.
Senior, it is I.
Come in, Ye Suifeng replied. A middle-aged man gently pushed the door open and cautiously closed it behind him, ensuring no sound escaped. It was Jian Xingquan.
Isn't today the opening of the grand event? What brings you here?
Ye Suifeng casually asked. Such matters pale in comparison to those concerning you, senior, Jian Xingquan replied with a respectful bow. Ye Suifeng sighed inwardly. Jian Xingquan's excessive caution bordered on humility, a trait he found less than appealing. Interacting with individuals who were more relaxed,